Adam cracked his knuckles in a threatening manner. Those orcs have cast some sort of strange spell on them, making them nigh invincible. You must have realized this when you attacked that orc earlier, no? Edward recalled how he had attacked that orc intending to destroy his upper body, but his attack power had strangely reduced for some reason, and he only managed to destroy the orc's arm. At the time, he didn't realize this because of his turbulent emotions, but now that he thought about it with a cool head, he was able to see the peculiarities among all the orcs. You mean those spells are making them indestructible? Edward incredulously asked. Almost, Adam vaguely replied. I'm not quite sure how the spell works, but such a potent spell is sure to have some drawbacks. Have you figured out the spell's weakness? Danley asked solemnly. Adam shrugged. Not quite. Let's fight them and we'll figure it out eventually. That's your plan. Danley had a dumbfounded look. Pretty much, Adam smirked. Well, I can already guess one of the spell's drawbacks, and that is heh. Adam grinned from ear to ear, the fighting intent in his eyes burning brightly. Overwhelm them with attacks. Rain down absolute fury upon them. Kahahaha, how the hell is that a drawback? Danley couldn't help but heave a helpless sigh. Am I really following this madman into battle? However, even if he thought that he would gladly fight beside Adam, because over time the elven youth had come to trust and greatly respect him. As the magi on the battlefield continued to die, the white motes of light inside the mysterious space of the White Lotus constantly increased. Realizing this, Adam had a euphoric expression on his face. Ah, so many souls to devour. I wonder what an orc's soul tastes like. MMHH, I cannot wait to try it. The next moment, with a crazed look in his eyes, Adam dashed toward the approaching enemies. All right, let's go kill some orcs. OHH, the duo dashed forward while Adam remained slightly behind. His mind worked at quick speeds, trying to come up with the best strategy to take down the orcs. He was always used to fighting alone, but this time it was a little different. Not only did he have to fight as a team, but he also had to save enough strength to later on deal with Curtin. Out of everyone in the group of orcs, their leader gave Adam the most dangerous aura, so Adam had to be specially prepared to deal with him. As for fighting alongside Edward and Danley, the first spell he discarded was the gravity-related one that he had learned at the House of Cards. Adam was not proficient enough in them to have them not affect his allies. If he cast a gravity spell, it would affect everyone, himself included. Although it would not hinder him in the least, the same couldn't be said for his two teammates. In a matter of seconds, he was able to come up with a plan of action that would provide his friends with the greatest chance of victory against the two orcs they were facing. More often than not, it was always the most basic spells that did the most harm. Adam weaved a series of hand gestures and then clasped his hands together, resounding in a loud clap. A bright magic circle lit up between his palms, but the next moment it vanished. Delayed spell casting. Such a feat was only possible if the magus had a deep understanding of the spell in question, as well as high attainments in the fundamentals of mana control. Adam's eyes narrowed as he focused on the movements of the two orcs, waiting for the right moment to cast the spell. While Danley had already brandished his twin scimitars, Edward decided to use his bare fists instead. Although he had acquired a great weapon inside the House of Cards, he didn't know how to properly wield it. Very soon, the duo clashed with the orcs. Edward's opponent was wielding a mace, whereas Danley's was wielding a sword. As the four of them augmented their weapons, a violent skirmish began. Edward had it relatively tough as he was not wielding a weapon. So the first few moments of the battle, he was only dodging his opponent's attacks. But by that time, he had already managed to cast a spell. Rank 1 spell, Terran Armor. A protective magical force surrounded Edward, manifesting as an armor of crystal minerals that were usually found underground. More importantly, these minerals served as the perfect conductors for lightning. Edward, who was now donning a full body armor of multicolored crystals, was able to go toe-to-toe with his opponent, taking the latter by surprise. He gathered a large amount of mana in his fist, dodged an incoming mace attack, and counterattacked. The attack definitely connected, however. Edward couldn't help but frown. At the last moment, the orc had managed to block the attack with his mace. The mace had instantly shattered, and the rest of Edward's attack was subsequently blocked by the orc's forearms. Such a level of attack should have dealt a lot of damage to the orc's arms, breaking it even, but all it actually did was slightly burn it. It was indeed as Adam said. Edward solemnly thought to himself. Hee, you're quite shocked, aren't you? The bloodthirsty orc grinned, displaying his sharp teeth. The next moment he dashed toward Edward. Prepare to die, filthy human. Edward's eyes narrowed and he braced himself for the incoming attack, but suddenly, just when the orc was a few steps away from him, he abruptly lost balance and fell forward. Edward was shocked at this development, but the orc was even more shocked. Earlier, when he stepped his foot on the ground, he suddenly felt the ground underneath his foot soften, causing him to lose balance. Well, he didn't have much time to think as Edward had taken advantage of this opening and delivered a solid uppercut to his chin. Blue lightning cackled and the orc was swept off his feet and miserably fell to the ground. Edward was still bewildered by everything that had just happened. The next moment, his eyes narrowed when he received Adam's mental transmission through Mind Whisper. "Heh, you damn monster," he muttered after listening to his friend's instruction. The next moment, the youth got into a horse stance and gathered a large amount of lightning mana into his fist. While he was doing so, the orc who was lying down on the ground and trying to recover from the brutal punch to his chin suddenly felt the ground underneath him tremble again. "It's the same feeling again," he screamed internally. "Someone's casting a spell on me." He finally realized that the perpetrator was none other than Adam, who had yet to join the battle. But so what if he realized it? It was already too late. The ground underneath the orc turned muddy, instantly transforming into a swamp. When the orc's body was halfway submerged, the ground turned back to solid. Rank 1 spell, Shape Earth. Arg, the orc struggled to set himself free, but it proved to be difficult. The spell Alleviate had not increased his strength, only endurance. But still, the orc's natural physical strength was enough to get him out of this predicament. The ground began to crack, and slowly but surely the orc was setting himself free. But would Adam let him? The next moment, the orc's eyes turned wide as saucers when he saw about a dozen magic missiles forming one straight line and bombarding him. The orc could only grit his teeth and tank the incoming attack. Gah! The orc screamed in agony as magic missile after magic missile bore down on him, assaulting him at the exact same spot on his chest. The orc lay on the ground, panting for air. The spell from earlier had severely damaged his chest area, destroying his flesh and muscles. However, he was still in fighting shape. The spell had not managed to damage his vital organth heart, but the next moment the ground under him rumbled once again. This time, however, the ground didn't turn into a swamp. Instead, a small pillar rose from underneath the orc, catapulting him straight forward. And right in front of the orc, the person waiting was none other than Edward. By now, the youth had already gathered a large amount of mana into his hand. Seeing the orc flying straight at him, he couldn't help but grin. Moreover, seeing the heavily injured chest of his opponent, his grin turned even wider. Bullseye. Everything had happened so quickly that the orc couldn't even react. The only thing he could see right now was a crystal fist coated in blue lightning enlarging in his vision. And then, thunder. The plan was to confuse the enemy, and at the same time, rain down attacks at a single point to penetrate the enemy's extremely tough defenses reinforced by Alleviation. Adam used the basic spell, Shape Earth, to disrupt the orc's movements. Then he used the same spell to restrain the orc, and then bombard him with magic missiles in a single area to create an opening. These two simple spells used by Adam were only the opening act, preparing the grand stage for the main act, Edward's lightning fist. As Adam hurled the orc toward Edward, who by that time had already gathered sufficient mana in his fist, it was already game over. With a resounding explosion that rang throughout the battlefield, Edward's fist viciously penetrated the orc's chest, instantly killing him. As soon as the orc's eyes turned dim and he lifelessly fell to the ground, a very strange phenomenon occurred on the battlefield. As if it were a domino effect, with the death of the first orc, the rest of the orcs who were connected to him by Alleviation felt a great aftershock. At once, the remaining 7 orcs collectively spurted out a mouthful of blood and were momentarily rendered useless in the fight against their opponents. When Adam noticed this occurrence simultaneously happening across the battlefield, his lips curled up into a cold smirk. Everything has a price. The next moment, he cast Mind Whisper and quickly instructed Danley. Clang! Danley suddenly got the upper hand in the sword fight against the orc when the latter coughed out blood and lost his focus. A split second later, Adam's words rang inside his head, causing Danley to ferociously bombard his opponent with even more attacks. Gradually, the orc retreated step by step as he defended against the elf swords that attacked him from unpredictable angles. The orc's mind was in chaos. His suddenly coughing blood and being overwhelmed by weakness could only mean one thing. "One of us died," the orc thought in apprehension. Could it be the loud explosion just now? He couldn't afford to turn his attention away from the battle and check up on his teammate, but his strength gradually returned to him as the effects of Alleviation came into effect once again. Damn it, the orc cursed inwardly as he defended the elf's attacks. How the hell did someone manage? But suddenly, the ground underneath him abruptly shifted to his side as if someone had pulled a rug from right underneath his feet. His eyes widened in shock as he lost balance and slowly fell to the ground. Although he managed to haphazardly block Danley's incoming attacks, he was now in a dangerous situation as he had lost balance. He needed to get back into a fighting position as quickly as possible. Rank 1 spell, Entwine. The series of events that had occurred happened way too quickly for the orc to respond to on time. As he had lost his balance earlier, he was not able to evade the vines in time. At great speed, the thick vines coiled around his limbs and pinned him on the spot. This was the perfect opportunity for Danley to attack. However, when the orc raised his head to look at the elf, he was surprised to see that the latter was leisurely taking his time to gather mana and augment it on his scimitars. Seeing this, the orc sneered, "You fool, but the next moment, another vine protruded from the ground behind him and coiled around his forehead, forcefully stretching his neck. Ugh, the orc grunted in pain, trying to free himself. However, it was already too late. A dozen magic missiles appeared out of nowhere, all from different directions, and barraged the stretched-out area of the orc's neck one after the other. Fear flashed in the orc's eyes as he felt the flesh on his neck being torn apart slowly but surely. Just when he felt that he would die, the bombardment of the magic missiles stopped. Ha 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 ha. The orc laughed in a deranged manner when he realized that the magic missiles had only managed to destroy half of his neck. You can't kill me. But the words got stuck in his throat when he saw Danley dash toward him with unbridled killing intent. Green wisps of wind swirled around his scimitars as he bolted past the orc and finally came to a stop a few meters away behind him. Thud, the orc's head separated from his neck and fell to the ground. The maniacal expression he had before he died was frozen on his face. Just as this orc died, the remaining 6 orcs on the battlefield felt yet another backlash. This time it was much stronger than the last one. Curdon wiped the blood from his lips, his expression turning extremely solemn. They must have already realized it by now. The spell Alleviation was an extremely useful spell that one could cast on a group consisting of the same species. If any one person from the group suffered damage from an enemy attack, the damage would be dispersed equally among the rest of the members of the group who were connected by the spell. However, the greatest drawback of this spell was that if one person died in the group, that damage would also be equally dispersed amongst the rest of the group members, significantly chipping away their vitality. Curdon scanned the battlefield with his cold eyes. By now, most of the magi had already been dealt with. While a small number of them had escaped, it didn't matter. The orcs had already fulfilled what they had set out to do, but having 2 of their orcs killed was a great loss for Curdon. When his gaze landed on Edward and Danley, he was overcome by boundless anger. So it was them they must be killed. The next moment, his eyes darted around, seemingly looking for another person. But where is that human named Adam? Adam was standing a distance away from his friend's battlefield, stroking his chin with an amused expression. The battle with these pig-faced bastards is easier than I expected it to be. He then shook his head after a brief pause. Not really. It was easy yet hard to deal with the orcs who were under the effects of Alleviation. Easy in that, if one of them died, the rest would be weakened. Hard because it was difficult to kill even a single one of them. Suddenly, Adam's eyes narrowed and his lips slowly curled up into a smirk. Ah, someone finally took the bait. A pity it's not that lanky pig from before. The next moment, a female orc suddenly appeared behind Adam with her battle axe raised. Her bloodshot eyes gleamed with a cruel glint as she viciously swung her axe down. Die. However, the following moment, the orc was filled with disbelief as her axe effortlessly passed through Adam's body. Much to her shock, the latter's body had dissipated into gray smoke. Rank 1 spell, Dingy Illusion. Just as the orc was reeling in from the shock, a cold voice filled with unbridled killing intent suddenly pressed down on her from behind. Hand of Doom. A severe chill crawled up the orc's spine when she heard the voice that seemed to have originated from the coldest pits of hell. She felt a terrifying presence behind her. When she turned around, though, it was already too late for her. All she was able to see was a palm thrust that was aimed straight at her chest, and the person that the palm belonged to looking down at her with a malevolent gaze. Fear flashed in her eyes for a brief moment before everything returned to darkness. Hand of Doom, spectral palm strike. Boom. A deafening sound echoed on the battlefield as Adam obliterated the orc's upper body. One shot was all it took. Everything above the orc's waist was reduced to mere bloodstains. Then the orc's lower body lifelessly fell to the ground, her legs still twitching from time to time. Seeing this, Adam wasn't moved even one bit. He felt no remorse for her whatsoever. Without casting another glance at her corpse or whatever was left of it, anyway, scanned the battlefield and gazed at the remaining orcs who were enduring yet another backlash. When his gaze landed on Curdon, who was on his knees and coughing out blood from the blowback of the spell, he couldn't help but snicker. Heh, what's so great about your spell? In the end, it's only useful against weak magi. Curdon happened to meet Adam's gaze, and when he saw the latter looking at him with sheer contempt and mockery, his eyes narrowed, anger flashing in them. He turned his head to glance at Edward and Danley, who didn't seem to be in good shape after their respective battles. The latter seemed worse off. You 3 deal with them. Curdon instructed the orcs behind him. What about you, leader? One of the orcs asked with a pale face. Having 3 of their teammates die back-to-back had dealt a severe blow to the orcs, not just physically but also mentally. I'll go deal with that scar-faced human, Curdon replied solemnly. When the orcs gazed at Adam, who was standing proudly over the corpse of their fellow teammate, they couldn't help but shudder in terror. Despite that female orc being under the effects of Alleviation, it took Adam only 1 attack to deal with her. A magus like him was truly the bane of this spell. For a moment they even doubted if Adam was even a rank 1 magus. Leader, will you really be alright? Another orc couldn't help but nervously ask. Curtin remained silent. He didn't like his teammates questioning his strength. But could he blame them? Would he really be all right? He didn't know. But that didn't mean he wasn't going to face Adam. He had to. Besides, it wasn't as if he was going to fight alone. Don't worry about me, Curtin looked back at his teammate and assured him. Gorgo will be fighting with me, and you three will be joining me after you deal with the human and the elf, understood? Yes, leader. The three orcs nodded and then sped off in the direction of Edward and Danley without wasting another word. Meanwhile, Curtin slowly walked toward Adam, brandishing his weapon, a warhammer. At the same time, he scanned the battlefield looking for Gorgo. A moment later, when he finally spotted the lanky orc, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn that reckless bastard. With that said, he dashed in Adam's direction. Gorgo, who had been hiding under the corpses of a few magi all this while, saw the entire scene unfold where Adam took the life of his fellow teammate. To say that he was shocked would be a major understatement. The orc youth was nervous and afraid. However, he still believed that his fighting capabilities would be more than enough to deal with Adam. Gorgo was considered a genius among geniuses in his tribe, someone who would go on to surpass the current chief and lead the orcs in the future. So naturally, he had that pride and arrogance ingrained in him since early on. Therefore, there was not a shred of uncertainty in him when he thought about his chances of victory against the human youth who had humiliated him so badly in the past. He trusted his abilities and was highly confident. The distance between him and Adam was not that far. Moreover, the latter had only just now killed that female orc. According to Gorgo's line of reasoning, this would be the moment when Adam would be the most vulnerable. After all, the youth's attack earlier must have exhausted quite a lot of his strength. Moreover, from what Gorgo had surmised, the amount of mana that Adam had gathered in his hand to prepare for that attack was no small amount. In short, it was the perfect opportunity. Attack! A ruthless light flashed in the orc's eyes as he dashed toward Adam. I didn't see him cast another spell. This is his real body. Earlier, Gorgo was very surprised by Adam's usage of illusion spells to deceive the female orc. Thus, he was highly vigilant and only decided to attack when he confirmed that Adam hadn't weaved any hand gestures to cast a spell. If he could catch Adam by surprise now and deal a critical blow, Gorgo was certain that he would win. He believed that it was highly likely that he wouldn't get a better chance than this. He brandished his twin daggers, a set of weapons that he had acquired in the House of Cardsand, stealthily ran toward Adam. His footsteps were soundless and his presence was almost undetectable. Just when he was a few meters away, he couldn't help but grin confidently seeing Adam's unguarded back. Seeing that he still hadn't reacted, Gorgo's eyes gleamed with a ruthless glint, and he finally swung his daggers at his neck. Success. Gorgo could already envision the scene of Adam's head separating from his body and landing at his feet. However, at the last moment, he saw Adam turn his head to look at him. The latter's lips curled up into a sneer and he tauntingly muttered, "Try harder." Adam leaned forward just enough to evade the attack by a hair's breadth. He then twisted his hips and launched a devastating side kick to the orc's sternum. Bam. Gorgo's eyes bulged out of his eye sockets as he felt his ribs break from the attack. The sheer impact of that kick left him bewildered. How can it be so powerful? As his body curled up like a shrimp and shot into the distance, he couldn't believe how he could have gotten this injured despite the reinforcement of alleviation. Ack! He miserably landed on the ground like a lifeless ragdoll, struggling even to breathe as the air had been knocked out of him. Just as he was starting to recover from the attack, he heard Adam's mocking words. "Did you think I didn't notice you hiding under the corpses? I could smell that pig stench from a mile away." Gorgo sat back up and wiped the blood from his lips. He was furious at Adam's words but couldn't even reply because he was having trouble breathing. With eyes filled with hatred, he saw Adam leisurely walking toward him with an arrogant smile. Seeing that cocky attitude, Gorgo's blood boiled. He wanted nothing more than to rip apart the human at this instance. However, the next moment, he heard hurried footsteps approaching him from behind. Gorgo turned around to see that it was Curtin. "You all right?" Curtin asked in concern as he helped Gorgo to his feet. At the same time, he kept an alert eye on Adam, who was walking toward them. "I hate to admit it, but he's strong. Very strong," Gorgo spat through gritted teeth. "Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him." Curtin grinned. He then looked at Adam with narrowed eyes and asked in a cold tone, "Tell me, Adam, do you think your friends will survive?" Adam stopped in his footsteps, his gaze moving past Curtin and Gorgo and landing on Edward and Danley, who were desperately fighting three orcs together. Things didn't look good for them. They didn't stand a chance to begin with, and now that they're outnumbered, it's only a matter of time before they die. Curtin muttered vicious words, aiming to disturb Adam's state of mind. However, the response he received was something completely out of his expectations. "Outnumbered, you say?" Adam's lips formed a confident grin. "Sounds good to me." The next moment, he weaved a series of hand gestures at such speeds that his hands appeared to be a blur. Following that, a large magic circle lit up behind him and merged with the surrounding space. A terrifying, otherworldly pressure descended on the battlefield after Adam cast his spell. A large area of space behind him distorted, and the colors started to saturate. myriad colors spilled all in midair, until finally. The void tore open and a direct portal to the spirit world was formed. When Curtin witnessed this phenomenon, his face was filled with disbelief. He looked at Adam, his gaze filled with shock. You are a summoner." Adam didn't reply instead, he just smiled mysteriously. As far as Curtin knew, the only people who could communicate with the residents of the spirit world were summoners and necromancers. The orc immediately discarded the idea of Adam being a necromancer, because the latter's mana was very pure, unlike a necromancer's whose mana was tainted by darkness. Magi who majored in the school of summoning were dangerous to fight against. After all, they could summon an army of spirits to do their bidding with just a wave of their hands. However, on second thought, Curtin calmed down after he realized that his fears were unwarranted. After all, Adam was merely a rank 1 magus. How many spirits could he summon? Definitely not more than a handful, but he was not sure as to the exact number. He had never met another rank 1 magus who majored in the school of summoning. After all, everyone in the orc tribe focused mostly on magic combat. Curtin couldn't help but have an ominous feeling growing in his heart. He turned around and ordered the rest of the orcs in a loud voice, "Kill those two as quickly as possible. OHH." The 3 orcs complied, and the ferocity of their attacks against the Edward and Danley rose steeply. The pair were having great difficulty battling the orcs to begin with. Now with them attacking even more intensely, Edward and Danley couldn't help but grit their teeth and desperately fight to survive. Gradually, their whole bodies were covered in ghastly wounds as they were slowly inching closer to their deaths. Seeing this, Adam's eyes turned solemn, but he still maintained the facade of absolute confidence. Then he finally completed his spell casting. Rank 1 spell, Hidden Servant. At the same time the youth roared, "Come forth, my army." When Curtin heard Adam say the word army, his heart sank and the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger. "Hurry, we must kill him quick." He and Gorgo dashed in Adam's direction. Meanwhile, from the portal to the spirit world, instead of an army, only 2 invisible spirits wrapped in black, hooded cloaks descended and hovered around Adam. Adam sternly commanded, "Go help them." The 2 spirits looked at each other and could only helplessly nod before flying toward Edward and Danley. Hidden Servant was a spell that summoned the weakest of spirits from the spirit world. These spirits were only capable of doing menial tasks such as cleaning, folding clothes, serving food, etc. They were never meant to fight on the battlefield, but the orcs didn't need to know that. Neither did they need to know that instead of an army of spirits, only 2 had descended to the material world. It also helped that the spirits were completely invisible to rank 1 magi, otherwise Adam couldn't have pulled this scam. He had just blatantly lied through his teeth. If Curtin could attempt to attack him psychologically, so could he. Now, it was suffice to say that his move had put heavy mental pressure on the orcs. Now all he had to do was take care of Curtin and Gorgo and save his friends before it was too late. He was confident about dealing with his opponents even when outnumbered, but he wasn't sure if the same could be said about his friends. Edward and Danley surprisingly found that the pressure on them had slightly decreased. Although the unseen servants could not fight, they could at the very least obstruct the orcs. However, this couldn't go on for long. As the battle between Edward, Danley, and the orcs reached the climax, Adam finally clashed with Curtin and Gorgo. With a crazed look on his face, Adam grinned ferociously like a hungry beast. "Kill." As time passed by, Curtin's expression continued to darken. What he was witnessing was simply unbelievable. Despite being augmented by the spell, alleviation, and ganging up on Adam, the latter still had the upper hand. This guy is a monster. Tumultuous waves were rising in his heart. Is this really the strength of a rank 1 magus? Impossible. Adam's physical strength was on par with his. Curtin thought that it was even greater than his. And not just that, the youth's speed was also extremely swift and ghost-like. His movements were too unpredictable to discern. While Adam was blocking Curtin's attacks using his own hands and feet, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure approaching him from the side. He first hurled a powerful front kick to Curtin, sweeping him off of his feet and throwing him in the distance. Following that, he weaved hand signs at such great speeds that it took him barely a moment to finish it. Finally, he completed the model component and cast his spell. Rank 1 spell, Amplify Gravity. With the gravity in a 10-meter radius sphere around him now multiplied by 2, the shadowy figure that was approaching him from the side suddenly lost balance and tripped. Who else could it be but Gorgo? "Heh, you stupid pig-face," Adam snickered and delivered a flying knee to the lanky orc's face. Gorgo felt as if his head would be yanked out of his neck from the impact of Adam's attack. He flew backward as blood spurted out from his broken nose. However, before he even landed on the ground, Adam had already appeared beside him like a specter. How is his speed still this fast under such gravity? Gorgo couldn't help but scream inwardly in absolute shock. It was as if gravity didn't affect the youth at all. With a wide grin on his face, Adam raised his hand and viciously hammered his elbow down on Gorgo's stomach. Ugh, Gorgo slammed against the ground and his eyes rolled back from the sheer pain. He felt like his intestines were turned to mush and his spine separated in two. Tusk, 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 the spell you guys used is not bad. Adam was quite impressed. With the amount of beating he had delivered to these two orcs, they should have already died. However, they were still up and running. Suffice it to say, he quite enjoyed this feeling. If they died too quickly, it would have been boring. Adam turned to look at Edward and Danley's battlefield, and his expression turned grim. He was enjoying his fight so much that he ended up losing track of time. By now, the two unseen servants that he had summoned had already been heavily damaged and already returned to the spirit world. Moreover, Edward and Danley were in an extremely precarious situation. If he didn't intervene, things would take a turn for the worse for sure. All right, time to wrap things up. I got too carried away with you pigs. Adam raised his fist as he gathered a ridiculous amount of mana. His expression turned extremely solemn and his cold eyes spewed unbridled killing intent. Just when he was about to attack, he sensed Curtin approaching him at a monstrous speed through his sphere of resonance. He's different, Adam thought in alarm as intense warning bells rang inside his mind. He hurriedly turned around and crossed his arms, blocking the incoming attack. Bam! Adam was shocked. This was completely out of his expectations. He grunted in pain as he was hurled into the distance. He flew for dozens of meters before landing on the ground and miserably rolling for another few meters. Ugh, that hurt. Adam's forearms turned numb. He looked over to see just what hit him, but when his gaze landed on the person responsible, he was stunned. What in the world? Curtin had transformed into something completely different. His skin had turned from a light shade of green to a dark red. His height had increased by double, and so had his muscular build. The current Curtin looked extremely frightening. Curtin, Gorgo glanced at his leader with tearful eyes. He screamed in anger. Why did you use that forbidden spell? Are you out of your damn mind? Curtin turned to glance at Gorgo, his eyes filled with madness. From time to time, clarity could be seen flashing in them. Grrr, Curtin growled like a menacing beast. The next moment, he spoke through gritted teeth. Gorgo, you must survive. Tears streamed down the lanky orc's eyes as he roared. Why did you have to do this? Curtin remained silent for a brief moment, seemingly fighting his inner demons. He then took out a large animal skull, almost as big as his head, and handed it to Gorgo. Take this, survive, bring this back to the chief. Gorgo glanced at the ivory skull in Curtin's hand. The skull had deep ridges and its nasal openings were large. Moreover, the teeth on its jaws were sharp and jagged, especially the four canines that seemed to be gleaming with an ominous glint. This was exactly the artifact that their chief had instructed them to bring back. Although acquiring it was purely a matter of luck, fortune was on their side this time. Gorgo's eyes lit up as he saw the skull. He looked back at Curtin and said excitedly, let's use this. We can definitely kill that human scum with this, and then I'll take you back to the tribe's healers. Curtin interrupted him by tightly clasping his shoulders, his face distorted as he struggled to contain his bestial instincts. Go before I don't recognize you anymore. Gorgo completely broke down seeing his leader in such a state. Curtin, please. Leave now, my friend. Curtin smiled faintly. This is my last order as your leader. Yes, Gorgo reluctantly nodded as he wiped his tears. He carefully kept away the skull and turned around to leave. He turned back around to cast one last glance at his friend. Curtin was no longer the person he used to know. The forbidden spell, Berserk, burnt the caster's vitality and spiritual power and gave them great strength. The caster would become exponentially stronger than they used to be. However, in exchange, they would gradually lose their sanity and eventually their life. Gorgo cried uncontrollably as he ran away from the battlefield. He momentarily glanced at Adam, who was facing off against Curtin, his eyes filled with hatred and fury. Without wasting another moment, he sped off into the depths of the forest. He was not going to waste Curtin's sacrifice. Roarr. Curtin bellowed like a crazed beast as he charged toward Adam. By now, he had lost most of his sanity. In exchange for great power, he had to sacrifice everything. All this just to kill the man in front of him. Adam had a grim expression as he saw Curtin recklessly rush toward him. He got into the fighting stance of the phantom dance and coated his fists with mana. You have my respect, orc, he said sincerely, his eyes brimming with a blazing fighting intent. The next moment, he shot toward the orc, putting everything on the line. Curtin's fist enlarged in Adam's vision, causing the latter to be shocked at his speed. The orc's fist grazed his cheek, causing a deep wound and blood to spurt out. Meanwhile, Adam's punch connected and sent the orc flying. This guy Adam touched the injury on his cheek, momentarily stunned. He had read about spells that sacrificed one's life essence in exchange for great power. However, this was the first time he was facing an opponent who was using such a spell. The youth was overwhelmed by emotions, to say the least. He readily sacrificed himself just so the other orc could escape. Adam thought to himself in a daze, and what was that skull he was carrying? That animal skull gave Adam a very bad feeling. He decided then and there to deal with Curtin and chase after Gorgo. He had this strange premonition that if he let the lanky orc escape this place with that skull, something terrible would happen in the future. But then when Adam glanced at Edward and Danley's battlefield, his heart sank. Danley had already been brutally injured by the orcs. He was currently lying unconscious on the ground, drenched in blood from head to toe. Meanwhile, Edward was standing before him, protecting him from the onslaught of the three orcs all on his own. Adam cast hand signs and summoned two more unseen servants. Go, stall for as long as possible, he instructed the two spirits as he dashed in Curdun's direction. The two warriors clashed with each other yet again. As their fists collided, the impact caused both of them to retreat a few steps. Once again, Adam was shocked. This guy's adapting with each passing second. The youth's eyes narrowed. I must finish him quickly. They collided again after a brief moment of respite. The intensity of their fight was so strong that Adam couldn't find the time to even cast spells. Although Curdun at this point had already lost all rationality because of his sheer battle experience and instincts, was proving to be a very tough match for Adam. With a loud, guttural roar, Curdun swung his fist at the youth. The latter blocked it with his left forearm, then followed up with an uppercut to the orc's armpit. At once, Curdun's shoulder was dislocated. He roared in agony but didn't back down. Instead, he used his other arm to punch Adam. The latter dodged once again and counterattacked with a series of palm thrusts and punches to the orc's chest. Curdun spat mouthfuls of blood as he slowly retreated step by step. Adam continued to rain down attack after attack. Finally, when he was able to create just enough distance between the two, he got into a horse stance and gathered mana in his hand. Hand of Doom, coiling palm strike. Instead of evading the attack, Curdun met it head-on with a punch of his own. Boom. Adam's claw strike accurately grabbed Curdun's incoming punch. Then, with a twist of his palm, he completely obliterated the orc's entire arm. Qug, the orc screamed in sheer pain as blood gushed out endlessly from the stump on his shoulder. The next moment, however, the madness in his eyes intensified as he pounced on Adam. The youth's eyes widened as he hadn't expected this suicidal move from the orc. Curdun was able to close in the distance and deliver a gut punch to Adam, launching him in the distance. Adam, miserable, fell to the ground and puked mouthfuls of blood mixed with his innards. This madman. He hadn't even finished speaking when the orc had already bolted toward him and kicked him in the face, almost knocking him out unconscious. Adam landed on his back, and for a moment, he could see stars in his vision and the world around him spinning. Suddenly, he saw Curdun's large red fist magnifying in his vision yet again. He hurriedly shifted to the side, causing the orc's attack to hit the ground and instantly form a small crater. You psycho bastard. Adam gritted his teeth and grabbed Curdun's arm. Then he agilely maneuvered his legs around the latter's neck, putting him in a triangle choke hold. At once, Curdun's supply of oxygen was cut off as Adam squeezed his neck with his legs. Die, you madman. Curdun desperately gasped for air as the light in his eyes slowly started to dim. But suddenly, his bloodshot eyes regained their primal ferocity and he roared. He got up to his feet, at the same time carrying Adam with him. He then gathered all his strength and slammed Adam on the ground. Bam! Ugh! Adam felt as if his spine was shattered from the impact. With the wind knocked out of him, he struggled to breathe, but he gritted his teeth and applied even more pressure on the choke around the orc's neck. Die, 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 die. Curdun, however, did not care. As his life slowly seeped out of him, he got to his feet and slammed Adam on the ground once again. Bam! Adam's grip around Curdun's neck loosened, but he still held on. But so did the mighty orc. Bam, bam, bam. Curdun continued to get on his feet and slammed Adam on the ground over and over again until finally, the latter's hold around his neck loosened and he lay sprawled on the ground in a puddle of his own blood. Adam's eyes were blank and his breathing was ragged. Curdun, who had lost all his strength by now, lay down beside him in a similar state. Both men had given their all in this battle. However, the victor was yet to be decided. Suddenly, Adam burst into a loud peal of laughter. His eyes shone with fiery passion, and with a maniacal look on his face, he screamed, "This is how a warrior should fight." He dragged his bruised and battered body away from Curdun, the mighty orc he had come to greatly admire. After distancing himself from the orc, he got to his feet and gazed at the latter who was struggling to even stand. "Get up, you bastard," he roared. "I don't have all day." He respected Curdun far too much to attack him when he was down. Curdun got to his feet and turned to face Adam, preparing for the final blow. Adam grinned from ear to ear. Yes, that's how it should be. This is the true heart of a warrior. Ha ha ha. A terrifying amount of mana gathered in his palm as he got into position. The two warriors deeply looked into each other's eyes for a moment, and then they ran at each other, giving their all in this final attack. Hand of Doom, one hit. Boo. The two warriors collided one final time as blood splattered all around them. At the last moment, Adam was barely able to dodge Curdun's attack. The latter's attack missed his head and lacerated his shoulder bone, causing a devastating injury. Meanwhile, Adam's fist penetrated Curdun's chest, viciously decimating his heart and coming out from the back. Curdun vomited a large mouthful of blood as he weakly leaned against Adam. At the final moment of his life, he glanced at the youth. Their eyes met and they faintly smiled. thud, the light in the orc's eyes dimmed and he embraced the cold touch of death. Adam deeply looked at Curtin's corpse. He then turned around and walked away. "So long, warrior." The youth looked in the direction in which Gorgo had escaped. Then he looked at Edward, who was desperately fighting and barely hanging onto his life. Adam's fists clenched and unclenched repeatedly, his mind in turmoil. He chose to help his friend. Haha, I really thought I would die. Edward was on his knees, drenched in blood and desperately gasping for air. Adam, who was also in a state not much better than the blue-eyed young man, laughed out loud. "Haha, you won't die so easily, fatty. Would you believe me if I told you you were the chosen one? Chosen one, my ass." Edward weakly laid down on the ground, surrounded by corpses of the orcs. He then glanced at Danley, who was sprawled out beside him, and chuckled. He lightly kicked the young elf and teased, "How long are you planning to act dead?" "Shut up," Danley weakly replied. "I'm just taking a quick breather." "Yeah, right." Edward rolled his eyes. Seeing them banter with one another, Adam smiled. He was happy that they were alive and kicking. He didn't regret his decision to ignore Gorgo and chose to help his friends instead. He couldn't risk it. Some things were always more important than others. As for that skull that the lanky pig took away, Adam thought to himself, "I'll leave that headache to future me." With great difficulty, he got up to his feet and started to walk in the direction where he had battled Curtin. "Where are you going?" Edward asked in concern. "I'm going to go bury him." Adam pointed at the large red corpse in the distance. Edward frowned. "You mean the orc?" "Yeah," Adam faintly smiled. "I think his name was Curtin. He deserves a proper burial." With that said, he walked away, leaving Edward and Danley to stare at his departing back silently. Meanwhile, far away from this bloody battlefield, Gorgo, who was on the run, suddenly halted in his footsteps and weakly fell to the ground, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood after suffering from the backlash yet again. His appearance was deathly pale, and his breathing was labored. He wiped the blood from his lips and muttered in great sorrow, "That was the fourth one." Gorgo turned around, his gaze seemingly crossing countless miles and landing on his teammates' corpses. "You guys." Tears streamed down his face as he softly muttered, "Later." He cried his heart out for a long time. He cried until his voice went hoarse and he could no longer shed any tears. He thought back to the times he spent with his teammates. He thought of the quarrels he had with Curtin. It only seemed like it was yesterday, and now they were all dead. They sacrificed themselves so that he could make it out alive. This weighed heavily on the young orc. Slowly, Gorgo's sorrowful expression transformed into a wrathful one. Tears of blood streamed down his face, making him appear extremely sinister. "Leave now, my friend." Curtin's last words rang in his mind over and over again, and then the image of a scar-faced human replaced everything else. "I will kill you even if it's the last thing I do." He spat through gritted teeth, animosity slowly consuming him. "Leader, everyone, I will avenge you. I swear it." Gorgo got back to his feet and deeply looked in the direction of the battlefield one last time. His eyes flashed with immense anger and hatred. "Human, for all the suffering you've caused me, I will return it to you tenfold." He then turned around and resolutely walked away. Although his back appeared lonely and desolate, his strides were filled with determination and purpose. Glastford City. A day later, the large portal at the center of the city rumbled, indicating the imminent arrival of all the magi that had entered the secret plane a year and a half ago. "Look, the portal's reacting. It's finally opening. Haha, how long has it been? It's already crossed the 1.5-year mark." At once, the city of Glastford was abuzz with clamor. Since the portal had now reacted, it meant that it wouldn't be long before the magi would be teleported out. A large number of magi from all over the Southern Federation had gathered in the city, awaiting the arrival of their people who had gone inside the Soaring River secret plane. Surprisingly enough, the rank 3 magi had also gathered here. The King of Nightingale Kingdom, Arnold Nightingale, and the head mistress of the Clover Academy, Helen Godfrey, were standing together at a hidden spot, patiently waiting for the magi of the human race to step out. Arnold glanced at the old headmistress and respectfully asked, "What do you think, Professor? How many kids will come out this time?" Professor Godfrey remained silent for a moment before answering, "I believe it will be about a quarter." Arnold stroked his beard, nodding in agreement. "I am of the same mind." At another inconspicuous location near the city square, the representative of the elf Celador was having a conversation with Elrod. "Lord Elrod, will you be going back to the Baja High Forest after this?" Elrod shook his head and spoke with a faint smile. "No, I'm going to take the kids to the Acadian Empire, meet a few friends there, and then go back home." Suddenly, he looked at the genius elf beside him and proposed, "You should come along with me. There's only so much you can do in the Southern Federation. I have been meaning to ask you this." Celador couldn't contain the excitement in his eyes. "My lord, will it be possible for you to?" Suddenly, the portal at the center of the city square produced a loud, booming sound. Following that, it glowed with a resplendent blue light. "Ah, never mind, looks like it's time," Celador stated flatly. "Haha, don't worry." Elrod patted his shoulder and spoke amicably. "We'll talk more about this later." "Yes, my lord." Celador nodded. The pair then made their way to the portal. One by one, the magi were teleported out of the portal and landed in the center of the square. The people who were already waiting outside the portal eagerly searched for their friends and family. Some found them, some didn't. 200 magi had entered the secret plane, but only less than 50 had returned. Adam, along with Edward and Danley together, stepped out of the portal. After a moment of dizziness, they were overwhelmed by the crowded square where all sorts of emotions ran rampant. Some were happy and excited to meet their loved ones. Others grieved at the loss of their people, while even more were in denial after not being able to find the ones they were looking for. "Let's search for Lisa and Adil," Edward spoke up. The other two nodded and started looking for the girls. As they stepped away from the portal and made their way through the crowd, Adam's gaze suddenly fell on someone, causing him to be filled with disbelief: Kevin Gracie. As Kevin made his way through the crowd, depression and anxiety marred his face. The youth was missing his left arm and looked extremely emaciated. "He's still alive." Adam was so shocked that he froze in place. He really hoped that Kevin wouldn't make it out of the secret plane, but here he was, in the flesh. At once, many thoughts flashed through Adam's mind. How is he still alive? How did he survive in that state for so long? No, more importantly, has he seen Val's true appearance? Valerian's identity as a dragon was something that Adam wanted to keep a secret for as long as possible. At the very least, until he was powerful enough to protect the little guy from the greedy magi of this planet. Tumultuous waves rose inside the youth's heart as he struggled to decide. The main thing hindering him from moving forward was the long-established agreement made by the forefathers of the races that inhabited the Southern Federation. That any enmity formed inside the secret plane stayed inside the secret plane. But the next moment his eyes turned cold and he resolved himself. No, he must die. I cannot risk it. Whatever happens, happens. Having already made his decision, he bolted from his spot and approached Kevin like a specter. Just when he was right behind the ladder, he raised his fist and launched a devastating blow to the head, aiming to kill him instantly. But suddenly, another figure appeared between him and Kevin. "What do you think you're doing?" A cold voice entered Adam's ears, causing him to be stunned by the sudden arrival of the owner of this voice. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks and looked at this person. His eyes widened and he blurted out, "Professor Hemingway." The middle-aged man had a head full of black hair that was graying at the temple. He sported a thin mustache and a goatee. He was looking at Adam with great anger visible on his face, displaying such bloodlust toward my apprentice. "Student Adam, you have the audacity to renege on the agreement made by our ancestors." Professor Hemingway spoke in a loud tone, making the surrounding people suddenly focus their attention on them. Kevin, who was oblivious to all, suddenly turned around and saw his mentor standing behind him. Teacher, what are you?" But his words got stuck in his throat when his gaze suddenly fell on Adam. "It's you." He shrieked in fear and stumbled on the ground. He then crawled away in terror. "Stay away from me. Help, somebody help me." Adam had really scared the living daylights out of him since their last encounter. Kevin would have nightmares about him. So now when he saw Adam suddenly appear near him, he was frightened shitless. Not expecting to see such a response from his student, Professor Hemingway turned around and looked at Kevin incredulously. The man gazed at his missing arm and then at the visible terror enveloping his face. "I see." Putting two and two together, he got the gist of what must have happened inside the secret plane. After all, he was no stranger to the enmity between Adam and his student. Hemingway turned back around and glared at Adam. "You filthy commoner, how dare you?" The man raised his hand and attacked Adam. Although it was just a slap, if it connected, the latter would be heavily injured. Not expecting this sudden turn of events, Adam was stunned. He tried to evade the incoming attack, but how could a mere organ stage magus contend with a mighty rank 2 magus? Just when Hemingway's hand was about to smack Adam's face, something very surprising happened. Bullying your juniors. Have the professors of the Clover Academy fallen so low? Adam was shocked to find a tall, silver-haired man suddenly appearing in front of him. He wore white robes that looked neat and luxurious. The youth couldn't see the man's appearance, but judging by the familiar voice and the pointed ears, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Lord Elrod." Elrod turned around and winked at Adam. He then turned back around to gaze at Hemingway, his expression cold and indifferent. "Tell me, human, why are you attacking my little friend here?" Hemingway was shocked when he realized that this elf had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his wrist. He turned furious as he tried to free his hand. "How dare you touch me? Do you know who I am?" Crack. Hemingway stood there in a daze, looking at his right wrist, which had completely been dislocated. Seeing his wrist dangling at a strange angle, it took a moment for the man to understand what had just transpired, and then the sense of pain came flooding in. "Ugh!" Hemingway grimaced in pain. He then raised his head and looked at the elf who had effortlessly broken his wrist. At once he understood, a rank 3 magus. Realizing this, he hurriedly bowed and spoke in a trembling voice, "Please forgive me impudence, my lord." "HMPH." Elrod harumphed in displeasure. "Leave. Never show your filthy face in front of me again." "Yes, yes, my lord." Hemingway bowed several times, completely disregarding the prestige that a magus like him should have, before quickly leaving the place with Kevin in tow. Elrod turned back around to look at Adam, who was standing there in a daze. He couldn't help but sigh, "Hey, you sure are a troublesome little kid." The elf looked around and realized that many people had gathered around them, and even more were coming to see just what kind of drama had just taken place. He placed his hand on Adam's shoulder. "Let's go somewhere else." Without waiting for the youth's response, the next moment, the two of them suddenly vanished, eliciting a collective yelp of surprise from the crowd around them. This event didn't go unnoticed by the other rank 3 magi who were secretly present at the city square. They all knew that Elrod was a powerful magus who hailed from the other side of the murky mountains. After all, they all wanted to have friendly connections with him. Now that they saw the rank 3 elf standing up for a mere organ stage human, they couldn't help but become interested in the latter, wondering just what kind of relation the two shared. The king of Nightingale Kingdom was the most interested. After all, the youth in question was a human. "Who is that child?" he asked while stroking his chestnut-colored beard. A shadowy figure silently appeared behind Arnold and knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, his name is Adam Constantine, a commoner hailing from Behal Town in the Cormyr Kingdom." Oh, Arnold was intrigued. "A commoner, you say, and already an organ stage magus at such a young age. Not bad." "That's not all, Your Majesty," the shadowy figure added. "My spies tell me he is an accomplished herbalist. Moreover, there are also rumors that he is Lord Burgger's apprentice." Arnold's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Very impressive." He paused for a while and then nodded as if coming to a decision. "Keep a close eye on that child. Have someone send precious ingredients to his house. Tell him it's from me." The figure was momentarily surprised before complying. "By your will, Your Majesty." Arnold looked around at all the people in the city square one last time. "All right, let us depart. There is nothing more to see." On the outskirts of Glastford City, Elrod, the elven twins, Adam, Edward, and Lisa had gathered under a large tree. Elrod was fondly rubbing his Ithacari's head. "So are you going to explain or not?" The question was not meant for the elf's familiar, but for Adam. All the kids simultaneously glanced at him. By now, they had already heard or seen what had transpired at the city square. While Danley and Adil were curious as to why Adam did what he did, Edward and Lisa knew the reason all too well. The couple's expression turned crestfallen after learning that Kevin was still alive. Adam lowered his head and stared at his feet, fidgeting with his fingers. He was unable to come up with a proper excuse. Actually, there was no excuse for what he had tried to do. He had thrown caution to the wind and decided to kill Kevin, completely disregarding the consequences of doing so. If Elrod and even Hemingway, as a matter of fact, hadn't intervened, he would have perhaps been hanged at the gallows by now. In the end, the youth decided to come clean. He raised his head and looked at Elrod. "My lord, I was too reckless. Forgive me for putting you in such a situation." "I don't care about that," Elrod interrupted. "If I let someone lay a hand on you despite me being around, do you think I'd have a face to show to Burgger?" Adam was stunned, and so were the others. It was only now that they realized how deep the camaraderie was between the elf and the gnome. I see Adam's lips curled up into a warm smile, knowing that the old man had a great friend like Elrod. He then decided to come clean. He told Elrod about the enmity that he and Kevin shared. The youth began by telling him about how Kevin had sent assassins after him in Hand City, then spoke about their scuffles in school, and finally told him about his battle in the secret plane. To say that Elrod was shocked would be a major understatement. "You faced off more than 30 magi on your own?" the elf asked incredulously. "Uh-huh," Adam nodded smugly. Elrod was silent for a moment and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're all right, kiddo." On the surface, it looked like he was greatly impressed by Adam's ability, and yes, no doubt he was. But inwardly he was thinking something else entirely. Ah, what a magnificent recruit he would make within the Brotherhood. Not only is he a genius at herbalism, but it turns out he's also a monster when it comes to combat. Thinking this, he glanced at Adam and grinned. "Kid, I hope you will be coming to the Akkadian Empire after graduating from the Clover Academy." Hearing the name of the empire that he had been yearning to go to for so long, Adam couldn't help but nod excitedly. "Of course, my lord. Besides, it's what the old man wants as well." "Good, good, very good." Elrod was very gratified. If Burgger wanted Adam to cross the murky mountains and head to the Empire, perhaps he had already decided to introduce the youth to the Brotherhood. The elf then took out a hexagonal token made out of wood from his space-type storage ring and handed it to Adam. "Here, I want you to have this." Adam curiously looked at the token that had geometrical runes carved on it. "What's this?" "This will grant you passage to the Baja High Forest." Whoa, Adam's eyes shone like the brightest of stars. "You mean this is a VIP card or something?" Elrod's lips twitched. "That's a strange way to put it, but yes. Having this token means that you're a guest of the Baja Elves." "Nice." Adam laughed foolishly, playing with the token. Elrod turned around and gave one token to Edward and another one to Lisa. "The twins have told me how much you've helped them inside the secret plane. I want you both to have this as well." Adam suddenly thought of something and walked toward Elrod. "My lord, this is my parting gift to you." The next moment, he waved his hand and a large wooden barrel appeared in front of him. Elrod sniffed the aroma wafting out of the barrel and asked with a chuckle, "Is this the famous Adam's tears?" "Hee hee, you know it." Adam then walked toward Danley and gifted him another barrel of wine. "Here's something for you to remember me by. HMPH. Danley harumphed and made a displeased face. "Who the hell wants to remember you?" "Fine, give it back. How can you be so shameless? Get lost." Danley hurriedly put away the barrel, afraid that Adam would take it away. He quite liked this wine. "I hope we'll see you soon, Adam." Adil beamed as she bid farewell to the youth. Soon the elves bid farewell to everyone and hopped onto the Ithacari. Elrod glanced at them and smiled. "The next time we meet, it will be on the other side of the murky mountains. So long." With a loud shriek, the majestic Ithacari flapped its wings and took flight. Within a few moments, it had turned into a small dot as it disappeared into the horizon. Adam looked at his teammates and smiled. "Time for us to head back home too." Yes, let's go." The trio made their way back to the city. The following day, they would depart with the rest of the surviving students of the Clover Academy. 1 month later, the traveling party consisting of the students of the Clover Academy finally arrived at the main gates of Moon City. Adam peeked his head out of the carriage window and gazed at the tall city walls. It's good to be back. He was truly happy to return home. While he and Edward were thrilled, the same couldn't be said about Lisa. Throughout the whole journey, her heart had been gripped by anxiety and nervousness. Edward clasped her hand and comforted her. "They're going to be all right. Just trust Adam." Yeah, trust me." Adam laughed out loud. However, inwardly, he was also feeling nervous. He didn't know if his plan had succeeded. He could only hope it did. Lisa could only nod with tearful eyes. The carriage entered the city, and Adam instructed the driver to drop them off at his villa. After about 20 minutes, the carriage finally arrived at his house. Adam was the first one to get down. He looked around anxiously, and when his gaze landed on Bari and 2 more people standing beside him, seemingly waiting for their arrival, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It all worked out in the end. He turned around and called out to his friend, "Lisa, come out. Someone is waiting for you." Lisa's body shuddered and her breathing turned ragged from anticipation. Could it be? She hurriedly stepped out of the carriage, and when her gaze landed on the 2 people standing beside Adam's butler, she immediately broke down. Lisa, you're back." A young boy with blonde hair and emerald eyes excitedly ran toward her and hugged her tightly. "I missed you, Lisa. I've missed you so much." Tears endlessly streamed down Lisa's face as she hugged the boy back. Little Jamie. As the siblings hugged each other, finding comfort and warmth in each other's embrace, another person ran toward them and hugged them both. "Oh, my sweet little child." The woman knelt on the ground and bawled. Lisa hugged her as well. She couldn't stop the tears from flowing. After all these years, she had finally reunited with them. "Mother, you're all right." "You're all right. I'm so glad." Adam and Edward couldn't help but smile warmly seeing the touching reunion of Lisa's family. Suddenly, a gray light flashed and Valerian appeared out of nowhere. He acrobatically landed on the ground and then ran toward Lisa, climbed her shoulders, and then gave her a warm hug as well. "Mayu." Little Val. Lisa sniffled seeing the cute little cat. "Come, I haven't forgotten you." Jamie gasped in surprise. "A kitty." Rower Valerian waved his tiny paw at the young boy, seeming saying, "I am a mighty dragon." Adam couldn't help but chuckle seeing such a scene unfold. He then saw his butler walk toward him with a smile on his face. "Long time no see, Bari." He patted the man's shoulder. "How have you been?" Bari respectfully bowed. "I have been doing quite all right, my lord." He then deeply gazed at the youth, specifically the deep scar running across his face and the look in his black eyes. "You have grown, my lord." Adam thought back to all the ordeals he had to go through in the secret plane. In the end, he nodded with a faint smile. "I guess I have." He was the first one to head inside, leaving Lisa to catch up with her family. Meanwhile, Edward stood there like an idiot, wondering how he should get acquainted with Lisa's mother and younger sibling. As for Valerian, "Brother, save me." The little guy hurriedly followed after Adam, his face full of annoyance. "This little human is after my life. Hee hee, kitty, come play with me." Jamie ran after Valerian, having found a new playmate after being bored for months. Mew. "It's been almost 5 years since I last saw you." Laura gently caressed Lisa's cheek with tearful eyes. "How have you been, my sweet child?" Mother Lisa struggled to contain her tears. "I've been well, but enough about me. When did you arrive here?" "I think it's been close to half a year now since that elven lady brought us to Moon City," Laura replied while wiping away her tears and beaming with a radiant smile. She then glanced at the blue-eyed young man sitting beside her daughter with a curious gaze. She turned back to look at Lisa and asked, "Could this perhaps be Adam that I've heard so much about?" But more importantly, Jamie would not have been able to leave the Gracie household. It would suffice to say that she was greatly indebted to Adam. Lisa shook her head with a chuckle. "No, Adam's the other boy who went upstairs just now." "Oh, you mean Scarface?" Laura asked in a hushed tone. In her mind, she always thought Adam would be a dashing young man much like Edward. Never would she have imagined him to be the other plain-looking guy with such a menacing scar on his face. Yes, yes, the Scarface, Lisa giggled. That's quite the nickname. I see Laura had an awkward expression plastered on her face. She then cast a glance at Edward and asked, then who might you be? Yes, you too. Edward, for some reason, felt so nervous that he ended up spitting out whatever he could think of. It was only after he had said it that embarrassment hit him like a ton of bricks, and he couldn't help but think of finding himself a hole to hide under. You don't have to be so tense, child. Laura was first surprised but broke into a smile after. She found Edward's actions very adorable. Please, sit down. Yes, ma'am. Edward respectfully replied and sat back down, however. His posture was still stiff. Even in front of his father, he had never felt this anxious. What's wrong with me? He screamed inwardly. No need to call me ma'am. Since you're Lisa's friend, you can just call me Auntie, okay? Yes, Auntie. Edward couldn't help but smile warmly. Mommy, Lisa, look, I finally caught him. Hee hee. Jamie suddenly came running to the living room with Valerian in his arms. The little guy had a suicidal expression on his face. When he saw Lisa and Edward, he couldn't help but reach out to them with his paws. Mew-woo. Now, little Jamie, don't treat Val like he's a cat. Lisa got up from her seat and gently picked the little guy from her brother's arms. She then sat back down on the couch, patting the young dragon's back. He's not just any cat. He's Adam's familiar, a magical cat. Whoa, Jamie's eyes shone so bright that they almost blinded everyone else in the room. He ran toward Lisa and deeply stared at Valerian, who was on her lap. Can I keep him? I love magical cats. Rower Valerian hissed at the ignorant youth. Inwardly, he was roaring. I'm a dragon, not a cat, mew. No, little Jamie. Lisa fondly ruffled her brother's hair. He's Adam's familiar and shares a special bond with him. You can't take Val just because you like him. Mayu. Valerian crossed his paws and seriously nodded. Jamie's expression turned dull, but I really like cats. Don't worry, Jamie, Edward comforted him. When you become a magus, you too can bond with a cat familiar. Really? Edward nodded with a chuckle. Jamie jumped in excitement. He then suspiciously glanced at the blue-eyed youth and thought of something funny. He covered his mouth and giggled mischievously. Are you Lisa's boyfriend? What? Both Edward and Lisa turned red from embarrassment. Looks like I'm right. Jamie's eyes turned into the shape of a crescent moon, and his lips curled up into a smug smile. Lisa got up from the couch and chased Jamie around the room. Do you think you've become old enough to tease your elder sister? How dare you? Seeing such a lively scene, Laura couldn't help but smile warmly. A drop of tear streamed down her face and she wiped it away, thinking to herself, oh, how long I've waited for this moment when all of us would be together. Suddenly, she saw Valerian jump from the couch and run toward the entrance of the living room. There, a tall young man with long raven hair tied into a ponytail and a deep scar running across his face was standing with a faint smile adorning his lips. Laura's eyes lit up and she quickly walked toward him. You must be Adam, yes. Adam looked at Lisa's mother, who was a splitting image of her. He smiled brightly. Hello, Auntie, nice to finally. Adam panicked seeing Lisa's mother bowing in front of him. He hurriedly shook his hands and anxiously said, Auntie, please, you don't have to do that. I just did what anyone should have. Adam didn't know how to respond. In the end, he could only glance at Lisa and gesture her to help him out. Lisa giggled seeing Adam like this. Rarely did she see him feeling so hopeless. In the end, she nodded and walked to her mother, who was still bowing toward his friend. Mother, it's fine, you don't have to do that. She helped her stand back up and added, look how uncomfortable you're making him. Adam glared at his Lisa. Stop making things worse. Lisa stuck her tongue out playfully and then tried to comfort her mother, who had now started crying once again. As she led her mother back to the seating area, Adam signaled Bari, who was respectfully standing behind him. Tell the maids to bring the food. As you wish, my lord. Bari respectfully bowed and returned to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Adam sat back down with the rest of the people. Only after Laura had stopped crying did he ask her with an amicable smile, so Auntie, how was your stay in Moon City? I hope you didn't have to face any issues. Although the DeClaire family had been greatly taken advantage of by the Gracie family over the years, so much so that their family's treasury had been depleted, but being a Magus family, they still had enough hidden assets to move to a new place and settle down. Laura and Jamie couldn't really live at Lisa's residence. After all, she had been frugally living in a small apartment. There wasn't enough room for everyone. Well, that's good to know. Adam nodded. He then secretly cast Mind Whisper and directly spoke to Edward in his mind. Bastard, why are you sitting there like a statue? Say something. I'm running out of things to say. Edward felt like he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He glanced at Adam and nodded ever so slightly. He then looked at Laura and sincerely said, Auntie, if you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to let me know. As they were chatting with one another, Adam thought to himself, looks like Madame Myra really came through this time. Not only did she rescue Jamie from those bastards, but she also found them a house in the city. I should visit her soon and personally thank her. Before leaving for Glastford City a year and a half back, Adam had visited this elven lady and arrangements. He was to supply her with magical potions free of cost for 1 whole year. Of course, the number of potions he supplied had to be a reasonable amount. At the time, he had heavily emphasized this point that it should not in any way hinder his studies. In return, she had to secure safe passage for Lisa's mother. Not only that, she also had to visit the Gracie family and strike a deal with them to get Jamie, who was in their custody, back to Moon City. As for the details of her negotiation with the Gracies, Adam was oblivious to it. He would have to find it out when he met Myra. The reason why he had specifically asked her to carry out this task was because she was one of the few customers of his who was a rank 2 magus, and at the same time she was also a good acquaintance of his. Now usually when two people of similar strength and stature negotiated with one another, there was always a possibility that things would go sideways. To tackle this issue, Adam had told Myra that should things come to that, she was free to use Burger's name. If a rank 2 magus like the Gracie family patriarch were to learn that Myra was carrying out the will of a renowned rank 3 magus like Burger, he was very likely to concede, and that was exactly what happened. The moment the Gracie family patriarch learned that it was Burger who was behind all this, he easily yielded, and the negotiation with Myra became extremely smooth. Adam couldn't help but involuntarily glance at little Jamie, who was offering a piece of grilled meat to Valerian. Seeing this, he broke into a smile. Screw it, at least this kid's safe. I'll just have to apologize to the old man for using his name without his permission. Suddenly he thought of something and made a mental note. I should do a thorough checkup on little Jamie. Although it's very unlikely that those Gracie bastards must have done something to the kid, it doesn't hurt to be cautious. For the rest of the afternoon, Adam and Edward had a grand meal with Lisa and her family. It was only until after sunset that everyone departed and went their separate ways. Adam got into a pair of comfortable robes and headed out of the house as well. Barry, I'll be having dinner outside. Don't wait for me. Yes, my lord. Herbsmore, Adam stood outside the entrance to the store and smiled brightly. Ah, how long has it been? I wonder how he's been doing. With great anticipation, he entered the store, and as soon as his gaze landed on the familiar figure sitting behind the counter, he couldn't help but be thrilled. He raised his hands in the air and screamed in sheer happiness, "Muhahaha. Old man, I'm back." Burger was the same as ever. He was sitting behind the counter and reading a book while smoking from his pipe. He had long since noticed the youth standing outside the store. Now, when he finally saw Adam, his tense shoulders relaxed ever so slightly. The old gnome shut the book and placed it on the table. He looked at Adam and rolled his eyes. There goes my peace and quiet. I missed you too, old man." Adam was in such a great mood that he couldn't stop smiling at all. He sat at the counter across from Burger and poured him a cup of wine gleefully. "Here, have some." Burger took the cup from the youth with a slightly surprised look. He sniffed the strong aroma wafting from it and nodded ever so slightly. "Smells nice," he thought. Then he took a sip and his eyes lit up. "Oh, not bad. Hee, I know. Adam had an extremely smug look on his face, his imaginary tail wagging intensely. It was exactly like how Valerian felt when being praised by him. As the gnome enjoyed the wine, he glanced at the deep scar running diagonally across his face with an amused look, and he couldn't help but ask about it. "So what's the story behind it?" Adam, who was about to chug his cup of wine, paused in his movements. When he tells him about his clash with Kevin, he eventually has to tell him about everything. He gathered his thoughts, thinking of the right words to say. "Yeah, about that, you see." He spoke about his battle with Kevin and his arrangements with Myra beforehand. According to his plans, Kevin should have already died by now, and he would have to eventually deal with the Gracie family. However, things seldom went according to plan in life. Kevin was alive, and he still had to deal with the Gracie family in the future. After all, he didn't think for a second that they wouldn't retaliate after he crippled their family member, an important one at that. After listening to his recount, Burger was actually quite shocked, to say the least. "You really fought more than 30 magi single-handedly. Seems like I've underestimated you." Adam was speechless, not because of what the old gnome said, but because of what he hadn't. "Old man, you're not mad I used your name without asking you. I mean, what if the Gracie family patriarch holds a grudge or something?" Burger spoke in an indifferent tone that caused a chill to crawl up Adam's spine. "Isn't he just a rank 2 magus? Why should I bother about the feelings of an ant?" Adam felt goosebumps all over his skin listening to that response. This was the first time that he felt as if the old man was actually a mighty magus, instead of a senile old geezer who always nagged at him. The gnome paused to take a sip of wine before continuing. "You should already know that the difference between each rank is enormous. So much so that even 10 rank 2s might not be enough to take down a rank 3. Adam gasped in shock. "No way, it can't be that great." Burger replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it is. The time it takes to advance through each rank increases as one climbs higher. Similarly, their strength also increases exponentially. That is why, more often than not, what magi feel about other magi of higher ranks is not respect but fear." That said, the gnome's voice turned stern. "You should have consulted me before making such a move. Since the other party is a rank 2, I do not care much, but have you thought about the possibility of him having the backing of a rank 3 magus? Adam nervously gulped, sensing the change in Burger's tone. That's right, I didn't think of that at all. Heh, cat got your tongue, the gnome scoffed. He put some fresh tobacco leaves in his pipe and started smoking. As he exhaled a cloud of smoke, he began, magic spells and magic combat techniques. Do you think that's all there is to a magus strength? Huh, Adam was puzzled. I don't get what you're saying. Of course you don't. Burger took another puff from his smoking pipe, then washed his throat with some wine before viciously criticizing the youth. You're a hairless little brat who doesn't know the way of the world. You're arrogant and egotistical, thinking everything's in your control, but you never think things through. Adam lowered his head and remained silent. He didn't dare to retort back. This was not one of those moments. He knew that the old man was very serious right now, and everything he said was, as much as he hated to admit it, correct. Burger's lips curled up into a smirk. Reputation is also a strength. The youth's black eyes flashed with understanding after pondering the old man's words. He looked at the gnome and asked, Are you talking about your reputation as a rank 3? No, could it be your reputation as a herbalist? Yes, Burger nodded in approval. In the very unlikely case that the man indeed has a rank 3 magus backing him, my reputation as a rank 3 herbalist will hold him back should the worst-case scenario come to pass. Why would it be an unlikely case, though? Adam asked with a tilt of his head. POW, do you think rank 3 magi are cabbages found in the market? Burger roared in annoyance. Stop asking stupid questions. Ugh. Adam's forehead was swollen as he gently caressed it. Sorry. In any case, it wouldn't get to that point. Burger took another sip from the cup. Adam didn't dare reply, afraid that he would get bonked again. He had really forgotten this feeling since he'd gone to the secret plane over a year and a half back. He hated to admit it, but he really missed it for some reason. The pair chatted for a long time, the wine in their cups getting refilled by the youth every few minutes. It had been so long since they last interacted with one another, so now they had a lot to talk about. However, it was mostly Adam doing the talking. He then took out an aged scroll from his earring and handed it to the gnome. What do you think of this? This was Matthia's research of illusion magic that he had acquired at the House of Cards. Although there wasn't much inscribed on it, whatever there was truly fascinating to Adam. Burger unfurled the scroll and read its contents, nodding from time to time. The next moment he handed it back to the youth. The illusion formation is also not bad. What about the other thing? Adam asked expectantly. Using spiritual power as fuel to cast spells, Burger chuckled. Well, I have also come to a similar conclusion through my research in the past. So is it possible? It is practically impossible to do that. Burger began. First of all, the amount of spiritual power a magus has is nearly not enough to cast even a single spell. That is why we use mana as the energy source. He paused for a moment before adding secondly, and most importantly, that type of energy is countless times more difficult to control than mana. Adam had a pondering expression on his face. Is that so? Yes, don't waste your time and energy on this, Burger advised. He didn't want the youth to take unnecessary detours. I see. Adam mumbled absent-mindedly. His thoughts remained a mystery. Clover Academy. A week after the Magi had returned from the secret plane, the academic year had begun once again. The less than a dozen students who had survived the gruesome ordeal had currently gathered at the auditorium. Professor Godfrey, along with a few other faculty members, were standing on the stage and were looking at the students present with approval, seemingly acknowledging their skills for having survived inside the secret plane for a year and a half. Adam, who was standing with the students, saw the faculty members' expression and inwardly sneered. 40 kids died inside, yet I don't see a tinge of regret in their eyes. I should have known these bastards only care about benefits. Before entering the secret plane, he thought that the academy was very magnanimous in securing spots for the students to enter. At the time, he couldn't help but come to admire them deeply. However, now that feeling of respect and admiration had gone down the ditch. Only a few minutes earlier, he had learned from one of the professors from the administration building that surviving students had to hand in all the magical knowledge they had acquired inside the secret plane. The academy would copy these texts and then hand the original back to them. Adam realized that this was one of the ways that the Savant Tower Academy's library expended its knowledge archives. In the world of Magi, knowledge was equivalent to strength. The youth couldn't help but smile bitterly. I was so naive to believe that the academy granted us entry to the secret plane for free. How can anything be free in this world? Suddenly, he had a moment of realization. Free things cost the most. While he was lost in thought, Professor Godfrey approached the podium and started speaking to the students gathered. Spending over a year in a foreign place where there's danger at every turn must have been tough on you all, she began with a faint smile. But you overcame all those obstacles and have come out stronger than before. Listening to the headmistress, the students felt their hearts beat with a fiery passion. All of them, including Adam, couldn't help but get emotional. After all, they had indeed gone through a lot inside the secret plane, and now that they were out, they felt a great sense of accomplishment. Professor Godfrey continued, although it is a great pity that so many of you have perished inside. Yeah, right, Adam resisted the intense urge to roll his eyes. I'm glad that you all have safely come out of the secret plane. That being said, I have gathered you all here to reward you for your actions. The headmistress could see the excitement in the students' eyes. Seeing this, she was gratified. Apart from the direct promotion that I had already promised you all, I will be exempting your tuition fees for the current academic year. Really, that's great. Hooray for our headmistress. Hooray for Clover Academy. At once, most of the students burst into excitement. To these kids, having to not pay 10 platinum coins was quite a big deal, so they couldn't help but be elated at this reward. Hee hee, you know what that means, right? Edward elbowed Adam as he spoke in a hushed tone. Adam smiled brightly. We're fifth-year students now. Only after the students had calmed down a little did the headmistress continue. Everyone, please head to the administration building where you can collect your respective curriculums for the academic year. Yes, Professor. All the students placed their right hands on their chests and respectfully bowed. After that, they civilly left the auditorium. Student Adam, Professor Godfrey called out, I would like to have a word with you. Adam, who was leaving with Edward and Lisa, suddenly paused and turned around to look at the headmistress. He pointed at himself and asked in puzzlement me. Professor Godfrey smiled amicably. I believe there is only one Adam in this room currently. Yes. Adam's lips twisted. He glanced at his friends and nodded. I'll see you guys later. After all the faculty members and the students had left the auditorium, leaving behind only Professor Godfrey and Adam, the atmosphere quickly became awkward between the two. The headmistress continued to stare at the youth with a smile, while the latter avoided eye contact completely and was slowly beginning to feel nervous for some reason. The silence was deafening. Just when Adam couldn't bear it anymore and was about to speak, Professor Godfrey spoke first. Student Kevin Gracie has withdrawn from the Clover Academy. What? Adam's eyes narrowed. He dropped out. Since he had entered the Academy's campus today, he hadn't seen Kevin at all. He had been wondering where the bastard went, but it turned out that he had already left the Academy. Yes, he did. Professor Godfrey nodded. I received a letter from the Gracie family a few days back saying that he no longer wishes to continue studying at the Academy. Why not? Adam blurted out. He had planned all sorts of things to make Kevin's life miserable in school, just like how the latter had done to him before. But now that he found out that Kevin had dropped out, he was livid. Professor Godfrey's lips curled up into a smirk. How do you expect a magus to complete the physical component of a spell with just one hand? Adam was speechless. That's right, I didn't even think about that. What good is a student in a magic academy if he can't even cast spells? You've already done enough, have you not? The headmistress suddenly asked with a knowing smile. What do you mean? Adam was shocked. However, on the surface, he still pretended to be confused. Professor Godfrey didn't entertain the youth anymore. After the stunt that the latter had pulled at Glastford City when he came out of the secret plane, she would be a fool to not know what had transpired. She walked away, her parting words serving as a reminder to Adam. The Gracie family may be willing to forgive you now because of your status, but if you overdo it, who knows what they might do. Tread carefully. Those people have a history of engaging in despicable acts. Adam gazed at the headmistress, departing back, mulling over her words. He could tell that the old woman was advising him out of good intentions. After all, she and Burgger were old friends. For a brief moment, the youth hesitated, but the next moment, his eyes turned resolute and gleamed with a cold glint. At the top of a jagged cliff, enveloped in a shadowy mist, stood an ancient castle belonging to the Gracie family. Its turrets reached for the sky, while the gargoyles perched on these towers acted as the castle's silent guardians. The castle seemed to have been kissed by the vicissitudes of time, indicating the long history of this magus family. Its walls seemed to be in disrepair, covered in ivy and moss. Despite all that, the structure stood tall and proud. Neither time nor nature could claim the castle walls, as it was reinforced with magic cast by the ancestors of the Gracie family, and further strengthened by generations of descendants. Within the depths of the castle, in a large hall made of gray stones and sparsely lit up by candle stands adorning the walls, a couple of people had gathered. They were facing a middle-aged man who was sitting on a luxurious throne situated atop an elevated platform. This man wore lavish silk robes and emanated a dignified aura. He had a head full of black hair and neatly trimmed facial hair that made him appear stern and unforgiving. However, the regret and pity flashing in his brown eyes told a different story entirely. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Gracie family, Oswald Gracie. In front of this mighty rank, two magus stood his younger brother, Morden Gracie, and his nephew, Kevin Gracie. A week ago, when Kevin returned to the castle with a missing hand, it was sufficient to say that all the members of the Gracie family were shocked beyond belief. Kevin, after all, had an agreed talent with a bright future ahead of him. Moreover, he was also someone being groomed to become the future patriarch of the Gracie family. So when he returned in such a miserable state, no one was more disheartened than Oswald. After all, he had never had any child of his own. Although Kevin was his nephew, the man treated him like his own. Oswald hadn't had a proper chat with Kevin regarding what exactly had transpired inside the secret plane. All he knew was that the person responsible for his nephew's woe was the same person behind the release of Jamie DeClaire. "How are you feeling now, Kevin?" the man asked with a gentle tone. Kevin, who had recovered considerably both physically and mentally, gazed at Oswald and spoke bitterly, "Uncle, forgive me, I have let you down." The youth bit his lower lip as tears threatened to fall from his eyes. At that moment, his father, Morden, patted his back, trying to comfort him. Seeing his nephew's pitiful appearance, Oswald couldn't help but sigh dejectedly. Now when he looked at the youth, he couldn't see any trace of arrogance and conceitedness that he saw in the past. It seems like whatever happened inside the secret plane has truly humbled him. "Will you tell me what happened, child?" Kevin nodded, wiping his tears away. He then recounted everything that happened inside the secret plane. From him gathering all the magi he had hired to take down Adam, to his battle where he ganged up on the ladder, and finally how he managed to desperately survive for a year after being crippled in the battle. As he spoke about the happenings inside the secret plane, he clenched his fists so tightly that the nails dug into his palms, causing blood to drip on the gray stoned floor. Intense fury flashed in his eyes as he recalled the brutal ordeal he had to go through, all because of one person. By the time he had finished narrating everything, his chest was intensely heaving up and down as he struggled to contain his anger. A brief period of silence ensued in the dimly lit hall. Although Oswald appeared calm and collected on the surface, he was actually very surprised to hear the details of the fight from his nephew. To be able to take down more than 24 magi all on his own, this kid, Adam, what monstrous fighting prowess. Although a third of those magi had been killed by the magic scroll that Oswald had given to Kevin, it was still a great feat to defeat all those remaining magi and even survive after being hit by the rank 2 fireball. He couldn't help but be deeply impressed by Adam. But suddenly he thought of something and asked, "This Adam, if I recall correctly, he is a commoner?" "Yes," Kevin nodded. "Yes, uncle, and what was his aptitude grade?" Immense shame flashed in Kevin's eyes as he replied with a lowered head, "B grade." Oswald's eyes narrowed and he thought to himself, a B grade talent being able to last long enough to fight over 24 magi. Impossible. He shouldn't have that much mana in his reserves to begin with. So then how did he do it? He glanced at Kevin and solemnly said, "Kevin, I want you to tell me everything you know about the boy. Don't miss any details." "Yes, uncle." Kevin was surprised to see Oswald's sudden change in demeanor. However, he still complied. After Kevin told his uncle everything he knew about Adam, the spacious hall turned silent for a few moments once again before it was broken by Kevin's father. "How dare this commoner conspire against us?" he roared, seething in anger. He looked at Oswald and screamed, "Brother, we must kill this trash for even daring to go against our family." However, Oswald remained silent. He rested his chin on his palm and closed his eyes, deep in thought as he silently made deductions. Adam, a commoner from the Cormier Kingdom, comes to study at Clover Academy. He is tested to have a B-grade aptitude. However, the rank 3 herbalist, Lord Burgger, sees immense potential and hires him as the shopkeeper. No, considering the rate of progress and the magical prowess the boy has shown, it is very likely that Lord Burgger has taken him in as his personal apprentice. Oswald's eyes revealed a tiny slit, his brown eyes flashing with understanding. Yes, this could explain why a mere commoner could display such skills. However, confusion enveloped his eyes soon after. This still doesn't explain the kid's large reserves of mana. Did the Academy make a mistake in determining his aptitude grade? No, that's very unlikely. Perhaps a result of a magical artifact given by the gnome. But are there even such artifacts out there that can increase a magus mana reserves? The more he speculated about Adam, the more he felt that the latter was being wrapped in a mysterious fog. While he was deep in thought, Morden called out to him repeatedly, "Brother, are you listening?" However, Oswald didn't reply. In the end, Morden could only helplessly stand still and wait for his elder brother to finish his speculations. Adam makes friends with Edward Turner and Lisa DeClaire. After listening to the girl's life story, he decides to help her. "I see it's beginning to make sense now." He sends that elven woman to fetch Laura DeClaire and negotiate with me about the release of Jamie DeClaire over half a year back. This could only mean one thing. Oswald's eyes turned cold as he started radiating a deep killing intent. Looks like this kid has been planning to get rid of Kevin and save Lisa's family for a long time. He figured it would be the perfect opportunity to kill Kevin inside the secret plane, with none being the wiser. Did you really think I wouldn't know even if you managed to kill my nephew in the secret plane? How naive." The next moment, he looked at Kevin and asked with great suspicion, "You said you saw a dragon?" Kevin nodded earnestly. "Uncle, I know all this sounds bizarre, but I swear it. After I used the magic scroll you gave me, Adam was heavily injured and unconscious. But you must believe me, he was saved by a dragon." Forget Oswald. Even Morden was looking at Kevin in a displeased manner. "I understand that you suffered a big loss at the hands of that commoner, but must you lie now too?" "Father, I'm speaking the truth." Kevin had an aggrieved expression on his face. He knew exactly how all this appeared. He lost to a mere commoner and was now using the excuse of a dragon to get his family to seek revenge on his behalf. Anyone would feel the same way his father and uncle did. Silence, Morden roared. He couldn't believe that his son could come up with such a ridiculous excuse. A dragon. Do you know how absurd that sounds? He heavily reprimanded his son. Dragons are creatures of legends, and you're telling me that you saw one in the secret plane. If there was a dragon residing within the secret plane, the Magi of the Southern Federation would have already known of it by now. Kevin could only lower his head and remain silent. He clenched his fists and thought to himself, damn it, why won't you believe me? I am speaking the truth. This dragon you speak of, Oswald suddenly began. Although he believed that what his nephew was saying was a blatant lie, he still decided to entertain him a little out of general curiosity. Tell me more about it. Seeing that his uncle was still interested in this topic, Kevin's eyes lit up. It was a young dragon with gray scales, no bigger than the size of a house cat. When I came to, I saw the dragon nuzzling his head against Adam as if it deeply cared for him. The moment Oswald heard the last sentence, he couldn't help but scoff. That's it. However, Kevin continued speaking nonetheless with a crazed expression on his face. The dragon then grabbed Adam and flew into the distance. It didn't look like the dragon wanted to cause him any harm. If anything, it felt like the dragon wanted to protect him. Kevin, Oswald muttered coldly, having had enough of his nephew. Speak no more of this, lest people think you've gone mad. But uncle. I said speak no more of this. Kevin's body shuddered seeing the stern look on his uncle's face. He lowered his head in fear. I apologize, I misspoke. Oswald nodded. Even Kevin's father couldn't help but be irked by his behavior. He then glanced at Oswald and asked expectantly, brother, how do we deal with that commoner? Although he found his son's lies to be despicable and shameless, totally unbefitting of his character, he still deeply cared for him. He couldn't take it lying down that Adam had crippled his son. He wanted to seek revenge. Oswald was silent. A long time later, he finally made up his mind. We will let that boy be. What? Morden was dumbstruck. After all that bastard has done. He pointed at his son's missing arm and screamed in anger, look at what he's done. Kevin is crippled for life. If this is not enough reason, have you forgotten how we had to give up that Declare boy without even getting anything in return? Morden was outraged. Since when did the Gracie family become so pathetic that anyone could walk all over us? Needless to say, it was a mere rank 1 commoner. Morden, I feel the same way, Oswald sighed. Then why don't you do something about it? Morden was at the end of his wits. Because that kid has powerful backing, Oswald began. Not only does Adam have the protection of Lord Burgger, who is a renowned herbalist in the Southern Federation, but he also seems to have a close relationship with a rank 3 elf from the Baja High Forest. Morden was stunned speechless. What? Lord Burgger and a rank 3 elf? Yes, Oswald nodded. When that female elf had come to take Jamie from us half a year ago, she had divulged Adam's relationship with Burgger. A few days back, Hemingway told me about the rank 3 Baja elf. Does that mean we have to take this lying down? Morden spoke in an extremely aggrieved tone after a long moment of silence. Endure, brother, we must endure, Oswald comforted him. The next moment he glanced at Kevin and smiled faintly. However, not everything is lost. He took out a box from his space-type storage ring and said, I spent a considerable fortune to get this item made from an artificer from the Empire. What is it? Kevin asked curiously. Come, take a look at it yourself. Oswald smiled. Kevin walked forward and received the box from his uncle. When he opened it and laid eyes on the item inside, he was shocked. With this, you don't have to worry about being a cripple anymore. Oswald patted his nephew's shoulder. Work hard, my nephew. Oswald encouraged him. The next moment, his face turned solemn. And I want you to bury this incident with Adam, do you understand? I understand. Kevin nodded after a brief moment of hesitation. Good, you may go now. Kevin respectfully bowed and bid farewell to his father and uncle. When he turned around and made his way out, his eyes suddenly flashed with sinister intent. Bury this incident. Heh. Eek, who is this ugly man? Demon. A demon has come. Look at that hideous scar. Somebody help us. The moment Adam entered Madame Myra's clothing store, he was greeted by the genuine shrieks of the elven girls working there. Adam involuntarily touched the scar on his face, thinking to himself, it can't be that bad. Right, hoo-hoo, come now, girls. A soothing, melodic voice was suddenly heard from inside the store. That is not a demon, but a dear customer. A beautiful elf with blonde, wavy hair walked out of the store. She was wearing white robes and looked extremely pleasing to the eyes. Even Adam was sent to a momentary daze, seeing her holy, angel-like appearance. The next moment, he hurriedly lowered his head and bowed respectfully, afraid that the elf might get offended by his prolonged gaze. Greetings, Madame Myra. No need to be so formal, Magus Adam. Myra smiled charmingly. Come, let us speak inside. The beautiful elf guided the youth to the seating area inside the store. After the two sat down, they were served tea and snacks by one of the elven girls working there. She continued to secretly glance at Adam from time to time, seemingly appalled by the scar on his face. Although the youth was annoyed by it, he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he just displayed a cordial smile. "You've grown," Myra spoke with a gentle tone. Myra waved her hand nonchalantly. "Fret not, it was a simple transaction. I held my end of the deal, now I hope you'll do the same." "Of course." Adam nodded. He paused for a brief moment before asking, "If you don't mind, can you tell me how the negotiations went with the Gracie family patriarch?" Myra took a sip from her teacup before explaining. "That man, I think his name was Oswald. Yes, he was very adamant about giving up the little boy without receiving anything in return. He was making ridiculous demands as well. But the moment I used Lord Burger's name, he instantly caved in. That's it." Adam was quite surprised that things turned out to be so smooth. "What else did you expect?" Myra chuckled. "No one in their right mind would try to offend a rank 3 magus. Even if Oswald thought that I was lying, he still wouldn't take that risk. Looks like the old man was right after all. More often than not, what magi feel about other magi of higher ranks is not respect, but fear. Hoo-hoo, what can I say?" Myra smiled warmly. "That child Lisa is a regular customer of mine. This is the least I should do for her." Adam then spoke to her about the deal he had made with her about supplying her magic potions for a year. After negotiating back and forth, they finally settled down on the weekly quota of potions that Adam had to make for her. "Pleasure doing business with you." Myra was very gratified with the agreement with Adam. Suddenly she thought of something and giggled. "By the way, Magus Adam, I'm curious to know why you haven't yet treated that scar on your face." Adam raised his chin at a 45-degree angle and replied with a smug expression, "A battle scar is a medal of honor." Myra rolled her eyes. "That's something mortals say to justify not being able to treat their scars. It's different for us magi." "No, it's not." Adam looked away. "I think it's pretty cool." "Hoo-hoo, all right, I will give you the contact information of one of my friends in the city who does this sort of work." "Huh?" Adam was confused. "What sort of work?" "Applying the magic principles from the School of Alteration and using it to perform facial surgery. The results are permanent, and it is quite popular amongst aristocratic women in the city," Myra replied frankly. "What?" Adam shot to his feet, shock etched all over his face. "Such a thing is also possible." Myra nodded with an amused smile. "Ahem." The youth awkwardly cleared his throat. "Give me their contact details, please." I need to consult them for research purposes. As you know, I'm a herbalist myself." Yes, Magus Adam." Myra found the youth's actions to be very adorable. "You don't have to explain yourself. I completely understand." After taking that person's contact details, Adam suddenly asked, "By the way, Madam Myra, I've been meaning to ask, do you still have those pointy hats for sale?" "Oh," Myra smiled and then asked teasingly, "I thought you didn't like them. Didn't you say such hats were only for oldies?" "Huh, really?" Adam shamelessly feigned ignorance. "I don't remember saying something like that." "Sure, whatever you say." Myra rolled her eyes yet again. She then asked with a smirk, "Why do you need them? Could it be that you've come to like them?" Adam grinned from ear to ear. "You see, every magus needs a trademark of sorts. Mine's going to be that hat. So when my enemies see a black, pointy hat, they will be reminded of me and tremble in fear." Kaya ha ha ha. Myra couldn't help but heave a helpless sigh as she pressed her temples. "Here, I thought you had grown up. You're still the same as ever. How many do you need?" Adam's face turned solemn. "Before we talk about that, I need to know something important." "What is it?" Seeing the youth's serious expression, even Myra turned solemn. Adam took a deep breath and then said with a straight face, "Will you give me a discount on the hats?" On his way back home, the youth continued to grumble endlessly. "HMPH, how can someone be so cheap? After all the potions I'm making, you're giving me such a measly discount." Although he said so, there wasn't any displeasure in his eyes. He was trying his luck anyway. He raised his hands and adjusted the black, pointy hat on his head. Hee, now that's more like it." He entered his villa in a cheerful mood, but the moment he entered, he was greeted by his butler who seemed to be on the verge of losing his sanity. My lord, you're finally here." "Bari, what happened? Is everything all right?" Adam's expression turned grim. He rarely saw his butler lose control of his emotions. "Yes, I think so, my lord," Bari hurriedly spat out. "A package has arrived today." "A package?" Adam was puzzled. "From who?" Bari nervously gulped before replying, "The Nightingale royal family." Adam was stunned. "A package from the Nightingale royal family?" "Yes, my lord," Bari nodded. "The royal family's envoy arrived earlier this morning. He wanted to give it to you personally, but since you were at the academy, he dropped it off here." "Where is it?" the youth asked as he made his way inside his villa. "I have kept it inside your study room, my lord." "Okay, good." Adam nodded. "Did they tell you the reason?" Bari shook his head. "No, they didn't, but they did mention who it was from." "Who?" The youth's eyes narrowed and he stopped in his footsteps. Bari gulped loudly and replied in an incredulous tone, "They said it was from the king." As Adam entered his study on the second floor of his villa, he saw a large chest studded with all types of gems and ornaments placed on his study table. Just this chest alone can sell for a decent amount in the market. The youth was almost drooling from his mouth. It couldn't be helped. The chest was very ostentatious, to say the least. As expected from the royal family, I guess. He sat down at his study table and first observed the extravagant chest for a moment. Before he could even open it, a gray light flashed and Valerian suddenly appeared on the table. Mew, the young dragon looked at the chest in front of him and started drooling even more intensely than Adam. Seeing this, the youth rolled his eyes. He wiped the saliva from the little guy's lips while chuckling, "Control yourself, Val." Brother. Valerian looked at him with shining eyes. "Could it be this chest is for me?" Valerian's adorable face instantly melted Adam's heart. He couldn't help but gently pat the little guy's furry head. In a manner of speaking, yes. Valerian stood on his hind legs and started clapping with his front paws. Open it, I will." The youth shook his head with a smile, but at the same time he couldn't help but begin to grow suspicious. "Why did the king send this? I've never even met the guy. If I accept this gift, will I be obliged to provide something in return?" Mew. Adam was snapped out of his thoughts by the little guy's impatient calls. All right, calm down." He then opened the grandiose-looking chest with great expectations as well as a hint of nervousness. As soon as he opened it, a medicinal aroma instantly wafted out from it and spread to all corners of the room. Mew. Whoa! The chest had 3 long, horizontal compartments and 2 small side compartments. The first 2 layers consisted of all sorts of herbal ingredients from seeds, leaves, fruits, roots, soil, and even magical beast parts. Some of these ingredients were so rare in the market that Adam had never even set eyes on them, only read about them. He couldn't find them in the Nightingale Mercantile Guild's flagship store in Moon City, and even most herb stores inside Mystic Lane. To a herbalist, nothing could make them happier than finding exotic herbal ingredients. Adam was the same. When he laid eyes on these precious resources, he couldn't help but be ecstatic. "Oh my goodness, are those lunar petals? And these are viper fern, star thistle, feather fern, sanguine vine, what's this? Shadow moss." To say that he was shocked would be a major understatement. Each of the ingredients from the first 2 compartments was not only rare but also very expensive. Adam, being the stingy young man he was, would never even think of buying such ingredients. But here they were, beautifully laid out inside an extravagant chest, all for his taking. And that was not all. The bottom-most compartment was filled with dozens of beast cores of all sizes and colors. Beast cores were an essential ingredient in creating higher-level potions. Needless to say, these potions were extremely potent. Crunch! Suddenly Adam's eyes narrowed. "Val, what do you think you're doing?" The young dragon had his mouth full of beast cores. He hadn't even finished munching on one and had already put another one inside. Valerian briefly glanced at Adam and then looked away, focusing on eating the beast cores. "Mayu, it's mine." Adam didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such expensive and rare beast cores were being used as mere snacks by a young dragon. It pained him to see such precious resources being wasted this way. But Valerian was his little brother, so he couldn't bring himself to admonish the little guy. "Little brat, leave some for me." Adam glared at him, "Or I'm going to be very angry." "Fine, don't disturb me." Veins started to throb on the side of Adam's temple. He couldn't help but clench his fist and think to himself, "Look at his attitude. This brat needs some serious spanking." Adam gently picked up Valerian and placed him aside, causing the latter to hiss at him. Mew. He then grabbed a handful of beast cores and gave it to the little guy. "Here, no more for you." Crunch! Valerian was satisfied with the number of beast cores he had been given. He happily munched away. Meanwhile, Adam looked at the small side compartments inside the chest. These 2 sections were filled with crystal vials, each of them containing different colored liquids inside them. From a single glance, Adam could identify the type of liquids inside some of these vials. These weren't potions, but something else entirely. When he recognized these liquids, he was shocked. "Don't tell me." To verify, he carefully grabbed one of the vials, uncorked it, and sniffed the liquid inside. His eyes lit up as he confirmed, "As I thought, this really is near spring water. And this is maxleaf dew, purple mamba's tears, jojoba extracts." By the time he had checked every one of the liquid inside the vials, his breathing had become heavy from sheer excitement. "With these ingredients, I'll be able to concoct a wide variety of magical potions. The countless recipes in my head have been gathering dust all this while Adam's eyes shone with a brilliant light. But with these, I'll at least be able to experiment on at least a fraction of those recipes." The youth beamed. "This is fantastic." However, the next moment, the smile on his face gradually vanished and was slowly replaced by a contemplative look. "But why would the king send me all these items so suddenly? What does he want from me?" The following day, before heading to the academy, Adam went to Burgger's store early in the morning. This was his usual routine since he worked part-time as a shopkeeper at Herbs Moor. As he poured a cup of tea that he had just brewed for the gnome, he asked what was bothering him the entire night last night. "Old man, what is it?" the gnome asked in a bored manner as he flipped through the pages of an arcane textbook. Adam placed the teacup before the gnome and replied with a serious expression, "Yesterday a package arrived." "Get to the point before I beat you," Burgger grumbled in annoyance. Adam's lips twitched. "Damn you, grumpy old man." The following moment he cleared his throat and said it was from the king. "Oh," Burger's face revealed a trace of surprise. He kept the book away and asked, "What did he send?" It contained all sorts of magical ingredients. It even had beast cores. But what surprised me the most was the vial of near springwater. Oh ho, interesting. Burger's lips curled up into a smirk. He's trying really hard to get in your good books, eh? Near springwater was a magical catalyst that increased the chances of success in potion making. Moreover, the resulting potion had the least amount of impurities, and its effects were also potent. Needless to say, it was very rare in the Southern Federation. Even if one found it, they would rarely put it for sale if they could use it for themselves. The fact that the king gifted Adam such an item spoke volumes. Trying hard to get in my good books, Adam was puzzled. He asked with a tilt of his head, "What do you mean? I'm merely an organ stage magus." Burger took a sip of tea from the cup and explained, "It's not about what you are currently, but what you will become in the future. I don't get it." Adam was still confused. "You idiot." Burger was about to smack the youth, but realized that his smoking pipe wasn't anywhere near him. Hee, looking for this. Adam chuckled smugly as he waved the gnome's pipe in his hand. "I am already one step ahead of." "POW, fool, you think I can't use my fists." Burger smacked him nevertheless. Adam was nearly brought to tears. No matter how intensely he focused with his sphere of resonance, he was never able to see Burger's attack coming. The old gnome was simply too powerful for him. Anyway, as I was saying, Burger began as he stuffed some tobacco leaves in his pipe. "The king sees great potential in you and wants to build a healthy relationship while you're still a hairless organ stage brat." "Why would he want to build a relationship with me? I don't get it. Isn't he the king of the Nightingale Kingdom and the de facto leader of the humans in the Southern Federation?" Adam paused for a brief moment before thinking of something else. What's more, he's a mighty rank 3 magus. Seeing Adam's response, Burger couldn't help but helplessly sigh. "You really are hopeless." He exhaled a cloud of smoke before continuing, "Magi your age. All you think about is magic spells and magic combat. It's as if there's nothing more to life beyond magic." Adam earnestly spoke from the depths of his heart. "Of course, there isn't. Magic is my everything." Seeing the youth's genuine expression, the gnome couldn't help but smile faintly. "It's good that you think this way, but a magus needs more than just magic to get through life." Adam remained silent and patiently waited for the gnome to continue. "In our world, forming good relationships with other magi is essential. Even dark magi from the evil faction, who are known to be lone wolves by nature, understand the importance of networking," Burger began. "One of the, if not the biggest reasons that magi form relationships with other magi is knowledge sharing." Adam was greatly surprised. "You mean they would willingly exchange arcane knowledge? Why would they do that? I thought they strongly safeguarded such things." Boy, in this world everything has a price." Burger chuckled as he took another puff from his pipe. "Everything has a price," the youth ruminated over the gnome's words. Burger continued, "There will be many instances in the future where you will require rare resources that are not so easily available. In times like these, networking with other wizards will facilitate the trading of such resources." That indeed makes sense." Adam nodded ever so slightly as he stroked his chin. "So it's all about opportunities, huh?" he suddenly asked. "Precisely." Burger nodded. "There will be countless opportunities in your journey as a magus. More often than not, networking leads to these opportunities." I see. Adam was deep in thought. He suddenly came to an understanding. "Could it be that the king wants to build a relationship with me because I'm your apprentice? That could be one of the reasons." Burger nodded. "Didn't you mention that you had an altercation with that Gracie boy in Glastford, and that Elrod came to your rescue when one of the academy professors tried to attack you?" Adam's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Burger nodded. "Elrod, a magus from the other side of the Murky Mountains, being so protective of you may as well be one of the reasons why Arnold is trying to build a good relationship with you." "Oh, I see." Adam nodded repeatedly, but the next moment he asked with a tilt of his head, "But who's Arnold?" "That's the king." Adam gasped in disbelief. "Old man, you know the king on a first-name basis." "POW, who the hell do you think I am?" Burger roared. "Do you know how prestigious a status herbalists and artificers hold in these lands?" Adam held his forehead in agony. "No need to get mad, HMPH. Burger harumphed, then took a sip of tea to calm down. "Now you understand why Arnold wants to get in your good books, eh? Not only are you a herbalist, but you also have connections with not just one, but 2 rank 3 magi." Adam laughed strangely. "Guess I'm moving up in the world, huh?" The next moment his expression turned solemn. "So what do I do now? He sent me such an expensive gift. Must I reciprocate as well? But I don't wish to spend too much money." The gnome spoke in dismay. "You really are a cheap little fellow. Keek, you know me best." Adam smiled abashedly. "Do what you want. Send him back a potion made from the ingredients you got." Burger got back to reading the book. "Now shoo, go away." "All right, see you later, old man." Adam cleaned the counter and then bid farewell after taking care of some other minor chores in the store. On his way to the academy, he deeply thought about what to send to the king. He knew he couldn't be stingy about it. It was the king of the Nightingale Kingdom after all. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he grinned. "That's right, that should be the perfect return gift, hee. On the first day of spring, as the sun rose above the towering trees and buildings within Moon City, a warm and gentle wind breezed through the bustling cobblestone streets. The birds sang in joy and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. The streets of Moon City came alive with color and sound. The markets overflowed with fresh fruits and vegetables, bringing great joy to the residents. Spring was the season of renewal. It was the season of growth. It was the season of transformation. In the heart of the South Ward, the prestigious magic institution, the Clover Academy, had bloomed in myriad colors. Its expansive campus was like a canvas on which nature had gracefully left its vibrant mark. Amidst the melodious chirping of birds and the subtle buzzing of bees, young magi could be seen walking through the beautiful campus, chatting with one another while enjoying the warmth and comfort of the spring season. Inside one of the buildings on campus, a lecture was being held for the fifth-year students. The final year academic curriculum was undoubtedly the toughest in the academy. Students were expected to focus their whole attention in class and vigorously jot down notes. This was, after all, the most important year for these young magi. But a certain scar-faced youth with long raven hair tied into a ponytail seemed to be paying zero attention in class, seemingly bored out of his mind. Who else could it be but Adam? The youth was languidly sitting on the chair, resting his chin on his hand and looking out of the window, gazing at the butterflies dancing around flowers. I wonder how that white butterfly is. I wonder if I'll be able to meet it when I go to the spirit world next. The professor was an old man with a shiny bald head and a long white beard that reached to his chest. He was wearing light blue robes and had an amicable smile on his face as he lectured the students. In simple terms, manifesting something into the real world using mana, that is the art of magic, the professor spoke with reverence. Till now, you all have been learning the basics of magic. But now, seeing as most of you have become organ stage magi and are about to step into the threshold of neural stage, you must learn the advanced theories of spellcasting. Why are the geometrical patterns crucial in a spell model? How are magic spells shaped? The old professor walked around the classroom and spoke to the students with a kind smile. You must ask yourselves these important questions. After all, this is the fundamental aspect of a magus curiosity and learning. Suddenly, the professor paused when his gaze landed on Adam. Seeing him looking outside in a daze, the professor's eyes narrowed. This kid, I think his name was Adam. I've heard a few things about him from the other professors. I knew he was a rebellious kid by nature, but to think he would actually not pay attention when such an important lesson is going on. Does this kid not worry about his future? No, this won't do. I must discipline him. Student Adam. The old professor walked toward him with the same smile adorning his face. Is there something interesting going on outside that you would ignore the teachings of this old man? Forgive me, Professor. Adam turned to look at him and spoke lazily. I got bored and my mind drifted outside. The professor's lips twitched. Bored, you say? Shall I take it that you already understand the topic of today's lecture? You were talking about the advanced theories of spell casting, yes? Adam asked. Well, in my opinion, they aren't advanced at all. They are basic theories that every magus worth their salt should know. Oh, the professor was slightly taken aback by the youth's arrogance. He decided to test him. You think these are basic theories? Then please explain to the class the principles of magic manifestation. And stand up while I'm speaking to you, he added with a frown. Apologies. Adam got to his feet and slightly bowed at the professor. The rest of the class was waiting to see what drama would unfold. They had mixed views on Adam. Some of them greatly admired him for his magical prowess and also for being one of the survivors of the secret place, while others detested him for the sole reason of his commoner status. More often than not, people didn't like seeing others doing better than them, especially when they were from a social class that was below them. However, Adam couldn't care less. He stayed silent for a moment, thinking of the right words to say. He then began, as you've already said, Professor, magic is the manifestation of something in the real world using mana. This can be categorized into 4 principles. First is integration, where the magi learn the principles of the natural phenomenon. Second is visualization, where we visualize in our minds what we've already learned. Adam paused for a moment before continuing. The third is composition. This is the construction of formulas to manifest the visual image. And finally, the youth looked at the professor with a faint smile. Materialization, where the magic comes to exist in the real world through the formula. Ho ho ho, the old professor stroked his long white beard. Initially, he wanted to find fault with the youth for ignoring the lecture and then severely reprimand him. But now he couldn't help but be impressed by Adam's answer. After all, this wasn't something that was written in the textbooks supplied by the academy to the students. This was the knowledge that was accumulated from the personal experiences of the magi who had advanced to higher ranks. Although the terms used by Adam were different, the essence was the same. That is why the professor was so surprised. It was as if the one that had answered his question wasn't a mere organ stage magus, but a greatly experienced high-ranking magus. Not bad, Student Adam, not bad at all. The professor nodded repeatedly. You may sit down. Yes, Professor. Adam nodded and took his seat. Oh, and one more thing. The professor looked at him with a serious expression. Refrain from zoning out in class and looking out the window lest other students follow in your footsteps. Adam found this old man very amusing. In the end, he nodded. Yes, I will keep that in mind. Good lad. The professor nodded in gratification and then continued the lecture. Adam's gaze suddenly landed on Lisa and Edward, who were sitting beside him. The former looked at him intently, her eyes shining with fiery competitiveness, wondering where he had come across such knowledge, while the latter was just secretly eating a sweet bun. Seeing this, Adam couldn't help but chuckle and think to himself, some things never change. Where did you learn about the 4 principles of magic manifestation? Lisa asked eagerly. Nothing of sorts was mentioned in the school's final year textbooks. The trio leisurely walked through the academy campus on their way to the next class. As soon as they had gotten out of their last class, Lisa immediately shot a bunch of questions, her curiosity getting the best of her. Foolish girl, kekek, Adam laughed smugly. He lifted his chin at a 45-degree angle and spoke passionately. Isn't it obvious? I know such things because I'm a genius. Lisa clenched her fist in a threatening manner. Stop spouting rubbish. Tell me, where did you learn it? Adam's nose seemed to be elongating by the moment. I told you already. Lisa was getting frustrated, but suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. That's right, Lord Burgger must have told you. She then flicked her hair and harumphed. I knew it. Adam didn't reply, choosing to remain silent. He simply smiled mysteriously, letting Lisa think of whatever justifications she could that would help her sleep better at night. Of course, there was no way in the world he would tell her that he knew such profound knowledge because of the memories he had absorbed. The next moment, Lisa turned to look at him and sincerely requested, "Can you teach me what you've learned?" For some reason, she had this strange feeling that Adam was more learned than all the professors at the academy. Bizarre as it seemed, she attributed this to Adam being personally taught these high-level topics by Burgger, a rank 3 magus. Adam happily obliged. Sure, I don't mind. According to him, this was very basic knowledge compared to all the things he had learned from the memories. It was fine if he divulged it to his close friends. Oh, by the way, Adam. Edward suddenly recalled something. Remember, before we entered the secret plane, you said you'd give me a present. Something very suitable for, me. I haven't forgotten, fatty. Adam chuckled. No, I know you haven't. Edward shook his head and then asked curiously, what I don't understand is, why did you say you'd give it to me after we advanced to the organ stage? Guess. Adam's lips curled up into a smirk. The reason why he had said that was because he was waiting to advance to the organ stage so that he could absorb more souls inside the mysterious space of the White Lotus. Only by strengthening his soul would he be able to absorb the next set of memories that he had been targeting. Adam could tell from a single glance that this orb of light contained a vast treasure trove of knowledge. However, to devour these memories, he had to make sure that his soul was strong enough to withstand it in the first place. Throughout his time in the secret plane, he had been regularly absorbing the souls inside the White Lotus. Also, his soul could be strong enough to devour this next set of memories, HMPH being mysterious for no reason. Lisa pouted and looked away. Adam patted her shoulder and grinned. Don't worry, I have something for you as well. Who said I wanted anything from you? Lisa rolled her eyes. However, her heart was warmed by his words. Adam was the stingiest person she knew. But ironically, he was also the most generous person she knew. I can't wait for it. Edward was very excited. He knew for a fact that anything given by Adam wouldn't be inferior to what he already had. Come over to my house tomorrow night, you both. Adam spoke with great enthusiasm. I'll give you the greatest surprise of your life. Nightfall, Adam comfortably sat on his couch in his underground laboratory at home. His eyes flashed with anticipation and his lips formed a wide grin. Finally, after so long, I'll finally be able to absorb that soul. Mwahaha. For the last couple of years, he had been slowly absorbing the soul fragments inside the mysterious space and gradually strengthening his soul. All for this day. Valerian is busy eating upstairs. I've already told Bari to not allow anyone down here. There shouldn't be anyone disturbing me now. The youth took deep breaths to calm down his excited heart. Difficult as it was, he slowly managed to compose himself. He leaned back on the couch and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself levitating over a vast water body, the Spirit Sea. He looked around and muttered to himself, what changes will my Spirit Sea go through when I finally advance to rank 2? After all, the formation of the Spirit Sea in mana channels signified that a magus had reached the threshold of rank 2. However, due to Adam having the White Lotus, he had already formed the Spirit Sea when he had advanced to rank 1 flesh stage. Forget it, that's for later, although it's not far away. Adam smirked and then flew toward the White Lotus at the center of his Spirit Sea. The majestic White Lotus was like an island in the middle of the ocean. It radiated a pristine aura that involuntarily made one bow their head in reverence. 3 verdant, round leaves brimming with vitality surrounded the lotus, making it appear all the more grandiose. Adam only cast a momentary glance at the lotus before diving straight into it. His body passed through the lotus, and the next moment, he had already arrived at the mysterious white space. Thousands of bright orbs of light, big and small, hovered in the air all around him for as far as his eyes could see. Adam looked at this familiar place and couldn't help but smile. This place could be considered his personal treasury. It didn't contain material wealth, but something far greater. The youth mused to himself, who knows? This place could very well be the greatest treasury in the world. No, perhaps even the universe. He then flew toward a particular orb of light. This one was slightly bigger than the size of his head, and multicolored lights flashed on its surface from time to time. Adam's expression slowly turned solemn. As he gazed at this solar, whatever was left of Ith could feel the spiritual power subtly emanating from it. I hope my preparations are enough. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination, and the next moment, he thrust his hands inside the orb. Adam's laboratory. The moment he thrust his hands into the orb, his body in the outside world began to convulse intensely, so much so that he fell down from the couch and continued to thrash about on the ground. Gahhhh, he roared in agony as blood slowly started to seep out from his facial orifices. He had thought he had made enough preparations over the years, but in the end, it turned out that they were not enough, not even close. Now he could only grit his teeth and endure the pain as he continued to absorb the soul fragment. Along with the increase in his own spiritual power, memories started to flood in like tidal waves, memories that belonged to an expert powerhouse of this vast universe. Although the memories were fragmented, there were still quite a lot of them. Adam couldn't help but curse himself for even trying to absorb this soul. His mind felt as if countless ants were biting into it. However, along with the intensity of pain, his soul was strengthened at a remarkable pace. Adam had to put all his attention on enduring it, so he could only see bits and pieces of the memories that were pouring in. It was of a high-ranking magus who started from the bottom and climbed his way to the top of a large organization somewhere out there in the universe. As the leader, he commanded countless powerful magi. Many planets fell under his territory, its substantial resources all belonging to the organization he led, memories of countless spells and magic combat techniques. A large number of mana extraction techniques, as well as body enhancement techniques. Memories of visiting fantastical places. Personal experiences relating to mindfulness. There were so many memories that the expert had accumulated throughout his long lifetime that although they were fragmented, it felt as if Adam's mind would explode from the overload. Just when he thought that he wouldn't be able to take it anymore, everything returned to normal as if whatever happened before was just an illusion. The pain receded just as quickly as it had arrived. Gasp! Adam's bloodshot eyes snapped open, and he took a large mouthful of air. He turned over and coughed violently, spewing large mouthfuls of blood. By now, a small puddle of blood had formed underneath him. His face had turned bloody, and so had his clothes. A few minutes later, he was finally able to gather himself. He sat back up and rested his back against the wall. Looking at the amount of blood on the ground, he grimaced. That's definitely not healthy. His chest heaved up and down as he desperately tried to calm his fast-beating heart. Trace of fear flashed past his eyes as he couldn't help but deeply stare at the amount of blood loss. Note to self, don't bite off more than you can chew. The next moment, a gourd of wine appeared in his hand. He uncorked it and started to madly drink from it. Only after he'd satisfied his thirst that he put the gourd away. His lips slowly curled up into a grin, a wide grin, a maniacal grin. This guy turned out to be such a great hotshot. He spoke in an incredulous tone. Ha, 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 ha. All that power in the world, all that wealth in the world, yet. He remembered the scene he had first seen when he had acquired the White Lotus, how effortlessly this seemingly unassuming flower had destroyed and then devoured the souls of magi such as this expert, and there were thousands of them. I believe the lotus is something far greater than I had imagined, he muttered under his breath, and Magus Stockholm. To be able to single-handedly battle thousands of magi of such level, just what kind of monster was he? In his mind, the status of the White Lotus and Magus Julian Stockholm was elevated to unprecedented levels. Adam's breathing had turned so ragged that he couldn't help but chug another mouthful of wine to calm himself down. There were simply too many things to get excited over. This soul fragment was by far the most promising one out of all the soul fragments he had absorbed since acquiring the White Lotus. A large number of spells, combat techniques, mana extraction techniques, and body enhancement techniques now permanently resided in his mind. And these were the ones of the least value. The ones that held the most worth were the experiences of the expert. This powerhouse seems to be in the upper echelons of the Magus community in the universe. I can confirm this by his memories, Adam muttered to himself. With these experiences forever ingrained in my mind, I barely have to take any detours on my path as a Magus. After composing himself, he decided to comb through the memories and properly organize them. There were so many techniques to choose from. He had to make sure that he used only the best of the best. Only through a solid foundation will I be able to progress further as a Magus, he spoke with great determination. Utilizing the best techniques that are suitable to me is crucial. The youth slowly closed his eyes and entered a tranquil state almost similar to mindfulness. Except instead of gathering mana in his body, he had now delved into the deeper parts of his mind to organize the memories of the powerhouse. An entire night passed by silently. Adam opened his eyes at dawn. Just like the sun illuminated the lands kissed by twilight, the youth's eyes shone with an otherworldly light. It took him the whole night, but he had managed to sort out most of the memories. From spells of various ranks, techniques from the internal mana system, arcane knowledge and experiences, and locations to many fantastical and hidden places. He now knew all of them like the back of his hand. Ultimately, he found himself the perfect technique to use. Early on, he had acquired the Astral Tyrant Manual, which was a body enhancement technique. As for the mana extraction technique, he had been using the one given by the Academy. But now, he had something far superior. A mana extraction technique personally practiced by the powerhouse whose memories Adam had just absorbed. This technique could be said to be one of the reasons why that magus had reached such an incredible height of power. The youth's lips slowly curled up into a faint smile as he muttered the name of this supreme technique, 5 Elemental Codex. Legend has it that in the beginning, when everything was in disorder and raw mana ran rampant, 5 fundamental elements emerged that would go on to shape the world: air, water, earth, fire, and wood. Air, a gentle yet powerful force, brought forth movement and change. It danced across space, shaping the world with its unseen hands. Water, a force soft yet firm, filled the cracks and crevices left by the element of air. Together, air and water carved rivers and oceans, shaping the very landscape. Earth emerged after, solid and steadfast, providing the very foundation for life to take root. It formed mountains, valleys, and plains. Fire brought light and warmth to the world. It streaked across the lands in a blaze of glory, igniting life in its wake. Finally came wood, the element of vitality and growth. Wood spread across the lands, covering them with jungles and forests. It connected the other elements, binding them in a harmonious balance. As the 5 elements came together, life emerged. Out of chaos came order. The 5 Elemental Codex was created based on this very principle. It allowed the user to extract mana from the surroundings in the most optimal way. This technique siphoned the mana from the 5 fundamental elements that made up this world, and allowed the user's mana to take the characteristic of the fusion of those 5 elements. It aimed for harmony, not just amongst the 5 elements but with mana itself. The more the user practiced this mana extraction technique, the purer their mana became. And that was not all. Their resonance with the 5 elements increased with each rank and they gained extreme proficiency while casting said elemental spells. I've truly struck it big time. Adam couldn't help but smile brightly. The 5 Elemental Codex and the Astral Tyrant Manual are truly like peas in a pod. No, perhaps it is more accurate to say that no matter what the 5 Elemental Codex was paired with, they would complement each other. After all, that's what the Codex is all about. Balance. Gradually, Adam's eyelids started to feel heavy and intense fatigue washed over him. He yawned loudly and muttered to himself, "I think it's about time classes start, huh?" He hesitated briefly before shutting his eyes and lying down. Forget it. Sleep is more important. That night, Edward and Lisa came over for dinner at Adam's house. As the trio sat at the dining table, waiting for food to be served, Adam handed them a scroll each. "Take a look." The youth smiled smugly. "What do you think?" From the vast number of mana extraction techniques that he had acquired after absorbing the expert's memories, Adam had handpicked 2 techniques that he found to be very suitable for his friends. One was called Stormbringer, a mana extraction technique that heavily focused on the elements of lightning, air, and water. Considering Edward's affinity, this technique seemed tailor-made for him. The other one was called Woodland Convergence, another mana extraction technique that specialized in the elements of wood, poison, and healing. Adam felt that this was very appropriate for Lisa to practice. Although these techniques weren't nearly as good as the 5 Elemental Codex, they still held great value and could be considered top-tier mana extraction techniques in the universe. As the couple read through the arcane texts on the scroll, their eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This Edward was so tongue-tied that he couldn't even think of words to say. He started to sweat profusely as he continued to read through the scroll. "This is 1,000 times, no, 1,000,000 times better than the mana extraction technique handed down in my family." The blue-eyed youth spoke incredulously. "No, not even 1,000,000 times. This technique is simply invaluable." Meanwhile, Lisa read the scroll with trembling hands, the shock in her eyes visible for all to see. She glanced at Adam and asked, "Where did you find this?" Adam, who had interlocked his fingers and was resting his chin on them, glanced at her and smiled mysteriously. "Guess." Lisa gulped loudly. "No, Adam, this is not right. Tell me, how did you get your hands on this?" The mana extraction technique that was given by the Academy, or even the one that she had gotten from her family, paled in comparison to the one she was holding. Shocked as she was, tumultuous waves rose in her heart, causing it to be gripped by cynicism. Adam astutely saw through this and thought to himself, is she afraid of the troubles practicing this technique would bring? Well, she's not entirely wrong in her judgment. These techniques are precious and would indeed make others feel covetous. Thus he lied blatantly through his teeth. I was fortunate enough to meet the overseer of the secret plane while I was inside the House of Cards. After passing a few tests, he gave me access to these techniques. The couple shot to their feet, shock etched all over their faces. What? There's been an overseer inside the secret plane all this while, and he gave these techniques to you. Unbelievable. It's true. Adam shrugged. He then cooked up a bunch of lies mixed in with some truths to appease the hearts of his two friends. Ha 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 ha. Edward burst into a loud peal of laughter. To think such secrets were hiding inside the secret plane. Amazing. Simply amazing. However, Lisa was still skeptical about Adam's explanation. She found it difficult to believe that such valuable texts could even be found inside the secret plane, and that the overseer would so easily part with them. She hesitated for a long time before pushing the scroll back to Adam. I cannot accept this. This is too valuable for someone like me. Lisa. Edward glanced at her like she had gone mad. How can you refuse this? Lisa simply shook her head, not bothering to reply to Edward. She deeply looked at Adam and asked meekly, Adam, why are you doing so much for us? Adam was silent. Lisa continued, for all that you've done for Edward, for me I'll never be able to repay it in my lifetime. And you'll never have to, Adam replied with a faint smile. He could understand where she was coming from. He knew her well. Unlike Edward, who didn't care about such things, Lisa was someone with a headstrong personality and didn't like to be indebted to others. You know, Lisa, Adam began with a reminiscent look in his eyes. For as long as I can remember, I've always been on my own. I had no friends or family growing up. He smiled bitterly as he corrected himself. Well, I did have parents, but I don't even remember their faces. Pitiful, isn't it? The couple's mood turned somber as they listened to Adam. You guys filled a void in my heart that I never knew I had. You, the old man, Val, and that person, you guys are the closest thing I have to a family. Adam poured everyone a cup of wine. He raised his cup toward them and smiled gently. This is my way of thanking you, so please won't you accept my gifts? Lisa's eyes turned red as tears slowly streamed down her face. Even Edward turned very emotional. Until now, they never knew how deeply Adam cherished them. In the end, no one spoke a word. The couple raised their cups and clanked them with Adam's. Cheers. Adam, Edward, and Lisa leisurely walked by the river Ore, chatting with one another in a jolly mood. After having dinner at Adam's place, the trio departed for Mystic Lane. It was the start of the weekend, and that could only mean one thing for these teenagers. Night had fallen and the lunar bridge had lit up with a resplendent, starry light. The most famous landmark of Moon City, no matter how many times the residents laid their eyes on it, would always take their breath away. The trio made their way to Drunken Siren, a special bar situated right beside the starry bridge. As they made their way into this establishment, they were greeted by its owner. Oh, Adam, the portly bartender was pleasantly surprised. Long time so see. He then glanced at the couple behind the youth and smiled warmly. Looks like the whole gang is here as well. Adam walked up to the bartender and shook his hand. How have you been, Choji? Same old. Choji chuckled as he shook the youth's hand. You guys entering the lane, that's right. Adam nodded and then handed 3 gold pieces to the man. Choji accepted the money and gestured to them. All right, come on in. You know the drill. Nice to see you again, Choji. We'll catch you later. Edward and Lisa greeted the bartender amicably and then walked past the bar counter toward the back door. The trio arrived at a deserted alley and then walked toward the dead end. Adam pressed a few inconspicuous bricks on the wall and then weaved a series of hand signs. Walls started to rumble and then separated from the middle, forming a secret passage to Mystic Lane. As soon as the trio walked through the passage and arrived at the other end, a familiar magical scene greeted them. A crowded cobblestone street filled with ancient, medieval buildings on both sides. These buildings appeared crooked and bizarre, seemingly about to collapse at any moment, yet they remained sturdy. The place was lit up by countless magical candles that hovered a few meters above the buildings. Beyond the candles, one could see multicolored clouds hovering lazily. This place never ceases to amaze me. Adam smiled brightly. Mayu Valerian, who had stuck his head out from the youth's robes, glanced at the candles in the air with an entranced look. As the trio made their way through the crowd, Edward asked curiously, has John already reached? I suppose Adam shrugged his shoulders. He seemed very eager to meet us. I wonder what it's about. Lisa chimed in. Oh, by the way. Edward elbowed Adam and asked with a chuckle, did you give John a mana extraction technique too? Adam simply rolled his eyes. Do you think I have a library filled with precious techniques inside my head or something? He did, but they didn't need to know. Edward squinted his eyes and then nodded. That sounds reasonable. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, why not give one of our techniques to him? Adam looked at him and smirked. Fatty, the techniques I've gifted you both are valuable enough to build an empire around it. An empire that would last for generations to come. Do you still want to share it with others? Edward was tongue-tied. He then thought of something and asked shamelessly, hee hee, then why did you give it to us, Tusk? Adam looked away. If you ask any more stupid questions, I'll beat you. Heh. Edward was about to tease the youth some more, but then Lisa pulled him back. She looked at him with a faint smile while shaking her head. Some things need not be said, because actions speak louder than words. Lisa stepped forward and asked solemnly, Adam, is it okay if we share the technique with our family members? Adam went into deep thought as he stroked his chin. After a moment of pondering, he nodded. You can share it with your direct family members. The less people know, the better. Okay, Lisa beamed. If she could share the mana extraction technique with her mother and younger brother, she wouldn't have to worry about their progress as magi. As for Edward, who had a big family with quite a lot of members in it, he decided to only share it with his parents. When he would go to the Empire next year, he would share it with his sister, Elaine, as well. Oh, and one more thing, Adam added with a solemn gaze. Don't tell your parents it was from me. Otherwise, I'll be bombarded with countless questions. You may not realize the true value of these techniques, but the same couldn't be said about your parents who are ranked 2 magi. Okay, then what do you want us to tell them? Edward was puzzled. He was not good in the lying department. How the heck should I know? Adam made an ugly face. That's up to you to decide. Say you got it from the secret plane, or a dragon came to you in your dreams and imparted the technique to you. Mayu. Valerian nodded with a smug smile. All little Val Lisa gently grabbed the little guy and started cradling him in her arms. Why are you acting so smug? Do you believe you're a dragon? How cute. Only one word echoed inside Valerian's mind. Speaking of, Edward recalled something and asked, Father was asking about you. When are you planning to meet him? Tomorrow, for sure, Adam replied. He still had to hand over the barrels of wine that he had made. Just thinking of the amount of money he would make from the transaction, the youth couldn't help but start to drool. The trio soon made their way to one of the more famous cafes in Mystic Lane known as Potion Pint. This cafe was known for serving alcohol that had minute healing properties. Guys, here, in one of the outdoor seating areas, a burly young man wearing fine silk robes excitedly waved at them. Kekek, Johnny boy. Adam laughed out loud as he approached Jonathan and gave him a tight hug. What's gotten into you? You sounded like you had something urgent to talk about. I'll tell you in a bit. Jonathan grinned. He then greeted Edward and Lisa and welcomed them to the seating area. The trio were slightly surprised to see another person sitting at the table. It was a beautiful young lady with auburn hair. She also studied at the academy, however. The trio had never interacted with her before. Guys, this is Felicia. Jonathan introduced his friends to the young lady with a bright smile. My girlfriend, hello, everyone. Felicia greeted them cheerfully. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Ha, girlfriend. Again, Adam's lips twitched. This guy changes girlfriends as frequently as I change my clothes. After the two parties had got to know each other, Edward looked at Jonathan and asked curiously, so what is it? I have some good news to share. Jonathan chuckled, barely able to hide his excitement. He made eye contact with Felicia and both nodded at each other with a warm smile. The burly youth then turned to look at his friends and grinned. Felicia and I are getting engaged. Getting engaged? What in the world? Adam was speechless and his facial expressions froze, but he quickly recovered and laughed out in joy. Ha, that's great news, Johnny. He gave his friend Jonathan a warm hug. He then approached Felicia and politely shook her hand. Congratulations, Felicia. She had heard rumors about Adam from the friends in her clique. They said he was a hooligan and that he had no manners at all, but meeting him in person was a great surprise for her. She couldn't help but think to herself, sure enough, rumors can't always be trusted. Edward and Lisa greeted the couple as well. Although this news took them by surprise, they couldn't help but feel happy for the couple, especially Joe and Tan, whom they've known for years now. As drinks and food kept being served to their table, the group thoroughly enjoyed this joyous occasion. It was definitely a cause for celebration, and celebrate they did. Gradually, the group conversation was divided in two. Lisa started chatting with Felicia about girl stuff, asking her about how their romantic relationship came to be, whereas Jonathan, Adam, and Edward started having an intense drinking competition. Adam chugged the wine from his cup with gusto. He glanced at Jonathan and asked mischievously, so you finally settled down for one, huh? Color me surprised. Kekek, shush. Jonathan smiled lecherously as he winked at Adam and whispered, that's just for now. Over time, I'm going to persuade Felicia to welcome another woman into our marriage, and then another and another. You ha. Edward laughed knowingly. Now that's the John I know. Having a harem must be a wonderful. Suddenly the words got stuck in his throat when he felt someone's malevolent gaze drill into his back. He gulped nervously and then turned around ever so slightly. He noticed that Lisa was glaring at him. He laughed awkwardly and then immediately turned back around. What I mean to say is we should all practice monogamy. Yes, that's right. Adam found this short interaction between his friends to be very amusing. He then looked at Jonathan and asked, so when do you plan to get married? Our families haven't decided on the date yet, but it should be sometime soon after we graduate, Jonathan replied with a wide grin. I see. Adam nodded. He thought of something and couldn't help but ask, "Are you really planning to settle down so early? I mean, you're still young. Don't you wish to pursue higher studies in the Empire?" Jonathan, who was gently petting Valerian, spoke with a drunken smile. "I have everything that I need here in this city. I just want to live a comfortable and luxurious life here, get married, have loads of kids, and manage the lands owned by my family." He took a large mouthful of wine and added, "What more could I possibly ask for? This is the life I had always wanted." Kahaha. Listening to his response, Adam remained silent for a while, but soon he replied with a forced smile, "That's a good life indeed." He leaned back in his chair and raised his head, gazing at the artificial clouds hovering above. Before he joined the academy, before he acquired the Lotus, he too had a similar dream to make more money than he knew what to do with, marry a beautiful woman, and settle down, enjoying a life of great wealth and status befitting a magus. But now, after all the fantastical things that he had witnessed in the memories of the experts whose souls he had absorbed, how could he settle down for a life of mediocrity? Based on his speculations, the White Lotus was a supreme treasure whose capabilities he had yet to fully decipher. Having such a wondrous item at his disposal, how could he settle for less? No, he would never. Forget the Southern Federation. Adam had already decided in his heart that he would one day leave this planet and venture into the vast expanse of the universe. He would travel to various worlds, experience multitudes of magical civilizations, and go on countless adventures. A tiny planet like Tron could never contain his grand ambitions. "What are you thinking?" Jonathan patted his shoulder, seeing that he was unusually quiet. The thought that perhaps Adam was drunk and had hence become quiet didn't even cross his mind. After all, the youth was the heaviest drinker he knew. According to him, Adam could probably outdrink an entire city. Adam snapped out of his reverie and smiled. "Nothing. Let's drink." He was only now beginning to realize that in his journey as a magus, he would eventually one day surpass his friends and perhaps even outlive them. Thinking of leaving them behind left a bad aftertaste in his mouth. "You all right?" Edward glanced at Adam, his voice laced with slight concern. He knew him well enough to know when something was bothering him, and there was hardly anything that bothered him. Adam glanced at Edward and his lips slowly bloomed into a smile. "At the very least, I can rest assured knowing that you will be able to tag along in my journey, you stupid bastard who's blessed by mana." Gah! Adam's expression then turned ugly and he roared in annoyance. "I'm so envious." His friends wondered just what happened for him to suddenly react like that. However, Adam couldn't care less. His eyes gleamed with a sharp glint, and he grabbed a gourd of wine from the table and stuffed it down Edward's mouth. "You fat pig, drink up. Grrrr, MMPH. Edward could only helplessly swallow all the wine that Adam was forcing down his throat. He couldn't help but flail his hands around, signaling to his friends for help. However, they all ignored him and waited to see the spectacle unfold with amused expressions. Seeing this, Edward was full of grievances as he thought to himself, what did I even do? Somebody please help me." Turner House, North Ward. The following day, Adam arrived at this opulent 3-story manor early in the morning to meet Victor. As he made his way to the backyard, he glanced at Ramai, the house butler, who was walking slightly behind him, and asked, "Edward still out cold?" The middle-aged man with burgundy hair and a mustache of the same color chuckled slightly. "That's right, Lord Adam. The young master seems to have had quite the rough night last night." Thinking back to the ridiculous amounts of alcohol he, Edward, and Jonathan had consumed the night prior, Adam couldn't help but agree. In the end, he was the one who had to drop his friends back home. After all, he was the only sober one. The young ladies, Lisa and Felicia, were fine since they hadn't drunk at all. "Have you informed Uncle Victor of my arrival?" the youth asked. "Of course." Ramai nodded politely. "He's already waiting for you." He then paused for a while and glanced at Valerian, who was sticking his head out from Adam's robes and looking around curiously. "Shall I tell the chef to prepare something for your familiar?" "Mayu," Valerian nodded. "Haha, yes please, some cooked meat would be nice for the little guy." Adam chuckled. Mayu. Valerian raised his head and glanced at him with a slight frown. Adam's lips twitched. "Oh, okay." He then looked at Ramai and added, "Tell them to make loads of cooked meat." "As you wish," Ramai replied with a faint chuckle, finding the interaction between Adam and Valerian very funny. The group finally arrived at the backyard. There they saw 2 black griffins, one big and the other small, lying down on the grass and enjoying the early morning sun. When Valerian laid eyes on the small griffin, he beamed. Mayu. He jumped out from within Adam's robes and then enthusiastically ran toward the griffin. It was Edward's familiar Aquila. The young griffin turned his head and saw Valerian running toward him. Seeing this, he got on his legs and became very excited. Screech! The 2 magical beasts had met after a very long time and immediately started playing with one another with great joy. Aquila's father, Arnault, deeply glanced at Valerian. He then turned his head and looked at Adam, who was standing in front of him. "Good morning, Sir Arnault." The youth pressed his right hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Arnault nuzzled his head against the youth as a show of acknowledgement and then laid back down, gazing back at Valerian. He can't see through Val's transformation, can he? Adam thought to himself as a drop of sweat trickled down his forehead. You're here, kiddo. Victor's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned around and saw a tall and muscular man sitting inside the gazebo and waving at him. Adam walked toward him with a bright smile. Long time no see, Uncle Victor. How have you been? Victor observed the youth who was approaching him and nodded with a faint smile. Looks like you've put on some muscles, eh? Good, good, that's how men should be. He then glanced at the youth's scar on his face and added, that scar looks good on you. Adam gasped in surprise as he took his seat across from Victor. I know, right? You're the second person to say so. Everyone else just tells me to get rid of it. Victor chuckled. Well, it's simply a matter of preference. He rolled his sleeves up and showed the densely packed scars on his forearms. You see this? It's a reminder of all the life and death battles that I've been through. Whoa, Adam's eyes shone like the stars. So cool. But the next moment his expression turned strange and he mumbled, but I don't like the looks people give me when I walk past them on the streets. Ha ha ha. Victor cocked his head and laughed out loud, thinking to himself, he's still a kid after all. Then you should get it treated. I know a person in the city who specializes in this sort of work. Want me to introduce you to her? Oh, are you talking about Madame Myra's friend? That's right. Victor nodded. Seems like you already know of her. Want me to book an appointment for you? Usually it takes months, but I can get you one tomorrow if you like. Victor nodded. He poured a cup of tea for himself and another one for the youth. So how was your trip to the secret plane? The two chatted for a long time over the cup of tea. Listening to the youth's adventures, Victor couldn't help but lean back in his chair and sigh. It's good to be young. Brings back memories of the time I roamed the Uriel continent without a care in the world. Why did you stop? Adam asked curiously. Because of the responsibilities on my shoulders, Victor replied with a bitter smile. Not willing to talk much about his personal life, he changed the topic. Anyway, I believe you being here means that you've finished what we agreed upon the last time we met. The youth rubbed his palms together like a shady merchant. Of course, of course. The next moment he waved his hand and 20 wooden barrels appeared around him. Seeing this, Victor was pleasantly surprised. Oh, you managed to brew so many. Not bad, kiddo. Victor then rubbed the space-type storage ring on his finger, inwardly counting the number of coins. The next moment, a large sack appeared on the table. Here, the man pushed the bag toward Adam. Your remuneration. Adam's heart started to beat wildly seeing the large sack. He gulped loudly as he opened it, and then his eyes turned wide as saucers. How much is that? That should be 5,000 platinum pieces if I'm not wrong, Victor replied nonchalantly. Adam was speechless. Although he had already calculated that he'd be getting approximately this amount, he was still filled with disbelief when he saw it in person. His lips curled up into a wide grin as he slowly wiped away the non-existent tears in his eyes. Oh, how far I've come. Victor couldn't help but break into a hearty laugh seeing the youth's flair for theatrics. He got up from his seat and asked, why don't you stay for lunch? Adam kept away the money and shook his head with an apologetic smile. Forgive me, uncle. I have to go back home and practice potion making. Very well, I won't force you then. Victor nodded, but come with me for a moment. I want you to meet someone. The bright rays of the morning sun cast a warm glow through the window, illuminating the room where a woman with long black hair and eyes as deep as the ocean stood before an easel with brush in hand. The painting slowly came alive as the brush in her hand danced gracefully across the canvas. It was a scene of a serene lake surrounded by vibrant trees. By the shores of the lake, the vague silhouettes of a family of 4 could be seen, enjoying the peace and quiet by the lake. The woman smiled dotingly as she gazed at the 4 figures on the canvas. Her mind was completely absorbed in the art, everything else turning to noise, slowly fading away. She didn't even realize when Victor and Adam had entered the room and stood by the door. When Adam's eyes landed on this woman, he was pleasantly surprised. His lips curled up into a happy smile as he thought to himself, looks like she's recovered quite all right. The youth's gaze then landed on the painting, and suddenly his eyes lit up, recalling one of the memories of the expert that he had just absorbed. Dear, there's someone here to meet you, Victor suddenly called out to the woman who was completely entranced in her art. It was none other than Edward's mother, Elia Turner. Oh, Victor. Elia placed the paintbrush down and turned around. Who's here so early in the... But the words got stuck in her throat when she saw the tall youth with raven hair standing beside her husband. Although this was the first time she had met him, she immediately realized who it was. After all, both her husband and son wouldn't stop talking about him. Adam smiled brightly. Hello, Auntie. My name Isaac. Before he could even greet her properly, Elia had already rushed in his direction and embraced him in a warm hug. To say that Elia owed Adam her life would be a major understatement. She was deemed a lost cause by countless herbalists from the Southern Federation and even the Empire who had come to cure her. Toward the end, Elia herself lost the will to live. Every day she struggled to breathe. She wanted to end it all and leave this life. But at the same time, she didn't want to leave her family behind. Her family was her everything. At her most desperate time, when she had completely lost all hope, a young boy arrived at her doorstep and did what countless famed herbalists of the Empire hadn't managed to. Adam was first greatly taken aback, but when he heard Elia call him "my sweet child," a memory buried deep inside his mind resurfaced. It was that of a woman whose face he couldn't recall calling him the same words and cradling him to sleep. Motherly love. He had forgotten what it felt like. But today he finally remembered it. Seeing the youth turn emotional, Victor realized why. He placed a hand on Adam's shoulder and comforted him. "This place will always be your home, kiddo." Adam turned to look at him and nodded as he sniffled. After the three shared a heartwarming moment, Elia separated from Adam as she wiped her tears away. She looked at the youth and squeezed his cheeks in concern. "Have you not been eating? Look how thin you look." "Thin me?" Adam's lips twitched. He replied with a chuckle, "No, I've been eating quite." However, Elia interrupted her while constantly shaking her head. "No, no, no, this won't do. Come, let's get you fed." Without even waiting for Adam's reply, she had already grabbed him by the collar and dragged him out of the room. Victor could only helplessly sigh and follow after them. Inside the spacious dining room, Adam found himself sitting at the table and struggling to breathe because he had eaten so much. He glanced at his bloated stomach and sighed. How did things come to this? When Elia had dragged him to the dining room to have lunch, she ordered the maids and servants in the manor to keep bringing food, then she kept glaring at Adam to finish everything on his plate. Under such pressure, Adam could only cave in and stuff all the food on his plate in his mouth. It was only after he had reached the extreme limits did he finally stop eating. "How was the food, child?" Elia, who was sitting across from him, asked with a warm smile. "I feel like you should still eat some more." "And no, please, no more." Adam hurriedly waved his hand, nervousness lingering in his eyes. Elia chuckled and then glanced at the chonky gray kitten lying down on the table. "What about you, little one?" New Valyrian hesitated for a long time before finally shaking his head. He'd eaten too much, way too much. Seeing this, both Victor and Elia couldn't help but laugh. They found this little cat very adorable. "Auntie," Adam suddenly called out. "Do you paint often? I see." Adam nodded with a smile. He then asked curiously, "Have you ever tried painting with mana?" "Painting with mana?" Elia was taken aback. "Is that even possible?" Victor shook his head. "I haven't heard of anyone painting with mana. Besides, it's not possible to control mana to that degree." "Why do you ask?" Elia asked curiously. Adam shook his head with a faint smile, just a passing thought, except it wasn't. There was a very fascinating technique related to painting that Adam had seen in one of the memories of that expert. However, it wasn't a technique related to attack or defense. It was a technique that gave one extraordinary control over mana. That Magus memory Adam had devoured had the most exquisite and accurate control over mana out of all the magi who had attacked Magus Julian Stockholm on that fateful day. The main reason for the Magus proficiency in controlling mana could be attributed to this painting technique. The core principle of this technique was to use mana as a paintbrush and slowly develop a better grip at controlling the energy. Adam felt that although this technique didn't directly strengthen his battling prowess, in the long run, however, it did wonders. After all, one had to know that when someone casts a spell, there would always be a certain amount of mana that would be wasted. Practicing this painting technique gave the Magus such great control over mana that barely any of it was wasted during spell casting. Although the effects were minimal, when compounded over, it made a great difference. Moreover, having an exception control over mana also came in very handy during potion making. As Adam was wondering about the intricacies of this seemingly ordinary technique, Elia suddenly called out to him. "Adam, what are your plans after graduating from the academy?" The youth snapped out of his reverie and looked at Elia excitedly. "Of course I'm going to head to the Empire." "Hoo-hoo, good, good." Elia had a smug look on her face. "How about pursuing higher magical studies at the Tower of Daybreak?" "Well, I don't know about that." Adam was unsure. Doesn't the tower take only the best of the best students? And from what Fatty's mentioned, one also needs a letter of recommendation to enter that prestigious institute. Elia frowned and her eyebrows slowly creased into a knot. "What do you mean? Are you not getting good grades at the academy?" Sensing the sudden change in atmosphere, Adam loudly gulped as a drop of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. He couldn't help but think to himself nervously, what is with this pressure? No, no, that's not what I meant." The youth hurriedly shook his hands. "All I'm saying is I'm not a top scorer in theoretical exams. Other than that, I've aced more or less everything." "Oh, that's it." Elia's expression returned to normal and she chuckled. "Well, anyway, that shouldn't be a problem." "Shouldn't be a problem?" Adam was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Hoo-hoo, looks like Eddie hasn't mentioned to you, has he?" Elia asked smugly. "My father is a professor at the Tower of Daybreak, so you won't have any problems getting admission." "What?" Adam had a dumbfounded look on his face. "Your father is a professor at the tower?" "Yes." Elia nodded with a smile. "Father was even here a few months ago. He wanted to meet you, but alas, you were inside the secret plane at the time and he had to return to the Empire." "Whoa, looks like Auntie has a solid background in the Empire, huh?" Adam thought to himself in wonder. "Anyway, you can meet him when you go to the Empire next year." Elia smiled brightly. Okay. Adam was very happy. At the very least, he had secured an avenue into one of the organizations in the Empire. The three chatted for a while before Adam decided to leave. He had already spent more than enough time on overeating. He still had to go back home and do some experiments. As the Turner couple walked Adam out of the house, Elia glanced at him deeply and stated, "I don't care, but you must visit this house every weekend for a meal. I won't take no for an answer. I will." Adam's heart was warmed hearing such words from her. "All right then, I will see you guys later." The youth bid them farewell and left the manor in a cheerful mood. The Turner couple gazed at his departing back with a doting smile. "He's a good kid," Elia said with gratification. She was happy that her son was in the company of someone like Adam. Victor nodded ever so slightly. "That he is." Nightfall, Adam has a solemn expression on his face as he carefully carved a runic formation on the ground. He was currently in his underground laboratory. The ingredients he used to carve the formation were all materials that were not of the material world. After all, he was currently drawing a formation to open a direct portal to the spirit world. After a long time, the youth finally stood back up and dusted his hands, finally complete. He walked around the formation, scrutinizing it and making sure everything was all right. He had already dropped off Valerian at Edward's house. The little guy would be busy playing with Aquila there. Had he known that Adam was going to visit the spirit world again, he would have constantly nagged him to take him along. However, Adam deemed it very risky to take Valerian along with him. He still couldn't understand what the young dragon's obsession with the spirit world was. In the end, he simply decided to secretly go to the spirit world without telling anything to Valerian. Besides, Adam wasn't sure how long this trip would take. After all, time worked strangely in that bizarre dimension. Upon making sure everything was perfect, Adam walked to the center of the formation and lay down on his back. Then he weaved a series of hand signs, following which his soul body emerged out of his physical body. "As I thought, my soul body has increased in size yet again." The youth mused to himself. His soul body now reached a height of a whopping 10 meters. Suddenly, he thought of something and wondered, "Wait, how am I able to speak in this state? It's so strange that I'm capable of producing sound." He didn't have much time to ponder on it as the space above him tore open and a portal was formed. Adam raised his head and glanced at the spirit world through the portal, his lips curling up into a wide grin. "I wonder if I'll be able to meet that little butterfly this time," he muttered under his breath, his eyes flashing with excitement. Only one way to find out. The next moment, he jumped and flew inside the portal. Adam found himself floating in a sea of asteroids, slowly drifting away in the multicolored void of the spirit world. As he looked around, he couldn't help but mutter in wonder, "It's a new experience every time I come here." He flew through the sea of asteroids and found that they all differed in size. Some were smaller than his soul body, while others were bigger than the size of Moon City. Suddenly, he turned his head in a certain direction and gazed at one of the asteroids in the distance. This one was huge, perhaps bigger than Moon City itself. However, that wasn't what caught his attention. On the surface of this asteroid, he could vaguely see two figures fighting each other. It was the sound of their fighting that caught his eye. He paused in his flight as he thought to himself, "From the intense level of mana signature coming from that asteroid, I can tell that the ones fighting are very strong, definitely stronger than your average rank 1. The youth hesitated for a while, debating whether to go to that place or just aimlessly wander through this sea of asteroids. In the end, he resolved himself and decided to just go there and see what was happening. Worst case scenario, if his life was in danger, he could just teleport back to the material world. This was one of the advantages of spirit world traversal. While coming to this dimension, he would have to carve a runic formation, open a portal, and then enter. However, while returning, all he had to do was weave a few hand gestures, and he would be instantaneously teleported out to the material world where his physical body lay atop the runic formation. In the future, when Adam attained great mastery in this technique, he would be able to teleport in and out of the spirit world with his physical body. Moreover, he wouldn't even need to carve any formations. Having made up his mind, Adam flew toward the large asteroid where the fight was taking place. Surprisingly, it took him close to an hour to reach that place. When he arrived, he was stunned to find out that the asteroid was incredibly larger than he had initially thought. But there was one more thing that shocked him even more. As his feet touched the ground, he was once again surprised to learn that there was a slight pull of gravity tugging at him. He paused to observe his surroundings, his eyes flashing with excitement and curiosity. Gravity was a very rare branch of magic. If it wasn't for Mad Eye's research that he had obtained in the Soaring River secret plane, who knows how difficult it would have been for Adam to embark on this path. He crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil in his palm. Then he slowly unclenched his hand and let gravity do the rest of the work. Seeing the soil fall back to the ground, he went into deep thought. Could this asteroid be the natural source of gravity? Or is this the result of some runic formation? Is the gravity here uniform, or does it fluctuate from place to place? Suddenly, he recalled something he had read in Mathia's research. Mass. But what exactly is the relationship between gravity and mass? This unassuming asteroid that was floating through the bizarre void of the spirit world had suddenly become a source of endless fascination for the youth. Boom! However, the next moment, his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a resounding explosion occurred in the distance. Adam raised his head and glanced in the direction of the sound. There, he saw two strange behemoths fighting with each other. The youth gulped nervously, but in the end decided to check it out. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. A phrase he repeated in his mind whenever he was attempting to do something stupid. He stealthily made his way toward the battlefield, hiding between the large cracks and crevices on the way. As he made his way forward, his footsteps gradually slowed down, and the expression on his face turned from curiosity to disbelief. Hiding inside a ridge, the youth glanced at the bizarre situation unfolding in front of him. He couldn't help but mutter in absolute shock. What in the world is this? In front of him, a colossal crab was standing proudly, its shell coated with a layer of bright, orange flames as he brandished its massive pincers that gleamed with a sharp light. And its opponent. Gargantuan blue spider, its legs as thick as tree trunks and eyes gleaming with sinister intelligence. The two large spirit creatures faced off against each other, casting their spells as bright magic circles lit up around them. Two fiery red magic circles appeared in front of the crab's pincers, whereas two icy cold magic circles appeared before the spider's spinnerets. Adam watched this scene unfold with a flabbergasted expression. He had never seen a battle of this scale before in his life. He couldn't believe that a random trip to the spirit world would bring him such a surprise. As the two spirit world creatures prepared to cast their spells at each other, Adam involuntarily gulped in apprehension and thought to himself, "No way, I need to get out of here. This is not the place for a small fry like me." Without any hesitation, he raised his hands and prepared to weave signs to teleport back into the material world. But suddenly his gaze fell on the ground right underneath the two titanic creatures, causing his hand movements to gradually stop. A strange type of flower was growing there, and there were dozens of them. Realization suddenly dawned on Adam as he wondered. Those flowers seemed to be completely unharmed despite the havoc these guys are wreaking. Are they perhaps fighting over these flowers? Just what type of flowers could they possibly be? He squinted his eyes and tried to get a good look at the strange flowers. Its petals were translucent like the finest silk, shimmering with a purple glow. Moreover, the petals had strange patterns on them that resembled something like the mixture of an eye and a heart. When Adam's gaze fell on this peculiar pattern, his eyes widened in absolute shock and his breathing became ragged. It can't be. To think that I would find it here. The next moment, his eyes flashed with immense greed as he clenched his fists and resolved himself. I have to at least give it a shot. I can't waste this precious opportunity. The crab, with its massive shell blazing in flames, ran across the rocky terrain, leaving a trail of scorched earth in its wake. The spider, on the other hand, moved with a grace that betrayed its colossal size, leaving a trail of frost. As the two behemoths clashed against each other, it caused the very asteroid to tremble violently. The air around them cackled with mana, its energy waves so intense that it caused the surroundings to either incinerate or freeze. Surprisingly enough, the purple flowers blooming underneath them weren't damaged in the least. This could only mean one thing: their control over mana was simply extraordinary. The magic circles in front of the crab's pincers lit up with a fiery light, and the next moment, a torrent of searing flames was unleashed, aiming to drown the spider completely. However, the spider was not so easy to deal with. At the same time that the crab unleashed its flames, the magic circles in front of the spider's spinnerets glowed with an eerie blue light, following which a barrier of frost was erected. The two elements clashed against each other, resulting in a magnificent dance of fire and ice. Adam was mesmerized when he witnessed this magical scene. The ease and fluidity with which these spirit creatures cast their spells was truly a sight to behold. Just by watching them battle, the youth was able to learn a lot. As the torrent of fire slowly melted the frost barrier, another magic circle lit up behind the spider. Out of this magic circle, countless ice spears materialized and flew toward the crab at an incomprehensible speed. But how could the flaming crab be so easily defeated? The fire covering the crab's shell lit up with such intensity that it turned blue. Before the ice spears could even touch the crab's shell, they were already incinerated by the flames. As the battle raged on, each of the creatures unleashed the full extent of their elemental powers. Fire and ice clashed over and over again, and the two sides gradually reached a stalemate. Adam suddenly snapped out of his daze when he saw the two creatures slowly moving further and further away from the purple flowers. Seeing this, his eyes lit up. It's now or never. He screamed inwardly and moved out of the crevice he was hiding in. He then hurriedly ran toward the field of flowers, but suddenly, his eyes widened yet again when a large magic circle appeared before the spider. However, this time, the energy that slowly started to manifest out of this magic circle wasn't made of mana but something else entirely. Spiritual power. Adam involuntarily blurted out in shock. The mass of energy glowed with an ethereal white light and transformed into a dozen large, pointy shards that shot toward the crab. Realizing the type of attack it was, the crab also expended its spiritual power and erected a dome of energy surrounding him. Boom! The pointy shards collided against the dome, each getting destroyed into tiny pieces and then finally dissipating into tiny motes of energy. Tumultuous waves were rising inside Adam's heart as he thought to himself in disbelief. They're casting spells using spiritual power and not mana. How can that even be possible? He knew for a fact that it was practically impossible for a magus to use spiritual power as fuel to cast spells. However, the spirit creatures in front of him were doing it so effortlessly. Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Wait, could it be because they are spirit world creatures that they can use spiritual power to cast spells? They would make sense since their physiology is fundamentally different from any species in the material world. Boom. He was jolted out of his thoughts when the spirit creatures crashed with each other once again. No time to waste. Adam's gaze turned solemn as he once again started dashing toward the flowers. There were dozens of these purple-colored flowers on the ground, the bigger ones being at the center. But Adam didn't need the big ones. He doubted if he would even be able to withstand the potency of those big flowers. He only needed the small ones growing at the periphery. If he could obtain just one, then this trip to the spirit world would have been extremely worthwhile. He didn't even think of trying to acquire the big ones at the center. Yes, he was greedy, but he wasn't that greedy. Just when he was a few meters away from one of the flowers, the gigantic crab and spider sensed his presence. Screech. They were enraged that a puny creature had the audacity to even think of taking something that they had been fighting over. As if coming to an unopposed understanding, the spirit creatures stopped fighting with each other and jointly faced Adam. The next moment, two large magic circlets, red and the other blue, lit up in front of them. And then a deluge of flame and frost gushed out of the magic circles and threatened to drown Adam. Seeing the joint attacks of the spirit creatures, the youth was scared shitless. However, this wasn't the time to hesitate. Danger and opportunity have always coexisted since time immemorial. Just as something fortuitous could turn into something life-threatening, a crisis could also turn into an opportunity. Adam's eyes gleamed with great determination as he ran toward the purple flower closest to him. At the same time, he had already started weaving hand signs. He planned to grab the flower and immediately leave this place. Just as he was a moment away from completing the physical component of the spell that would teleport him out to the material world, he leaped toward the flower and viciously bit its stalk, yanking it out of the ground with his mouth. The flower had been acquired, and the physical component of the spell had been completed. However, it was already too late. By that time, the tidal wave of fire and ice had already arrived in front of him before drowning him entirely. A few moments later, when the effects from the elemental spells subsided, the youth had vanished. The crab and the spider only thought that the puny creature was annihilated by their combined attacks. The next moment, they glanced at each other and restarted their battle with even more ferocity. In the material world, Adam's eyes snapped open. His dark, abyss-like pupils were filled with fear and panic, thinking back to what had just transpired. The next moment, his eyes rolled back as inhumane pain assaulted his mind. Gah. Blood streamed out of his eyes, nose, and ears as he writhed on the ground in excruciating agony. His mind felt like it was being bombarded by fire and ice. The dual sensation of opposing forces was too much for him to bear. Although he had managed to successfully teleport out of the spirit world, toward the end he was still struck by the attacks of those gigantic creatures. Since he had received the attacks in his soul body form, his mind upon returning to the material world was in absolute chaos. His spirit sea, which had been calm and peaceful ever since its inception, was suddenly invaded by flames and frost. Just as the twin elemental attacks threatened to decimate his mind, in the depths of his spirit sea, something astonishing happened. The White Lotus had awoken. The moment the elemental forces of fire and ice had invaded Adam's spirit sea, the White Lotus that had been resting at the center of this ethereal space had come alive. Its white petals suddenly pulsated with a holy light as it slowly started to rotate. Its 3 round, verdant leaves pulsed with vitality, sensing the incoming danger. A mere elemental spell had dared to smear the majesty of the White Lotus. How could it allow that? At once, the White Lotus glowed with an otherworldly brilliance that completely drowned Adam's spirit sea. The fire and ice elemental spells were instantly vanquished in the presence of this light. Once the intruders were swiftly taken care of, the ethereal light receded and everything returned to normal. The magnificent White Lotus had once again returned to quietude. In the outside world, Adam slowly opened his bloodshot eyes after going through that hellish ordeal. He had never gone through such unimaginable pain before. After all, this time it had been his soul body that had been directly assaulted. He really thought he would die this time, but at his most desperate moment, the White Lotus had saved him. Although his mind was in chaos, he could still barely sense what the lotus had done. To say that he was shocked would be a major understatement. Until now, he had thought that the primary ability of the lotus was that it could devour souls and help him absorb them, in turn strengthening his own. However, now he learned that the lotus could also protect his soul from external attacks. As the intense pain in his mind slowly receded, Adam lay on the ground silently, trying to come to terms with this newfound information. In the end, he heaved a sigh as he muttered with a bitter expression, "I'm really reckless." The next moment, however, he gazed at the purple flower lying beside him. Seeing it, his lips curled up into a faint smile. But it all worked out in the end. He slowly sat up and then gazed at the hourglass on the table beside him. His lips twitched when he saw the grains of sand slowly falling to the bottom compartment. I see, so only a few minutes passed in the material world, huh? He had spent a few hours in the spirit world, however. Only a few minutes had passed here. Although he found this incredulous, at the same time he felt that it made sense. After all, time worked differently in that mystical dimension. It is what it is. I'm not going to try and make sense out of it. He slowly got back to his feet after he grabbed the purple flower on the ground. Seeing the strange pattern that resembled the mixture of an eye and a heart on the petals of the flower, the youth couldn't help but get excited. To think that I would find the soma lavender. Ah, I must be blessed by fortune. But the next moment, his face contorted as he recalled the dangers he had to go through and the amount of inhumane torture he had to bear. He couldn't help but scream in anger. He raised his hand and was prepared to violently smash the soma lavender on the ground, but at the last moment he stopped. A drop of sweat trickled down his forehead as he whispered, "No, this is too precious to be thrown like that." He then walked toward the shelf where myriad magical ingredients were stored and carefully put away the purple flower in a special container. Blessed by fortune, my ass. It was all because of my hard work and guts, HMPH. As he looked at the flower inside the container, he couldn't help but grin widely. If I use this as the main ingredient and use the magical catalyst that is the near spring water, the resulting potion will greatly help me. Without even bothering to wipe away the blood on his face, he sat down at his study table and began to scribble down notes, trying to create a brand new recipe for the potion he was about to brew. There was no room for trial and error because the main ingredient soma lavender was scarce, so he had to utilize all the herbalism knowledge he had and make countless simulations in his mind. Failure was not an option. It never was. A week later, as the professor was giving his lecture, Adam found himself dozing off. He had been pulling all-nighters ever since he had returned from the spirit world. The reason was that the recipe for the potion had still not been perfected. However, he had made some progress. He would work tirelessly all through the night and sleep during the day in class, much to the protest and dismay of his professors. However, today's class was a little special, so Adam was trying his best to not fall asleep. After all, the professor was giving a lecture about the realm of neural stage. The professor, a middle-aged woman wearing yellow robes and round, crystal glasses donning her face, stood behind the desk and glanced at the students with a stoic face. "Where do you think force comes from?" she asked flatly. Before anyone could even get a chance to answer, she had already done it herself. "Muscles." She paused before continuing, "But do you think force will increase if you just strengthen the size or the density of the muscles?" Once again, she answered her own question, leaving the students with dumbfounded expressions. "No, it will not. Are you familiar with the nervous system?" she asked. "Well, muscles and organs also have nerves," she answered. "The limit of force that can be exerted is determined by the development of the nerves. The reason why strength doesn't always depend on one's physique is because of the difference in the muscle nerves." She paused once again, making sure that everyone was paying attention to her, even the raven-haired boy in the back who had the darkest eye circles she had ever seen on anyone. "Good," she nodded. "I'm glad he understands the importance of this lecture at least. That is why, my students, the stage that comes directly after the organ stage is the neural stage. When the mana completely nourishes all the organs in your body and touches upon the nervous system, that signifies your advancement to the neural stage." The professor's stoic expression suddenly changed and her lips curled up into a faint smirk. "Preoccupied with a single leaf and you'll miss the tree. Preoccupied with a single tree and you'll miss the forest. A magus must learn to see everything in its entirety. And once you become a neural stage magus, that's when you will learn to truly see." In the underground laboratory, lit by the soft glow of the crystal chandelier, Adam stood in front of a large, bronze cauldron with a solemn expression on his face. Beside him, on the table, were kept rare herbs and other magical ingredients that he had handpicked for his new recipe after countless mental simulations. The youth glanced at the purple flower placed atop a cotton cloth on the table, his fists clenching tightly. "This better succeed, or else I'm really going to lose it." Adam took a deep breath and finally began. He grabbed a handful of powdered monocrystals and carefully measured it before putting it into a clay mortar. Next, he ground the monocrystals into fine silver dust and emptied it into the cauldron, which already had a mystical blue liquid inside. As soon as the monocrystal dust came in contact with the blue liquid, something magical occurred. The blue liquid inside the cauldron rapidly changed color, turning dark. Within a few moments, the liquid turned into the color of the night. Moreover, the monocrystal dust inside started to resemble the stars. Without wasting another moment, the youth grabbed one crystal vial after another from the table, each containing strange, mystical liquids inside, and poured them into the cauldron. After he had emptied about a dozen vials inside the cauldron, the liquid inside seemed to have come alive. It was swirling like a miniature galaxy. So far, so good. Adam wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and nodded to himself. Next, he grabbed the main ingredient for his potion, the soma lavender, and carefully separated its petals from the stem. Then, he dropped the petals inside the cauldron in a mysterious sequence. As the petals came in contact with the liquid, they glowed with ethereal light and slowly transformed into purple mist. To an onlooker, the liquid inside the cauldron would seem as if a purple cloud was lazily drifting through the star-filled void. Adam then weaved a series of hand signs, resulting in the activation of a certain mechanism of the runic formation carved directly underneath the cauldron. The next moment, the cauldron was engulfed in bright flames, causing the liquid inside to heat up rapidly. This was a method of removing impurities from the potion. However, this technique could only get him so far. After all, no matter how hard one tried, there would always be a considerable amount of impurities in any given potion. Now, the final ingredient. Adam's lips curled up into a grin as he glanced at a sparkling blue liquid inside a crystal vial beside him. Near spring water, the youth uncorked the vial and emptied its contents into the cauldron. The moment the near spring water came in contact with the liquid, the cauldron started to tremble ever so slightly. An intense reaction took place inside, causing Adam's breathing to turn ragged. After waiting for close to a minute, the strong reaction finally receded. A large quantity of black mist slowly rose from the depths of the cauldron, escaping the liquid and finally evaporating into thin air. What was left inside the cauldron was a bright silver liquid with a mystical purple hue and countless specks of white dots in it. A brand new potion with the least amount of impurities had been created. Ha 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 ha. Adam burst into laughter, a grand feeling of accomplishment washing over him. I did it, I finally did it, ha 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 ha. After reveling in the joy of victory, the youth gradually calmed down. He cast Mega's hand and poured the potion inside the cauldron into a large ceramic bowl. As he gazed at the silvery purple liquid that seemed to contain the very stars themselves, he couldn't help but grin widely. Ehehe, I really am a genius. Now what should I name it? He stroked his chin, but the next moment he waved his hand. Silver star, silver purple starry sky. My got it. I'll name this potion Purple Twilight. Soon his face turned solemn as he thought about the amount of pain he would have to endure after he had consumed this potion. There was no turning back now. After all, the potion's shelf life was only 30 minutes. No pain, no gain. Adam clenched his fists and motivated himself. He grabbed the ceramic bowl containing Purple Twilight and walked toward the other end of the laboratory, where a large wooden barrel containing a chilly liquid had been prepared by him beforehand. The liquid inside the barrel was so cold that the temperature around it had dropped significantly. The liquid had gone past the freezing point, but surprisingly enough, it hadn't turned to ice. This was a special liquid that Adam had created that would help counter the effects that Purple Twilight would have on his body. Adam gulped nervously as he gazed at the liquid inside the barrel, but the next moment he resolved himself. He took off his robes and inner garments and entered the barrel without hesitation. Ha ha ha. As the cold liquid came in contact with his skin, he couldn't help but rapidly and deeply take large mouthfuls of air. During this process, he nearly dropped the ceramic bowl containing the potion from his hand. With each passing second, a layer of frost was slowly beginning to form on his skin. His body shivered intensely and his breathing became labored. The next moment, however, his eyes flashed with determination as he downed the silvery purple potion in one go. The moment the potion entered his system, it didn't take long for the layer of frost on his skin to melt. Then his skin turned to a light shade of red and steam started to rise. As the potion circulated throughout his body, Adam felt as if every fiber of his being was being burned in flames. As if reacting to the heat emitting from his body, the icy liquid inside the wooden barrel dropped in temperature and started to enter his body through his pores. Arug, the youth cocked his head and roared in pain. As two opposing forces raged a battle inside his body, Adam felt flames engulfing him. At the same time, he felt the chilling cold creeping in and taking a hold of him. Gradually, the fire and ice properties merged within him, and a magical transformation started to take place. The advancement to the next stage had begun. The fifth stage of Mana Foundation, the neural stage, was the first major hurdle that a person faced on their journey as a magus. All the stages before this could be considered to be relatively easier. Mana first nourished the person's skin, then their flesh, their bones, and finally their organs. All the organs were thoroughly washed by mana except one, the brain. In the neural stage, mana had to seep in through the organs and then strengthen the nervous system. This was a very crucial stage because the brain also needed to be elevated by mana. This was a highly delicate process, and any small mistake could lead to devastating consequences. The potion that Adam had brewed, purple twilight, and the frosty liquid that he had prepared combined the attributes of fire and ice and permeated every inch of his skin, creating pathways and allowing the mana to flow through smoothly. The inspiration behind combining contradictory forces and utilizing them was something that he had gained from watching the two colossal creaturess crab and the spider fighting each other in the spirit world. Although the youth was going through immense pain as the potion circulated inside his body, he was still able to keep his composure. After all, he had gone through something far worse only less than a month ago. This much pain was nothing. When Adam felt that the timing was right and that more than enough pathways had been created inside the body, he revolved the 5 elemental codex. A barely visible vortex of energy swirled around the youth as mana from the 5 fundamental elements was slowly drawn inside his body. The mana, which was the fusion of 5 elements, entered this body and thoroughly revitalized his skin, flesh, bones, and finally organs. The mana was then drawn to the pathways of the nervous system like a river, naturally finding its course. At this point, Adam had stopped trying to proactively guide the mana. Instead, he simply let it flow. This was something he had learned while advancing to the organ stage back inside the secret plane. The frown on his face slowly relaxed as Adam found himself attuned to the rhythm of mana. Mana naturally flowed to the network of nerves that extended throughout his body. As it moved along these pathways, it interacted with the nerve cells and nourished them with newfound vitality. At each nerve junction, the mana acted as the catalyst, enhancing the transmission of signals between each nerve cell. It strengthened the connections between neurons, allowing Adam's thoughts to become sharper and his reactions quicker. Slowly, as time passed by, the mana reached the brain, gently penetrating the blood-brain barrier and bathing the central nervous system, resulting in increased cognitive function and mental acuity. As soon as the mana reached his brain, Adam felt a profound sense of clarity wash over him. It was as if a fog had been cleared from his mind. This signified his advancement to the neural stage. When he opened his eyes, the world around him had changed. The colors were more vibrant, the sounds more clear, and everything seemed to sparkle with brilliance. His lips slowly curled up into a smile and he softly muttered, "So this is what it means to truly see." Adam got out of the barrel and looked at everything around him through a renewed lens. It's like having nerves outside my body, like a sixth sense of sorts. If I use this sense, I'll be able to analyze my surroundings more clearly. The youth paused for a moment, suddenly thinking of something. It's like an inferior version of my sphere of resonance. Adam closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Similar to the network of nerves, another brand new network had formed. However, it was still in the nascent stage. Mana channels. Over time, as Adam continued to practice mindfulness and extracted the mana from his surroundings, the mana channels in his body would gradually stabilize and be firmly established. Through these channels, mana would be able to flow more smoothly. Moreover, his mana replenishment speed would also drastically increase. Come to think of it, I can already be considered to have progressed halfway through the neural stage, Adam muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with excitement and satisfaction. In order to advance to rank 2, a neural stage magus had to fulfill 2 conditions. However, Adam had already fulfilled one of the conditions when he was a mere flesh stage, magus, the formation of the spirit sea. This meant that Adam only needed half the time that a regular neural stage magus needed to advance to rank 2. All he needed to do was consolidate his mana channels and slowly condense mana at the center of his body. Once again, Adam was reminded of how drastically his life had changed after acquiring the White Lotus. Not only had it saved his life on certain occasions, but it had also greatly aided him in advancing through the ranks. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes once again and shifted his consciousness to his spirit sea. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself floating atop a large body of water. He looked around and was pleasantly surprised. It feels like my spirit sea has increased in size, but I haven't even absorbed it, that's right. Suddenly, he recalled something that he had read in some arcane texts. The water inside one's spirit sea is a representation of the Magus' spiritual power. With each advancement after the neural stage, the spirit sea increases in size, indicating the increase in one's spiritual power. Till now, Adam was able to increase his spiritual power only because he absorbed the soul fragments inside the White Lotus. However, for the first time today, his spiritual power had increased naturally. I wonder how much my spirit sea will have increased when I advance to rank 2, the youth mused to himself. He then flew toward the center of this ethereal space where the White Lotus was located. The lotus was like an enormous island laying dormant in his spirit sea. Although in the real world, its size was only equivalent to a regular lotus, inside Adam's spirit sea it was countless times bigger. As if responding to his conviction, the white lotus pulsed ever so slightly, causing a smile to bloom on the youth's face. The next moment he vanished and arrived inside the mysterious white space where thousands of soul fragments were floating around leisurely. With each advancement, the youth's capacity to absorb souls also increased. This time was no different. Seeing the tiny orbs of light hovering before him, Adam licked his lips. Time to feast. What did you just say? You already advanced to neural stage. Edward and Lisa wore dumbfounded expressions as they glanced at Adam, who was walking ahead of them. The trio were walking through an underground corridor and were on their way to a magic practice room. Adam slightly turned his head around and glanced at his friends with a smirk. What? Is it so surprising? To anyone who wasn't privy to the youth's secrets, it was indeed surprising. Very surprising. Lisa was having great difficulty trying to come to terms with this information, however. Not for a single moment did she think that Adam was lying. She couldn't help but incredulously ask, when did you advance? About a week ago, Adam replied as he walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his strides brimming with confidence. A week. Lisa paused in her steps, shock gripping her heart. She was someone born with an agreed talent, yet she was only an organ stage magus at the moment. However, Adam, who was tested to have a B-grade talent, had already surpassed her. However, instead of feeling deep suspicions, her eyes gleamed with fiery competition. No, I must work harder. Meanwhile, Edward was also in a similar state of shock. Although he too now had an agreed talent, in the end he couldn't even catch up to Adam. For a moment he didn't know how to feel about it. Adam secretly glanced at him and inwardly chuckled, blessed by mana. So what? I'm blessed by the lotus. Kekekek, you guys don't need to be so shocked. Adam stated like it was the most obvious thing in the world. This advancement speed, isn't it a given for a genius like me? HMPH, don't get so cocky. Lisa harumphed and walked past him. Just you wait, I'll catch up to you soon. He, Adam only giggled mischievously in return. He then glanced at Edward, who was still standing in a daze. Seeing him like that, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He walked up to the blue-eyed youth and put his arm around the latter's shoulder. What is it, fatty? Edward first glanced at Lisa. Seeing that she had walked farther away from them, he whispered, Adam, do you think I'm not using my gifts wisely? Adam knew exactly what he was talking about. As the two started to walk toward their designated practice room, he asked, why would you say that? Edward replied, honestly, I don't know. It's just practicing mindfulness has always come easy to me. I can feel my ridiculous speed of growth with each passing day, but despite all that. He paused for a moment before deciding to come clean. When I see you advance through the ranks like it's a piece of cake, I can't help but feel I'm doing something wrong with the gift I've been given. Ha ha ha. Adam burst into laughter. So you're just salty, huh? Edward's face flushed red with embarrassment. He didn't reply, but his silence was all the answer that Adam needed. Comparison is the thief of joy, they say. Adam faintly smiled. But it is indeed true that you've gotten complacent ever since your last increase in talent. He spoke with a firm tone. Ask yourself, are you still grinding the same way you used to when your talent was mediocre? Edward remained silent. It was indeed as Adam had said. Do you know how many times I've come close to death just so I could reach this point? Do you know the amount of blood, sweat, and tears I've shed? He continued. If it wasn't for the risks that I had taken, perhaps I too would have still been in the organ stage, Adam stated matter-of-factly. He clenched his fist and spoke with passion. You can't get discouraged when you're only at the Mana Foundation rank. You've lost that fire, my friend. Find it back. With that said, he walked ahead, leaving behind his parting words. If it is any consolation, you're one of the reasons why I work so hard to advance through the ranks. After all, think about it, me getting overtaken by a fat pig. Yuck. Listening to his words, Edward couldn't help but smile. He chased after him and started teasing. So you mean to say you look up to me? Do you want a beating? Hee, I'm just repeating your words. Seeing the two bantering with each other, Lisa couldn't help but break into a warm smile. The following moment, she waved a metal key card in front of the door, unlocking it. Let's start our training, she said to the boys before entering the practice room. The magic practice room was one of many that was located all across the academy's campus. It was one of the many resources granted to the students. Here, the students could practice their spell casting without any outside interference. The walls, floor, and ceiling were carved with noise-canceling and energy-absorption runic formations, making it the perfect place to test out one's magical capabilities. The trio walked to the center of the room and got ready to test out their moves. They weren't going to test it out on training dummies, but on each other. More precisely, it was going to be a 2-against-1 sparring. Adam rolled his sleeves up to his elbows, displaying his chiseled forearms that were filled with scars. He looked at his friends and taunted, "Is ganging up on me enough, or do you want me to go blindfolded as well?" However, contrary to his expectations, Edward and Lisa didn't get riled up at all. They simply remained silent, rolling their eyes at him even. By now, they already knew that this was one of the tactics Adam used to get under his opponent's skins, but such psychological tactics wouldn't work on them. They had become numb to it after repeated insults. Seeing no response from his friends, Adam pouted, "Tusk, you guys are so boring. Enough chit-chat," Lisa spoke with a grim expression. Then she waved her wooden staff, causing dozens of wines to erupt from the ground and rush toward the youth. Edward, on the other hand, coated his entire body in blue lightning and dashed toward the youth, aiming for a pincer attack. Adam got extremely riled up seeing the ferocity of his friend's attacks. He undertook the stance of the phantom dance and grinned from ear to ear. "Fine, let's dance." In the practice room, the floor was filled with small craters following the arduous battle that had taken place. Some places were littered with shredded vines, while others were charred by lightning. At the center of this room, Edward and Lisa were lying on the floor, bruised and gasping for air. In front of them, Adam victoriously stood with his hands behind his back and a faint smile on his lips. "Not bad. Your teamwork has improved quite a lot since last time," he sincerely praised. Although the mocking grin on his face said otherwise, Lisa gritted her teeth as she raised her head and glanced at the raven-haired youth. Is the gap between the organ stage and neural stage so vast? Thinking back to the battle just now where her attacks couldn't even touch the hems of Adam's clothes, she was extremely agitated. She felt as if all her hard work up till now had been useless. "Nah, I'm just that strong," Adam grinned, but on a serious note, though. He stroked his chin, thinking of the right words to say. "Once you get to the neural stage, you get your vision right. This, in turn, sets your footwork straight. With this, Amagus can increase their proficiency in actual fights." The couple ruminated over Adam's words. "Anyway, it seems like you guys aren't far from advancing to the neural stage," he added with a smile. "You still have the crimson ambrosia fruits, yes?" Edward and Lisa nodded. The latter replied, "We still haven't consumed it." "Good. Bring it to me when you think you're close to advancing. I'll make a potion with it. It will greatly aid you in your advancement," Adam replied. The crimson ambrosia fruits grew on the mystic mangrove tree and were very precious to rank 1 magi. These magical fruits aided the magi in solidifying their foundations and advancing through the minor ranks of mana foundation. Adam had gotten his hands on these fruits inside the Soaring River secret plane. While he consumed the core of the mystic mangrove tree, he gave 1 crimson ambrosia to Valerian to munch on and gave 1 each to Edward and Lisa. "All right," Edward was ecstatic and so was Lisa. "I'll catch you guys later then," Adam stated as he walked past them and headed out of the training room. "Where are you headed?" Lisa asked curiously. Adam replied without turning back, "I'm going to meet the old man." With that said, he exited the room. Lisa then glanced at Edward and asked with a warm smile, "What are your plans now? Do you want to go to Mystic Lane with me?" Edward's heart fluttered when he saw the beautiful smile on his partner's face. Seeing that, he couldn't help but smile brightly. But the next moment he recalled Adam's words, "You've lost that fire. Find it back." Edward's expression gradually fell and he couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head. "Forgive me, Lisa. I'm going to practice mindfulness. I've realized I've been slacking too much lately." Lisa was first taken aback, but she soon realized. "Is it because of Adam?" "Yes," the blue-eyed youth replied with a bitter smile. "He came from nothing, yet he's accomplished so much. Meanwhile, we were far more fortunate than he ever was, but look at us." Lisa slowly raised her hands and clenched them tightly, her eyes spewing fire. "You're right." Edward flinched seeing the young lady get so fired up, but he soon smiled. "So let's work hard. Or do you wish to be forever left behind by Adam?" "Of course not." Lisa got to her feet. She then grabbed Edward's hand and dragged him out of the practice room. "Let's go to another practice room and practice mindfulness. This place is too messy." Wait. Edward's lips twitched. "It's fine to take a short break, right?" "No breaks." Lisa huffed and walked out with newfound determination. Edward could only helplessly sigh and follow after her. Outside the entrance of Herb's Moor, Valerian stood on all fours with a menacing expression. The young dragon crouched low, his muscles coiling like springs. The next moment, with incredible speed, he pounced at the black puppy sitting in front of him. The black puppy rolled his eyes when he saw the little one come at him yet again. He raised his tiny paw and then swatted Valerian on the head, causing the latter to fall miserably to the side. Valerian grabbed his forehead in the most dramatic fashion and started crying. "My-oo-oo." Blackie felt bad for hurting the little guy, so he got to his feet and walked toward Valerian. He raised his paw and gently caressed the little guy's head. Woof woof. Suddenly, Valerian's topaz eyes gleamed with a cunning glint. With lightning-fast speed, he got up to his feet and then pounced at the black puppy once again, hoping to take him by surprise. However, Blackie only scoffed and effortlessly smacked away the little guy once again. POW. New Valerian once again found himself lying face down on the ground. No matter how many times he played with Blackie, the latter would never let him win. Blackie looked at the young dragon and his lips curled up into a smirk. Seeing this, Valerian felt even more aggrieved and his eyes became teary. He looked up at the sky with a wronged expression and flailed his limbs around. Mew. Suddenly, the two of them heard footsteps coming in their direction. They turned around and their gaze fell on a tall youth with plain facial features, wearing a black robe and pointy hat of the same color walking toward them with a smile. Seeing this newcomer, their eyes lit up and they rushed toward him. Mayu, woof, haha, did you guys miss me? Adam crouched down on one knee and welcomed the two furry bundles of joy with open arms. Blackie and Valerian buried themselves in the youth's arms and then started licking his cheeks. Adam couldn't help but have his heart melted by their actions. All right, I missed you too. The youth got to his feet in a joyful mood. He then placed the magical beasts on each of his shoulders and entered Herb's Moor. Inside, Burgger was sitting at his usual place behind the counterran reading an arcane textbook while smoking from his pipe. The old gnome raised his head and glanced at the youth. You're here, boy. Yes, sir. All right, go upstairs. Burgger returned to reading. The golem should have prepared it by now. The youth climbed the stairs leading to the second floor, his expression gradually turning serious. Valerian noticed this and put his paws around Adam's neck, fondly rubbing his cheek against the latter's. Brother, are you afraid of the pain? Adam glanced at the little guy and patted his head with a doting smile. I'm not afraid of it, but I don't like it either. New Valerian's hold around the youth's neck tightened ever so slightly. Ever since Burgger found out that Adam had advanced to the neural stage, he had been making the latter take a medicinal bath every few days. Although this was very beneficial to the youth, at the same time it was also highly painful. This unique medicinal bath was something that the old gnome had created himself. The main ingredient for this solution was a type of mushroom called the blood fungus. It was an exotic ingredient and extremely rare. Even if one found it, they would never give it away. That's why it was rarely found on the market. Blood fungus supplemented the mana in one's body and blood. It would make a magus blood more and more vigorous, increasing their strength. Having a renowned herbalist as a teacher is really a blessing. The youth couldn't help but smile appreciatively. When he reached the second floor, Adam saw that the adamantine golem was waiting for him beside a large wooden barrel. The golem first pointed at the youth and then at the barrel. Ha, I get it. The youth waved his hand. He then glanced at the magical beast sitting atop his shoulders and smiled nervously. Pray for me, you guys. Mayu, woof, Valerian and Blackie responded, seemingly encouraging him. The next moment, they jumped down and ran toward the barrel, sitting down beside it. Adam took deep breaths to calm his apprehensive heart. At the same time, he kept repeating in his mind, no pain, no gain. He walked toward the barrel and glanced at the crimson solution inside. It was deeper than the color of blood, causing anyone who glanced at it to have a chill crawl up their spines. Adam couldn't help but involuntarily gulp, but the next moment he resolved himself. He took off his robes and inner garments. Then without another shred of hesitation, he got inside the barrel. The moment the solution came in contact with his skin, it produced an intense reaction. The solution started to produce steam and began bubbling. Meanwhile, Adam's flesh started trembling. If one looked closely, they'd be surprised to see that the crimson solution was actually drilling its way inside Adam's body. Erg! Adam's eyes turned bloodshot as he grit his teeth and grunted in pain. This was the second time he was taking this medicinal bath, however. The potency of this solution was countless times more than the first one. If it wasn't, then the solution would have no effect on him. After all, Adam's physique gained a certain amount of immunity to it every time he took the medicinal bath. The crimson solution entered his body through his pores and scrubbed his flesh and bones, vitalizing them. Adam felt as if his insides were being torn asunder. However, just as quickly as the pain had come, it receded, replaced by a soothing warmth that spread throughout his body. Adam gasped as he lowered his head and glanced at his hands. His torn and mangled skin was regenerating at a visible speed. However, this was only the beginning. The youth went through a vicious cycle where the crimson solution destroyed his flesh, muscles, and bones only to heal them stronger than before. This is how the blood fungus worked. When brewed into a medicinal solution, it would destroy the user's body and then immediately heal it afterward. This cycle would continue until the effects of this wonderful ingredient had been completely drawn out. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Adam opened his weary eyes. He glanced down and saw that the solution was no longer crimson, but had now turned nigh transparent. He clenched his fists and could feel great strength and vigor coursing through his body. Although the process was extremely agonizing, the results were equally spectacular. How do you feel? The youth raised his head and saw that the old gnome was standing in the distance glancing at him while smoking from his pipe. I feel amazing. Adam grinned from ear to ear. Good, the gnome nodded. Suddenly, Adam's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but ask, Old man, just how many more times do I have to go through with this? It really hurts, you know. Burgger rolled his eyes as he scoffed. If you're already cowering in the face of such meager amounts of pain, then you'll never get far in life. HMPH, Magi these days are so weak-willed. Adam's eyes twitched, and he felt the intense urge to beat this grumpy gnome in front of him. Meager pain, weak-willed, are you kidding me? The gnome continued, you have to keep doing this until you reach rank 2. That long. Adam gulped in nervousness. Will I even be able to withstand it? Don't overreact. Burgger replied as he cleaned the pipe bowl and put fresh tobacco leaves in it. He lit it and started smoking before continuing. The number of times you do it will gradually decrease in the future since your body will grow a resistance toward it. Adam patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. However, the blood fungus that I use will only become more potent and robust, the gnome added. Hearing him say that, Adam couldn't help but lifelessly lean back inside the barrel with a suicidal expression on his face. Just kill me. Burgger didn't comfort him, however. Instead, he motivated him. During Mana Foundation, a magus is a bowl in the making. Only after one has crossed this rank can they fill the bowl. He paused for a moment before speaking. No matter how much you pour into a bowl that's weak and incomplete, it will simply leak out and waste your efforts. Now that you know how important this is, do you still wish to back down? Adam's expression turned solemn. He always knew the importance of having a solid foundation. Listening to the old gnome further reinforced this idea within him. He glanced at Burgger, his eyes gleaming with resolve. I understand, old man. We'll do it your way. In the southeast direction of South Ward stood a tall ash tree atop a mound. This was the usual hangout spot for Adam and his friends. However, today the youth was alone. The sun was high up in the sky, its warm rays filtering through the canopy of the ash tree, casting dotted patterns on the ground underneath. The youth wore black robes and a pointy hat of the same color, sitting beneath the shade of this tree, leaning against its trunk and enjoying the breathtaking view of Moon City. Beside him, a gray cat lazily slept on a comfortable patch of grass. The raven-haired youth glanced at the cat and stroked his head fondly. Val, want something to eat? Valerian's ears perked up and he looked at Adam excitedly. Meat. Adam couldn't help but chuckle at the little guy's response. The next moment he waved his hand, and a bowl full of grilled meat shot out from his spatial earring and appeared before Valerian. Sorry, it's not warm. The youth smiled apologetically. However, the young dragon didn't care. He enthusiastically started eating the meat, his tail swaying behind him gently. Seeing him enjoy the food, the smile on Adam's face deepened. He then glanced at the city before him and went into deep thought, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying the scent of blooming flowers. In one hand, he held a cup of red wine. He swirled the cup and took a sip from time to time. On his other hand, he held his grimoire. The youth glanced at its weathered pages, which had his notes on the usage of spiritual power. Ever since he had acquired Mathia's research on illusion magic, Adam had been constantly looking for ways to use spiritual power as fuel to cast spells. There were two reasons why doing so was not feasible. Firstly, the amount of spiritual power a magus had was nearly not enough to cast a spell. Secondly, and most importantly, spiritual power was countless times more difficult to control than mana. The only usage of this energy was to carve the model component magic circlet for a spell. However, Adam was different. He had a considerable amount of spiritual power reserves for a rank 1 magus, but there was one problem plaguing him: he couldn't control it, making his high reserves practically useless. For weeks, the youth had been reading countless arcane texts and jotting down important points in his grimoire, hoping that at least something could aid him in his quest to efficiently control spiritual power. Alas, there had been no progress. Not yet, anyway. However, Adam wasn't demotivated in the least. If anything, he was filled with immense determination to look for clues, for if he succeeded, he wouldn't just have one source of energy, but two. He took a sip of wine and then looked into the distance, his gaze landing on the lunar bridge. His mind, however, was somewhere else entirely. Recalling the epic battle he had seen between the flaming crab and the frost spider in the spirit world, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Thinking back to how effortlessly the two creatures could utilize spiritual power and even use it to attack, the youth couldn't help but sigh. What's so different between a creature of the spirit world and a creature from the material world? Is it only our physiology, or is there something more? Mayu. Suddenly, Valerian called out to him. Adam was jolted out of his reverie and glanced at the little guy. He found that Valerian's bowl had become empty, and he was looking at him with watery eyes. Mayu. Seeing him act like that, Adam couldn't help but chuckle. Fine, stop making that face already. The next moment his earring flashed red, and the bowl in front of the young dragon was filled with meat once again. Mayu. Valerian clapped with his front paws and began eating again with great joy. Adam smiled warmly and rubbed his dear familiar's head. Then he took another sip of his wine and closed his eyes. As he delved deeper into the theory of spiritual power, the world around him seemed to fade away. As he remained seated under the shade of the ash tree, his mind drifted away, trying to reach out to the mysteries of the soul. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself hovering before the white lotus inside his spirit sea. He gently pressed his hand against one of the white petals of the lotus and softly muttered, "How should I control all this spiritual power? Do you know?" The next moment, Adam couldn't help but chuckle to himself, realizing that he was asking a flower for answers. He shook his head in a self-deprecating manner. What am I even doing here? It's not like Yura. Suddenly, he paused. His eyes gradually widened as realization suddenly dawned on him. He glanced at the humongous white lotus in front of him and muttered incredulously, "If you're an artifact, then perhaps I can." Adam hurriedly shifted his consciousness back to the real world. He set down his wine cup beside him and leafed through the pages of his grimoire, looking for a specific page of information that he had recently scribbled down. He stopped at a particular page and read aloud the title written in bold letters, Magical Focus. In the olden days, before the principles of spell components were thoroughly researched and established by magi, they used magical focus to harness the abundant mana in the air and subsequently cast spells. A magical focus could be an arcane symbol or a special object, for example, a wand, staff, or even a crystal ball. After the spell was cast, the magical focus would be damaged, and the magus would have to use another object as focus. Moreover, a magical focus also required a large amount of time to channel mana and cast spells. With the advancement of arcane studies, magi didn't use magical focus anymore. The three spell components model, physical and material, were far more efficient. Adam's mind raced with possibilities as he read through the information on magical focus. His hands trembled in excitement as he mumbled, what if I use the White Lotus as the magical focus to channel spiritual power and then cast spells? However, he soon shook his head. No, that shouldn't be possible, I think. A magical focus gets damaged after a few uses. But the next moment, his eyes flashed with eagerness as he thought to himself, but the lotus isn't an ordinary item. If my speculations are right, which they most likely are, then it's a supreme treasure that is worth countless powerful magi of the universe fighting and dying over. I highly doubt it's going to get damaged. The youth got to his feet and started pacing around the ash tree, mumbling incoherent words from time to time. Valerian glanced at him in confusion. Has brother finally lost it? After what seemed like forever, Adam stopped in his footsteps, his breathing ragged and his eyes flashing with brilliance. This I can work with this, although I would need to experiment quite a bit, it doesn't matter. Trial and error is a natural part of research. Adam raised his head and glanced at the setting sun. He clenched his fists, a bright smile spreading across his face. I'll do whatever it takes, he muttered. Under the shade of this unassuming ash tree, Adam's understanding of magic had changed forever. However, this was just the beginning. He had barely scratched the surface. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, its rays stretched the youth's shadow behind him. It was grand, imposing, and unfathomable. Time flowed seamlessly as days melted into weeks and weeks into months. Spring had departed, and as summer neared its end, fall was already at the doorstep. Adam was so buried in his research that he barely realized the passing of time. His life had got monotonous, to say the least. However, the hope and yearning in his heart that one day his research would bear fruits kept him going. He would wake up in the morning, work at Burgger's, attend the academy, and then return home. And at home, he would always be cooped up in his laboratory, either researching or practicing mindfulness. On this day, the youth was sitting cross-legged on his bed as a barely visible vortex of mana swirled around him. He slowly opened his eyes, which seemed deeper than before. The 5-elemental codex is truly a supreme mana extraction technique. He clenched his fists, feeling the pure mana coursing through his veins. Before this, he used to practice the mana extraction technique given by the academy. It was the most basic of techniques, so he could clearly tell the difference when he shifted to the 5-elemental codex. The more he practiced this technique, the purer his mana became. He could feel it in his body. The pure mana, which was the fusion of the 5 fundamental elements, was slowly changing his body from the inside out. He felt healthier than ever. His strength and speed had increased drastically, but the biggest difference was he could feel the 5 elements that pervaded the air. It was difficult for him to notice this before, but ever since his advancement to the neural stage, he could see it. Adam sensed the mana channels that were slowly but surely being created inside his body. He could feel the mana traveling through these channels, further consolidating them. It wouldn't take him long to take the next step. After all, he had already formed his spirit sea. Becoming a rank 2 magus at the age of 20, the youth mused to himself. I wonder how shocked the old man will be. Suddenly, he felt a presence outside his door. Activating his sphere of resonance, he learned that it was his butler. You may come in, Bari. The following moment, the middle-aged butler opened the door and stepped inside. He first bowed respectfully before saying, My lord, your friends have arrived. They're waiting for you downstairs. Adam was puzzled. What day is it? Hearing that question, Bari couldn't help but sigh. Since the last few months, his master had been so engrossed in his studies that sometimes he would even forget to eat. Not being able to recall the day of the week was also nothing new. My lord, it is the beginning of the weekend, the butler replied, his voice laced with slight concern. Forgive me for overstepping, my lord, but perhaps you should tone down your research activities. Anything, when overdone, is bad for health. Sensing the genuine distress in his tone, Adam smiled. He got up from his bed and walked toward the door. He placed a hand on his butler's shoulder and patted him. You're right, Bari. I'll keep that in mind. The pair walked down the stairs and arrived at the living room where Edward and Lisa were playing with Valerian. Shall we leave? Yeah, let's go. Edward got to his feet and walked out of the house. Meanwhile, Lisa gently grabbed Valerian in her arms and walked out as well. Adam glanced at Barry and instructed, "I might not come back home tonight, so don't wait up for me." With that said, he too left the house. "My lord, are you heading to the library?" the middle-aged butler hurriedly asked. "Yep, another all-nighter, something like that." Barry gazed at the youths departing back speechlessly. In the end, he rubbed his forehead and sighed, "How you just don't listen." As the trio walked through the bustling streets of South Ward, they were greeted by colorful stalls selling exotic goods from all over the Southern Federation. The air was filled with the aroma of spices, and they could hear the endearing laughter of children playing about. Such a scene involuntarily made them relax. This was their home, a city where elves, dwarves, gnomes, and humans mingled with one another harmoniously. It was truly a sight to behold. "The time for the team mission is soon approaching," Lisa suddenly said as she gently cradled Valerian in her arms. "Do you guys have anything in mind?" The curriculum of Clover Academy was divided into two sections, theoretical and practical. The former took place during the first half of the academic year when students were taught arcane knowledge by the professors, whereas the latter took place during the second half of the year. The students would use all the knowledge they had learned and apply it in real life in the form of team missions. This was the same for all 5 years that Amagus spent at the academy. For the last 4 years, the trio had taken up missions that had allowed them to travel to many places in the Southern Federation and help out the people or organizations that had arranged said missions. The final year would also be the same. The only difference was, this would be their last mission. After completing this team mission, they will have finally graduated. Thinking of this, Edward had a reminiscent look in his eyes. 5 years went by in the blink of an eye, huh? Yep. Lisa nodded with a faint smile. It feels like only yesterday that all of us met at the auditorium, participating in the Academy's entrance examination. Adam, too, couldn't help but smile in nostalgia, thinking of all the things he had done at the Academy in the last 5 years. Thinking back to how weak and ignorant he was back when he was still a 15-year-old kid journeying with the traveling party on his way to Moon City, he couldn't help but feel accomplished at how far he had come. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he suggested, "Our last 4 missions have been quite hectic. How about we take things slow this time? Do you have anything in mind?" Edward asked curiously. "Yes," Adam nodded. "Shall we take the mission to guard the prospective young students from all over the Federation and guide them to the Academy?" "Oh, not bad." Edward nodded in approval. "That would indeed be pretty relaxing." Lisa agreed as well. "Sure, we can do that. That's one of the easiest missions available anyway, so it's no big deal." "Great," Adam beamed. "It's decided then." About 15 minutes later, the trio finally arrived at their destination. In the near distance, they could see a towering structure reaching toward the sky. The tower's height was comparable to the Royal Palace in the North Ward. This building was the greatest collection of knowledge in the Southern Federation, the Savant Tower. Halt! The silver-armored security personnel guarding the Academy's library stopped the trio from entering. One of them came forward and glanced at Valerian. "No familiars allowed." Valerian's eyes narrowed and he hissed at the guard, "Rower." Instead of feeling intimidated, the guard only felt as if this familiar in front of him was the cutest thing in the world. "It's all right, Val." Adam glanced at the young dragon and gestured, "Get back in." The following moment, Valerian transformed into a gray light and returned to Adam's spirit sea. Seeing this incredulous scene, the guard was flabbergasted. He even rubbed his eyes multiple times to ensure he wasn't seeing things. Adam and his friends didn't pay any heed to the dumbfounded guards. They flashed their Academy identity tokens and made their way inside. As they climbed the stairs leading to the Savant Tower, they couldn't help but admire its architecture, despite visiting this place on numerous occasions. The Savant Tower was renowned all over the Southern Federation. It was known for the vast depository of arcane knowledge that it contained. It was built hundreds of years ago when the Clover Academy was established. It was the pride and joy of the Academy. The tower was a monolithic structure, its outer walls weathered by time and history. Adam had to crane his neck to gaze at the top of the tower that seemingly disappeared into the clouds. The youth couldn't help but marvel at its architecture, no matter how many times he visited this place. As the trio approached the main entrance of the tower, they could see the students, as well as the faculty members of the Academy, going about their day. The Savant Tower was perhaps the most visited building on the Academy campus. Not only students, but even professors would carry out their research work here. On a few occasions, even the headmistress was seen visiting this place. As the trio entered the famed library, they were greeted by the scent of old parchment and ink. But something even more striking was the model of their planetary system. Adam's gaze was drawn upwards, and he couldn't help but be filled with awe. Suspended from the high ceiling, bathed in a gentle light, hung a magnificent model of their solar system. Each planet was meticulously crafted using some sort of polished metal, hanging in perfect proportion to its neighbors. The sun at the center glowed warmly, illuminating the 8 planets that orbited it. Through a mystical spell, the time it took for these metallic planets to orbit around the sun was about the same time it took in real life. Adam gazed at the third planet orbiting the sun. This was his home planet, Tron. Edward suddenly asked in confusion. Our professors say that Tron is the only planet capable of sustaining life in our solar system. But how would they know? It's not like they've gone to other planets, right? Lisa remained silent. She didn't know the answer to that, however. She did have some guesses, but she didn't dare speak them, afraid that others would make fun of her. Adam, on the other hand, secretly glanced at his friends and his lips curled up into a mysterious smirk. I'm going to the study room on the 7th floor. Catch you guys later. With that said, the youth ventured into the depths of the library. Walking past countless students, he made his way up after climbing several flights of stairs. The air was heavy with the scent of old books and dust, and the only sound that could be heard was that of the rustling of pages. People were prohibited from making too much noise. It was a library, after all. Tall shelves lined the walls, each filled to the brim with books and scrolls of all shapes and sizes. Adam, with great familiarity, picked up several thick tomes from the bookshelves and walked toward the floor librarian. The Savant Tower had 15 floors, and each floor had a librarian. The main job of the librarian was to make a record of all the books being borrowed by the Magi. Moreover, they were also in charge of the transaction. Yes, like most things in existence, the books in the tower had a price tag as well. Adam placed the stack of books on the counter and asked the middle-aged librarian in front of him how much. The man checked the books one by one before flatly replying 17 gold pieces. Tusk. Adam pursed his lips and muttered in a hushed tone, I've been coming here for so many years. Can't you just give me a discount? No. The librarian didn't care, however. He simply stretched out his palm. If you're going to your usual spot, it will cost you another 10 gold pieces for renting it out for the entire day. I know, Adam replied with slight dissatisfaction. He really didn't like spending money. He paid the librarian 27 gold coins, grabbed his books, and walked away. Don't forget to return the books within 24 hours, the middle-aged man said while glancing at the youths departing back. Yes, sir, I know. Adam walked toward the spiraling staircase leading upstairs. After having climbed 2 more floors, he finally arrived at his regular study room. He entered the room and locked the door behind him. The room was small with only enough space for a couple of people to move about. However, it was more than enough for Adam. There was a wooden desk and table placed beside the glass window. He kept the stack of tomes on the table in front of him and finally took his seat. He stretched his arms and cracked his neck joints, ready to bury himself in endless research once again. However, it wouldn't be on the usage of spiritual power this time. There was something else that the youth had been vigorously researching. Adam took out a clean parchment paper from his earring. Then he grabbed a quill and dipped it in ink. Finally, he started jotting down his speculations. The youth's eyebrows furrowed in concentration as he delved deeper into the arcane texts, mumbling to himself the relationship between mass and gravity. According to the writings of Matthias, the free gravity magic was rooted in the manipulation of unseen forces that govern the world. It was not simply about pulling objects toward each other. It was about tapping into the underlying energy that bound things together, a subtle force that could be harnessed with the right knowledge and skills. Adam's quill danced across the parchment paper as he wrote his hypothesis about the relationship between mass and gravity. There were times when he paused writing, his mind consumed by the deep mysteries of gravity magic. Other times, he was frustrated because he couldn't understand a thing he was writing. At times like this, he would get up from his seat and pace around the room, trying to clear his mind. Should I have brought some of those tobacco leaves that the old man smokes all the time? The youth muttered to himself as he bit on his nails. Apparently, they help you concentrate. The next moment, however, he shook his head and screamed, Gah, why is this so difficult to understand? Shhhh, damn you, keep quiet. Irritated voices could be heard from outside the study room. Adam bit his lip and glared at the door, but in the end he sighed, my bad. He sat back down on his chair and slapped his cheeks. All right, let's do this one more time. Dipping the feathered quill in ink, he started jotting down his speculations once again, trying to thoroughly understand them. The most basic property of matter, he mumbled. Mass is defined as the measure of the amount of matter in a body. Adam paused for a moment, stroking his chin in deep thought. So mass is a fundamental property of matter, and it determines the strength of the gravitational force it exerts. He drew a circle that represented a planet. Then he drew a smaller circle that represented the planet's satellite moon. He dipped his quill in ink again and then drew arrows between the planet and the moon, illustrating the gravitational pull between them. So a planet's mass, he continued, creates a gravitational field that extends into space. This field affects the motion of them. As he continued to write on the parchment paper, his understanding of gravitational force deepened. However, at the same time, he felt like he knew nothing about this fundamental force at all. Harnessing gravity magic was not an easy feat. It required a deep understanding of the underlying principles, precise control over mana, and an extremely keen intuition. After what seemed like forever, Adam finally put the quill down and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at the scenery outside the window in a daze. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had already set and was about to rise once again. His eyes lit up as he came to an understanding. I see Tron's gravitational field affects the motion of Selene and Luna. Similarly, the sun's gravitational field affects the motions of Tron and the other planets around it. Adam deeply contemplated the implications of this theory, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and wonder. If I can manipulate the mass of an object, I can potentially alter the gravitational field around it. This will allow me to control the direction and strength of gravity, effectively bending space to my will. However, the laws of nature were not so easily bent. The next moment, he shook his head and sighed. But how long will it take me to control such power? 100 years, 1,000, how it's still too far away. Magic began with understanding the rules of the world. But it ended with twisting said rules of the world. However, to reach that final step, a magus had to cross countless hurdles. For now, I should focus on the simpler things like magnify gravity. When I advance to the next rank, I can start with attraction and repulsion, the youth muttered to himself as he packed up his belongings. As his gaze fell on the complex theorems that he had just jotted down, he couldn't help but complain. Why did Magus Mathias have to write all this shit about the planets and the moons and whatnot? Why couldn't he just write about an apple falling from the tree? Damn it, he cursed in irritation. I'm so mad. This is so difficult to understand. He grabbed the stack of tomes and soon left the study room. As he made his way downstairs, he saw that the library was still filled with people despite being the wee hours of the morning. Seeing the dedication in the eyes of the young magi, Adam couldn't help but faintly smile. Forever in pursuit of knowledge, this was the path of a magus, the youth thought to himself. After dropping off the borrowed books at the librarian's counter, Adam made his way out of the Savant Tower. As the rays of the early morning sun gently caressed his face, he felt refreshed. He closed his eyes for a few moments, letting this sensation wash over him. He opened his eyes and looked at the academy's campus stretching out in front of him. His lips parted and he muttered, "There's only a few weeks left until the time for the team mission arrives." Thinking of all that he had learned at Clover Academy, he felt boundless gratitude toward it. I should make the most of my remaining time here. The youth walked down the stairs with his hands behind his back. A faint smile bloomed on his face as he decided to take this time to tour around the Academy's beautiful campus. In the depths of the Murky Mountains, at a large-scale orc settlement, a huge crowd had gathered. Included in this grand gathering were not just orcs, but also trolls and ogres. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and the guttural growls of ferocious beasts could be heard coming from the distance. At the center of this gathering stood a tall, aged orc wearing tattered robes. His body was riddled with scars, and his eyes gleamed with excitement and ferocity. He stood atop an intricately carved runic formation, and at the center of this formation lay an ivory skull. The skull had deep ridges, and its nasal openings were large. Furthermore, its teeth glowed with a sharp glint, causing anyone who saw it to have a chill crawl up their spines. This was the same artifact that Curden, Gorgo, and the other young orcs had acquired inside the Soaring River's secret plane. The aged orc raised his hands to the sky and roared passionately in the language of their species. His words were incomprehensible, but contained deep power as they had magically activated the ritual. As the ritual reached its climax, the skull at the center glowed with an ominous red light. Following that, a wave of blinding crimson energy shot out in all directions with the skull at the epicenter. This wave of energy traveled for thousands of miles. Every magical beast in the vicinity that came in contact with this crimson energy turned feral. Their eyes gleamed with a sinister light as all of them simultaneously turned their heads in one direction. The Southern Federation. Back at the orc settlement, the runic formation had stopped glowing. The large ivory skull at the center had now turned to fine dust, having already served its purpose. The robed orc lowered his hands and grinned maniacally, his eyes flashing with intense bloodlust. He too looked in the direction of the Southern Federation and growled fiercely, "The time has come." The ground rumbled intensely as countless magical beasts that resided in the Murky Mountains rushed in the direction of the Southern Federation. Their eyes gleamed with madness as only one directive echoed inside their minds: devour humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes at all costs. Such a large-scale mind manipulation magic from the School of Enchantment was only made possible because of the ivory skull that was a rank 1 artifact. However, the artifact had its downside as well. Firstly, it was a consumable artifact. It could only be used once, after that it would forever be destroyed. Secondly, only rank 1 magical beasts could be manipulated through it, for they were the weakest ones and had the least resistance to enchantment magic. However, that would more than suffice. After all, in the entirety of the Murky Mountains, the vast majority of the magical beasts present were rank 1. They would be more than enough to deal a great blow to the forces of the Southern Federation. At the orc settlement, everyone present was cheering at the top of their lungs, whether it was orcs, trolls, or even the mindless ogres. Orcs had poor temperaments and were easily susceptible to getting angered. However, if there was one thing that set them apart from trolls and ogres, it was their deep consideration for their kin. The sole reason why they had even used the skull artifact was so that they could fight the people of the Southern Federation and claim land and resources for their species. Trolls and ogres, on the other hand, were lazy, brutish, and highly avaricious creatures. Their corrupt nature would often lead them to distrust one another. They generally preferred violent solutions to things and loved bloodshed. That was the main reason why they had allied with the orcs in the first place. Amidst the people that had gathered, a lanky orc was standing with his arms crossed and deeply gazing at the center of the runic formation where the ivory skull lay, or whatever was left of it anyway. His eyes flashed with complicated emotions, and his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, causing blood to seep out. We tried so hard to get that thing out of the secret plane, but now it has turned to nothing but mere dust. Curtin, is this what you sacrificed your life for? He glanced at his brethren around him who were jumping around in joy and excitement. Seeing that, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in irritation. To him, it felt like everyone was getting to enjoy this moment only because of Curtin and his comrade's sacrifice. Suddenly, a firm hand clasped his shoulder. Gorgo turned his head, only to see an elder of his tribe looking at him with concern. "What's bothering you?" asked the middle-aged orc. "Nothing, it's just." Gorgo paused for a moment before speaking. "My friends and I had to go through so much just to get that thing," he said while pointing at the heap of ivory dust. "But now, it's all gone." Gorgo's shoulders slouched ever so slightly. "It feels like my friend's sacrifice was meaningless." "It was not," the elder interrupted him sternly. "Curtin and the rest sacrificed their lives so that you could get that artifact back to us. Now that we have put this artifact to use, how can you say that your friends' deaths were in vain?" Gorgo lowered his head and remained silent, his eyes turning slightly red and moist. "The die has already been cast, Gorgo," the elder continued, his eyes flashing coldly. "Now, all we have to do is paint the lands belonging to the Southern Federation in blood." Gorgo's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he recalled the appearance of the human magus who had killed his comrades. He glanced at the elder and nodded with a solemn expression. "You're right." Seeing that look in Gorgo's eyes, the elder grinned. "Yes, that's the spirit, my boy. Now go gather your team." "Yes, elder." Gorgo nodded and turned around, disappearing amidst the crowd. In the depths of the murky mountains, the aged orc wearing tattered robes, the one who had just presided over the ritual, leisurely walked toward a forest clearing. The responsibility of activating the artifact and having its effects magnified over a large scale was his. He had carried out his duty perfectly. Not only did he have to make sure that the magical beasts attacked only the 4 major races, but he also had to ensure that the beasts did not harm his brethren as well as the trolls and ogres that they had allied with. As he approached the forest clearing, he saw 2 tall figures already waiting for him there. One of them was the orc chief, a muscular orc with scars all over his body. He was wearing garments made from beast skin, and his upper body was bare, displaying his chiseled physique. The other was a hooded figure wearing a black cloak. The aura surrounding him was dark and sinister. His appearance wasn't visible, but from the exposed skin one could tell he too was an orc. Seeing the aged orc making his way to them, the orc chief grinned widely, displaying his sharp lower tusks. "You have truly outdone yourself. I didn't think the artifact's area of effect would be so great." The aged orc chuckled in an eerie manner. "Yes, although the area covered was only a fourth of the Murky Mountains, it should be more than enough. At the very least, tens of thousands of magic beasts have fallen prey to the artifact's power. It's a pity it couldn't control rank 2 beasts," said the cloaked orc in a raspy voice. "Otherwise, our chances of victory would have significantly increased." "Ha ha ha," the orc chief laughed out loud. "It doesn't matter. This is also good for us." He looked in the direction of the Nightingale Kingdom and muttered solemnly, "I wonder if things will be any different now. I can only hope." "It will be different," the aged orc replied. "This time, not only do we have countless suicidal magical beasts fighting for us, but we also have those foolish trolls and ogres. Those idiots will serve as the perfect meat shield." The cloaked orc nodded in acknowledgement. As the group of rank 3 magi simultaneously cast their gazes toward the land belonging to the Southern Federation, they couldn't help but be filled with hope. Time and time again, they had clashed with the forces of the Southern Federation in hopes of securing more land and resources for their species, but they had failed every time. The orc chief's lips curled up into a wide grin. He clenched his fist and spoke with fiery passion. "The war has begun." In the eastern part of the Southern Federation lay a small human settlement bordering the Murky Mountains. This location barely had any magical beasts in their vicinity, close to none. All the magical beasts had already been taken care of by magi in the past. This allowed the human settlement of Pivot to take root and flourish. It started as a village, but over the years it gradually evolved into a town. The sun was about to set, and the sky was dyed a shade of orange. Pivot started to come alive as gas lamps were lit up one by one. The streets of this peaceful town were bustling with action. Townspeople could be seen going about their evening routines. The sound of laughter and conversations filled the air. Suddenly, the ground beneath them started to tremble. It was unnoticeable at first, but slowly everyone started to realize this strange happening. What's happening? You felt it too, right? Is this an earthquake? At once, panic erupted among the townspeople. It was contagious. Thinking it was an earthquake, the people started running to open areas, away from buildings. While the people in the town thought that what was happening was due to a natural disaster, the guards stationed at the boundary walls were the first to realize that it was something else entirely. In the distance, the forest began to stir with an ominous energy. The guards squinted their eyes and could see shadowy figures approaching them at great speeds from the interiors of the murky mountains. As the trembling grew more and more intense, they finally appeared. Magical beasts of all shapes and sizes burst forth from the depths of the forest. Their expressions were maniacal, and their eyes gleamed with an eerie crimson light. Seeing this, the guards' eyes widened in disbelief and their bodies shuddered. Beast tide. It's a large-scale beast tide. How is this even possible? Run for your lives. If there were a small number of beasts, the guards would have stayed back and fought with their lives on the lines. After all, behind them were their loved ones whom they had to protect. However, the number of magic beasts that were upon them numbered in the thousands. How could mere mortals even fight against such a large number of beasts that could harness mana? It was possible for a group of 5 mortals to group together and kill a single magical beast. But thousands of beasts, their only hope of survival was to escape. There was no chance that they could go up against this best tide, even if all the townspeople were given weapons and made to fight. So they could only do what their instincts screamed at them to do: run. At once, the guards abandoned their posts and ran into the town, frantically warning others of the impending danger. When the townspeople realized that it wasn't an earthquake but actually a beast tide, they were petrified. This was an absolute shocker to them, as this part of the Southern Federation hadn't had beast tides in decades. All the dangerous beasts in the vicinity had already been killed by magi. Moreover, every few months magi would come to check the situations of any new magical beasts, ensuring that the people of Pivot remained safe. So when the townspeople heard that a beast tide was upon them, they were momentarily rooted on the spot. But soon they ran for their lives, leaving behind all their belongings. Mothers scooped up their children, the elderly stumbled on the ground, while the strong and brave helped their loved ones. The cheerful atmosphere from earlier was instantly replaced by pandemonium. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety and trepidation. Screams pierced the air as the people scrambled to flee, desperate to escape the wrath of the incoming horde. However, the magical beasts were relentless, their ferocity and ruthlessness unmatched. Due to the effects of the artifact utilized by the orcs, these beasts had gone into a permanent state of berserk. Their strength and speed had increased, albeit slightly. They would not rest until they feasted on the flesh of the 4 major races. The beasts tore through the town's boundary walls with savage fury. Although some of them died as a result, it didn't matter. They continued to dash toward the fleeing townspeople. At once, even louder screams of pain and agony filled the air as the beasts viciously attacked the humans, their claws and teeth rending flesh and bones effortlessly. Buildings were reduced to rubble, and the once peaceful streets of Pivot ran red with blood. It had not even been 10 minutes since the beast tide had arrived, and already the entire town had been slaughtered. The majority of the magical beasts dashed deeper into the depths of the Southern Federation, looking for their next meal. Meanwhile, a small portion stayed behind, munching on the cold corpses. A few cunning ones even searched inside the destroyed houses to see if they had missed someone. In the midst of all this, a young man slowly got out of the rubble, fear etched all over his face. He first made sure that no beasts were around before looking behind and signaling to a woman to come out. The man looked around nervously before nodding. Yes, they must have. What should we do? The woman asked in a hushed tone, struggling to contain her tears. The young man thought deeply before coming to a decision. Let's head to the east. There's no forest there, only the seas. We'll be safe there. The woman nodded. I'll go wherever you take me. The man displayed a gentle smile as he caressed her cheeks. It's going to be okay. Suddenly, the words got stuck in his throat when a large shadow loomed over him. Before he could even turn around to see what it was, a cold light flashed and his head was instantly separated from his neck. Blood splattered all over the woman's face and her mind went blank. She struggled to come to terms with what had just happened. In a daze, her gaze went past the corpse of the young man and landed on a monstrous figure standing behind him. It was an orc. Realization dawned on her, and she involuntarily screamed in terror. Ah! But just like the young man before her head was also decapitated by the orc with a swift slice of his sharp dagger. Gorgo coldly glanced at the fresh corpse of the woman he had just killed and stated with sheer indifference, so noisy. Then he turned his head in the direction of Nightingale Kingdom, his eyes flossing with unbridled killing intent. He grit his teeth and muttered with sheer hatred, "I'll be waiting for you." Adam, Moon City, Nightingale Kingdom. Inside a spacious hall within the royal palace, the atmosphere was tense as the representatives of the four major races had gathered, having just received the terrible news. Not just them, even the other rank 3 magi such as Professor Godfrey and Burgger were also in attendance. At the head of the long table, the king of the Nightingale Kingdom, Arnold Nightingale, sat with a grim expression. He glanced at all the rank 3 magi present and solemnly stated, "As you all know, the orcs have declared war upon us once again." The representative of the dwarves, a stout middle-aged man with a thick braided beard, slammed the table in a fit of anger. "Those damn pig bastards, don't they ever learn their lesson?" "Calm down, Thermir," the elf representative, a man with blonde hair and topaz eyes, spoke to him. "Even if they do learn from their mistakes from their past failures, it's not like they would ever stop trying. You should know just how relentless they can be." Celador Thermir growled at the elf. "Are you okay with the number of deaths this war will bring upon our lands?" Celador shrugged, speaking with an indifferent tone. "What else can we do? Do you perhaps intend to negotiate with the orcs peacefully?" Thermir was livid. He absolutely hated this condescending elf. "Shut your mouths, you two. Or do you want a beating?" Suddenly, a cold voice descended upon the two, causing them to quit their squabble instantly. The pair glanced at the person who had just spoken. Instead of retorting back, they simply lowered their heads and obediently nodded. "Yes, Lord Burgger." Although the gnome was also a rank 3 magus similar to Celador and Thermir, the fact that they were so respectful toward him could mean only one thing: that Burgger was stronger than them. When the representative of the gnomes, a middle-aged man named Shalkend, witnessed this scene, he couldn't help but feel immense pride in his heart. He secretly glanced at Burgger and thought to himself, "Ah, Lord Burgger, marvelous, simply marvelous. You truly are my role model." Burgger simply harumphed at them and resumed smoking from his pipe. He glanced at Arnold and gestured for him to continue. Arnold nodded at the old gnome with a faint smile. He then gazed at everyone present and continued, "My spies tell me that the orcs have gotten their hands on a special artifact that has allowed them to manipulate a vast number of magical beasts." Shockland's eyes narrowed and he ventured a guess. Could it be that they acquired this artifact from the secret plane? Professor Godfrey, who had been silent all this while, nodded. "It is very likely. Or else they would have used it the last time they invaded our lands. Has it been 100 years already?" Elrod sighed. "Yes," Professor Godfrey nodded. 117 to be precise. The room turned silent, everyone thinking deeply about the implications of this new information. If the orcs had found a way to control magical beasts, then their army had already grown several times. This war would be certainly different from any of the last ones. "What is the scope of the artifact? How many beasts have the orcs in their control?" Elrod asked. "Tens of thousands of rank 1 beasts." "I'm not sure of the exact number," Arnold replied grimly, "and that's not all. The orcs have even allied with the trolls and ogres. Those hideous creatures." Thermir spoke while gritting his teeth. "Looks like the scale of this war this time would be significant. How many of our people would have to die? Damn it, only if we could participate in this war, everything would be over in an instant." Elrod scoffed. "You sure can dream, little man." "Grrr." Thermir glared at the blonde elf. "Watch your words, you effeminate elf." "Or what?" Elrod taunted the dwarf with a smirk. "Have you forgotten about the covenant between us and the orcs?" Thermir clenched his fists in fury, his face turning red. Seeing this, Elrod continued with a mocking grin. "Or do you think that your race has another rank 3 magus that can lead your people should you die in battle? Ha, which one is it? You paunty-eared bastard, you want to go at it?" Thermir got to his feet and rolled his sleeves, ready to pounce at the elf any moment. Elrod too took a step forward and coldly muttered, "Oh, do you think I'm scared of you? POW, POW. Ugh." The elf and the dwarf simultaneously groaned and sat back down in their seats. Their foreheads were swollen like a potato. They didn't even have to look to see who had just hit them. They simply lowered their heads once again and meekly apologized. "I'm sorry, Lord Burgger, it won't happen again." "It better not," Burgger replied with an annoyed voice, "or I'm going to make you wish you were dead." Elrod and Thermir nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice grains. Meanwhile, Shalkend, who had a stoic expression on his face, was going crazy inside his head. "Kaya, Lord Burgger, so cool. The war between the 4 major races and the orcs had been going on for generations. Within the limited lands of the Southern Federation, resources were scarce, to say the least. That is why there would always be people fighting over them. Conflict was inevitable. In the past, when war was waged between the two sides, rank 3 magi would also participate. However, the sheer destruction left behind in their wake was simply too much to recover from. That is why, hundreds of years ago, the rank 3 magi from both sides had come to an agreement: no rank 3 magi were to participate in this war over resources henceforth. If anyone were to renege on this agreement, then all the rank 3 magi would band together and annihilate that person. Arnold spoke with a heavy tone. "It has already been a day since the orcs started their assault. Many of the towns and cities bordering the Murky Mountains have already fallen." He got up to his feet and looked every rank 3 magi in the eye. My fellow Magi, time is of the essence. We must conscript all able-bodied Magi to fight this war and protect our homeland. The Magi glanced at each other and nodded. Arnold continued, let us show those damn monsters the reason why our four races have stood strong for all these years. As long as we're united, there's nothing stopping us. Let us prepare for war. The atmosphere in Moon City was tense and filled with anxiety, a palpable sense of foreboding hanging in the air. The citizens of Moon City were on edge. Streets that were once bustling with activity were now eerily quiet. Although the city was situated inland, far away from the murky mountains, the citizens couldn't help but begin to panic. In the city's countless taverns and inns, the mood was somber as friends and family came together to discuss the current situation. They spoke in hushed tones, as if speaking loudly about it would make the impending danger come sooner. Many were even making plans to flee the city, seeking refuge further southward where the land met the misty sea, while others prayed for the Magi to protect their homes. In desperate times, the mortals could only depend on Magi whose powers were godlike to them. For most of these people, this war was something new. They had never witnessed anything like it. The last war had occurred over 100 years ago, after all. The majority of the residents weren't even born back then. It was a different thing for the Magi, though. With their long lifespans, they knew just how terrifying this war could potentially become. Within the grand auditorium at Clover Academy, all the students as well as the faculty members had gathered for an emergency assembly. An uneasy atmosphere pervaded the hall as students couldn't help but become nervous. They had heard from other people about the imminent war, however, they didn't know the full details. Some people, however, were privy to this information already. Adam was standing amidst the final year students, his expression grim. Burgger had told him earlier today about the impending war. To say that he was shocked would be a major understatement. Damn it, he couldn't help but curse aloud, causing the surrounding students to glance at him. However, they didn't blame him. Everyone was on edge. All I wanted was some peace and quiet to carry out my research. Is that so much to ask for? He muttered under his breath while massaging his temples, clearly frustrated. Edward, who was standing beside him, spoke in a soft tone. Father said that all Magi will be enlisted for the upcoming war. Is that so? Adam glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. Burgger hadn't told him about this. The old gnome had only vaguely mentioned about the war and had told him to prepare for it. I'm afraid so. Edward nodded, his tone laced with slight worry. Lisa, who was standing beside Edward, couldn't help but sigh as she glanced at the large group of students all the way on the other side of the auditorium. I'm concerned about those first-year students. They've only just been admitted to the academy, and they are already being sent to the front lines. Adam glanced at the first-year students who were the most apprehensive out of everyone present. Seeing this, his gaze softened, and he couldn't help but feel bad for them. It is the dream of every budding magus in the Southern Federation to one day study at the Clover Academy. But these guys, they achieve their goal, but when they go to war, how many of them will return? Suddenly Adam realized that despite being a magus and gaining such strength, he was still so weak. He lowered his head and clenched his fist, muttering to himself, "Strength, I need more strength." Right at that moment, Professor Godfrey walked onto the stage, her expression as solemn as ever. Without wasting a moment to greet the other professors, she walked toward the podium and addressed all the students present. I'm sure all of you have already heard the news about the impending war. She spoke grimly. We have received information that the orcs have allied with the trolls and ogres of the Murky Mountains and have declared war on us. At once, there was a major uproar inside the auditorium. Some of the students even broke down in tears, fearing what would happen if they were to face those monsters at the front line. Orcs. Adam's eyes narrowed as a foreboding feeling slowly started to grip his heart. Professor Godfrey waved her hand. Silence. Her voice was magnified several times and echoed in every corner of the auditorium, causing the students to instantly turn quiet. I know you all are afraid, she spoke gently, but we must hurry. It is up to us Magi to protect our loved ones. If the orcs make their way inland, our dear ones may not live to see another day. Do you want that? No, we don't. We'll fight with everything we have. We won't let those monsters take over our lands. We won't let them hurt our loved ones. The majority of the students, the younger ones mostly, were riled up by the headmistress' words and couldn't help but speak passionately. This old hag Adam's eyes flashed with complicated emotions. He knew exactly what Professor Godfrey was doing, and he couldn't help but feel repulsed by it. Suddenly, he stepped forward and asked with a raised voice, "Professor, will you be joining the battle? What about the other rank 3 Magi?" The headmistress turned her head and deeply gazed at Adam. In the end, she shook her head with a bitter smile. I'm afraid not. Rank 3 Magi are forbidden to interfere in the war. What? How can that be? The auditorium was again thrown into chaos. Now the students couldn't help but feel that their chances of victory in the upcoming war had exponentially diminished. Silence. Professor Godfrey once again shouted, "Fear not. The rank 3 Magi from the enemy side are also forbidden from fighting. Rest assured that with the 4 races united, we will triumph." She was able to dissolve the growing dissent among the students with just a few words. Seeing that the students' attitude had changed, the headmistress continued, Rank 1 magi will be the mainstay of the army, mainly the neural stage magi, and will be led by rank 2 magi. Professor Godfrey paused for a moment before continuing with a serious expression, but keep in mind, although our 4 races are united, that doesn't necessarily mean that we outnumber the enemy. There was confusion amongst the students, and some of the professors also shared the same sentiment. The king's spies have informed us of a dire situation, the headmistress added as she glanced around the auditorium. It has been brought to our attention that the orcs are able to control a large number of rank 1 magical beasts, and that this was made possible by a special artifact. I believe that this artifact had been obtained by them in the Soaring River secret plane. Adam's body trembled in shock and his eyes widened, the feeling of foreboding intensifying within him. He couldn't help but think of a horrifying possibility. It can't be. When Adam heard that the artifact that helped the orcs control countless rank 1 magical beasts, he involuntarily thought back to the ivory skull that Curtin had passed on to that lanky orc. At the time after he had dealt with Curtin, he was put into a serious dilemma. He had 2 choices: go after the lanky orc or save his friends. In the end, he chose the latter. Now, when he learned that this decision at the time had led to the orcs gaining the upper hand in the upcoming war, his mind went blank. His body trembled and he muttered incredulously, "And no, it can't be. No, no, no." Seeing that something was wrong with his friend, Edward patted his shoulder and asked with concern, "Adam, are you okay? What happened to you?" And nothing happened. Adam was beginning to profusely sweat. He looked around and suddenly he couldn't help but feel claustrophobic. "I'm gonna go get some fresh air." "Wait, where are you going?" Lisa asked in alarm. This was completely unlike Adam. She continued, "We still have to go to the administrative building to receive our mission." Adam waved his hand and replied without turning around, "I'll leave it to you. I gotta go." With that said, he bumped shoulders with the other students in the crowd as he gradually made his way out of the auditorium. The 5th-year students who saw this couldn't help but sneer, thinking to themselves that the youth had gotten cold feet because he had to fight in the upcoming war. The headmistress also witnessed Adam's sudden departure, but didn't think much of it. She continued speaking, "Since the time of the practical tests is already here, your performance during the war will count toward your final scores." Adam's heart started to pound madly as he slowly walked out of the campus. Anxiety gripped his heart as he wandered around aimlessly. "No, no, no, it can't be. All this is my fault. So many people are going to die and it." Suddenly, he bumped into a middle-aged guard patrolling the streets and fell to the ground. The guard was livid that someone had run into him in broad daylight. He was about to scold the person, but when he saw the youth wearing Clover Academy's olive cloak, he was terrified. He hurriedly bent over and apologized. "Forgive me, Lord Magus." However, before he could even finish speaking, he realized that the youth had run off into the distance in a panic. Seeing this, the guard was puzzled. What in the world? Adam scurried off into the distance, knocking over people on the way and apologizing to them repeatedly. He had never felt this way. This weakness, this fear, it reminded him of the time when he was still a mere mortal back in his hometown, constantly cowering in the face of aristocrats and mercenaries. The youth made his way into an empty cobblestoned alley, his breathing extremely ragged. He lifelessly leaned against the wall, clutching at his chest. "What's happening to me? What this? I don't feel so well." His chest heaved up and down as he involuntarily thought back to the time in the secret plane when he had decided to let the lanky orc escape with the ivory skull. "No, no, no." The youth clutched at his hair and screamed. "It can't be. Impossible." Suddenly, a gray light flashed, and Valerian appeared in front of him. Inside the youth's spirit sea, the young dragon could feel the deep turmoil that he was going through. "Brother, what's wrong? What's happening to you?" Valerian asked in distress, his eyes flashing with concern. He too had never seen Adam behave this way. When Adam saw Valerian in front of him, his breathing returned to normal, albeit slightly. He glanced at his familiar and muttered softly, "Val, I think I've made a terrible mistake." "What is it? You can tell me." "No, it's..." Adam bit his lip. He wanted to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. In the end, he turned around and started to once again aimlessly walk through the streets of the South Ward. Valerian could only helplessly follow after him. After walking for a long time, unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the entrance of Herb's Moor. In his subconscious mind, this was the place he considered the safest, after all. Adam's eyes lit up, and he climbed the stairs to the entrance. He raised his hand to push through the door. He wanted to talk to Burgger about it, but suddenly his hand paused. Complicated emotions flashed through his eyes as he slowly lowered his hand. What will the old man think of me? Will he be disappointed? Will he be angry? In the end, his legs seemed to have lost all energy as he dropped down the stairs leading to the shop's entrance. He sat there listlessly, his back desolate. Although Valerian was sitting right beside him, he felt lonely. Slowly, Adam's eyes turned red and pearls of tears started to fall to the ground. Overcome by immense guilt, he continued to blame himself. "It's all my fault. So many people are going to die." Suddenly, a firm hand clasped his shoulder and a familiar voice entered his ear. "What is it, boy?" Adam turned his head and saw that Burgger at some point had already arrived and was sitting beside him. He was the same as ever, looking at him with a bored expression and smoking from his pipe. The moment he saw Burgger, Adam completely broke down. Old man. Burgger realized that things must have been very serious for the youth to turn out this way, so he gently comforted him and told him to explain what was going on. After crying out his fill, Adam recounted everything that had happened in the secret plane. Then he told him about his speculations about the ivory skull. Burgger was silent for a while after listening to him. In the end, he heaved a long sigh. As he filled his pipe bowl with fresh tobacco leaves, he began, "The soul becomes tinted with the color of its thoughts." Adam was puzzled. He couldn't understand what the old man was saying, but he remained silent, choosing to patiently listen and not interrupt. The old gnome lit the tobacco and took a deep puff before continuing. "Our life is what our thoughts make of it. You think that your actions have led to the current events and that a lot of people will die as a result. But you have never once thought that your actions saved the lives of your friends whom you deeply cherish." The gnome's eyes flashed with profound wisdom as he glanced at the youth and gently smiled. "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength." Inside Herb's Moor, Burgger and Adam sat at the counter. For the first time, it was the old gnome that was brewing tea for the both of them. Meanwhile, the youth just sat there in a daze, battling his inner turmoil. As the gnome poured the herbal tea into 2 white ceramic cups, he stated, "Wine is to uplift your spirit, whereas tea is to calm your soul." Adam nodded as he sniffled. He grabbed the teacup with both hands, glancing at the warm, green liquid inside. He took a sip and felt his worries slightly wash away strangely enough. "It tastes nice," he murmured. "So what is it that's still bothering you?" The gnome asked as he took a sip of the tea. "I don't know, it's just Adam thought of the right words to say. If I had done things differently in the past." "Stop right there," Burgger interrupted him. "Let me tell you something. This war with the orcs was inevitable. This isn't the first time that it's happening, and it most certainly won't be the last time either." Adam glanced at him and nodded ever so slightly. Still, the deep guilt coursing through his heart could not be erased. "But it's a fact that because of my past actions, there will be countless more deaths than it originally would have right." "Well, that is indeed true," the gnome spoke nonchalantly as he took another sip from his cup. Hearing his reply, Adam's heart ached and he clenched his fists tightly, almost breaking the cup in his hands. "But what can you do about it?" Burgger asked. "What?" The youth glanced at him in confusion. "What do you mean? Can you return to the past and change things?" The old gnome's lips curled up into a smirk. Adam remained silent. "Let's put it this way." Burgger placed the teacup on the counter and continued, "Back then, had you gone after the orc and left your friends to die, would you have been able to live with the consequences?" "Of course not." Adam replied instantaneously. "If both outcomes lead to misery, choosing one that gives you the least distress is the correct one. In life, more often than not, there is no right or wrong decision." Burgger smiled. "There is only the journey that each choice sets us on." "Then do you think what I did was right?" Adam asked, his eyes flashing with faint hope. All he needed was an affirmative answer from the gnome and the feeling of guilt in his heart would lessen. However, he didn't get the answer he wanted. "No, it wasn't." Burgger shook his head. He paused before continuing, "But it wasn't wrong either." "I see." The youth lowered his head. "Always remember this, boy," the gnome began. "You cannot change the direction of the wind, but you can change your sails to always reach your destination." Adam glanced at him, deeply ruminating over his word. "Dwelling on your past and worrying about the future will only rob you of the present's joy." Burgger faintly smiled. "Now, if you're still burdened by guilt, just make sure to kill a few extra orcs." Burgger returned to his usual demeanor and waved his hand impatiently. "Now get the hell out of here. I can't stand the sight of your tears and snot. Hee." Adam got to his feet and bowed respectfully. "I'll be back soon." He then turned around and left, the weight on his shoulders having reduced significantly from before. Burgger glanced at his departing back and hesitated to speak. There were many things he wished to say, but in the end he only muttered a few words. "Be careful." Adam stopped in his steps in slight shock, not having expected the grumpy old gnome to suddenly say such words. He turned around and looked at him with a bright smile. "Of course." With that said, he walked out of the store of Valerian following behind him. The latter suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the old gnome. He then waved his tiny paw and smiled. "Mayu." Burgger smiled back and replied with a slight nod. After having bought loads of supplies from the Mercantile Guild, Adam waited for Edward and Lisa at the entrance of Clover Academy. Standing under the marble archway, the youth glanced at the tense atmosphere that pervaded the city, sighing to himself. However, unlike before, he didn't blame himself. After speaking to Burgger, he realized something. If he could really turn back time and go to that moment where he had to choose between saving his friends and chasing the orc, he would have made the same choice. Thinking so, he raised his head and gazed at the clouds above, recalling the old gnome's words. "My soul takes on the color of my thoughts." Adam, suddenly he heard a familiar voice call out to him in concern. The youth lowered his head and looked in the direction of the voice. There he saw Edward and Lisa rushing toward him, anxiety etched all over their faces. Seeing Edward, the first friend he had ever made, Adam reaffirmed in his heart, "That's right, I would make the same choice." The next moment, his lips curled up into a mischievous smile. "What happened to you? You left in a panic. Are you all right?" Edward tightly clasped his shoulders and shot a series of questions. Adam chuckled. "Of course I'm all right. Why wouldn't I be? Be honest." Lisa sternly said, her eyes flashing with worry. "What has gotten into you? I've never seen you like that. HMPH. Adam raised his head at a 45-degree angle, his lips curling up into a smug smile. "What do you mean? It was all an illusion." "Keek, it's a pretty neat trick, right?" Edward and Lisa stared at him with serious expressions, not buying his lies. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them and put his arms around their shoulders. The couple were alarmed that someone had managed to get so close to them without them even noticing. When they turned around to see who it was, they were even more stunned. "Like I said, it was all an illusion." Adam grinned. Meanwhile, the Adam that was standing in front of the couple had already dissipated into smoke. Lisa's eyes turned wide as saucers. How did you do it?" "I didn't feel any." "Ah, let's not waste time." Adam laughed out loud and dragged the couple by the arms. "Let us depart." For battle, as the trio made their way inside the academy campus, Lisa filled in Adam on all the details since he was missing when the headmistress was addressing the students. "Our team has been dispatched to Stardell, located in the east," the emerald-eyed young lady began. "It's a stronghold city bordering the Murky Mountains and is currently under attack from the beast tide." "What about the orcs?" Adam asked solemnly. "Not many of them," Edward chimed in. "The beasts are the first wave of attack. Although there are some trolls and ogres mixed in, so the orcs are using them as meat shields." "Huh," Adam muttered as he stroked his chin. The couple nodded with grim expressions. If the magical beasts, which already numbered in the tens of thousands, were the first wave, then what would happen when the orcs' main army joined the war? Just based on this, they could tell that the war would go on for a long time, and it would be brutal. The number of deaths that would be caused by the magical beasts was unimaginable. When Adam thought of this, he was filled with complicated emotions. He clenched his fists and cursed inwardly, "Damn it." However, his state of mind was unlike before. He was not going to dwell on the past. Instead, he would work harder than anyone else to kill the enemies when he joined the front line. "What's the status of Stardell?" the youth asked suddenly. "It hasn't fallen, if that's what you're asking," Lisa replied. Edward added also, "It's going to be very difficult for the enemy to take over Stardell. The city is heavily fortified on all 5 sides." "Wait, 5 sides?" Adam was surprised. "What the hell?" "Yes, the city is shaped like a pentagon." Edward shrugged. The trio soon made their way to the part of the academy campus where magical beasts were reared. Here there were many flying mounts that were usually utilized by the school faculty for various purposes, mostly transportation. When Adam glanced at all the magical beasts in this vast clearing, he suddenly came to a realization. "I see, so the artifact's reach is not that great. Otherwise, these beasts should have also been affected by it." He didn't realize this when he saw Valerian in a normal condition before. After all, the latter was a mighty dragon. So Adam naturally assumed that the artifact wouldn't affect him. But still, Lisa spoke with unease. "The artifact's range is long enough to affect a vast number of magical beasts on the eastern side of the Murky Mountains." Adam remained silent, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists. "Which one is ours, by the way?" Edward asked. "It's that one over there." Lisa pointed in the distance. "We'll be heading to Stardell with a few other teams as well as a 5th-year professor." Adam looked in the direction Lisa was pointing at and couldn't help but frown. The magical beast they were going to use as transport was a flying serpent. It was humongous, to say the least. Its body was covered in dark green scales, and it had a pair of wings on its back made of white feathers. I really hate snakes," the youth couldn't help but mutter in distaste. "Mayu, Mayu." Valerian, who was sticking his head out from Adam's robes, also frowned. He could still vaguely recall that when he was still inside his egg, he was taken captive by a white serpent from the spirit world for as long as he could remember. The young dragon didn't know how he got there, but he remembered living in constant fear of being devoured. That was until Adam came and saved him. So naturally, the little guy had a strong aversion to serpentine creatures. Adam was also the same. After all, he had almost died at the hands of the same white serpent when he rescued Valerian all those years back. "You guys don't like snakes?" Lisa's lips twitched. "No, Mayu." The raven-haired youth and the black cat vigorously shook their heads in unison. "Doesn't matter, we don't have any other choice." Edward sighed. As the trio made their way toward the flying serpent, a middle-aged woman wearing white magus robes and donning round glasses with black frames on her face looked their way and beckoned at them. "Come quick, you 3. You're the last ones to arrive." "Sorry, Professor Kimberly." Lisa hurried toward the middle-aged lady and apologized. This professor had auburn hair and sky-blue eyes. She taught the 5th-year students advanced theories on spellcasting. She knew the trio well since she had been teaching them in the past half-year. Moreover, she also had a fairly good impression of the 3, even Adam, who barely participated in class. This was because she knew that the youth had a deep understanding of spell-casting theories from all the conversations she had with him in the past. What took you all so long? She asked sternly. They were supposed to have departed 5 minutes ago, but were held back by the three. Before Lisa could even answer, a fifth-year student sitting atop the serpent spoke with blatant mockery. I'm sure Lisa and Edward must have been scouring the city for that coward. I mean, we all saw how Adam ran out of the auditorium while shitting his pants. Everyone glanced at the person who had just spoken. It was a blonde youth wearing lavish robes. Clearly, he came from an affluent background. His name was Frank McCoy, an aristocrat of Moon City hailing from a Magus family. However, things didn't go as she wanted them to. Adam stepped forward while digging his ear with his pinky finger. I did leave the auditorium, but that was to meet your mother. Didn't she tell you? Bastard, what did you just say? Frank was livid. He stood up on the saddle and glared at Adam. Tusk, 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 how unfilial. Adam's lips curled up into a taunting smile. Bastard, is that how you address your father? Where are your manners, boy? The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. The other students who were sitting atop the serpent couldn't help but burst into hushed laughter. Seeing this, Frank was even more furious. You son of a, he was about to jump down from the serpent's back, but suddenly Professor Kimberly released the aura of a rank 2 Magus. She had had enough. My dear students, she smiled amicably and glanced at the two of them. Won't you get along? Frank and Adam gulped involuntarily before nodding like chickens. Why, yes, ma'am. Very good. The auburn-haired lady retrieved her aura and climbed the flying mount, sitting at the forefront. Now let us leave for Stardell. The trio too made their way up the magical beast and took their seats. The entire time Frank angrily stared at Adam. Meanwhile, the latter kept taunting him with his expressions. However, neither of them spoke a word. Both understood that this was indeed not the best time to quarrel. After everyone had taken their seats, Professor Kimberly sent a mental command to the serpent. With a powerful flap of its wings, the serpent launched itself into the air, soaring effortlessly above the city. This was the first time that Adam was using a flying mount, so he couldn't help but tightly grip the saddle. He nervously gulped as he was reminded of the time in the spirit world when he was perpetually falling. But this time was a little different. Within a few moments, the serpent had already flown high up in the sky and into the clouds. Its dark green scales twinkled like emeralds in the morning light, and its feathered wings stretched wide, seemingly trying to catch the sun's rays. It was a sight to behold. As they passed through towering mountains and vast forests, the children couldn't help but be mesmerized as they marveled at the beauty of the world below. The flying serpent flew with grace and speed, dancing across the blue sky. The students clung to the saddle, their hearts pounding with exhilaration, but also a sense of purpose. Although everything looked beautiful and captivating now, they knew that when they reached their destination, things would be the opposite. Hours passed and the sun slowly began to descend. A journey that would have taken them weeks, if not months, was covered in a matter of hours. The Magi were now drawing closer to their destination. As they flew in the direction of the murky mountains, the atmosphere also changed drastically. It was as if all the positive emotions were slowly being sucked out as they inched closer to the battlefield. The expressions of all the students, who were enjoying the ride earlier, were now grim. Professor Kimberly turned her head around and glanced at them. Do you feel it? No one replied. They only nodded their heads. Among the group of students, 2 teams were from the 5th year and only 1 team each from the other 4 years. While the 4th years and the 5th years could handle their own, the others naturally had it worse. They were still kids after all. Too much killing stains the environment. The professor began, not to mention, that the negative emotions of the deceased also seep into the surroundings. This is what makes the atmosphere dark and heavy. Everyone nodded with solemn expressions. Professor Kimberly continued, places like Moon City will forever have a positive aura around them because they directly reflect the emotions of their residents. A first-year student curiously asked, Professor, how do one's emotions affect their surroundings? That shouldn't be possible, right? Professor Kimberly smiled gently at this youth, but before she could reply, Adam had already answered. Because of mana. All the students turned their heads and glanced at the back of the saddle where Adam was resting with his hands interlocked, supporting the back of his head. Oh, care to explain, student Adam? Professor Kimberly was slightly surprised, not having expected anyone to answer. Mana is not just a source of energy, but also a conduit of emotions, Adam replied with a bored expression. Mana can conduct and amplify the emotional energies of those around it, shaping the environment in which it exists. The professor nodded with a gratified smile, her eyes shining with wonder. Go on. People with positive emotions can infuse the mana around them with a similar positivity. Flowers bloom brighter, the air feels lighter, and even the most ordinary tasks seem to be infused with joy. Conversely, when negative emotions taint the mana, the atmosphere becomes heavy and stifling. Just like the one we're currently feeling, Adam explained patiently, his words containing deep insight. The next moment, he raised his head and glanced at the fast-moving clouds, recalling the profundities of the way that he had experienced in one of the memories. To harness the full potential of mana, a magus must first master their own emotions and keep them in harmony with the mana surrounding them. In the end, it all comes down to finding balance and becoming one with mana and nature. A long period of silence ensued atop the flying serpent. The only sound that was heard was that of the strong winds brushing past them. Sensing this, Adam lowered his head and glanced at the rest of the people. Everyone, including Professor Kimberly, was looking at him speechlessly. Seeing this, his lips twitched. Damn, did I speak more than necessary? Student Adam, just who taught you such deep knowledge? Professor Kimberly asked incredulously. To say that she was shocked would be a major understatement. This was clearly not something that the professors taught at the academy. After all, the faculty only emphasized teaching students the analytical side of magic. But this was something else entirely. Adam laughed nervously and lied through his teeth. Actually, old man, Lord Burgger taught all this to me. You may not know, but I'm his apprentice, so it's not strange that I know such things. Professor Kimberly's eyes lit up and she nodded in understanding. I see, that indeed makes sense. She then glanced at Adam and smiled. But it's great that you can grasp such things at such an early age. It will greatly help you in the... Suddenly, she stopped speaking and turned back around, gazing into the far distance. Her eyes narrowed as she muttered coldly, "Looks like we have company." The students didn't quite understand what she was saying, but all of them couldn't help but start to feel nervous. From her tone, things didn't look quite good. Adam squinted his eyes and expanded his sphere of resonance to the maximum. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Enemy flying magical beasts. A dozen small dots became visible in the distance, their sizes increasing with each passing second. Only a few moments later, their figures were apparent to everyone sitting on the flying serpent. Roar! All kinds of flying magical beasts, ranging from large eagles and dark vultures to flaming crows and thunder owls, charged toward the group with unbridled killing intent. Their auras were ghastly and sinister, and their eyes were bloodshot, gleaming with madness. When Professor Kimberly noticed this, her face turned solemn. These beasts have been corrupted by the orcs. Although she could single-handedly take care of all these rank 1 beasts, the current situation was highly unfavorable to her. Firstly, they were in the sky, giving the corrupt beasts an advantage over her. Any spell she cast was likely to be dodged by them. Secondly, and most importantly, she couldn't let those beasts come near the flying serpent. If she did, all the students sitting atop this flying mount would be affected by the subsequent battle, and she wouldn't be able to guarantee their safety. She had made sure to take a safe route to their destination, but despite all her cautious planning, the enemy still managed to find her. Her only option now was to make the flying serpent descend and land on the ground. The safety of the students was her first priority. However, how could the enemy allow this? The next moment, Professor Kimberly's eyes flashed with resolve and she hurriedly weaved hand gestures. No, I cannot let them near. I'll take them all out through long-range spells. 3 large magic circles materialized above the middle-aged lady. Out of these magic circles, fire erupted in a blaze of glory, and following that, they streaked across the sky, making their way toward the enemy magical beasts. Rank 2 spell, Scorching Beam. The 3 flaming rays tore through the clouds, producing a crackling sound. Before anyone knew it, the 3 magical beams had already appeared in front of the flying beasts. S-Series-CH. Instantly, the rank 2 spell pierced the hearts of half of the enemies before dissipating into tiny mana particles. These magic beasts had been caught off guard and had paid with their lives. The surviving beasts, however, didn't cower in this situation. Instead, the ferocity in their eyes increased even more as they flew toward the flying serpent at greater speeds. But suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in their faces, causing them to falter for a few moments. Rank 2 spell, Wind Rush. This spell from the School of Invocation created a powerful line of wind that swept off everything in its path. Since they were currently in mid-air, the effect of this spell was not particularly visible. For instance, if this rank 2 spell were to be cast on the ground, it would sweep up any person or object, including even buildings. The remaining magical beasts that were suddenly hit with this spell found themselves temporarily unable to maintain flight. However, that was all the time Professor Kimberly needed to cast her next spell. The auburn-haired lady's eyes gleamed with cold, killing intent as she finally finished casting hand signs. Then she aimed her palm at the enemies. Following this, a brilliant magic circle lit up in front of her. Rank 2 spell, Acid Arrow Blast. A 2-meter-long, glimmering green arrow shot toward the flying magical beasts at an incredible speed. Just as the effects of the previous spell had dissipated, the green arrow had already flown right amidst the beasts. Boom! The arrow burst into a spray of acid in the middle of the flying beasts. Out of the 6, 4 of them were grievously injured by the acid blobs. They screeched in agony as the acid corroded their wings and other parts of their bodies, causing them to helplessly fall to the ground to their deaths. However, 2 beasts still remained. These 2 took the least amount of damage from the spell. Although they too were injured, they could still maintain flight and pose a serious threat to the group of students. Seeing that she was unable to kill the last 2 flying beasts despite casting 3 spells back-to-back, Professor Kimberly couldn't help but frown. If these two beasts managed to draw closer, she wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of those behind her. Just when she was about to command the flying serpent to quickly descend to the ground, a student approached her from behind and confidently said, "Professor, leave the rest to me." Professor Kimberly turned around and was quite surprised to see who it was. Student Adam. But the next moment she shook her head and sternly replied, "I know you have good intentions, but I cannot allow it. It is simply too dangerous." Adam glanced at her and smiled. "Trust me, Professor, I can handle a few birds." Before Professor Kimberly could even speak, the youth had already taken out a handful of clay from his holding pouch and threw it in front of him. Following that, he weaved a series of hand signs, and finally a bright magic circle lit up. Rank 1 spell, Mold Earth. The handful of clay transformed into 2 circular platforms, steady enough for a person to stand on. As the 2 earthen platforms lay before Adam's feet, the youth cast yet another spell. Rank 1 spell, Magus Hands. A dozen spectral hands appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the earthen platforms, holding them in midair. Adam leisurely got on top of one of them and then looked at Professor Kimberly. "Make sure to catch me." With that said, the mud platform that the youth was crouching on zoomed toward the 2 remaining flying beasts, whereas the other platform followed behind him. Professor Kimberly stared dazedly as she saw the youth fly into the distance, thinking to herself, a mere rank 1 spell can be used in such a way. However, this was very difficult for a rank 1 magus to pull off. She couldn't help but come to admire Adam's creativity, but suddenly she realized the grave danger that the youth would be in. She hurriedly commanded the flying serpent to follow after the youth. "Damn it, it's fine if you wish to court death, but why put others' lives at risk?" Meanwhile, Adam slowly approached the 2 enemy beasts. One of them was a dark vulture, while the other was a flaming crow. His first target was going to be the dark vulture. As he crouched on the gliding earthen platform, the hems of his black cape billowed in the wind, making him appear quite heroic. He closed his eyes and revolved the 5 elemental codex, focusing mana in his right hand. When he opened his eyes again, his right palm was coated with a layer of smoldering flames. The next moment, he coldly gazed at the incoming vulture and launched himself from the earthen platform, shooting straight toward his enemy. The moment Adam jumped off the earthen platform, it could not take the pressure and instantly broke into countless pieces. Meanwhile, the youth soared through the sky like a black streak of light and instantly appeared in front of the dark vulture. Pure mana surrounded his fist and ignited it with brilliant colored flames. The 5 elemental codex allowed the user to extract the mana from the 5 fundamental elements that made up the world, making their mana take the characteristic of the fusion of the 5 elements. However, there was something more that Adam learned. As he continued to practice this mana extraction technique, he was able to use the mana from each of the 5 elements separately. At his current stage, the youth was only able to coat his fist with the mana from the 5 elements. As he progressed in this mana extraction technique and advanced in ranks, his resonance toward the 5 elements would significantly increase, meaning that he would gain extreme efficiency when using magic spells or magic combat techniques that directly utilized the 5 elements. Coating his fist with only a layer of fire mana was the most basic step. As Adam gradually closed in on the dark vulture, he increased his mana expenditure, and his fist lit up in even more intense flames. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached in front of the vulture, much to the shock of the latter. His eyes narrowed and a grin slowly formed on his face. The muscles on Adam's body tensed as he launched a simple punch to the vulture's torso. There was nothing fancy about this technique, but the devastation that it caused sent shockwaves throughout the sky. Boom! The surrounding clouds parted as a visible wave of fire spread in all directions. The dark vulture didn't even have any time to react, much less counterattack. Nothing was left of this beast, to say the least. Chunks of burning flesh that fell from the sky served as the only evidence that this magical beast had even been here. When the people on the flying serpent in the distance witnessed this scene, they were flabbergasted. "No way, amazing, Senior Adam is that strong. He killed the beast with a single punch." The young students couldn't help but be mesmerized when they witnessed the scene of Adam taking down the vulture. It was like a spectacular display of fireworks. The ring of fire produced from the impact of his punch was still visible for all to see. Professor Kimberly was also the same. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. However, it wasn't Adam's punch that shocked her, but the way he utilized mana. Such fine precision of mana, is he really only a rank 1? She thought to herself incredulously. Even my control over mana couldn't be that accurate. Oh no, Senior Adam is falling. Suddenly, one of the first-year students screamed in panic as she pointed into the distance. Adam, after having taken care of the vulture, did not have his momentum from earlier stopped even one bit. He was like a blazing arrow that tore through the clouds and continued to fall. Seeing this, everyone was panicking. Everyone except Edward and Lisa. They had full confidence in Adam's abilities. Not good. Professor Kimberly hurriedly commanded the flying serpent to increase speed and fly toward the youth. Meanwhile, Adam was free falling from the sky, however. There was not even a trace of nervousness on his face. Instead, he was greatly savoring the joy of battle. He He had just confirmed that the soul of the dark vulture had been absorbed by the lotus, and he couldn't help but lick his lips in delight. Food should never be wasted, he chuckled inwardly. Adam somersaulted in the air and gracefully landed on the platform. Whoa, did you see that? So that's what the second one was for. So cool. The students standing atop the flying serpent were full of praise, their eyes shining brighter than the stars. Professor Kimberly's expression, however, was still grim as she controlled the beast to fly even faster. Of course, she had already known what the second platform was for. But the reason she was so nervous was because the flaming crow had now directed its full attention on Adam and was crazily closing in on him. This flying beast was surrounded by flames. Adam would not be able to take the brunt of it if he fought the beast directly. She had already begun casting hand signs to assist the youth, but suddenly her hands paused as she looked on at the spectacle unfold in shock. By the time Adam had landed on the other platform, the flaming crow had already arrived before him, its eyes spewing unbridled fury. It opened its mouth and launched a large fire sphere at the youth. However, Adam was able to nimbly dodge the attack as he leaped away from the stone platform. The fire sphere didn't even manage to touch the hems of his clothes, but it completely obliterated the platform. Now, the youth had no footing. As Adam fell from the air, he glanced at the flaming crow that was recklessly chasing after him. Seeing this, his lips curled up into a sneer. He weaved a series of hand gestures at such speed that his palms appeared to be a blur. Then he pointed at the incoming flying beast and finally cast his spell. Rank 1 spell, Magic Missile. Dozens of magic circles lit up around Adam, and from them, a barrage of orbs made of pure mana bombarded the flaming crow. Adam's lips parted and he coldly muttered, "Die." Boom, boom, boom. After the flaming crow was battered with dozens of magic missiles, nothing was left of this body. When the students saw this, they were stunned, but no one was more surprised than Professor Kimberly. She couldn't help but think in sheer disbelief that certainly exceeded the limits of duel casting. How is this even possible? And what's with his abnormal mana reserves? But the next moment when she saw the youth falling to the ground, she recalled his parting words, "Make sure to catch me." Realizing this, she urged the flying serpent to increase speed yet again. She couldn't help but curse this troublesome child. Meanwhile, as Adam fell from the sky, he couldn't help but lower his head and glance at the fast-approaching land. He was no longer scared of falling. He had a plentiful experience after all. Instead of freaking out, he calmly activated the magic artifact that he always wore on his finger. He rarely used it in the past, but today it really came in handy. It was the same one that he had looted back when he fought the vampire in Hand City. Ring of Light Fall. This magical artifact was inscribed with the rank 1 spell, Light Fall. It would automatically activate if its wearer fell for more than 2 meters. Alternatively, the wearer could also activate it manually. Just like what Adam was doing right now. As he gently fell from the sky like a willowy feather, his robes fluttered as the wind passed, making him appear like a deity descending to the mortal world. The youth hummed a tune to himself as he patiently waited for the flying serpent to arrive. A few moments later, Professor Kimberly had flown in from the distance and positioned the flying beast right underneath him. Adam graciously landed on the saddle. The moment he did, he was immediately surrounded by the young children from the academy. "Senior Adam, that was amazing. How did you do it? I've never seen so many magic missiles before. How are you floating just now? Is it because of an artifact?" Adam was suddenly overwhelmed by listening to the questions from these enthusiastic children. He wanted to just walk away, but seeing how lively they were, he couldn't find it in himself to ignore these kids. Moreover, he also felt quite nice being treated as a celebrity by them. This feeling of others looking up to him was a novel experience for him. Just as he was about to answer the kids' questions, an angry voice came from the front of the saddle, scaring everyone present. "Student Adam, we need to talk." Seeing Professor Kimberly stomp toward him, Adam loudly gulped, thinking to himself, what the hell? Did I do something wrong? Shouldn't she be happy? The youth involuntarily raised his hands in surrender and laughed nervously. Professor, what's got ack?" However, before he could even finish speaking, the auburn-haired lady had already come near him and grabbed his ear, twisting it slightly. "You really like to play the hero, huh?" Professor Kimberly heavily reprimanded the youth. "No, this won't do. I must set you straight." With that said, she dragged the youth by the ear and walked to the front of the saddle where she usually sat. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the students were shocked. The only person that was greatly enjoying this moment was Frank. "Ow, ow, ow, what's gotten into you?" Adam's face was full of grievance. He couldn't understand what was wrong with this lady. According to him, after he had defeated the 2 flying beasts, shouldn't she be praising him? Then why was she scolding him instead? "Shut it." Professor Kimberly's face was grim. "Sit down." "Why, yes, ma'am." Seeing the serious look on her face, Adam could only obediently nod. Professor Kimberly crossed her arms and glanced at Adam, severely admonishing him. "Why did you not listen to my instructions back then?" "What do you mean, Professor?" Adam asked meekly. "You know exactly what I mean." Professor Kimberly's voice turned up a notch. "It was highly irresponsible of you to go into battle all alone. Did you wish to play the hero so badly? Damn this woman, Adam cursed under his breath. He secretly glanced at all the students witnessing him getting scolded by her and couldn't help but feel deeply embarrassed. What if something happened to you? What if you endangered the lives of everyone on the flying mount? Did you think about these things? Adam protested, but Professor, those birds were only rank 1 beasts. Professor Kimberly's eyes narrowed. So you thought a rank 2 magus like me wouldn't be able to take care of them? And no, that's not what I meant. Adam hurriedly shook his hands, afraid that she would misunderstand. Professor Kimberly couldn't help but massage her temples and release a helpless sigh. Look, Adam, I know you meant well, but we're currently at war. Do you know what that means? Adam shook his head. However, inwardly he thought to himself, this is war. Doesn't that mean I go around killing enemies? And I already killed the enemies, so why are you so mad? During wartime, you cannot disobey your superior's orders. Doing so is punishable by death in most cases, the professor began with a solemn tone. The youth's pupils constricted as he glanced at Professor Kimberly incredulously. Even the surrounding students were stunned. These kids, who had always been under the shade of Clover Academy, how would they know about the protocols that govern warfare, otherwise known as the rules of engagement? Professor Kimberly glanced at the other students and thought this was an opportune moment to teach them a few things. Obeying your superior is a fundamental aspect of military discipline and is crucial for maintaining order. If one of you disobeys, it will make the others think that they can all disobey orders. She glanced back at Adam, her tone softening. Do you get it now? I'm your professor and have known you for a while, so I know you meant well when you did what you did. The lady paused for a moment before continuing, but the same cannot be said about the other rank 2 magi you will meet at Stardell. If you disobey their order, they will be sure to make an example out of you. They wouldn't care that you're a student from the Clover Academy. Adam was silent for a long time. As he ruminated over the middle-aged lady's words, he realized why he was so impatient in fighting the flying beasts earlier. It was because he wanted to compensate for the grave mistake he had committed in the secret plane. His hands clenched tightly as he thought to himself, I messed up. He glanced at Professor Kimberly and nodded, You're right, Professor. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Seeing the look in the youth's eyes, the lady understood that he had learned his lesson. She ruffled his raven hair and gently smiled. It's good that you understand. Don't repeat this in the future, unless you really have a death wish. I won't. Adam chuckled and got to his feet. He turned his head and looked into the distance. How far are we from Stardell? Professor Kimberly gazed into the horizon and muttered, We should reach within the hour. She looked back and instructed all the students, Hold tight, kids, we're about to pick up speed. With that said, she pulled the reins of the winged serpent and commanded the beast to fly faster toward their destination. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, the sky was dyed a shade of orange and red. The city of Stardell, a stronghold fortified on all 5 sides, was being besieged by the onslaught of the magical beast. Although the war had only just begun, the intensity had already reached such height. Moreover, this was only the first wave. The towering walls of the city made sure that no beasts could scale it. Magi were positioned all along the walls, hurling spells of all kinds at the beasts below. Just outside the city walls, the corpses of the beasts had gathered on top of each other and formed mounds. Despite that, the other magical beasts continued to recklessly charge at the city walls. Meanwhile, inside the city, the streets were alive with a commotion unlike any other. The mortal residents of the city had taken it upon themselves to help the Magi in any way possible. Women and children could be seen running around carrying supplies and bandages, rushing toward the makeshift infirmaries that had sprung in the wake of the beast tide. Despite the dangers that unfolded outside the city walls, the city was united. The spirits of the residents remained unbroken as they stood shoulder to shoulder with the Magi, which during peaceful times would be something unheard of. As the sky slowly started to darken, a deep and resonant trumpet call echoed from the direction of the murky mountains. This sound reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of friend and foe alike. The rampaging magical beasts, their eyes filled with madness and bloodlust, immediately stopped their attacks upon listening to the sound of the trumpet. They're retreating again. We've made it past another day. Hear, hear. When the residents inside the city heard the mysterious trumpet call, all of them dropped down to their knees and smiled in relief. Although times were truly desperate, they lived to fight another day. The Magi watched with bated breaths as the beasts slowly receded into the murky mountains. Even the flying magical beasts that posed the most danger to them during their battle were now retreating. Suddenly, one of the Magi stationed atop the walls found something very peculiar in the darkening sky. Although all the flying beasts were withdrawing, there was one, however, that seemed to be flying straight in the direction of the city. The Magi squinted his eyes and saw that it was a green-winged serpent. Not willing to take any risks, he informed of this occurrence to his fellow Magi. A flying beast is heading our way. Gather the aerial squad and have them intercept it. The person who had just spoken was a rank 2 magus and had seniority here, so the other rank 1 Magi naturally had to comply. At once, 4 Magi hopped onto their respective flying mounts and took flight, ready for battle. After all, they didn't know whether this newcomer was an ally or an enemy. Although that mysterious trumpet had already been blown, they still didn't wish to risk it. Sitting atop the flying serpent, the students of Clover Academy glanced down at the battlefield below and couldn't help but gulp nervously. They had never witnessed such a gruesome sight, to say the least. Even Adam, who had had his fair share of killings over the past 5 years, was greatly repulsed by the blood and gore. He looked around the city and saw that there were only corpses, no living beasts. Seeing this, he was puzzled. He glanced at Professor Kimberly and asked, "Why did the beasts retreat?" "Is it related to that trumpet call we heard earlier?" Professor Kimberly was also wondering the same thing. She had received intel from the Academy that the orcs were able to manipulate a large number of beasts through some artifact. However, she wasn't sure about the extent of this manipulation. It could very well be because of that trumpet call. Professor Kimberly nodded. Adam stroked his chin, deep in thought. So the orcs can control the beasts to this degree. Could it be the same artifact from the secret plane, or is this trumpet something entirely different? Suddenly, he heard the loud screeches of flying beasts and instantly became on guard. Thinking it was another enemy attack, he hurriedly got to his feet and prepared to cast a spell. "Calm down, Adam." Professor Kimberly waved her hand. "We're not under attack." Adam was puzzled, and so were the other students. The next moment, 4 winged falcons came into view as they slowly flew toward them. The winged falcon was one of the fastest rank 1 magical beasts. Its feathers were light green and were as delicate as the breath of wind. At the same time, they were as strong as tempered steel. Its eyes, a piercing yellow, were sharp and keen, while its beak, dark and slightly bent, made its presence formidable. Magi rode these wind falcons as they made their way toward them. One of the falcons hovered before the flying serpent, and the magus riding it gazed at Professor Kimberly with alertness. "Show your identification, magus." Although this newcomer was a rank 1 magus, Professor Kimberly didn't blame him for the lack of etiquette. After all, they were in the middle of a war and everyone was on edge. She simply smiled and tossed a token and a scroll at the magus. The magus grabbed it and then quickly read through it, while the other magi observed the group with vigilance. The next moment, the magus' eyes widened and he hurriedly bent over. "Please forgive me, Magus Kimberly. It's all right." The auburn-haired lady waved her hand. "Lead the way." "Right away." The magus nodded and then directed the winged falcon to descend. Meanwhile, the other magi respectfully escorted the flying serpent. As the group neared the city, Adam's gaze was fixed on the heaps of corpses lying outside the city walls. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a terrifying possibility. As soon as they landed in the city, he hopped off the serpent and rushed toward the nearest city wall. "Wait, where are you going?" Professor Kimberly reached out to him, but the youth had already disappeared amidst the crowd. Seeing this, she couldn't help but feel that another headache was coming. The youth did not respond to her call. He hurriedly made his way through the crowd and approached the towering city wall, his heart beating with excitement. Then, he agilely scaled the city and finally reached the top. The surrounding magi were slightly surprised by his sudden appearance, but seeing that he was wearing the cloak of the Clover Academy, no one found it strange. Adam put one foot over the railing, the grin on his face becoming wider and wider as he gazed at the heaps of fresh beast corpses. The next moment, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had arrived at the mysterious space inside the White Lotus. He glanced at the boundary of this ethereal space and finally confirmed his speculation. As I thought, new orbs of light were popping up slowly but surely along the boundary of the mysterious white space. These light orbs were in fact the souls of the deceased beasts. As soon as Adam saw the heaps of corpses around the city wall, he had this idea that perhaps if he were near the bodies of the beasts that had just recently died, then maybe the lotus would be able to devour their souls. Therefore, to confirm his speculations, as soon as the flying serpent landed in the city, he hurriedly made his way to the top of the city wall without care for the consequences. Now that he finally confirmed his guess, he was ecstatic. As he levitated inside the mysterious space, he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. This war is like a buffet." Thinking of the deep implications of his finding, Adam laughed like a madman for a very long time. A few moments later, he gradually stopped and thought to himself while grinning from ear to ear, "And I don't even need to personally kill the enemy. I only need to be near them when they die." Come to think of it, something similar happened all those years back when I was journeying to Moon City with the traveling party. He rubbed his hands excitedly as he watched the orbs of lights that were still materializing in the distance. Just when he was about to absorb one of the souls near him, a firm hand tightly clasped his shoulder. "Who the hell are you?" A cold and deep voice rang in the youth's ears. Adam opened his eyes and turned around to see a burly, middle-aged man looking down upon him with narrowed eyes. This man was close to 2 meters tall and had a head full of long, red hair tied into a ponytail. His eyes were crimson, and when one stared right into them, they would have this strange feeling that they were being burned by fire itself. The man was wearing dark red magus robes, and his sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, displaying his muscular and chiseled forearms that seemed to be throbbing with great power. When Adam felt this man's hand on his shoulder, He felt as if his entire shoulder blade was about to be crushed. He couldn't help but think incredulously, what's with this raw strength? While the youth was reeling in from the shock brought by this man's grip strength, the latter was also equally surprised. He had exerted more than enough power to make sure that Adam stumbled backward, but the youth barely budged. The man's eyes flashed with interest. He increased his grip strength ever so slightly and asked again, I asked you a question, boy. Who are you? Adam grimaced and involuntarily took a step back. He glanced at the red-haired man and confirmed in his heart, a rank 2 magus. And my name is Adam Constantine. He managed to free himself from the magus grip and retreated a few steps, his heart wildly beating with trepidation. The man frowned. Why have I not heard of you before? What's your designated unit? Who's your squad leader? Adam didn't understand a thing that the man asked. He replied nervously, I just got here, sir, just got here. The frown on the man's face deepened. The following moment, he reprimanded, then what the hell are you doing here? You should be reporting at the duty station just like all the other newcomers. I'm screwed. Adam began to sweat nervously. He looked around and found that a few elves, dwarves, and humans were looking at him in amusement. He hurriedly thought of an excuse and blurted out, I just wanted to see how high the wall was. Shit. Adam instantly regretted the words that came out of his mouth. That was so stupid. The red-haired man was speechless. You wanted to see how high the wall was. He glanced around at his subordinates and asked with a strange look, did I hear him right? Ho ho, you sure did, boss. A stout dwarf replied as he drank ale from an ivory mug. The burly man looked back at Adam, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, an auburn-haired lady rushed toward them from the other side. When the man glanced at her, he was taken aback. Adam, what the hell do you think you're doing? Professor Kimberly made her way through the crowd and appeared before the youth, twisting his ear. Why can't you just stay still for 1 minute? Ow, 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 it hurts, it hurts. Adam winced in pain. Oh, Kimberly, the red-haired man was pleasantly surprised. Long time no see, didn't expect to find you here. Professor Kimberly turned her head and glanced at the man. Then her eyes widened in disbelief. Esmond, you're still alive. Esmond's lips twitched. Why did you think I was dead? Suddenly, he thought of something and stroked his chin in puzzlement. Why does every familiar person I meet become so surprised to see me alive? You disappeared into the murky mountains. Of course, we all would assume you were dead. Professor Kimberly spoke incredulously. I just went there to train. Esmond helplessly muttered. Who the hell goes to that place to train? The auburn-haired lady spoke with a dumbfounded look. Professor, can you please let go? The pair suddenly glanced at Adam, whose ear had turned red from Professor Kimberly still tightly grabbing onto it. HMPH, still haven't forgotten about you. The woman harumphed. I have to severely discipline you. She then glanced at Esmond and said, I will see you later. I have to take the kids to the first duty station and help them complete all the paperwork. So you ended up becoming a professor at the Clover Academy after all? Esmond chuckled. Of course I did. Professor Kimberly nudged her round glasses up her nose bridge and displayed a smirk. Good for you. Esmond nodded. Well, I'll be stationed here on the northeast wall. Feel free to drop by any time. Professor Kimberly deeply looked at the red-haired man and then nodded with a faint smile. Then she turned around and dragged Adam with her, all the while scolding him. How many times have I told you to not wander off? But Professor, I was just... Shut it. Esmond crossed his arms and watched Kimberly's departing back with a reminiscent smile. Suddenly, an elven girl approached him and asked curiously, Boss, you two know each other? Yeah, Esmond replied with a smile. We used to be classmates at Clover Academy. Where do you think that guy vanished? Edward sighed as he stood in front of a 2-storied building where newcomers had to report. Professor Kimberly had told the group of students to wait there while she looked for Adam and brought him back. As they stood there on the sidewalk, they glanced at the atmosphere in the city, which was ironically a mixture of unease and relief. Lisa listlessly leaned against the blue-eyed youth and replied, Who knows what goes on in his head? Look, they're here. Suddenly, a first-year student pointed in a certain direction. Everyone looked over and saw Professor Kimberly and Adam walking toward them. The latter's left ear had turned red for some reason, but most of them could make a guess. All right, kids, let's get you all sorted. She nodded at them and entered the building. The students followed behind her. Meanwhile, Edward and Lisa waited for Adam. Where did you go? Lisa asked curiously. Adam rubbed his ear gently as he replied, Nothing, I just wanted to see what it looked like from the top of the city wall. Edward simply rolled his eyes, whereas Lisa dubiously asked, Really? Guess. Adam glanced at her with a smirk before entering the building. Lisa speechlessly looked at his departing back. Seeing this, Edward chuckled. All right, let's go in. The inside of the building was filled with magi going on about their work. When the students entered this place, they were greeted by a spacious room with a high ceiling and walls lined with shelves, each of them containing various tomes and scrolls. There were dozens of cubicles set up on this floor, each of them being occupied by a magus who went through the paperwork of all the newcomers that arrived in Stardell. Professor Kimberly found an empty spot and guided the students there. She then took out a bunch of parchment papers from her space-type storage ring and handed them to the blonde young lady sitting behind the desk. The lady first went through Professor Kimberly's credentials. When she finished going through them, she hurriedly got to her feet and bowed respectfully. "Welcome to Stardell, Magus Kimberly." The auburn-haired lady nodded. "Skip the pleasantries, dear." "Yes, ma'am." The young lady sat back down and started to go through every student's documentation. This included their school grades, as well as personal reports from academy professors stating which areas the students excelled at. This was done to ensure that all the students were appointed to units where they would be good fits. The war with the orcs was a sudden occurrence, after all. So the different magi from all over the Southern Federation didn't have time to train together and get to know each other's strengths and weaknesses. In order to maintain synergy, it was deemed by the higher-ups that the students who had already formed teams during their time in the various academies would be allowed to stay together when they were assigned to their new units. After going through everyone's information, the blonde lady looked through a list of magi units that had vacant spots and began assigning the students to these units. She handed a parchment paper to every student detailing the unit they had been assigned to and the rank 2 Magus they would be under. When Adam read through this paper, his lips twitched. "Magus Esmond, isn't that?" "You were assigned to Esmond." Professor Kimberly glanced at Adam with slight surprise. "Professor, do you know him?" Lisa asked. After all, she and Edward were also in the same unit along with Adam. "Yes," Professor Kimberly nodded. "We both graduated from Clover Academy in the same year." "How is he as a person?" Edward asked with slight nervousness. After all, who knows how long they would be serving under this Magus. It would be nice if this Magus was someone whom they could get along with. "He's a brute." Professor Kimberly harumphed. However, the next moment she confidently smiled. "But he's a meticulous brute. You three don't need to worry. You're in good hands." Edward involuntarily sighed a breath of relief. Lisa too was glad that this Magus was approved by Professor Kimberly. Adam, however, couldn't help but doubt his professor's words. "I don't know, that guy seemed a little crazy to me," he thought to himself. "Fellow Magi, may I please have your attention?" The blonde lady, after assigning all the students to their designated units, respectfully called out to them. Everyone glanced at her, giving their full attention. "There is only one thing I wish to inform you about," the lady began, "and that is the contribution point system." "Miss, what's a contribution point system?" a first-year student asked innocently. The lady gently smiled and patiently explained, "Yes, I'm getting to that. From henceforth, all resources that you buy will not be with the normal currency of the Southern Federation, but contribution points." Another student gasped. "That means gold coins are useless now." "I'm afraid so." The lady nodded and went on to explain to the kids. Meanwhile, Adam stroked his chin, thinking to himself, the war will lead to a devaluation of traditional currency, so the Magi have implemented the contribution system point, During wartime, the normal economic system would break down due to the chaos and disruption caused by the conflict. This breakdown would lead to the depreciation of the gold coin, making it unreliable for trade and commerce. In such times, alternative forms of currency such as contribution points would arise as a means of facilitating transactions and allocating resources. This had already been tried and tested multiple times before. After all, this war with the orc wasn't something new. In the past wars, this contribution system would always be implemented. Magi, who played the most crucial role during wartime, would then use contribution points as a form of currency. A large board displaying each Magus contribution points will be set up in the city's main square. Moreover, the surrounding streets will be used to set up stalls where you all may buy the things that you require, the lady stated, fostering competition amongst Magi units. Adam smirked when he heard the lady. He then thought of something and asked, "Miss, how does one earn contribution points?" Although he did have an idea, he still wished to confirm it. The lady glanced at him and faintly smiled. "By killing enemies, of course." Hearing her say such words with a casual smile, most of the young students felt a shiver run down their spines, especially the first years. This was their first team mission outside the walls of Clover Academy. They were not yet fully aware of the cruel reality of this cutthroat world. Moreover, a battlefield was no place for a kid to wander about in the first place. But what could they do? The higher-ups rank 3 Magioff, the Southern Federation had decreed that all able-bodied Magi were to participate in this war. After all, the fate of their homeland depended on the outcome of this war, so the points will be awarded based on the number of enemies a Magus kills. Adam asked for confirmation. Or are there other ways to earn contribution points? Points can also be awarded depending on a Magus contribution to the overall war effort. The blonde lady nodded. For example, artificers can earn points by crafting artifacts or fixing weapons. Similarly, herbalists can also earn points by selling potions. However, there is one thing I can say for sure. The lady paused before continuing. Magi who directly participate in the battlefield would earn the most points. Adam's eyes lit up. And what can we buy with these contribution points? Everything a Magus needs, from material components to weapons and armor, and even magic spells and combat techniques. All the large organizations and Magus families have pooled in their resources and put them for sale. This system incentivizes magi to actively participate in combat and rewards them accordingly. Adam deeply thought about the ingenuity behind the contribution point system. The new currency system created a direct link between a magus' actions on the battlefield and their ability to access necessary supplies, creating a dynamic where the more active and successful a magus was in combat, the more resources they could acquire. This is basically a shortcut to advance to the top. Adam's lips slowly formed into a grin, except this road is filled with bloodshed and slaughter. Afterward, the blonde lady continued to explain to the students about other important points, such as their accommodation, areas where they could pick up important supplies, and places to train and practice mindfulness. The briefing took about 10 more minutes, after which all the students dispersed. Each of the teams was assigned to different units. Moreover, Professor Kimberly was also assigned a unit of her own. Naturally, she would be the one to lead it. After the group stepped out of the administration building, the auburn-haired lady looked at all the students and cheered them up. If you ever need anything, I'll be stationed at the west wall. Don't hesitate to come and ask me for help, okay? Yes, Professor, the students gratefully replied. The next moment, Professor Kimberly glanced at Adam and spoke with narrowed eyes. If I hear that you're fooling around, you're going to have it from me. Adam nervously laughed. Haha, of course, of course. I'll be on my best behavior. Everybody went their own way after that. Adam, Edward, and Lisa walked on the crowded cobblestone streets of Stardell, on their way to their respective accommodations. The vast majority of the mortal residents of the city had gladly given up their residences so that the magi could peacefully live and recuperate in them without any worry. Meanwhile, the residents had all been moved to a massive underground bunker that had only recently been constructed by the magi. After all, during the daytime when the war was in progress, there was always a possibility that there would be casualties within the city walls. Adam, did you happen to meet Magus Esmond? Lisa asked as she walked beside him. Yeah, I met him just now on the northeast wall. Adam replied with a strange expression. What do you think of him? Edward asked with raised eyebrows. Adam rubbed his chin and muttered, from what I've heard, the man disappeared into the murky mountains to train, so I'd say he's pretty crazy. Edward and Lisa's lips twitched as they glanced at each other, thinking to themselves, isn't that something you would do? Well, whatever, we'll get to see tomorrow anyway. Adam walked ahead and went his way. I'll catch you guys later. I'm going to go brew some potions so I can put it up for sale. Don't forget to report to the northeast wall at sunrise, Edward reminded. Yeah, Adam simply waved his hand and disappeared amidst the crowd. In the wee hours of the morning, the deep and resonant sound of the trumpet echoed ominously through the air, shattering the momentary peace inside the city of Stardell and signaling the start of war yet again. As the sound of the trumpet faded, the ground started to rumble. Shadowy creatures could be seen dancing inside the forest. Before long, these berserk creatures rushed out and bolted toward the city walls. The eyes of these magical beasts gleamed with madness and primal hunger, ready to shred anything in their way. Seeing this, the magi stationed atop the city walls got into position, their expressions solemn, steady. Attack! A rank 2 magus screamed at the top of his lungs, instructing the other magi around him. At once, brilliant, multicolored spells were launched from atop the walls and brutally assaulted the incoming beasts. Having the high ground, the magi had the natural advantage. However, the hordes of beasts seemed endless. Only a few minutes into the battle, Adam found himself hurriedly climbing the northeast wall. Shit, I overslept. He had been making potions late into the night, so he could only get the bare minimum amount of sleep, which was more than enough for him. The youth had asked Valerian to wake him up, but the young dragon was still asleep, lazily snoring inside his spirit sea. After scaling the wall, Adam hastily made his way through the crowd and finally found his unit. Edward and Lisa had already arrived and were looking down from the wall with grim expressions. Reporting for duty, sir. Adam ran toward Esmond and nervously spoke. Esmond glanced at the youth with narrowed eyes. You're late, sir. Look, the red-haired magus interrupted him and pointed at the beasts crazily attacking the wall. Adam walked toward the edge of the wall and glanced down. Seeing the ferocious and suicidal beasts below, he couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. You see what we're up against? Esmond asked. Why, yes, sir. Adam nodded with apprehension. Good. Esmond's lips curled up into a smirk. Kimberly tells me you're quite the daredevil. Show me what you got. With that said, he raised his leg and kicked the youth off the wall. As Adam fell from the wall, his mind was filled with confusion. He glanced down and saw the vicious beasts enlarging in his vision. For a moment, he felt like his heart stopped beating. H. He screamed in panic as he slowly fell down, all the while vehemently cursing Esmond and his ancestors. And then he disappeared amidst the mob of ferocious beasts. Edward reached out to grab him but was unable to. He could only helplessly stare as his friend got swallowed by the horde of beasts. Lisa was so stunned, she couldn't even believe what she was seeing. The other magi in the unit were also equally surprised, apparently not having expected their leader to do such a thing to a newcomer suddenly. boss, was that really necessary? Now I have to go down there and save his useless ass, a stout dwarf with long ginger hair grumbled. Useless ass. Esmond glanced at the dwarf and scoffed. Farrell, don't look down on him just because he's a kid. He would eat you for breakfast. Farrell, the dwarf, was taken aback. You think so highly of him? Look for yourself, Esmond smirked. Beyond the wall, the magical beasts were desperately trying to scale the wall. They were stomping over one another without care for consequences. The place where Adam had fallen was already overrun with beasts, his figure nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Rank 1 spell, Mold Earth. A dozen earthen spikes erupted from the ground and viciously impaled the beasts, each spike skewering 2 or more beasts. In the clearing created by this spell, Adam crouched with his palms pressed against the ground, his breathing panicky and his eyes darting around, looking for any incoming danger. Sensing this abnormal change, the surrounding beasts turned their attention toward him. The next moment, they madly charged in his direction with intense killing intent. Seeing this, Adam took deep breaths and calmed his heart. His dark pupils constricted as his spiritual power churned like a raging sea. His lips parted and he coldly muttered a single word. Halt. Rank 1 spell, command. The moment that word escaped his lips, the incoming magic beasts in the range of his vision suddenly stopped in their tracks, as if complying with the order of their king. This spell belonged to the School of Enchantment. The caster spoke a one-word command to an enemy within range, and the enemy was forced to oblige, albeit momentarily. This was a very powerful rank 1 spell, to say the least. Of course, this one-word command had to be something simple. If the caster said die, then it would be nigh impossible for the spell to affect the target. After all, such a command completely went against the target's intent. Furthermore, Adam's spiritual power was much more powerful compared to others of the same rank. So this spell from the School of Enchantment was extremely potent in his hands. After all, the School of Enchantment did belong to the spiritual aspect of magic. Seeing the beasts momentarily immobilized, Adam cast yet another spell to make sure that nothing would hinder him when he went to feast. He took out 2 blue crystals from his holding pouch and crushed them in his palms. Then he weaved hand signs and finally cast his spell. Rank 1 spell, Frost Bolt. Adam waved his hands and hurled a mass of ice energy at the feet of the beasts. Now all the magical beasts had frozen in place, quite literally. Seeing this, Adam's lips curled up into a menacing grin. He crouched slightly and lowered his body, reading his hands as he shaped them into claws. The next moment, he dashed in the midst of these incapacitated beasts. Boom. A loud and resonant sound echoed in this part of the battlefield, making everyone's heart skip a beat and turn their heads in the direction of the youth. Torn limbs and decapitated heads flew everywhere as Adam mauled through the army of beasts. With a simple punch and a kick, the vicious beasts would be viciously obliterated. Such was the raw strength that resided in his body. This was the way of the tyrant. The grin on Adam's face became wider and wider. Ah, I feel it. I feel it. In the depths of the mysterious white space, orbs of light were popping up as if they were bamboo shoots during springtime. After he had confirmed this, Adam's actions became even more ferocious as he slaughtered every beast around him. However, he made sure that he didn't move too far away from the city wall and became unreachable by any reinforcements. At the top of the northeast wall, Esmond watched this spectacle unfold with a broad grin on his face. Heh, see what I mean. The members of Esmond's units were stunned seeing Adam's performance, especially Farrell, who considered himself an expert at close-quarter combat. But seeing the raven-haired youth, he felt like he couldn't even hold a candle to him. What a madman, the ginger-haired dwarf spoke incredulously. I'm going as well. Edward solemnly spoke and jumped off the wall, surprising everyone present. Blue lightning crackled around his body as he made his way toward Adam, frying any magic beast that came his way with the power of his lightning. Esmond glanced at him and smirked. And then there's this boy too. Tested to have a B-grade talent, but all his actions state otherwise. Both he and Adam are truly monsters. Edward, no. Lisa followed after him but was suddenly stopped by Esmond. Not you, young lady. Why? Lisa frowned deeply. Esmond's eyes narrowed and he muttered coldly, because I said so. Lisa's body shuddered and she immediately lowered her head. For a moment she had forgotten that she was now Esmond's subordinate. Lisa clenched her fists and nodded reluctantly. Yes, sir. Good. Esmond then looked at Farrell. Go ahead, join them. Ho-ho, thought you'd never asked. Farrell grinned. He then brandished his war hammer and jumped off the wall, making his way toward Adam and Edward. Yes, boss. As everyone manned their respective stations, Esmond shifted his gaze away from the battlefield to the forest beyond. His vision seemed to cross countless miles and land on a shadowy figure. Esmond's eyes flashed with intense bloodlust. Let's see how patient you are. As the sun slowly dipped over the horizon, the ferocity of the magical beasts gradually decreased. However, none of them retreated despite being extremely exhausted and injured. They continued to attack with relentless fury. Adam, Edward, and Farrell had their backs against each other as they continued to kill one beast after another. By now, they were already standing atop a large mound made of corpses. This was already their third rotation on the battlefield, meaning they had gone inside the city to recuperate and replenish their mana and come back out to fight again 3 times already. After all, it was not possible for a magus to fight the whole day, especially if they were mere rank ones. Adam weaved hand signs at quick speeds and cast a spell at an incoming black boar. Rank 1 spell, Thorn Vine. Thick, poisonous vines filled with sharp thorns emerged from the ground underneath the boar and quickly curled around its body, pinning it to the ground. The boar squealed desperately but was unable to free itself. The next moment, Farald let out a battle cry and jumped at the boar, wielding his war hammer that was coated with mana. With a loud bang, the stout dwarf smashed the boar's giant head into meat paste, instantly killing it. Adam's eyes darted around the battlefield, constantly looking for opportunities. The next moment, his eyes narrowed, and he weaved hand signs yet again before viciously stomping the ground in front of him. Rank 1 spell, Tremor. The ground in front of him trembled intensely as if an earthquake had arrived. This caused the incoming beasts to lose their footing and miserably fall to the ground. Next, Adam stretched his hands and pointed them at Edward. The following moment, the muscles in his arms strained as he raised them, causing the small area of the ground underneath the blue-eyed youth to abruptly rise and launch him toward the beasts that had just lost their footing. Edward immediately understood Adam's intent. He readied his spear and coated it with lightning mana. As soon as he landed amidst the incapacitated beasts, he viciously swung his weapon at the ground, causing a wave of lightning to spread outward and heavily injure the beasts. All the beasts surrounding him were fried by lightning, some of them even dying in the process. Edward was about to kill them all, but Adam had already cast multiple magic missiles and finished the job. Edward's breathing had turned ragged, his eyes bloodshot. He couldn't even stand straight on his feet. But despite that, he forced himself to get into a fighting stance and prepare for battle yet again. The youth had never gone through so much bloodbath in his life. It was beginning to dull his senses. As he was now, he was only able to put up a fight because of his sheer willpower and the mana that ran in abundance inside his body. Although he was at the end of his ropes, he wasn't afraid, because he knew that as long as he was by Adam's side, he would be just fine. Just when the trio were about to engage in another round of slaughter, a deep trumpet sound echoed from the heart of the forest. When the beasts heard this mysterious sound, something inside them clicked and they gradually began to retreat. The magi stationed atop the walls would not let this opportunity pass by. At once, they started to hurl all kinds of spells at the retreating beasts, resulting in even greater enemy casualties. Just as the last of the beasts had disappeared back into the forest, the magi burst into cheers. "We did it, 1 day at a time. Meat for days. Haha, look at this bastard." The close combat magi standing on the bloody battlefield sighed heaves of relief and immediately fell to the ground that was littered with corpses. Some of them belonged to the magi, while most belonged to the magical beasts. Adam was drenched in blood from head to toe. His clothes were ripped to shreds and there were claw and bite marks all over his body. His favorite pointy hat was also missing, but despite all that, there was a euphoric expression on his face. His eyes were shut and his consciousness was currently hovering inside the mysterious white space of the lotus. Hundreds of souls had been devoured today. They were continuing to materialize inside this space. Ah, perhaps, I was destined to roam the battlefields. The youth grinned from ear to ear. The next moment, he shifted his consciousness back to the outside world and glanced around. He saw that Harold was sitting atop a heap of corpses and drinking ale like there was no tomorrow. Meanwhile, Edward was still standing in a daze, surrounded by bloody corpses. Seeing that, Adam could not help but sigh. Looks like today took a heavy toll on him mentally. He slowly made his way toward his friend. Just when he was about to pat him on the shoulder, Edward suddenly turned around and launched his spear coated with lightning straight at him. Adam was taken aback, however. He quickly reacted. He seamlessly positioned himself to the side and slapped Edward's hand away. The lightning-infused spear just barely grazed past his head. He then tightly grabbed Edward's hand and held him down. "Fatty, it's me." "Huh." Edward's bloodshot eyes were filled with confusion. He glanced at Adam and muttered in a daze, "Oh, Adam, it's you." Adam smiled. "Yeah, it's me. Is the battle over?" Edward muttered weakly. "Yes, it's all over now." Adam chuckled, finding his friend's actions similar to how he was when extremely drunk. "That's good." Edward's eyes rolled over and he listlessly fell down. However, Adam was quick enough to grab him and then toss him over his shoulder. Farald approached them and spoke while looking at the unconscious Edward. "The amount of mana he releases with every attack is scary. He sure has large reserves, eh?" "Hee, that's right, old man." Adam chuckled as he walked side by side with the dwarf. Veins started to throb on Farald's forehead as he screamed, "Who the hell are you calling old man? Bastard, I'm 20 years old." "Eh?" Adam looked at the thick beard on the dwarf's aged face. "Then why the heck do you look like an uncle? Bastard, I'll fight you." Farald flailed his hands around. "Us dwarves mature quicker for our age. I'm still in the springtime of my youth." Adam resisted the intense urge to roll his eyes. "Sure, whatever you say, old M." "What did you say?" "Hee, just kidding." Relax, little man, Adam teased. You, I've had enough of you, I'll fight you right now. Standing atop the northeast wall, Esmond crossed his arms and gazed at Adam carrying Edward and entering through the city gates. His lips curled up into a faint smile as he thought to himself, these kids have a lot of potential. We got quite a few kills today, huh, boss? The blonde, elven archer spoke with a bright smile. After all, the more kills their team had, the more contribution points they would earn. This would result in them having access to more resources. Esmond nodded. Gauriel, Lisa, go help your teammates. Gauriel, the elven archer, stuck her tongue out, but Lisa's already gone down. With that said, she went down to tend to her teammates. Meanwhile, Esmond glanced at the dark forest beyond the bloody battlefield, his expression solemn. He coldly gazed at a certain area for a long time before turning around and descending the wall. Well done, my lords. Please come this way. Let us tend to your wounds. As soon as Adam walked through the city gate, he witnessed the scene of the mortal residents of the city crying tears of joy while welcoming the magi who had been actively fighting on the battlefield. Seeing such a scene, the youth couldn't help but involuntarily smile. During normal times, the mortals would always find themselves having their heads lowered in the presence of these powerful magi. Similarly, the magi would always feel a sense of superiority when they were around mortals. However, now that they were in the midst of war, they stood shoulder to shoulder with each other and worked toward a common goal. Edward, Adam. Suddenly, a panicked voice could be heard coming from the distance. Adam turned his head in that direction and found that Lisa was running toward them, anxiety plastered all over her face. Oh, there you are. Adam's eyes lit up. He waited for her to come closer and then threw the unconscious Edward at her. Here, catch. Lisa yelped in surprise as she caught Edward. She glared at Adam. Have you gone crazy? Relax. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. He's not gonna die. Lisa was about to argue back, but when she noticed the number of ghastly wounds marring Adam's body, she swallowed her words. Are you okay? Of course I am. Adam flexed his biceps. Did you think a bunch of beasts could do a number on me? Heh. Adam looked at her and nodded with a smile. Oh, Adam stroked his chin. You mean contribution points are awarded to a group as a whole and not on an individual basis? You didn't know? Farrell glanced at him with a raised eyebrow. Adam rolled his eyes. I just came here yesterday. Of course I don't know. True, the dwarf nodded. But yes, points are awarded collectively, but they're distributed at the discretion of the squad leader. Adam went into deep thought, pondering the implications of this system. So the squad leaders have the most authority, but that's a given. It also holds them accountable for the fair and effective distribution of points. It incentivizes unit members to perform well to obtain more points, fostering competition and cooperation at the same time. However, all this depends on the squad leader. If he shows favoritism, then it might lead to disputes. Stop thinking so much, Farrell grumbled as he lightly smacked Adam in the stomach. Just kill and earn points. Simple. Adam lowered his head and glanced at the dwarf. Then he burst into laughter. Ha, that's right. Anyway, let's get you guys to the infirmary. Then we can go to the city square to see the results of the battle. Gauriel spoke in a happy mood and led the unit away. In the bustling main square of Stardell, a giant magical board glowed with a bright light, drawing the attention of the passers-by. The board was several meters high and was magically created by artificers. On the surface of the board, intricate white characters glowed softly, forming rows and columns that displayed the names of the magi units fighting in this war. Beside each name, a number shone brightly, indicating the points earned by the unit. Throughout the daytime when the war was in progress, the numbers shifted and updated in real time, reflecting the ongoing battle and contribution of each magi. The mortal residents and magi alike had gathered around the board, talking with excitement and curiosity as they watched the ranking of the magi units. At the base of this magical board, a group of magi stood ready to answer any questions or record any disputes or challenges to the displayed points. Of course, they were professional magi who diligently kept track of the points, ensuring the integrity of the system. Amidst the crowd, Adam stood there with his unit, glancing at the magical board. Their expressions were that of slight surprise. They were expecting to be number one, but that spot had actually been taken by someone else. Damn it, Farrell spoke in annoyance. I can't see a thing from down here. Oi, Adam, what position are we in? Adam found this dwarf's situation to be very amusing. He glanced at him and replied, We're second. Second. Farrell was shocked. Who the hell is first then? Magus Marcela's unit, the youth replied. Damn it. After all the shit we've been through, this is absurd. I'm going to those officials and getting things straight. Farrell stomped toward the magic board but was suddenly stopped by a burly figure. Boss, Farrell was slightly taken aback. Don't bother. The officials won't dare lie about such things. Besides, Marcela had brought a small team of elite rank 1 magi with her from her family, so it's only natural that her unit has secured the first place, said Esmond. Fine, Farrell grumbled under his breath. I'm here to distribute the points. Adam, Farrell, and Edward will get 25% of the total points. The red-haired magus began. He then glanced at the 2 young ladies and continued, while the rest will be equally distributed between you both. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads. They felt that the distribution was fair and justified. Good. Esmond nodded. You may go visit the marketplace and buy the things you need. With that said, he turned around and walked away. Adam glanced at the scoreboard and thought, so I've earned close to 150 points. I wonder what the marketplace has to offer. The marketplace surrounding the city square was bustling with activity. It was filled with countless stalls set up by mortal traders, craftsmen, and even the magi. The lively sound of chattering filled the air as people could be seen bargaining every now and then. Most of the stalls present offered goods that would be helpful to the magi in one way or another. Some stalls were selling fresh beast meat and other ingredients such as beast claws, teeth, and hides. Other stalls sold magic potions and artifacts. These were the stalls that were most frequented by the magi. Such things were invaluable during wartime, to say the least. Another type of stall that had a lot of footfall was the one that sold material components that a magus would need to cast spells. Most spells required material components in order to cast, after all. Adam and his unit navigated through the cobblestone street as they curiously glanced at the stalls set up on both sides. It's like a grander version of Mystic Lane, Edward chuckled softly. What's Mystic Lane? Farrell asked curiously. I guess you could call it a mini-secret plane. It's basically a bazaar for the magi, except only students of Clover Academy can enter it, Lisa explained with a faint smile. Oh, Gauriel's eyes lit up in wonder. I've heard great things about Clover Academy. They say it's the greatest place to study magic in the Southern Federation. Adam nodded with pride. That it is. It's a pity they only admit humans. I would have loved to visit that place. Gauriel spoke in a dull tone. The reason why they only allow humans is because our way of learning is fundamentally different from the other major races. Adam shrugged. It's nothing to do with racism that most ignorant idiots would have you believe. Lisa chimed in. But you can always visit the academy, Gauriel. After the war is over, would you like to attend our graduation ceremony? Eddie and Adam will be graduating this year. Really, you'd invite me? The blonde elf's eyes shone brightly. Of course, Lisa replied happily. We're comrades after all. I would love for you to be there. Yay, Gauriel gave Lisa a warm hug. You're so nice, Lisa. What about you? Adam asked Farrell with a smirk. You don't want to visit the Jewel of the South? Jewel of the South, my ass. The dwarf snorted. You should come out of that dwarven mountain and explore the world a little, my friend. Adam chuckled. Farrell rolled his eyes. I'll think about it. I'm going to go fix my war hammer. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Be careful. People might not see you and trip over you, Adam teased. Screw you, ugly human. Farrell showed the youth the middle finger and then disappeared amidst the crowd. Adam's lips twitched as he involuntarily touched his cheek. Wait, I can't be that bad looking. Right? Lisa suddenly elbowed him. Why must you tease him so much? Can't you be nice? I just can't help it. Adam laughed mischievously. The next moment, he took out a metal token from his earring and looked at it curiously. Esmond had given this token to everyone in the unit. This token contained their individual points. They were to use this while trading. How does this work exactly? He asked in puzzlement. Each stall owner has a similar token called the trader token, but theirs is a bit different, Gauriel began explaining. Their token can let them know the number of points your token has and then deduct accordingly after your purchase. Oh, Adam found this very fascinating. He glanced at the elf and asked, and what if I wish to sell something to the story owner? They can similarly add points to your token after you sell them items. Interesting. Adam nodded as he stroked his chin. So the higher-ups must be pretty strict with these trader tokens, huh? I mean, what if someone covertly steals it from them and uses it to add points to their token? Those tokens can only be accessed by the stall owners. I'm not exactly sure how, but I think their tokens can only be unlocked through their mana signature or something unique to them, Gauriel ventured a guess. Adam nodded in agreement. After all, just like a person's fingerprint, every Magus mana signature was unique. And as far as theft goes, the punishment for that is death, so I doubt any Magus would risk their lives for a few extra points, Gauriel added. Makes sense. Adam nodded. He then glanced at his teammates and stated, anyway, I'm going to go look for some ingredients to brew potions. I'll see you guys for dinner. Adam, you're a herbalist? Gauriel asked in shock. Yes, my lady. Adam bowed dramatically. He then looked at her and winked coyly. If you are ever in need of potions, you know where to find me. I'll give you a pretty good deal. With that said, he turned around and swaggered away. Oh my goodness, he's so amazing. Who would have thought? He's not only a master combatant, but also a herbalist. The blonde elf glanced at Adam's departing back with adoration. Meanwhile, Edward and Lisa, who saw this whole scene play out, were speechless. They had never thought Adam to be so smooth with the ladies. For a moment, they couldn't believe their eyes. Meanwhile, Adam had already thrown this minor incident to the back of his mind. He looked around the marketplace, searching for stalls that sold magical ingredients. This battlefield could be considered a treasure trove for a herbalist such as himself. After all, there was something found in abundance every time the battle was over beat cores and blood. Adam had countless potion recipes in his mind that utilized these two as the main ingredients. He could not only brew them for his own use, but also sell them in the marketplace and earn a great number of contribution points. After looking around for more than 10 minutes, the youth finally found a stall that sold potions and ingredients. His eyes lit up as he made his way toward the owner, an old magus with a long white beard. "Good sir, how are you doing this evening?" He greeted the old magus enthusiastically. "What do you want?" the magus asked flatly. He didn't seem to care at all. Perhaps he knew just how important the items he was selling were, so he didn't bother about how he behaved with his customers. After all, stalls such as his were rare in the marketplace. Adam, however, wasn't offended by his attitude at all. The smile on his face remained as he asked, "You selling beast cores and beast blood? So what if I am?" the old magus asked with a bored expression. Adam's smile faltered momentarily. "How much discount are you going to give me?" The magus glanced at him and sneered. "You must think you're a hotshot, eh? Heh, how did you know?" Adam smirked. The old magus was about to shoo him away, having already had enough of him. But the next moment Adam took out something from his earring that caused the old man's eyes to widen. This, such purity, impossible. The study of herbalism was exceptionally challenging due to the intricate balance between magical theory and natural sciences. For a magus to officially become a herbalist, they had to overcome many hurdles. For one, a herbalist needed to have deep scientific knowledge of botany and biology. They must not only understand the magical properties of plants and magical beasts, but also their physical characteristics and how they interact with each other. A herbalist had to learn to attune the mana to match the needs of each magical ingredient, which was a highly complex and time-consuming process. To top it all off, a herbalist not only needed to master the theoretical aspect of learning, but also have practical experience in identifying, harvesting, and preparing herbs. This gave them a very keen eye that was able to glean information not just from an ingredient, but also from a magical potion. That is why when Adam took out the small container containing the potions of healing that he had personally brewed, the shopkeeper was flabbergasted. From simply looking at the red liquid shimmering inside, the old magus could tell just how pure it was. He hurriedly got to his feet and reached out for one of the vials with shaking hands. However, the next moment, the vials disappeared from the counter as Adam had placed them back inside his earring. "What are you doing?" the old shopkeeper screamed in agitation, drawing the attention of nearby magi. "Give it back, hee." Adam chuckled with an innocent expression. "Choose your words carefully, sir, or people might think I'm robbing you." It was indeed as he had mentioned. The surrounding magi were beginning to gather around this stall, looking at the youth with unfriendly gazes. When the old magus realized what he had just done, he nervously gulped. He walked out from behind the counter and respectfully bowed before the youth with a fawning expression. "My dear customer, forgive my bad manners. I got a little excited just now." The old magus rubbed his hands together and displayed a polite smile. "Would you please show me the items you wish to sell?" The magus had spoken the last sentence a little louder than before, ensuring that others wouldn't misunderstand what was happening here. Moreover, he did not wish to offend this young boy in front of him. Just from a single glance at the crimson liquid, he had confirmed in his heart that the youth's potion would definitely be purer and more potent than anything he had ever consumed or laid eyes on. Hoo-hoo, of course. Adam raised his head at a 45-degree angle and chuckled. "If you ask me so sincerely, how can I refuse?" The following moment, he waved his hand and the small container appeared once again on the counter. The old magus reached out and picked a crystal vial with bated breaths. He uncorked it and first took a sniff. His expression turned to that of euphoria and his entire body shuddered. This caused Adam to flinch and take a step back, thinking to himself, "This psycho. What's wrong with him?" However, the old magus didn't pay heed to him. Instead, he swirled the liquid inside the vial and intently stared at it, his eyes flashing with great interest and curiosity. He then turned to Adam and asked permission. "Young magus, may I?" Adam understood his intent and nodded. The old shopkeeper fished out a pipette from his inner robes. He was about to dip it inside the vial but was suddenly stopped by Adam. "Hey, wait a minute," the youth frowned. "Who knows where that's been? Here, use mine." He then gave the old man a sanitized pipette from his earring. The old magus wasn't offended in the least. Instead, he nodded his head ever so slightly in acknowledgement. It was only natural for a herbalist to follow proper standards of hygiene. The magus then took out a few drops of the crimson liquid and dispensed it in his mouth. The old magus body shuddered once again as he closed his eyes and savored the flavor of the potion. What the? Adam was dumbfounded as he hurriedly moved away from this old pervert. He was beginning to have second thoughts about coming to this guy's stall. Although there were a few more potion stalls in the marketplace, the reason Adam chose this place was that it was comparatively empty. He didn't wish to spend too much time in a queue after all. Did I make a mistake coming to this pervy bastard? The old magus opened his eyes, which were shining with excitement. He looked around and finally, his gaze landed on Adam, who was standing in the distance. The moment he laid eyes on the youth, he rushed toward him. "Eek, stay away." Adam made some more distance from the old man. "My dead customer, why are you acting this way?" Then the old magus thought about his earlier actions and his face turned slightly red from embarrassment. Forgive my behavior from just now. It's just I've devoted my whole life to the art of herbalism, yet I've never seen potions as great as the ones you've just shown me. Adam nodded, his lips twitching incessantly. He had seen his fair share of eccentric magi, but this old man was definitely one of the weirder ones. You mentioned you wanted a discount on beast blood and cores. Yes, the old magus started rubbing his hands excitedly. Come, let's talk more about it. Or do you not want a dis? Why are you standing so far? Come here so we can talk business. Adam had already disappeared from his spot and was now standing right next to the old man's stall. Seeing such great speed from the youth, the old magus was shocked. But the next moment he hurriedly went back to his stall, thinking of the potions that Adam had just shown him. Nothing else mattered to him. Before he could even propose a deal, Adam had already started speaking, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to sell you my potions at 15 less than the market price, and you're going to sell me the ingredients I need at half the price. Deal. The old magus screamed in anger. Are you out of your mind? This is daylight robbery. Adam shook his head and heaved a dramatic sigh. I thought you were wise, but I guess I'll just visit the other potion stalls. With that said, he turned around with a disappointed expression and slowly walked away. Wait, the old magus panicked. The allure of Adam's potions was too great for him to let him go. Not only could he study them and increase his own knowledge, but he could also sell them at a higher price to the customers. He was sure the other magi would be fighting over this youth's potions. He gritted his teeth and countered, 20-40, how about that? I buy at 20% discount and sell you at 40%. But the words got stuck in his throat when Adam started walking away at an even faster speed. This son of a damn it, the old magus ran after him. Come back, please, I beg you. We'll do as you say, just stop already. Adam finally stopped in his footsteps, his lips curling up into a devious smirk. Days turned to weeks as the bloody war raged on. On the blood-soaked battlefield, the air was thick with the metallic scent of the fresh corpses. The magical beasts lay cold on the ground, their bodies mangled and torn. The same was true for the magi who had perished as well. After all, no matter how many spells or techniques they had in their arsenal, there would always be casualties. Some of these corpses were twisted into unnatural shapes, their limbs splayed into impossible angels. It was hideous to look at, to say the least. While others, nothing was left of them. The beasts had already had their fill. Claw marks gouged deep into the earth along with the footprints of the magi that had fought tooth and nail to defend the city of Stardell. Here and there, one could see the shattered remnants of the weapons used by the deceased magi. Amidst this bloody chaos, the survivors dragged their bodies back inside the city walls with grim determination. Their faces were marred with dirt and blood, their eyes hollow from exhaustion and loss. They searched for the bodies of their comrades amidst the pile of corpses. Some found them, some didn't. The ones that didn't broke down completely and mourned their losses. In a certain part of the battlefield, atop a throne made of corpses, Adam sat down with his eyes closed and his chest heaving up and down. His consciousness was currently inside the mysterious space of the White Lotus. As he glanced at the orbs of light popping up at the boundary, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with complicated emotions. The majority of these bright orbs were the souls of the magical beasts. However, every now and then, the soul of a deceased magi would also appear. Adam tried his best to control the lotus to not devour the souls of these magi that he had fought shoulder to shoulder with. But no matter how much he tried, he couldn't bend this legendary artifact to his will. He was too weak to. In the end, he could only glance at the souls of these magi and mutter with sorrow and helplessness, "Please forgive me." This thought had never crossed his mind, but after witnessing the scene of the souls of these magi getting sucked into the mysterious space, he couldn't help but wonder, what if someone dear to me dies around me? Will the lotus still? He didn't dare to think further. Adam opened his eyes and glanced at the brutal bloodbath all around him. To say that all this gore and violence wasn't taking a toll on him would be a lie. But what could he do? This was a war he couldn't avoid. Technically, he could still escape from here. However, the punishment for a deserter was death. He would much rather die fighting the enemy than by one of his own. He raised his head and glanced at the gray sky that also seemed to be mourning the senseless violence that had played out below. The youth's lips parted and he recited a poem. In the ravages of war, no victor's song is sung, only tears of loss from old to young. In its cruel grip, all are left to mourn, for in the wake of war, only scars are born. Farrell, who happened to be just beneath the mound of corpses that Adam was sitting on, heard his poem and was sent into a daze. Perhaps for the rest of his life, this scene of Adam sitting atop a throne of corpses and mourning the loss of his comrades would forever be ingrained in his memory. It was sad. It was desolate. It was beautiful. He glanced at the youth and asked softly, "You okay, Adam?" Adam lowered his head and glanced at the dwarf who was drenched in blood, his body littered with scars big and small. The youth faintly smiled as he got up from his throne. Of course. He walked toward Farrell and patted his shoulder. "How are you? Did someone trip over you yet? HMPH, ugly bastard." The dwarf swatted Adam's hand and walked away. "I was a fool to worry about you." Adam only chuckled in response. He He glanced around at the battlefield and finally, his gaze landed on Edward, who was kneeling on the ground, surrounded by corpses and gazing at the setting sun with a listless expression. Seeing that, Adam couldn't help but sigh as he started to walk toward him. He knew that Edward had been deeply affected by this war, not physically, but mentally. Although a rank 1 neural stage magus nervous system had been strengthened, their minds hadn't. That was something that only happened at rank 2 when a magus formed their spirit C, resulting in a qualitative change. Lisa had been very concerned about Edward's mental state. She had even come to Adam to consult about it. From her, the youth learned that Edward would be haunted by nightmares in his moments of rest. This was a concerning matter. After all, if a person's state of mind wasn't in the best shape, especially during a war, then it could lead to disastrous consequences. Adam arrived before him and stretched his hand out. "Let's go, fatty." Edward lowered his head in a mechanical manner. He first glanced at Adam's hand and then finally at him. His lips parted and he muttered weakly, "Adam, how long must we fight?" Adam was silent, thinking of the right words to say. He took a deep breath and answered, "The war will continue for as long as we resist the natural course of events. Until one side embraces non-resistance, the war will forever go on. But that's not happening now, is it?" Edward was silent, unable to answer. "Only when we align our actions with the flow of the way will the battle cease," Adam continued, his eyes flashing with profound wisdom, flowing like water around obstacles and finding peace within the ebb and flow of life's eternal cycles. "This is the way." The youth paused before chuckling, "But that's easier said than done. Come now, my legs are about to give up." Edward clasped Adam's hand and got to his feet. As the two slowly made their way into the city, the former asked hopefully, "You still have some of that wine, right?" "Hee, say no more." Within Adam's living quarters, bathed in the soft glow of the flickering candles, the youth sat before a blank canvas, his eyes closed in deep concentration. In his hand, there was only a simple paint. However, there was no palette or colors in sight. This would be the first time that he would be attempting to utilize the painting technique that he had learned from the memories of the last expert whose soul he had devoured. The core principle of this technique was to use the abundant, natural mana as the paintbrush and slowly develop a better grip at controlling mana through painting. But since he was still a beginner, he was going to coat his paintbrush with mana instead. Around him, the air pulsated as mana slowly gathered at the tip of his paintbrush. He visualized the colors that he wanted to use, slowly infusing his mana with the essence of the desired colors. The youth slowly opened his eyes, his pupils calm yet deep. With a gentle motion of his hand, Adam summoned forth his mana and let it flow like a river onto the canvas before him. A spectacular scene occurred as the colors that Adam desired slowly started to materialize on the blank canvas with each stroke of the paintbrush. Through a combination of mental focus, visualization, and a magic circle that he had engraved on the paintbrush beforehand, Adam infused the mana with the desired colors, imbuing it with vibrancy. This, however, was an extremely difficult process. Adam had only just begun, but his clothes were already drenched in sweat, and his mana was depleting rapidly. This came as a great shock to him. Such mana depletion wasn't even possible when he cast multiple spells in battle. Moreover, it took all his attention and energy to not ruin the canvas with the raw mana dancing at the tip of his paintbrush, as expected of a technique that can help one increase their control over mana. Adam's paintbrush danced on the surface of the canvas, forming intricate patterns and shapes that seemed to pulse with a life of their own strangely. "Ugh," the youth grimaced as his hand trembled. "I can't." Next moment, his paintbrush and parts of the canvas exploded. Adam took large mouthfuls of air and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He glanced at the destroyed canvas before him and smiled wryly. How could it be that easy? Only a small part of the canvas remained, reflecting what would seem like the scribbles of an infant. The painting was horrible, to say the least. However, if there was one thing that was of note, that would be the vibrant colors. Each hue was more vivid and captivating than the last. The following moment, the colors on the canvas slowly started to fade. They turned back into mana particles and assimilated back into the environment. Seeing this, Adam could only shake his head. As I thought, in the memories of that expert, he had seen the man use the same technique and create paintings that transcended mere artistry. The colors on the painting made by that magus would remain for hundreds, if not thousands of years. Such was the precise control over mana that the expert had. Adam greatly admired that, especially after experiencing just how difficult this technique could be. "One day I'll get there," the youth spoke with determination as he got up from his seat and walked toward the candlestand. After gently blowing out the candles, his room was gradually enveloped in darkness. Only the soft glow of Selene Luna passed through the window, illuminating the room ever so slightly. Adam lay down on his bed and closed his eyes, his consciousness slowly shifting to the mysterious space of the White Lotus. At a secluded location in the city, within a dimly lit room, all the rank 2 magi that were participating in the Battle of Stardell had gathered. Having so many powerful magi in the same room caused the atmosphere to turn tense and heavy. Luckily, no rank 1 magi were present. Or they wouldn't be able to breathe properly in here just from the sheer pressure emanating from these powerhouses. Attacking at sunrise, retreating at sunset, a bald magus wearing ostentatious golden robes began. What are these bastards planning? I agree. If I was the enemy, I would finish everything in one swoop. What's the point of having the beast-tide retreat? This just gives us more time to recuperate and replenish strength, a female magus chimed in. The orcs can't be that stupid, right? Who knows what goes on inside their pig brains? The crowd burst into laughter at this remark. However, there were a few people who didn't find this funny. You still have time to crack jokes, Professor Kimberly snapped. How many of our people have died already? The magus who had cracked the joke earlier couldn't help but sneer. This is war, Magus Kimberly. In wars there are always casualties. Should we lower our heads and slouch our shoulders just because we've lost our soldiers? That is not the right mindset to have. Professor Kimberly wanted to argue back, but Esmond glanced at her and shook his head. Seeing this, the auburn-haired lady swallowed her words and remained silent. I've received the same reports from the other border strongholds. An elegant and beautiful magus with long black hair and brown eyes stated, I believe the orcs want to chip away at our strength. I agree with Magus Marcela. That's right. A month has passed and we're yet to see a single orc. Hear, hear. Most of the magi present nodded their heads in acknowledgement. It was unclear whether they actually agreed with her or just wanted to fawn over her. After all, she came from one of the most powerful magus families in the Southern Federation. That is a possibility, Esmond added. The next moment, his eyes narrowed. But what if this is all a ruse? A magus laughed out loud. Oh, Magus Esmond, do you really believe the orcs can employ strategies and wage wars? You're thinking too highly of them. They're all bronze and barely any brains. Esmond got to his feet and walked out of the room, his cold, parting words ringing in everyone's ears. If you underestimate the enemy, defeat is already at your doorstep. As the sun set below the horizon, the sky was dyed a shade of red, seemingly reflecting the brutal bloodbath that had just concluded on the battlefield below. Just as the silence enveloped the battlefield, the bustling marketplace started to come alive, humming with activity. The cobblestone streets were packed with temporary stalls that displayed a wide array of magical items. Brightly colored banners positioned above these stalls fluttered in the gentle wind, the fancy writings on them indicating to the customers the type of goods that could be found in each stall. The air was thick with the scent of exotic herbs, old parchment papers, and freshly grilled beast meat, creating an atmosphere that was both exciting and mysterious to mortals and magi alike. Over time, the marketplace opening every night had become something that everyone in Stardell looked forward to. After all, during the daytime the atmosphere in the city was tense, so naturally, the people needed something to help them relax and unwind. One particular stall in the marketplace, nestled between a vendor selling artifacts and another selling magical potions, stood out with its dazzling display of scrolls and tomes. The banner above this stall read Magic Spells. This was one of the few stalls in Stardell that sold spells. Of course, the ones found here were only rank 1 spells. As a result, this stall would be always filled with magi who used their contribution points to buy them. At the onset of the war, all the arcane organizations and magus families, big and small, had pooled their resources including the magic spells in their treasuries and had them displayed at the various marketplaces across all the cities. This war, although posed a great risk to the magi's lives, also gave them boundless opportunities to grow. As long as one had enough contribution points, they would be able to buy items that otherwise would have been unavailable to them at any given time. As the old saying goes, opportunities have always coexisted with danger. Behind the counter, an old lady wearing traditional magus robes greeted the customers with a warm smile. Her behavior was completely the opposite of the old pervy magus that Adam had met a few days ago. The shelves of this old lady's stall were filled with scrolls of all shapes and sizes, each one containing a different rank 1 spell. Most of these spells were readily available in the market during normal times. However, some of the spells were so rare that they could be considered family heirlooms. Spells that generally were a trademark of a certain magus family were now accessible in this stall. Of course, the caveat was that such spells were far more expensive than the rest, allowing the magus families that provided them to earn plenty of contribution points from the magi. As customers browsed the selection, the old lady behind the counter offered advice and guidance, explaining the characteristics of each spell and its potential uses. After standing in a queue for a long time, Adam finally made his way to the counter. "Young magus, would you like me to help you?" The old lady asked with a warm smile. Adam politely refused. "It's all right, ma'am. You can tend to the other customers." "Okay, here." The old magus gave the youth a thin tome bound in leather before greeting the other customers. The pages on the tome were divided into 3 columns. The first displayed the name of the spell, the second showed the description of the spell, and the last one informed which organization had provided this spell. This was a good way for the magus families to market themselves. After all, the more spells they gave, their contributions to the overall war effort would increase, resulting in them earning more points. Moreover, the Magi would also come to greatly respect and look up to these Magus families. After all, reputation was also a strength. Although Adam had a vast number of spells in his mind, he still came here to explore some. The number of spells that existed in this world were innumerable. Of course, the spells that he had inherited from the memories of the experts were more likely to be far greater than anything Tron had to offer. Adam still decided to check this stall out of curiosity. He wasn't going to look down upon his world just because its magical civilization was backward compared to the astronomical number of worlds out there in the boundless universe. After perusing the tome for a few minutes, there were a few spells that the youth found slightly fascinating and hence chose to buy them. Even if he wouldn't outright use them, he could still study them. Just when he was about to return the book to the old lady, he happened to gaze at a peculiar rank 1 spell that caught his attention. It wasn't the spell itself that piqued his interest, but its origins. Gracie family. Adam's eyes narrowed as he softly muttered. Come to think of it, that petty bastard shouldn't be participating in this war. Unless he somehow managed to regain his missing arm, the youth thought to himself with a cold smile. But this spell is slightly interesting. He stroked his chin as he read through its details. Rank 1 spell, Summon Hellish Flames. This spell belonged to the School of Summoning. The caster pointed their finger at a target, and the latter would then be surrounded by black flames that were said to be so cruel and agonizing that after the flames died down, hardly anything was left of the target. This spell could be considered to be one of the spells that made the Gracie family gain fame in the Southern Federation. Heh, I'll take it, just you spite you lot. Adam smirked as he informed the old woman of the spells that he wished to buy. After making the purchase, he was about to return to his living quarters to practice mindfulness, when all of a sudden he was drawn by a commotion happening nearby. You dirty brat. A middle-aged magus wearing a white cloak kicked a small boy to the ground in anger. How dare you dirty my clothes? The poor boy miserably fell to the ground, and the plate of dumplings he was holding onto also fell and was immediately smeared by dirt and mud. You meanie. A little girl, seemingly younger than the boy, stood before the magus with tearful eyes. Why did you do that? My brother worked hard to make those. Silence, the magus slapped the little girl and reprimanded her. How dare you talk back to me? Adam, who happened to witness this scene, was sent into a momentary daze as he watched the pieces of dumplings lying on the ground, his eyes flashing with reminiscence as old memories resurfaced in his mind. He then glanced at the young siblings, sprawling on the ground and crying. Seeing that, his palms involuntarily clenched into fists. Then he turned his head and looked at the magus, who had raised his hand once again to make an example out of those poor kids. Adam's heart was bubbling with fury as he saw this scene, and the next moment. He moved. Elton was minding his own business as he went around the marketplace looking for material components to buy. However, this mortal pair of siblings constantly pestered him to buy dumplings from them. It was really getting to his head. If it wasn't for the large crowd that had gathered here, he would have already shown these peasants their place. However, this was wartime and he didn't want to create a ruckus. Moreover, he did not wish to sully the name of the magus family whom he served. What would people think if they saw a magus of the mighty Roy family bullying children? This was what he thought every time he felt like beating these children who were annoying him. But when the boy grabbed onto his cloak and defiled it with his dirty hands, something inside him snapped. All the rage and other pent-up emotions that he had been bottling inside him erupted like a volcano. His face contorted in anger and disgust at the stain on his white cloak. Immediately he slapped the boy, his eyes flashing with immense anger. Gasps and murmurs could be heard as the crowd slowly gathered around them. But Elton didn't care. He stood over the boy and roared, "How dare you dirty my clothes?" But the next moment this boy's younger sister came forward and talked back to him, making him even more furious. He raised his hand and struck her with a backhand slap. "Silence, how dare you talk back to me?" Elton spat through gritted teeth, his tone dripping with disdain. "You mortals are all the same, clumsy, ignorant, and unworthy of sharing the same space as us magi." The onlookers, who were a mixture of magi and mortals, looked in silence. Some of the magi slightly nodded in acknowledgement, thinking that the words Elton had just spoken couldn't be far from the truth. Other magi were simply indifferent to this spectacle, but the mortals couldn't help but lower their heads, feeling aggrieved. They had been feeling very proud of themselves for working together with the magi in recent times. However, this incident served as a stark reminder of the deep-seated disparity between them and the magi. They were foolish to believe that this divide had been bridged due to the war. It was only temporary. None of the people came forward to defuse the situation. The mortals could only helplessly watch as the magus made an example out of those poor kids. "Did you think you were equal to me?" Elton hissed. "If I don't show you your place, you peasants will never learn." He raised his hand and was about to viciously beat these kids. But suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew across his face and a youth with plain facial features, wearing dark robes and a black pointy hat appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Adam effortlessly caught the man's hand and tightly gripped it, causing the latter to slightly grimace. He glanced at the man with narrowed eyes and loudly said for everyone to hear. Since when did Magi stoop so low that they would resort to beating innocent children? Elton was stunned by the sudden appearance of this youth. Although both of them were the same rank, he couldn't even see this newcomer's movements. It was as if he was a specter that materialized out of thin air. He forcefully yanked his hand out of Adam's grip and took a step back. He lowered his head and glanced at his wrist, which had turned red from the youth's grip strength. He looked at the young magus and asked with a grim expression, "Who are you?" "Answer my question, magus," Adam muttered coldly. He then glanced at the insignia on the man's cloak and sneered. "Has the Roy family fallen so low that they would allow their dogs to harm innocents? You bastard." Elton gritted his teeth. He glanced around and saw that the looks that everyone was now giving him had changed. If earlier the magus were silently approving of his actions, now with just a few words from Adam, they were beginning to question the morals of the magus family that he worked for. Not good, he thought to himself nervously. If he sullied the name of the Roy family, his status as an elite magus within the squad would be doomed. He had to salvage this situation anyhow. He gazed at Adam and spoke in a righteous tone, "Innocent. Who said these kids were innocent? Are you blind?" He grabbed the hems of his clothes and showed the dirty handprint that the boy had left behind. "Look what he's done. Is this how one should?" Adam interrupted him. "It's just some dirt. From the way you lashed out at these kids, one would think that they cursed your family." Elton swallowed his next words as he heard the crowd whispering about how uncalled for his acts were. Hearing them, he couldn't help but gulp. In a state of panic, he blurted out, "I am a magus. How dare these mortals even think of touching me?" Oh, Adam's lips formed a vicious smirk. "Are you saying that the Magi of the Roy family are superior to the other Magi? While we tirelessly work with the local residents to fight the enemy, you sit on your pedestal and look down on everyone else, whether they be Magi or mortals." "No, I didn't say that. Stop twisting my words," Elton roared. Adam was really getting under his skin. Especially the youth's smirk, it really irked him. "You didn't say that, perhaps," Adam shrugged. "But that's exactly what your words sounded like. Stop spouting nonsense." So what I say is nonsense and what you say is right." Adam nodded as he stroked his chin. "As I thought, you Magi of the Roy family are really looking down on all of us." Now the Magi in the crowd were beginning to show slight hostility toward Elton. When he witnessed this scene, he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this bastard." His eyes flashed with killing intent for a brief moment as he had the thought of casting a spell at this youth. But the next moment he buried this stupid thought. Infighting was a highly punishable offense. But how could Adam not sense the man's killing intent? What he did next completely made the public opinion go against Elton. A magus should be a beacon of hope, someone that not only mortals but even other Magi can look up to. But you have sullied the reputation of us mighty Magi. Adam began with a passionate expression. "These kids did nothing but try and sell you some dumplings so they could earn money and fill their stomachs. But what did you do? You viciously beat them. Is this how a magus should act? You have brought shame upon us Magi. You have brought shame upon the Roy family." At once, the crowd got riled up and started hurling insults at Elton, admonishing him for his behavior. The man could only lower his head and grit his teeth in anger as he gazed at Adam, his eyes flashing with hatred. Right at that moment, a cold voice descended upon the crowd, making everyone shut their mouths. "I can assure you, the actions of this man do not reflect the principles of my family." Everyone turned their heads, and when they glanced at the person who had just spoken, they gasped in shock. Rank 2 magus of the Roy family, Marcela Roy. A tall woman with long, glossy black hair slowly made her way through the crowd, her expression aloof and condescending. The crowd involuntarily parted and made way for her, humbly lowering their heads as a display of respect for the rank 2 magus. This woman had exquisite facial features and could easily be considered one of the top beauties of the Southern Federation, even while considering elven women, who were known to be very beautiful. She was wearing tight, black pants and long leather boots that reached to her knees. Moreover, she was wearing something akin to a black jacket which was covered by her white cloak. Her militaristic appearance gave her quite an intimidating aura. As she slowly made her way in front of the crowd, she first glanced at Adam and coldly muttered, "I can assure you, the actions of this man do not reflect the principles of my family." When Adam glanced at this woman, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. However, this wasn't because he was enamored by her beauty, but because he didn't expect her to come here. The youth had been going on and on about the Roy family. Now he was wondering if Marcela had overheard him. He pressed his right hand over his chest and respectfully bowed, "Greetings, Magus Marcela." Marcela deeply glanced at this youth and stated, "You keep talking about my family like you know us. Tell me, Magus, who gave you the permission to speak my family's name?" Toward the end, the woman released a bit of her mana pressure to frighten Adam. However, much to her surprise, she realized that this youth wasn't affected by it at all. Of course, the truth was that Adam was indeed affected by it, but he didn't show it. In times like these, it was important to keep a brave and confident front. Showing weakness would just give the other party an advantage over him, so he glanced at the woman and amicably smiled. It is precisely because I know of the greatness of the Roy family that I felt compelled to stand up to this bully right here, said Adam while pointing at Elton. The Roy family is famous in these lands for nurturing brave warriors. They are a house that embodies the principles of honesty, bravery, and righteousness. Adam began with a passionate tone. The next moment, he shook his head with a disappointed look. But when I saw this man beating these innocent kids, I couldn't help but stand up to him. You see. He then glanced at Marcela and faintly smirked. I really hate bullies. The crowd seemed to share his sentiment, and most of them couldn't help but nod. No one liked bullies after all, especially if one party was a magus and the other party was a child. My lady, please don't listen to a word he says. I swear it by my name that I had reason to. Elton hurriedly tried to defend himself, but the words got stuck in his mouth when Marcela coldly glanced at him with narrowed eyes. A single gaze was all it took for Elton to drop to his knees and shut his mouth, his body trembling in fear. Marcela then glanced at the pair of siblings lying on the ground behind Adam. Their clothes were dirty and patched in several places, soot and dirt covered their faces, and their knees and elbows were bruised. Seeing this, Marcela's gaze softened. But when she glanced at the bleeding lips of these two siblings, her eyes gleamed with slight anger. She then looked at the crowd that had gathered and noticed how they were looking at Elton with hostility. Putting two and two together, she could infer what had happened. She gazed at the kneeling Elton and asked, "Why did you do it?" Elton's body shuddered. That they dirtied my cloak." Marcela's face contorted ever so lightly. "That's it? Why yes, my lady." The crowd anticipated Marcela's verdict with bated breaths. She thought for a few moments before glancing at Elton and coldly stating, "You're lucky we're in the middle of a war. Your abilities are still needed." However, Marcela's voice turned cold. "You are to compensate these children for the damage you've done, and I don't just mean the food that you've wasted. Furthermore, you will also be responsible for their safety from now on. If I hear they've received something even as little as a scratch, I'll put your head on a pike." "Understood." Elton bit his lip and hurriedly nodded. "I understand, my lady. I will do as told." The surrounding crowd, especially the mortals, burst into cheer. They couldn't help but praise how generous and righteous Marcela was. However, she was indifferent to all these praises. She looked back at Adam and flatly said, "With that glib tongue of yours, perhaps you should look for a career in statesmanship. The path of a warrior doesn't suit you." Marcela's eyes narrowed as she deeply looked at this youth who didn't seem to be intimidated by her even a little. Moreover, although he spoke politely, she couldn't help but feel disrespected by his attitude. "What is your name, young magus?" she asked. "The name's Adam," the youth replied. "Adam Constantine." At once, gasps of surprise could be heard from the crowd. However, it was mostly the magi who were taken aback when they learned the identity of this young magus. Even Marcela was slightly taken aback when she heard his name, thinking to herself, "So this is the magus who has the highest kill count up till now. He's far younger than I expected." Marcela was only momentarily surprised before she cast one final look at Adam and walked away. Meanwhile, Elton, who was still kneeling down beside Adam, raised his head and looked at him in shock. "This monster is Adam," he nervously gulped. He then gave a small pouch containing gold coins to the siblings before scurrying away with his tail tucked between his legs. Adam didn't pay this man any attention. Instead, he crouched down and spoke to the siblings with a gentle smile. "Here, take these potions. It will cure your wounds." The little girl smiled brightly as she reached out for the vials. "Mister, can we really?" However, her brother stopped her and stood before her. Sorry, my lord, we cannot afford it." Adam gently ruffled the boy's hair. "It's all right, this is my gift to you." The next moment, he weaved hand signs, following which a couple of spectral hands materialized and started putting the dumplings back on the plate. Then the youth cast a simple cleaning spell on the dumplings as well as the plate before giving it back to the siblings. "Here, as good as new." The boy hesitated before accepting it. He glanced at Adam with tearful eyes and softly asked, "My lord, why go so far for people like us?" "Because I want to." Adam smiled. He then got to his feet and turned around, slowly walking away. "Stay strong and take good care of your sister. As long as you persevere, good days will eventually come. I speak from experience." The pair of siblings watched Adam's departing back, their eyes glowing with gratitude and hope. They got to his feet and bowed in his direction. Bathed by the gentle glow of the candles within his living quarters, Adam sat on his bed in a lotus position as he practiced mindfulness. The air around him pulsated ever so slightly as a vortex of mana, barely visible to the eye, formed with him at the epicenter. Adam's expression was tranquil as he effortlessly extracted the mana around him in the most optimal way. Combining the 5 elemental codex with his understanding of the philosophy of the way, the mana flowed within his body efficiently. The 5 fundamental elements that made up the world seamlessly fused together and nourished every inch of his body. Having practiced this supreme mana extraction technique for so long, Adam's mana had turned very pure. It was to the extent that if he were to be poisoned, the toxins would instantly be neutralized by the mana coursing in his veins. Slowly, Adam opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath, the vortex of mana around him slowly dissipating. He raised his hand and commanded the mana to manifest. A layer of red energy appeared around his palm, giving off extreme heat. However, this did not injure the youth in the least. Next, the energy turned blue, emanating a cool and refreshing feeling. Following that, it turned brown, then cyan, and then finally green. Each of these colors represented the 5 worldly elements. The next moment, Adam focused and all 5 energies simultaneously appeared on his palm. Then they flawlessly merged together and transformed into an energy that was pristine white in color. This was the fusion of the 5 elements. Seeing this, a smile bloomed on the youth's face. My control over mana is improving. Adam closed his eyes again and looked within his body. The mana channels had been further consolidated inside his body. He could see the mana flowing through these channels, however. After a certain point, they would disperse throughout his body because there was nowhere else to go. Due to this phenomenon, a small amount of mana would involuntarily leak from his body. However, once the mana channels have been completely established, the mana will have found a container to be stored in. This would signify his advancement to the next rank. After all, his spirit sea had already been formed. That is why this rank was known as Mana Foundation. Now, it is generally agreed upon that the sturdier a structure's foundation was, the longer it would last. Similarly, if the substructure of the tower was solid, the tower would grow to great heights. This was the reason why Adam put so much emphasis on building a rock-solid foundation. Regardless of how much pain and difficulties he had to bear, he made sure that his foundation was strong enough for him to advance far in his path as a magus. During Mana Foundation, a magus would practice mindfulness and extract mana to constantly nourish their flesh, muscles, bones, organs, and finally their nervous system in that particular order. This was the reason why Rank 1 was divided into 5 stages, each stage targeting a different part of the magus body. And when a magus had advanced through these 5 stages and thoroughly washed every fiber of their being with mana, they would have formed their spirit sea and established their mana channels. Adam slowly opened his eyes, which were flashing with excitement. He clenched his fists and softly muttered, "Mana liquefaction." Having been diligent in practicing mindfulness every day, he was slowly but surely arriving at the next frontier rank 2. One thing that the youth realized was that if it wasn't for this war, he would have taken a much longer time to advance to the next rank. Battling day in and day out had surprisingly expedited this process. He stroked his chin and pondered, fighting almost 12 hours a day, every day, for the last few weeks has allowed my mana reserves to deplete at a rapid pace. And when I practice mindfulness, my reserves are replenished. Perhaps this constant cycle of depletion and replenishment has allowed me to better control my mana and subsequently integrate my mana channels. That could very possibly be the reason. Oh, and the vast resources at my disposal have also helped me quite a bit. Adam felt like his understanding of mana had further deepened. Cross-referencing from the memories of the expert, he concluded that not only were talent and resources crucial to advancing as a magus, but so was physically pushing oneself to the limit. Just like how theoretical studies were important, but so were practical experiences. The youth glanced at the hourglass he had placed on the bedside table. It's about time I meet the boss. Earlier in the day, Esmond had instructed him to come to the training facility within the city. The rank 2 magus was very impressed by his combat abilities, but there were still some things that he wanted to teach. Being a battle freak, how could Adam refuse his proposal? So the youth quickly got dressed and left to meet his squad leader. In a large underground hall lit up by bright crystal balls that hung from the walls, Esmond stood with his arms crossed as he glanced at the youth in front of him with a smirk. "I heard what you did in the marketplace a few days ago." Adam replied with a relaxed posture, "I'm surprised that it took you so long, boss." Having spent so much time together, he had gotten along with the red-haired man to the point that he could be very comfortable around him. Esmond chuckled. "Aren't you worried that others might take your kindness for weakness?" Adam scoffed in contempt. "Why should I care about what others think? Wasn't the whole point of becoming strong so that I could do whatever I wanted? Today I'm a rank 1 and they mistake my actions for weakness. Tomorrow, when I'm a rank 2, they will applaud me for the same actions and look up to me. Isn't that the way of the world? Ha 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 ha." Esmond burst into loud laughter. Not a bad answer. Yes, that is exactly the way of the world. Might makes right, as the saying goes. Anyway, boss, Adam changed subjects and asked with shining eyes, "What did you want to teach me?" "I've seen your battles for the past weeks, and I must be honest, your basics are quite solid," Esmond praised sincerely. "However, there is one thing that I noticed you were lacking." "What is it?" the youth asked curiously. Esmond grinned. "Momentum." "Momentum?" Adam tilted his head in confusion. "You mean the speed of a body in a certain direction?" Esmond chuckled as he shook his head. "No, I'm not talking about that." He clenched his fist and added, I'm talking about something that is both physical and metaphorical. Adam squinted his eyes, trying to figure out if this man in front of him was being serious or just pulling his leg. Seeing that look on the youth's face, Esmond waved his hand. Never mind, I'll just show it to you. With that said, he got into a fighting stance. I'll control my mana output to match yours. Hit me with everything you got. Adam's eyes lit up. Have a spar with the squad leader. He couldn't ask for anything better. Just by exchanging blows with a rank 2 magus, he would learn a great deal of things. This was a very good opportunity for the youth. His lips curled up into a broad grin as he undertook the stance of the phantom dance. All right, here I come. The next moment, he bolted toward Esmond with great speed and landed a straight jab. Seeing the youth's fist enlarging in his vision, the red-haired magus nodded his head in acknowledgement. Good posture. He swung his right forearm in a semi-circular motion and easily deflected the incoming punch. Then he used his left hand to counterattack with a simple jab of his own. Adam's face was solemn as he prepared to deal with Esmond's attack. He planned to swat his hand away and then counterattack. However, when he finally did deflect the attack, he was taken aback. The force of the attack wasn't strong at all. However, it wasn't that weak either. It was a strange feeling, completely different from what he was expecting. Adam's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, I know he said he'd match his mana output to mine, but isn't this a little too? But as the fight progressed and the two continued to exchange moves with one another, the youth realized that he was slowly being overpowered. And this wasn't because Esmond was increasing his strength. No, the man's strength was still equivalent to a rank 1 magus, but despite that, Adam was feeling overwhelmed. Finally, Esmond made a feint attack with his fist, but followed through with a devastating kick to the stomach. Bam! Ag! Adam bounced off the ground several times and landed a few meters away. He got to his knees while clutching his abdomen, grimacing in pain. He had nearly puked just now. He glanced at Esmond with disbelief. What was that just now? Did you increase your strength? In a manner of speaking, yes. Esmond nodded as he slowly walked toward the youth. But you said you'd match your mana output with mine. Adam protested with an aggrieved look. That last shot from the man really hurt his insides. Oh, but I did, Esmond chuckled. This is what I mean by momentum. Adam got to his feet, his expression solemn. He had a slight idea about what the man was saying, but still couldn't quite get a grip on it. Could you explain? Esmond nodded. He then got into a fighting stance and punched to the side for demonstration. The air around his fist rippled, and a sound similar to something tearing could be heard. A move follows the previous one. Esmond began as he threw another punch. Then the next move will follow the one before. Adam watched with deep concentration as the man delivered a series of punches and kicks. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he realized something. Esmond's next words only further confirmed his speculations. Each move will be stronger than the last. The red-haired magus threw a straight hook with great strength, resulting in a sound that was akin to a thunderclap. This is what I mean by momentum. Adam was deep in thought as he stroked his chin. He then glanced at Esmond and asked curiously, but boss, why would you waste so much energy in the build-up? I mean, I can just straight up unleash my strongest attack right from the get-go. No, of course you can. Esmond shrugged. But the power generated from gathering momentum will be many times stronger. Start slow, save up your potential, and finally explode with power in your final move. This is how you gather your momentum, I see. Adam nodded his head as he ruminated over Esmond's words. What did you mean by momentum being something physical and metaphorical? The momentum of a magus can be described as a surge of mana that propels them forward. Esmond began as he clenched his fist and coated it with a layer of his mana that was fiery red in color. This is what they call aura, something that emanates from our very beings. The energy waves around the man's fist increased and started to affect the surroundings. Even Adam was left feeling intimidated by it. It is your determination and willpower that has been made tangible. The energy around Esmond's fists had become so strong that Adam was having difficulty breathing. But the next moment, this feeling disappeared as if it were an illusion. The mana around Esmond's fist had already dissipated. He glanced at the youth and smirked. Now do you get it? Momentum can be your mana output compounded over and over, but it can also be your determination, willpower, and deep fighting intent. Yes, I think I kind of understand what you mean. Adam nodded. He then asked eagerly, can we go at it again? Heh, Esmond smirked. Of course we can. But before that, I'm curious about something. What is it? I had noticed this earlier when you were fighting those beasts, but now that I've personally experienced it, I can tell that the magic combat technique that you use is very profound. I've never seen anything like it. Adam involuntarily gulped as he sensed where this conversation was heading. Seeing the youth's uncomfortable expression, Esmond chuckled. You misunderstand. I'm not asking you to disclose where you got the technique from. What I want is to study it. Adam was taken aback. You wish to study it, but how? It's simple. Esmond grinned. I just need you to keep sparring with me. Just like how you're learning new things from me, I will also learn a great many things by studying your technique. Adam couldn't help but come to deeply admire this man in front of him. Even though he was a rank 2, he was open-minded about learning something new from someone weaker than him. This was the spirit of learning that defined a magus. With a grin on his face, Adam got to his feet and once again undertook the stance of the phantom dance. Esmond too got into position, his eyes flashing with deep fighting intent. The next moment, they two of them dashed toward each other, and a loud explosion echoed in the training facility as their fists collided. Boom. Under the gentle glow of the twin moons, Adam sat on the tilted, slanted rooftop of his living quarter. His grimoire lay open before him and Valerian slept beside him, softly purring from time to time, seemingly enjoying the nighttime weather. As the cool breeze blew by and brushed past his face, the youth glanced at the city of Stardell from his vantage point in a slight daze. Down below, the city was bustling with activity. People went about their daily routines, seemingly unfazed by the conflict that occurred every day beyond the city walls. Magi lounged under the trees, chatted in the lively marketplace, and went about their business as if the war was nothing more than a fictional story to them. As Adam realized this, he scoffed. If an outsider teleported here, they would never guess that we are in the middle of a war. Today marked 2 months since the war with the orcs had begun. They would control the magical beasts to attack at sunrise and retreat at sunset. Following this similar pattern for such a long period, it was no surprise that everyone was behaving the way they were now. Adam glanced at all this with a sense of detachment. To him, this war was just a backdrop. His entire focus was on his research, delving deeper into the mysteries of the soul and the usage of spiritual power. His eyes were deep and thoughtful as he slowly jotted down notes on his grimoire. From time to time, he would stop and look up at the twin moons, deep in contemplation. I wish there were more details about magical focus in the Savant Tower, he muttered with regret. Magical focuses were in use thousands of years ago, perhaps even more. Ever since the establishment of the model components, they had become obsolete. That was why Adam had found barely any papers on them at the Grand Library. This resulted in his research on spiritual power becoming more difficult and time-consuming. However, there was no way he was giving up. It would truly be a shame if he couldn't utilize this energy when everything was laid out before him. With a steady hand, he made the quill dance across the pages of his grimoire. Despite the chaos that surrounded the city walls, his aura was calm. At that moment, he was not a warrior. He was a scholar, a seeker of truth. He slowly closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness to his spirit sea. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself levitating in front of the White Lotus. Inside his spirit sea, the White Lotus was enormous. Its size was comparable to a small island one would find in the outside world. Adam looked around and saw that the waters that symbolized his spiritual power were vast, calm, and gentle. The youth exhaled a deep breath as he rubbed his hands in excitement. All right, let's try this one more time. He slowly raised his hands above his head and stretched them wide as if he were hugging the world itself. For the next few moments, nothing happened even as drops of sweat trickled down Adam's face and his muscles started to tremble from the sheer stress. But suddenly, rumble, his spirit sea responded to his call. The calm surface of the water began to resonate with him, the waves swelling and rising, following the rhythm of his breathing in perfect synchronicity. Adam's eyes narrowed, his expression extremely solemn. With a highly focused gaze, he commanded the water around the lotus to rise higher and higher before it cascaded down. The air was filled with the sound of waves crashing as the water around the White Lotus rose higher and higher. It was a breathtaking spectacle as Adam levitated before the lotus, commanding the waves to surround it. Adam took large mouthfuls of air as he glanced at the lotus. Damn it, I'm still missing something. Having just expended so much energy in his soul form, Adam was mentally exhausted. After catching a breather, he flew closer to the lotus, mumbling to himself, coming up with a brand new spell model, hand gestures, and identifying which materials to sacrifice was essentially the same as creating a new spell. Although Adam's knowledge could be considered deep regarding the analytical side of magic, it would still require a long time for him to be able to create a brand new spell. Not months, but years. Moreover, this spell would be something that used spiritual power as fuel and the White Lotus as the magical focus. Both these things were closely tied to his soul. If he made even the slightest of mistakes, it would lead to devastating consequences, something that he did not want to see. That is why he didn't rush to complete his research. It didn't matter how much time it took, as long as he succeeded, that was all that mattered to him. As Adam was flying over the White Lotus, he suddenly paused. Directly below him was the artifact. From his perspective, the top side of the lotus looked almost identical to a spell model. How uncanny! Adam's eyes flashed with surprise and curiosity. This geometrical pattern almost resembles the flower of life that the professors spoke about in the academy. Wait a minute. The youth's eyes widened, his heart gripped by disbelief. Flower of life, flower, this can't be a coincidence. Flower of life was considered by many magi a geometric form of perfect proportions. It was an ancient symbol that was depicted across many cultures across time. Tumultuous waves rose inside Adam's heart as he involuntarily gulped. Know this. This is too good to be a coincidence. He shifted his consciousness back to the outside world and hurriedly started writing down his speculations about the flower of life and how this sacred geometrical pattern could be used as the basis for a spell model. Of course, he was wise enough to not mention anything about the lotus. The shock and excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed as the quill in his hand drew letters and formed words across the pages of his grimoire. As he was lost in his research, outside the city walls, in the depths of the forest, shadowy figures could be seen slowly advancing toward the city. Finally, a towering and muscular figure stepped out of the forest. This figure's skin complexion was a shade of light green. His upper body was bare and leather garments covered his waist. His bloodthirsty eyes coldly gazed at Stardell, his lips curling up into a sinister grin, displaying his sharp lower tusks. The orc grabbed an ivory horn hanging from his waist and blew on it. For the first time since the beginning of the war, the sound of the trumpet echoed on the battlefield during nighttime. What wasn't that? No way, impossible. Why are they here now? The marketplace that was bustling with activity just a moment ago was suddenly enveloped in a blanket of fear and anxiety. The familiar, loud sound of the trumpet shattered the tranquility of the city. It was nighttime, and this was the time that the Magi used to recuperate and replenish their inventory. This was how it had always been since the onset of the war. For 2 months now, not once had they been attacked by the beasts after sunset. However, that changed tonight. They had grown complacent, and now they would have to pay for it. Hurry, man the walls, get ready, quick. At once, the city of Stardell was embroiled in extreme disorder. While the Magi rushed to their respective stations, the mortal residents of the city hurried to the underground bunker in a state of panic. This wasn't a war they could fight. Getting involved in it would only increase the burden on the Magi's shoulders. As the Magi bolted toward the city walls, their faces marred by apprehension, the ground suddenly started to rumble intensely. Outside the city walls, countless bloodthirsty magical beasts had already emerged from the forest and were charging toward the city with crazed expressions. However, this time they were not alone. Amidst these beasts were ogres, trolls, and last but not least, the orcs. The one leading this army was a burly, rank 2 orc with red and white war paint all over his body. He was riding a giant 2-horned rhinoceros and was charging straight toward the city gates, gradually picking up pace. He brandished his broadsword and pointed it at the city of Stardell. Charge forward, burn the city to the ground. The army of beasts recklessly charged ahead without care for consequences. However, the next moment, a wave of elemental spells descended upon them from atop the city walls. Although the vast majority of the Magi had been caught off guard by this unexpected night attack, this didn't mean that some of them hadn't already been stationed for night patrol. Every night, while half of the Magi rested, the other half stood watch. As soon as these Magi had heard the deep and ominous sound of the trumpet, they were only momentarily flustered, before beginning to cast spells with grim determination. At once, a large number of magical beasts that were at the forefront of the army were brutally massacred by these brilliant, multicolored spells. But this still didn't stop the army from advancing. The remaining beasts trampled over the corpses of their brethren and continued to move forward. Tonight, they would go all out and devour anything or anyone that stood in their way. Ha ha ha, the rank 2 orc riding the rhinoceros laughed in a boisterous manner as the city gates drew closer. He raised his sword and was about to execute a devastating attack when all of a sudden, his eyes narrowed and he hurriedly got into a defensive position. A figure clad in red had jumped from the city wall and was shooting toward the orc, leaving behind a streak of crimson energy. This figure's fist was coated in searing hot flames as he quickly approached the orc and landed a vicious punch. Boom, gah. Although the orc managed to block the incoming attack with his sword, he was still flung backward and landed amidst the pack of charging beasts, even inadvertently pummeling a few to their deaths as he miserably landed on the ground. Meanwhile, the 2-horned rhinoceros couldn't take the pressure from this newcomer's attack and instantly died, burning in flames. Perhaps it was out of their natural animalistic instinct, or perhaps they were being controlled still. The maniacal beasts that were rampaging through the battlefield involuntarily made space for the rank 2 orc and the man that had just attacked him. The orc got to his feet as he glared at the magus standing in front of him. This man was wearing red robes, and his long hair that was tied into a ponytail was the color of fire. Esmond raised his chin and smirked at the orc. So you finally ran out of patience, eh? The orc's eyes narrowed. You knew we would attack at night? Heh, Esmond sneered. Did you think we were as foolish as your kind? Hearing those words, the orc's eyes narrowed, gleaming with intense anger and killing intent. The next moment, he chuckled coldly, but so what if you did? Rank 2 Magi from our side have already surrounded your city. The following moment, 2 orcs approached Esmond, the auras emanating from their bodies displaying the full might of a rank 2 magus. However, Esmond wasn't flustered in the least. He simply smiled. Suddenly, 2 more figures jumped off the city walls and landed on either side of him. One was an old, elven magus wearing white robes, and the other was none other than Marcela Roy. "Let's get this over with," stated the woman confidently. These old hands have been itching to fight," the aged magus chuckled in an eerie manner. Esmond glanced at these two magi and nodded. The next moment, they dashed toward the orcs. With a resounding boom that echoed throughout the battlefield, the deadly clash between rank 2 magi had begun. Scenes such as this were happening all around the city walls. All the rank 2 magi of the allied forces were now entangled in a brutal battle with their orc counterparts. In some locations, the rank 2 orcs were even outnumbering them. While these rank 2 magi were fighting one another, a large mammoth with sharp and menacing tusks, standing at over 7 meters tall, slowly made its way toward the city gates that directly faced the forest, each of its steps causing the ground to tremble. Seeing this, Esmond was alarmed. He tried to get away from the orc he was fighting and stop the humongous mammoth, but how could the orc allow this? Where's all that confidence gone, you filthy human?" The rank 2 orc sniggered as his attacks turned more ferocious, not allowing Esmond even a moment to divert his attention elsewhere. "Damn it, the city walls will be breached if this beast reaches the gates," Esmond thought in apprehension. The next moment, he took a deep breath and screamed at the top of his lungs, instructing the rank 1 magi manning the walls, "Kill the mammoth at all costs." The Iron Mammoth was a rank 1 magical beast with one of the greatest defenses amidst other beasts of the same rank. It barely had any offensive capabilities, however, just its defensive abilities alone made it a force to reckon with. And right now, such a magical beast was heading toward the city gates. If it wasn't stopped in time, then Stardell was doomed. Its eyes glowed a sinister red, and its trumpeting shook the very air. Seeing such a behemoth approach the city, the magi stationed atop the walls were frozen in fear and shock. But the next moment, they gritted their teeth and prepared to attack. They had to defend the city gate at all costs. If they failed, countless people inside the city would be slaughtered by the rampaging beasts outside the walls. The rank 1 magi let out screams of encouragement as their robes fluttered in the strong wind. They raised their hands and bright-colored magic circles lit up one by one. They hurled all types of elemental spells at the mammoth, trying to stop its advance. Ice shards rained down on the creature, causing it to momentarily slow down as the ground beneath it froze solid. Small spheres of flames exploded against its thick hide, sending plumes of black smoke into the air. But the mammoth was relentless. Nothing could penetrate its defenses. It plowed through all the spells aimed at it and slowly etched closer to the city gates. Its sheer size and power were overwhelming. The magi could only watch in horror as the creature drew closer and closer to the gates. But despite that, they did not flee. They held their ground and continued to hurl one spell after another. Under the onslaught of countless spells, the mammoth's hide was slowly beginning to turn bloody. But this creature did not care. Even if it died, it would make sure to crush the gates. This was the only directive that constantly echoed inside his mind. Don't give up. It's not invincible. Look. The beast is slowing down. Attack, attack, don't stop. The Magi's morale was suddenly uplifted as the mammoth's speed was reduced. However, it continued to move forward. Slowly but surely, the creature was getting closer to the gates. Seeing this, the hearts of the Magi were gripped by apprehension. Their actions turned desperate as they continued to cast spells at an even quicker rate. They watched in abject terror as the creature got closer to them. The next moment, the mammoth's eyes gleamed with primal ferocity as it picked up speed once again. Its body was grievously injured by the constant bombardment of so many spells. It left a trail of blood in its wake, but still, it moved forward, until finally. Bam! With a thunderous clash, the mammoth slammed into the gates, its tusks piercing through the wood and iron with great ease. The two walls northeast and northwest connected to this gate trembled violently. However, the gate remained standing. Witnessing this scene, the Magi atop the walls screamed in a panic. "Quickly cast your spell. Give it everything you've got. We cannot allow the beast to charge again." Once again, spells showered down on the mammoth as it removed its tusks from the gates with great difficulty. Slowly, it retreated one step at a time, all the while continuing to endure the injuries accumulating on its body. The mammoth's bloodshot eyes turned maniacal as it once again charged at the gates. It knew that death was waiting on the other side, yet it moved forward with unprecedented madness. Realizing that spells wouldn't stop the creature in the little time that remained before it smashed against the gates again, the Magi stationed on the walls hurriedly evacuated. Their faces were filled with regret and fear as they knew what would happen after the city gates were broken through. However, they could now do nothing about it. They had failed. With a final roar that seemed to declare the end of its life, the mammoth smashed the gate one more time. Bam! The gate splintered and the walls around it buckled as the humongous creature burst through. The mammoth roared triumphantly as it entered the city, but it had only taken a few steps before the light in its eyes dimmed. The madness that had once gleamed in its red eyes was now replaced by a trace of sanity, followed by immense anger, sadness, and finally regret. The mammoth died, however. It had achieved its purpose. When the orcs outside the city walls witnessed this scene, they burst into cheers as they slowly made their way toward the broken gate. Meanwhile, the rank 2 magi could only helplessly stare at this spectacle from afar. Even if they wanted to help, they couldn't. The orcs had kept them at bay. The safety of Stardell now depended on the outcome of the war between rank 1s. After all, in the battle between rank 2 magi, it was highly difficult to kill one another. Panic erupted inside the city walls as the residents fled in terror, trying to escape the rampaging beasts that were flooding through the destroyed gates. The magi on the walls were stunned and helpless, their spells having failed to stop the mammoth's charge. Although the mammoth had now died, the city had been breached, and the magical beasts wreaked havoc, laying waste to everything in their path. Adam, who had seen this entire spectacle unfold, had a dumbfounded look on his face. He stood on the roof of his living quarter as he saw utter pandemonium descend near the city gates. Everything had happened so fast that it left him standing frozen in shock. Not even a minute had passed since the sound of the trumpet was heard, but the city had already been breached. Suddenly, he remembered something that caused his face to darken. Lisa and Gauriel had been positioned on the wall for night duty. He tightly clenched his fist as his expression turned grim. Val, Mayu. The little guy turned into a gray flash and jumped inside the youth's spirit sea. The next moment, pristine white mana surrounded Adam's feet as he slightly crouched down, gathered all his strength, and launched himself in the air. The roof below his feet was instantly destroyed as he vaulted into the distance. Please be safe. The twin moons cast an eerie glow upon the city of Stardell as hordes of magical beasts flooded through the gates. Among them were trolls, ogres, and orcs. They gazed at the people within the walls with sinister intent, intending to massacre every last one of them. Deafening roars shook the very foundation of the city as the beasts began their slaughter, ripping to shreds anyone that stood in their way. The magi that had been stationed on the walls scrambled to defend the city, launching spells and clashing swords against the thick hide of the beasts. However, for every beast that fell, 2 more took its place, and soon the defenders found themselves overwhelmed. Moreover, it didn't help that the orcs, ogres, and trolls joined the fray. It was complete and utter chaos. When the city gates had been blown to smithereens, Lisa and Gauriel just so happened to be stationed on the wall nearby. With the destruction of the gate, the surrounding walls also crumbled. The two of them lost their footing and found themselves miserably falling to the ground, surrounded by a hail of falling debris. Boulders and rubble rained down on them as they crashed to the ground below. Lisa managed to shield herself by erecting a barrier of frost around her in the nick of time, however. Gauriel wasn't so lucky. A massive boulder came crashing down, pinning her to the ground, the weight of the boulder brutally crushing her leg. Ah! The young elf screamed in agony as she tried to free herself. However, just a slight movement would cause pangs of pain to radiate throughout her body, leaving her defenseless. After deactivating the spell, Lisa scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with panic as she looked around for Gauriel. When her gaze landed on the elf, she froze in disbelief. No, Gauriel. Without hesitation, she rushed toward the elf, at the same time, casting a spell to remove the large boulder that was trapping her. Hold on, I'm going to get you out of there. Vines shot out from beneath the ground and coiled around the boulder. Then slowly but surely, they lifted the boulder. Meanwhile, Lisa crouched beside Gauriel and dragged her out of her predicament. The elf's breathing was ragged and deep wounds covered her body. However, the biggest injury was on her left leg, which had been completely squashed by the boulder. She looked at her leg and bit her lips, trying to come to a decision. Shen then glanced at Lisa and spoke with a trembling voice. Leave me, I'll only hold you down. Never, Lisa screamed as she helped the elf to her feet. She supported her and slowly moved away from the destroyed city gates. The sounds of battle and the scene of the bloodbath enveloped them as they slowly staggered away. Lisa was having an extremely hard time as she had to protect Gauriel and fight the beasts that were attacking them at the same time. In her mind, she desperately called out, Enia, where are you? I need you, hurry. By now she was injured from head to toe as she constantly waved her staff around and cast spells to keep the vicious beasts at bay. Gauriel too was casting spells, albeit she was not that efficient. The two were at the most dangerous place in the city currently. They had to get out of here as soon as possible, or it would only be a matter of time before they died at the maws of the beasts or succumbed to their injuries. Gauriel's heart was filled with overwhelming guilt as she knew she was holding Lisa back. She knew that Lisa would be easily able to escape this place if she didn't have to look after her. But at the same time, she was deeply scared. She knew that if Lisa left, she would be dead. She didn't want her to leave. Torn between these two difficult choices, Gauriel could only grit her teeth and helplessly sob. I'm sorry, Lisa, forgive me, forgive me. Don't talk nonsense, Lisa roared as she waved her staff and swatted a beast away. If you have the time and energy to speak, then you might as well cast a spell. Gauriel nodded with determination as she wiped her tears away. Her eyes shone with newfound determination and hope. She didn't want to die. There were so many things that she still had to accomplish. She didn't want to give up. Suddenly, a towering shadow loomed over them from behind. Even the beasts that were attacking the two stopped in their steps and retreated a few steps. Lisa and Gauriel slowly turned around, and when their gaze landed on the figure behind them, their hearts tightened. Their bodies shuddered as fear gripped them. Behind them stood a troll. This creature, although had a severe hunchback, stood at 3 meters tall. It had a thin body with a thick, rubbery hide that was a shade of brownish green. It possessed long, hanging arms that ended in sharp claws. The troll glanced at the two girls with bloodthirsty eyes. It tilted its head slightly and released a deep, guttural growl. The next moment, it raised its hand that was holding onto a wooden club and swung it at them. Lisa and Gauriel were frozen in terror. However, at the last moment, the former hurriedly weaved hand signs and erected a mud wall before them. But alas, it still proved to be useless. The troll effortlessly destroyed the mud wall with its club and viciously smashed the two girls into the distance. The two of them spat mouthfuls of blood as they flew for tens of meters. Fortunately for them, the direction they flew in was away from the city gates. Gigi, the troll, foolishly chuckled as it saw its prey fly away. It scratched its chin playfully and then started jogging toward them, dragging its club on the ground. Ugh, Lisa could feel that a few of her ribs had cracked from the attack. She vomited blood and innards as she slowly got to her knees. She then glanced at the troll who was slowly approaching them and panicked. Gauriel, we need to leave, she patted the elf lying down beside her. Trolls have extremely strong regeneration abilities. We can't deal with it in our current state. All of a sudden, she realized that her friend wasn't responding. She glanced at her, and the next moment her pupils dilated. Gauriel, the light in the elf's eyes had already dimmed at some point. Her cold body lay beside Lisa with no signs of life. A drop of tears slowly trickled down her face that was marred with deep unwillingness. Gauriel, wake up, Lisa muttered weakly, but received no answers from her. Everything around her faded into nothingness as she glanced at the expression on Gauriel's face. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes, as well as a hint of fear. There was a trace of reluctance, as well as regret. Gauriel, no. Lisa screamed as she tightly embraced the elf. Wake up. Please wake up. Meanwhile, the troll had already appeared before them and raised its club once again. Its eyes flashed with killing intent as it hammered down the club at the two girls. But suddenly, a figure dressed in all black appeared in front of the troll and grabbed the club with his bare hand. A strong gust of wind blew in all directions from the point of impact. Lisa raised her head in a daze and saw a familiar person standing before her. Her eyes moistened, and she involuntarily started crying. Adam, hoo-ah! The troll glanced at the youth in front of him in puzzlement. It tried to yank the club from the youth's hands, but it just wouldn't budge. For a moment, it stood there in a daze, scratching its head, feeling genuinely confused. Weren't humans weak? Then why did this human in front of him have so much strength? Adam ignored the troll and turned around to glance at Lisa. She was covered in blood from head to toe, her appearance extremely miserable. Adam, Gauriel, Lisa couldn't finish the words she was about to say as she burst into tears. She embraced Gauriel's body tightly and continued to sob incessantly. Meanwhile, Adam shifted his gaze from Lisa to Gauriel, his body trembling ever so slightly. He deeply glanced at the elven girl's lifeless eyes, and in them he could see the reflection of his own desolate self. There were no emotions on his face. It was a blank canvas. However, tempestuous waves were rising in his heart, and his mind was consumed by incomparable anger. He slowly turned back around and gazed at the troll that had killed Gauriel. Adam let go of the club and then immediately gripped the troll's wrist, causing the latter to grunt in pain. He squeezed the troll's wrist so tightly that sounds of bones breaking could be heard. The next moment, the youth's other palm turned into the shape of a claw and then was immediately covered in a layer of fire mana. Adam's face contorted with boundless rage as he roared at the top of his lungs. Then he struck the troll in the chest with a powerful claw strike, while twisting his palm when it made contact. Hand of Doom, coiling palm strike. In an instant, the troll's upper body was obliterated as a typhoon of flames erupted from Adam's palm. The youth had added the element of fire to this technique from the Astral Tyrant manual. Trolls were infamous for their regeneration. Whether it was a deep slash to their hide, or if their limbs were torn from their bodies, trolls could rapidly heal through the majority of the wounds inflicted on them. That is why they were so difficult to deal with. The only way to negate their regeneration ability was to imbue the attacks with fire or acid. As the troll's upper body was blown away by Adam's attack, its lower body continued to stagger around helplessly. But soon, it too was covered in flames, and before long, it was incinerated. The charred legs of the troll continued to twitch from time to time before finally ceasing. Adam turned back around and glanced at Gauriel's corpse. The next moment, his consciousness shifted to the mysterious space inside the White Lotus. He appeared in front of a glowing orb that gave off a very familiar feeling. It was Gauriel's soul. The youth lowered his head and tightly clenched his fists. He hovered in front of the orb for a very long time, not speaking a word. The next moment, when he opened his eyes, he was back outside the real world, standing before his friend's lifeless body. He crouched down beside her and lightly stroked her hair. His eyes turned red and pearls of tears fell down, but a faint smile blossomed on his face. You did well, Gauriel. He gently closed her eyes. You did well, it's all right now. The sound of fighting continued to boom around Adam, but he took a moment to stay with Gauriel. As he continued to delicately stroke her head, he thought to himself with deep anguish, "You're gone, but a part of you will live through me." Suddenly, Adam turned his head to the side in alarm, his eyes narrowing. Through his sphere of resonance, he sensed a beast quickly approaching them, but when his gaze landed on the beast, he calmed down. It was a white fox with emerald eyes. It was Ania, Lisa's familiar. Adam gently lifted Gauriel's corpse and stood up. Seeing this, Lisa asked, "What are you doing?" "Go to the southern part of the city. Find a safe place to recover your strength," Adam muttered solemnly as he walked toward Ania. Then he carefully placed Gauriel's body on the fox's back. He patted Ania's head and stated, "Take Lisa to safety, okay?" Ania lightly growled as she rubbed her head against Adam. "Good girl." He then helped Lisa sit atop Ania. She glanced at him and said weakly, Please take care of Eddie." Adam glanced at her with a smile and patted her head as well. "Fatty's stronger than you think, but don't worry, as long as I'm breathing, I won't let anything happen to him. I promise." Lisa nodded as tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked at Adam and pleaded, "Please don't die." "Heh," Adam assured her with a thumbs up. "I'm crazy strong." He then nodded at Ania and watched them go. As they disappeared behind the buildings, the smile on his face slowly crumbled until all that remained was an emotionless face. But his bloodshot eyes flashed with unprecedented rage and killing intent. Adam turned around and slowly started to walk toward the broken city gates. With every step he took, his aura increased steeply. He channeled all the fury, sadness, and regret and turned it into a tangible form of energy. With every step he took, his momentum increased. Pristine white mana surrounded his body and exploded outward. The people around him, allies and enemies alike, all retreated when they felt his aura. It was heavy, it was bloodthirsty, it was tyrannical. For a moment, time around him seemed to have come to a standstill. Everyone had stopped what they were doing and intently glanced at the youth. However, none of them dared to come forward. It was as if the area around Adam had suddenly become heavier. It was as if the gravity around him had multiplied. The next moment, Adam lowered his back and got into a stance of one of the subset moves of the Astral Tyrant manual that he had never tried before. This one was a simplified version of the real technique. A large amount of mana gathered around him, and his aura reached an unprecedented height. It was to the point that the people around him could barely breathe. Unbeknownst to the youth, his spiritual power had also begun to seep out of him and mixed in with his mana. Adam lowered his head as tears fell from his eyes and instantly evaporated under the heat radiating from his energy. He thought back to the times he spent with Gauriel and channeled all the emotions and his energy into his fist. Although he had barely known her for a couple of months, he had come to accept her as his comrade through all the battles they had fought together. The bond they shared wasn't shallow. She was his friend. Gauriel, farewell. Then he raised his head and glanced at the city gate that was overrun with enemies. His eyes flashed with unbridled killing intent. And the next moment he disappeared. Hand of Doom, earthly meteor. A white streak of light flew toward the gates, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. When it reached the city gates, it detonated with unrivaled power. Boom. The beasts, orcs, trolls, and ogres that had been flooding through the gates were instantly obliterated by this attack. Chunks of flesh and blood rained down around the destroyed gates, and underneath this bloody rain stood Adam just beyond the city walls with his back straight as a spear. He took a deep breath and screamed at the top of his lungs, his tearful eyes flashing with wrath, and his voice containing deep emotions that made his enemies tremble in fear. "None of you will pass." Adam's rage-filled voice resounded across the battlefield. One could feel the overwhelming sadness in his voice, and the aura he emanated made them suffocate. Even the rank 2 magi that were battling with each other suddenly paused. All of them glanced at Adam with incredulous expressions. But no one was more shocked than the magi of the allied forces. Esmond looked over in Adam's direction and saw the number of dismembered bodies around him and the rain of flesh and blood falling on him. Such a spectacle left him stunned. The man couldn't help but think to himself in disbelief, just how many people did he kill with that one move alone? Incredible. He had personally sparred with the youth on several occasions. He knew just how profound Adam's Astral Tyrant manual was. But even he couldn't come to terms with the sheer power displayed by Adam in his last move. The magi stationed around the destroyed gates were equally shocked. One moment, their enemies were flooding in from the outside, but the next, an extremely bright streak of light suddenly appeared out of nowhere and took care of all the beasts, orcs, ogres, and trolls. It was like a meteor had descended. They all glanced at Adam's proud and lonely back with fear as well as admiration. To be able to take out so many enemies with just a single move was incomprehensible to them. At that moment, they realized that Adam was no ordinary rank 1 magus. Suddenly, Adam turned his head ever so slightly and glanced back at them. "Repair the gates. I will hold them down." The magi of the allied forces were deeply moved. While some of them were brought to tears witnessing the youth's passion and determination, most had a blazing fire lit up in their hearts. They wasted no time doing as Adam instructed. They would never get another opportunity like this. Time was of the essence. Hurry, cast your spells, erect the walls, repair the gates, do whatever it takes. At once half the magi gathered around the destroyed gates and jointly cast their spells, while the other half took care of the enemies that had already breached the city. The magi erected one mud wall after another, covering it with layers of elemental spells. They reinforced it over and over again, making sure that nothing would get past this new magically created wall. Attack, 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 what are you all waiting for? Kill that damn boy. A rank 2 orc screamed at the top of his lungs as he ordered the army around him. The enemies were jolted awake from their momentary daze. All of them glanced at Adam, who was standing alone, and rushed toward him with unbridled killing intent. Adam glanced at this scene of the horde of enemies charging at him. To say that he wasn't afraid would be a lie. He was afraid. The youth asked himself, can I still be brave if I'm afraid? His eyes shone with boundless determination as an answer came to him from the depths of his heart. The only time I can be brave is when I'm afraid. As his enemies closed in on him, Adam raised his hands and weaved hand signs. The next moment, he clasped his hands together, resounding in a thunderous clap. A brilliant magic circle lit up underneath him. Following that, the gravity in a 10-foot radius sphere around him increased by twofold. Rank 1 spell, Magnify Gravity. Adam got into a fighting stance, his fists raised in front of him. His lips parted and he roared like a primal beast. I'll take you all on. His palms turned into the shape of a claw as he coated them with a layer of pristine white mana. The next moment, he let out a loud roar and dove straight into the swarm of enemies. Anyone that came inside his gravity sphere instantly lost balance. Some were even outright pressed to the ground. They were simply fish on his chopping board. Adam effortlessly clawed through all his enemies. He was like the Grim Reaper as he mauled everyone to their death. He was covered in the flesh and blood of his enemies, his eyes were bloodshot, and his countenance was demonic. When his enemies witnessed this, all of them felt a chill crawl down their spines. Even the magical beasts that had been manipulated and gone berserk hesitated to approach him, much less the orcs, trolls, and ogres who were quite sane comparatively. Adam was like an immovable obelisk. Nothing could get past him. When the magi of the allied forces witnessed this scene of Adam single-handedly massacring all the enemies, their morale went through the roof. H-A-H-H-A-H-A. Esmond burst into a loud peal of laughter. You see that, you pig-faced bastards. As long as magi like him remain standing, the Southern Federation will never fall. Greatly motivated by Adam's actions, Esmond as well as the other rank 2 magi erupted into even greater strength. Sometimes, the presence of one brave man was enough to move mountains. Magi of the Roy family, Marcela roared as she fought her opponent. Protect Adam Constantine at all costs. She knew the youth's importance. If he were to die now, the allied forces would face a terrible setback. It was imperative to protect him. OHHH, half a dozen magi wearing white cloaks jumped off the city walls and created a perimeter around Adam, protecting him from the enemies that tried to flank him. Adam happened to glance sideways and his gaze met Elton's. The latter deeply looked at him and passionately stated, "Fight till your heart's content, Magus. We will aid you." The youth's lips curled up into a grin. He simply nodded at this familiar man whom he had confronted not too long ago. Now that he had people supporting him, he felt slightly relieved. However, he still cautioned them. Don't come within a 10-foot radius around me, or you'll be caught in my spell. The elite magi of the Roy family solemnly nodded before engaging in a brutal bloodbath. Meanwhile, the magi stationed just beyond the walls desperately cast spells after spells to repair the damaged gate. One of the magi stationed atop the walls was viewing the fight happening on the battlefield with great fervor. Adam had lit up a fire within him that made him want to jump down and join the battle immediately, but he had bigger responsibilities at the moment to help repair the gate and the wall. At that moment, he just so happened to look up at the sky above the battlefield, and his eyes instantly turned wide as saucers. Flying beasts. He sea-creamed in panic, making sure that everyone heard him. Flying beasts incoming. Get to cover. However, the goal of the flying beasts wasn't the magi stationed inside the city or on the walls, but the ones fighting outside. In the blink of an eye, the tides of war had shifted once again. All types of flying magical beasts from winged falcons, thunder eagles, dark crows, and even rot vultures came flying down at the location where Adam and the magi of the Roy family were engaged in a brutal bloodbath. Adam raised his head and glanced at the flying beasts headed his way and couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it. He and the magi around him already had their hands full with the enemies in front of them. Now, if they had to divert their attention to these flying beasts as well, there would be heavy casualties. Moreover, they couldn't afford to lose anyone at the moment. While they were holding off the enemies from attacking the gates again, the rest of the magi in the city had divided into two, each with their own objectives. One half was repairing the walls, the other half was taking care of all the enemies that had already entered the city and wreaking havoc. Realizing the precarious situation they were in, Adam gritted his teeth and prepared to launch magic missiles at the incoming flying beasts. But right at that moment, a deafening screech of a magical beast was heard, followed by the ear-splitting sound of lightning. Thunder. In the dark of the night, blue lightning streaked across the sky above the battlefield. When the lightning resided, the flying beasts that were about to attack Adam and the rest fell to the ground, their bodies emitting plumes of smoke. And then, all that remained above was a majestic black griffin flapping its wings and looking down on everyone. Atop this griffin sat Edward wielding a spear that was cackling with lighting. Fatty. Adam's eyes lit up in pleasant surprise. Edward lowered his head and glanced at his friend. He then solemnly stated, "Leave the skies to me." Heh, Adam grinned. "That's my boy." With that said, he focused his full attention on the battle in front of him. Meanwhile, Edward and Aquila rose to a higher altitude and prepared to face off against the flying beasts that were advancing from the direction of the murky mountains. He gently patted Aquila's head. "You ready?" The black griffin screeched in acknowledgement, excitement, and deep fighting intent gleaming in his eyes. "Good," Edward smiled. "Let's show them what we got." Aquila was a griffin with a natural disposition toward the element of lightning. Moreover, being Edward's bonded familiar, he wasn't affected in the least when the former used his lightning magic. If anything, the griffin was boosted with the help of Edward's lightning mana. "Here they come," Edward solemnly stated as he squinted his eyes, gazing at the small, flying dots that were slowly enlarging in his vision. He brandished his spear and coated it with blue lightning. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he pointed the spear at his enemy. Kill. Meanwhile, Adam and the Magi of the Roy family were slowly getting overwhelmed by their enemies. The fact that they could even last this long was a testament to their strength. Close to an hour had passed by since they had begun their battle. However, there had been no casualties till now. Although all of them were grievously injured, Adam screamed, "How much longer?" He had had his gravity spell activated for the entirety of the duration of this battle. Because of that, his mana had been depleting at an alarming rate. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer if this continued. Although he was confident that he could escape from there all by himself, he didn't want to abandon the Magi who had risked their lives and fought by his side. He couldn't find it in himself to do it. The Magi stationed atop the walls screamed one after the other. "We're almost done. It won't take much longer. Much longer." Adam screamed inwardly. "How much is that? Are you crazy? Be specific." He glanced around and saw that the Magi were already at the end of the rope. They had already stopped casting magic spells at one point and were relying solely on their magic combat techniques to preserve whatever little mana they had. "No, this won't do," the youth thought in alarm. He hurriedly scanned the battlefield, looking for ways to get out of this predicament. Suddenly, he recalled something that he had earlier looked over in his moment of rage. "Damn it, I'm so foolish. Why didn't I think of that from the get-go?" The next moment, he hurriedly instructed, "You guys, retreat. What about you?" Elton screamed as he hacked down the ferocious beasts with his sword. "I have a plan," Adam solemnly stated. "Retreat as soon as I cast the smokescreen. But before that, buy me time to cast the spell." The Magi of the Roy family glanced at each other and then nodded, choosing to trust Adam. The next moment, as the other Magi protected the youth, he hurriedly weaved hand signs one after another. His speed was so great that his hands appeared to be a shadowy blur. The following moment, half a dozen large magic circles appeared on the ground around him, and from them, a dense cloud materialized. Rank 1 spell, Fog. The thick mist concealed everything around the youth. Following that, the Magi of the Roy family did as told and hurriedly retreated before scaling the wall. Atop the wall, Elton glanced at the battlefield below in apprehension. Everything was covered in that thick gray smokescreen. Only the silhouettes of the enemies could be seen. "What is he up to?" he muttered nervously, sharing the sentiment of everybody who was standing on the wall. The next moment, something arose from within the mist, causing everyone to be greatly alarmed. It was a figure drenched in blood standing atop an earthen platform that seemed to be levitating with the help of spectral Magus hands. Magus Adam. The Magi of the allied forces breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the fog on the battlefield receded, and what they were greeted by the next moment left them flabbergasted. The battlefield directly in front of the city gates was unexpectedly covered in grease. The enemy was having great difficulty even balancing themselves and standing straight, much less coming closer to the city walls. Seeing such a scene, the Magi above the walls had a general idea of what Adam was attempting to do. Hence, they all glanced at him with bated breaths. Adam stood above the floating, earthen platform, his black cape gently fluttering in the wind. He waved his arms and hurled dozens of vials containing orange liquid at the enemies below. His arms spread wide, he glanced at the vials slowly falling on the battlefield. His lips parted and he coldly muttered, "Burn." The next moment, the night sky suddenly lit up in a spectacular fashion. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions suddenly went off, turning this part of the battlefield as bright as day. The potions of explosions came together and compounded over exponentially, resulting in devastating damage. At once, a large number of enemies were blasted to mincemeat. The explosions continued for a while, and after they died down, The patch of land in front of Adam and the Magi had no one left standing. The ground was charred black, and one could see dismembered corpses strewn around. Such a scene left everyone stunned, and once again silence descended upon the battlefield momentarily. Adam, who was standing on the earthen platform, controlled it to fly toward the city wall. He then landed atop the wall after canceling the spell. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his knees immediately buckled and he fell down. His chest heaved up and down as he took large mouthfuls of air. He was truly exhausted, both physically and mentally. The youth had never fought such an intense battle for so long before. The Magi nearby hurriedly surrounded him, glancing at him with deep admiration as well as concern. Adam looked at one of them and asked weakly, "What about the gate? It has been repaired." A young magus replied with shining eyes. He had seen Adam's battle from beginning to end, and now the latter had become his role model. "Make way, move." The Magi of the Roy family suddenly made their way through the crowd and approached the youth. Elton crouched down beside him and first observed his injuries. He then looked in the distance and screamed, "We need a healer, quick." He glanced back at the youth and asked with complicated emotions, "Magus Adam, if you had those potions of explosions with you, then why didn't you use them before when the war with the orcs had begun?" According to Elton, if these potions had been used at the beginning of the war more than 2 months ago, they would have had significantly fewer casualties. "I had always meant to use them toward the end. This is our trump card." After all, Adam faintly smiled. "And it seems like tonight's battle will decide whether the city still stands or not. Had he used it at the onset of the war, the enemy would have already found ways to counter it by now. But now that he had used these potions of explosion, the enemy was caught by surprise, resulting in significantly more casualties." Elton deeply glanced at Adam and then nodded. "This must mean you have more." "Yes." "Heh." Adam smirked. "Naturally." The following moment, he told the Magi around him to make some space. He weakly sat back up, leaning against the wall. Then he waved his hand and a dozen large wooden chests appeared in front of him. A collective gasp could be heard from the Magi. An unbelievable thought occurred in their minds and they couldn't help but be shocked by it. Elton glanced at all the chests in disbelief. He then looked at Adam and spoke in a trembling voice. "Don't tell me all these are." "Uh-huh," Adam nodded as he chugged one healing potion after another. "Each chest contains about 50 explosion potions, give or take. Distribute them equally between the northeast and the northwest wall. 50 explosions each." Elton was dumbfounded. The rest of the Magi also had their jaws touching the ground. This meant that with a wave of his hand, Adam had already brought out close to 600 potions of explosion. Just the thought of them hurling these potions at the enemies left them in a daze. What about the other 3 walls?" Elton suddenly asked. "Do you have potions for them as well?" "Yes, I do." Adam nodded. "I've been brewing these potions every day for the past 2 months, so I have plenty. You don't need to worry about them getting over." This madman, Elton as well as the rest of the Magi thought in shock. The next moment, the man snapped out of his daze and roared at the others. "What the hell are you waiting for? Go burn those bastards to cinders. Burn them all. OHHHH." The morale of the Allied forces reached an unprecedented height. The battle that seemed to be unwinnable just a few moments ago had now suddenly turned in their favor. The chests containing the potions were equally divided between the Magi stationed on the 2 walls. Then they started hurling these potions at the enemies like there was no tomorrow. Once again, the night sky was lit up as if dawn had arrived. The Magi's eyes oozed with bloodlust and rage as they threw the explosion potions far and wide. They had suffered quite a lot from the surprise attack by their enemies. Now it was their time to retaliate. Meanwhile, Adam took out dozens of more chests from his earring and instructed the Magi near him to deliver the chests to the Magi stationed on the other 3 walls. The youth called out to Elton all of a sudden and spoke with a serious expression. "There's something we need to be clear about." Elton's eyes narrowed. "Is he going to bring up the thing that happened in the marketplace with those kids?" I thought he was mature, but I guess I overestimated him." "What is it?" "These potions," Adam began, "are not for free." Elton was dumbfounded. What are you talking about?" Adam barked like he had been possessed by a mad dog. "What? Don't pretend like you don't know. Do you have any idea how much time and effort I put into brewing them? I want 15 contribution points for every damn vial, you hear me? 15 contribution points." Elton was speechless. He glanced at the youth's serious expression and thought to himself in a daze, he's still thinking about making money. What's there to think about? Adam growled, jolting Elton out of his stupor. 15 contribution points. You better tell this to Magus Marcela. This is non-negotiable. I mean, I'll accept more, but definitely not less. Sure, Elton's lips twitched as he nodded. It's not like he could refuse. Good, Adam nodded. What's the situation of the enemies within the city? Elton's expression turned solemn as he replied, they are still out there wreaking havoc. But now that the gates and walls have been repaired, we can afford to send more Magi to deal with the enemies inside. That is a sound judgment, Elton replied, his back straightening involuntarily. All right then, I will recover my mana and join the battle as soon as I can, the youth stated before dismissing Elton. Elton nodded with a grim expression before turning around and delegating duties to the rest of the Magi. Suddenly, he stopped in his footsteps, realizing something very peculiar. Why am I taking orders from a 20-year-old? He didn't realize this before, but Adam's presence was like that of a seasoned veteran, causing him to involuntarily feel that it was only right to take orders from him. Elton turned back around and glanced at Adam, who had now entered a state of mindfulness. Despite the chaos around him, the youth was completely detached to it all, as if none of it bothered him. What a strange young man. In the heart of Stardell, inside a secluded, abandoned house, Lisa knelt on the ground and wrapped Gauriel's body with a long, white cloth. Her hand movements were mechanical, and the expression on her face was blank. Scenes of what had earlier transpired when the city gates had been breached kept repeating in her mind. Overcome by immense guilt, she continued to blame herself for not being able to protect her friend. Although she had only known Gauriel for about 2 months, she had come to develop a strong bond with the elf. If only I was more self-aware of my surroundings, I could have protected you from the boulders. If only I had worked harder, I could have protected you from the troll. If only I was stronger. Pearls of tears trickled down her face, which was covered in dried blood and dirt. She glanced at Gauriel's face. Although it had no signs of life, it appeared to be peaceful. It was as if she had gone into a deep slumber, except she would never wake from this one. Lisa bent over and gently embraced the elf. Gauriel, forgive me, I couldn't save you. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a chain of explosions coming from outside the city walls. She turned her head and glanced through the windows. The scene that greeted her left her shocked. The night sky was so bright it was almost as if it was daytime. Her eyes widened as she thought incredulously, "This what's happening?" She then heard the sounds of fighting and screaming coming from outside, her face gradually turning grim. She looked back at Gauriel and forced a faint smile. "I must leave, Gauriel, there might be others that need me." Lisa covered the elf's face with the white cloth after looking at her deeply for one last time. The next moment, she placed her hand on the elf's corpse and it disappeared inside her space-type storage ring. She wiped the tears from her eyes and calmed the turbulent emotions surging inside her. Then her eyes gleamed with cold, killing intent as she slowly got to her feet, exiting the house. Outside, Enia was waiting for her by the door, monitoring the surroundings with alertness. When the fox sensed the rage bubbling inside Lisa, she got to her feet and walked toward her, fondly rubbing her head against her. "I'm all right, girl." Lisa's eyes softened a little as she patted Enia's head. Then she climbed her back and brandished the wooden staff that she had acquired from the secret plane. She muttered in a cold tone, "We will slaughter every enemy that comes our way. Grrrr." Enia bared her sharp fangs, her emerald eyes gleaming with primal ferocity. The next moment, they sped off into the distance in search of the enemy. At the main square of Stardell, a one-sided battle was taking place between the Magi of the Allied forces and the enemy. This place, which used to be a hub of activity, now lay in ruins. The large, magical scoreboard had been completely destroyed, and the marketplace around it was nowhere to be seen. Streams of blood flowed through the square, and one could see butchered corpses of humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes scattered around. Tragically, most of these corpses belonged to the mortal residents. A brutal melee was currently taking place. The small group of Magi from the Allied forces were completely surrounded by the corrupted beasts. Moreover, they were also under the attack of orcs and ogres. By now, the enemy had realized that there was no way out for them now that the gates had been repaired. They knew that death was a foregone conclusion for them. There was no way that the Magi would spare them. If they were going to die either way, then they might as well fight recklessly and take as many people with them as they could. Due to this very mindset, the enemy inside the city had now become a force to reckon with. "Kill them." An orc wielding a large, double axe roared with madness as he hacked down the helpless magus in front of him. "Kill them all," roar. An ogre standing at more than 3 meters tall bellowed to the skies and then started swinging his stone-tipped javelin around. Ogres were rumored to have descended from giants. They had soft yellow skin and easily weighed over 600 pounds. Moreover, they had highly muscular bodies and large, bald heads. With every swing of its javelin, this ogre brutally injured anyone standing in its way, leaving them to an inch of their lives. Just as it raised its beefy arm to hack down an incapacitated magus in front of it, thick vines suddenly emerged from underground and tightly coiled around its limbs, restraining it immediately. The vines were thick and had countless thorns growing on them. These sharp thorns dug inside the thick skin of the ogre and started to secrete poison. "Gra!" The ogre screamed in pain, desperately trying to free himself from the vines. With its strength, it would take no longer than a few seconds to get free. But suddenly, a large, ferocious beast pounced on the ogre from behind. It opened its maw that was filled with razor-sharp teeth and viciously chomped on the ogre's head. Crunch! The ogre's headless body fell to its knees, the vines around its limbs slowly uncoiling. Above this creature's corpse stood a large, imposing fox. It spat the remains of the ogre's head from its mouth and menacingly growled at the other beasts. Lisa, who was sitting atop Aeneas, coldly glanced at her enemies. She then raised her staff over her head with both hands and spun it around. The wooden staff glowed with a resplendent light, and countless runes shone on its surface. The youth expended a considerable amount of mana into her artifact, and the next moment, dozens of thick vines erupted from the ground and quickly incapacitated all the enemies surrounding the magi. Everything had happened so quickly, from the ogre dying to the rest of the enemies being immobilized, that the magi of the allied forces barely had any time to react. They were frozen in shock. One moment they were being bombarded by attacks from all sides on the verge of death, but the next moment the tables had suddenly turned, and it was all because of the actions of one person and her familiar. Lisa had an icy cold expression on her face as she glared at the beasts and the orcs desperately trying to free themselves. Then she looked at the magi who had dumbfounded expressions on their faces before having Aeneas turn around and leave, her parting words lighting a raging fire in their hearts. "They're all yours." The magi got to their feet, their expressions that of extreme wrath. The leader of these magi, an old elf, fiercely stared at all the enemies with intense bloodlust. "Kill them." He roared at the top of his lungs. "Kill them all." In the skies above Stardell, Edward rode his majestic griffin, Aquila, and engaged in a brutal aerial battle with the berserk flying beasts. Blue lightning crackled around him and Aquila as they flew toward the enemy group. Edward had been practicing flying with the griffin in the past, however. This was the first time he was doing so in battle. At the beginning of this fierce skirmish, he still had to get the hang of things, however. He quickly adapted. The dark clouds above swirled ominously, whereas the battlefield beneath was embroiled in fierce conflict as potions of explosions went off every now and then. Under the soft glow of the twin moons, Edward gathered the lightning mana and focused it at the tip of his spear. The next moment, he and Aquila bolted past a winged falcon, leaving a trail of blue lightning in their wake. In the aftermath of this clash, the winged falcon slowly fell to the ground as lightning viciously danced across its body, completely immobilizing it. If Edward's spear hadn't done the job already, the fall from such a great height would surely do it. This had been the youth's plan all along. He didn't aim to outright kill the enemy, only electrocute them with his lightning magic. Then gravity would do the rest. In this aerial battle, it was difficult to cast spells accurately at the enemy. So Edward focused mainly on his magic combat techniques. This would also ensure that he lasted longer in battle. After all, magic combat techniques required considerably less mana than magic spells. The youth and his familiar had been fighting for over an hour now. Both of them were riddled with ghastly injuries and profusely bleeding from several places. He gently patted Aquila's back and asked, "How long can you hang on, buddy?" Aquila let out a screech filled with determination, his eyes blazing with fighting intent. Seeing this, Edward's blood boiled with a fiery passion. "Ha, that's the way it should be." Screech. With a deafening screech, Aquila steeply rose to the sky after listening to the youth's battle plan through a mental transmission. Right after the pair flew straight through a blanket of clouds, for a brief moment, it was just them, the night sky, and Selene and Luna. Edward glanced at the twin moons and was stunned by their beauty from up close. At that moment, he promised himself that he would take more flights with Aquila just like this one. Following that, the youth's eyes narrowed and gleamed with exhilaration. "All right, boy, let's do this." Aquila let out a screech one more time before diving straight down. The strong, chilly winds brushed past Edward's face as he raised his legs and crouched on his familiar's back. The next moment, he jumped. Aquila went his separate way as it clawed through the horde of flying beasts underneath him, his ferociousness unmatched. Meanwhile, Edward spun his weapon above his head and then landed on a dark crow, stabbing it with his lightning-infused spear. As the dark crow's body twitched and fell toward the ground, the youth jumped from the beast's back and landed on a rot vulture and did the same. Every flying beast that tasted his spear was instantly electrocuted and miserably fell to the ground, their bodies convulsing in sheer pain. He continued jumping from one beast to another, all the while free falling, until finally there were no more flying beasts in his vicinity. All of them had been zapped by him and had already fallen to their deaths. As the youth fell through the clouds, there was no fear on his face. Instead, his lips curled up into a wide grin as he spread his arms and legs and fully embraced this experience. Stormbringer, the mana extraction technique that Edward practiced, focused heavily on the elements of lightning, air, and water. Unsurprisingly enough, the skies just so happened to be the place where he felt at home. The next moment, a black shadowy figure approached him from the distance at lightning speed. Seeing this, Edward somersaulted in the air and then gracefully landed on this figure. Screech. Aquila let out an excited roar after catching the youth. The griffin had just fought his way through a pack of flying beasts and made his way here. As the pair descended from the sky, they caught sight of another small group of flying beasts with sinister auras coming toward them from the direction of the murky mountains. "They just don't stop," Edward grumbled in annoyance. He glanced at Aquila and was about to ask if he could go on, but seeing the bloody injuries on his body, the youth swallowed his words. Although Aquila didn't mention it, the youth knew just how much pressure he was going through. Suddenly, Edward turned his head in the direction of the city and saw another group of flying beasts flying toward them. Reinforcements. He was slightly taken aback. It didn't take long for him to confirm his speculations. Magi from the allied forces flew in on their flying mounts and hovered around him. "Magus Edward, you can leave the rest to us now," a female magus replied with deep respect. All this while, Edward and Aquila had been fighting in the skies all alone and displaying unparalleled skill and determination. If it wasn't for these two to take it upon themselves to defend against aerial attacks, the Magi within the city would have to divert their manpower from repairing the gates and the walls. This would have certainly made things more difficult for the allied forces and would have resulted in greater casualties. Edward glanced at the Magi and nodded. "All right, may fortune be with you." With that said, he directed Aquila to fly toward the city. The Magi glanced at the youths departing back with great admiration. Then they turned their heads in the direction of the enemy flying beasts, their eyes flashing with boundless rage and fighting intent, for the Southern Federation. The female magus roared as she commanded her flying beast to soar toward the enemies. OHHH, the rest of the Magi followed behind. On the northeast wall, amidst all the bloodbath and violence going around him, Adam sat in a tranquil state as a faint vortex of mana swirled around him. The mana in the surroundings was extracted by him and flowed inside his body unobstructed. Suddenly, the vortex of mana dissipated as the raven-haired youth exhaled a slow and deep breath. He gradually opened his eyes, which were calm yet deep. "It's time." Adam got to his feet and placed his hands on the railing, gazing at the battlefield in front of him that was covered in blood and flames. Hundreds of charred corpses of the enemies lay just beyond the city walls, causing a devilish grin to bloom on his face. "Looks like they did a fine job." He looked around and saw that the Magi stationed on the walls were busy hurling explosion potions at the enemy. At the same time, they were also casting spells and adding them to the mix. Adam turned around and gazed at the city. Most of the buildings near the northeast and northwest walls had been destroyed due to the sudden attack by the enemy. Black smoke could be seen rising from several locations. Moreover, the sound of battles could also be heard, albeit it was much less compared to a couple of hours ago when Adam had entered a state of mindfulness. "Things should wrap up in the city any time now. I hope Lisa is fine." Finally, Adam raised his head and glanced at the battle happening in the skies above the battlefield. Although he couldn't make out much, he could still see faint silhouettes behind the clouds. Fatty, the youth thought in concern, but the next moment he shrugged. "Whatever, he should be all right. I'll kill him if he dies." Following that, the youth tried to look past the battlefield and search for any signs of rank 2 Magi from the enemy side. However, this was easier said than done. But he had to be absolutely certain of this if he wanted to execute what he was about to do next, or he'd just be digging his own grave. He didn't like courting death, not that much. The next moment, he weaved a series of hand signs. Then the space behind him distorted and the colors in that small area started to distort. Finally, a small tear appeared in the void, leading directly to the spirit world. Rank 1 spell, Hidden Servant. Out of this small portal, 2 spectral figures slowly descended and knelt down before Adam. They were wearing ragged black robes and had a shadowy hood covering their heads. The moment they appeared, they prostrated themselves before the youth. Adam had always found this peculiar but didn't think much about it. There were bigger things to worry about now. "Scout all 5 battlefields and give me a detailed report." Adam waved his hand. "Go." The spectral, invisible servants immediately disappeared from their spots, moving through the battlefields completely unseen by the enemy. Meanwhile, Adam took out dozens of more chests containing potions of explosions and handed them out to nearby Magi. "Make sure to have them delivered to the other walls as well." "Yes, Magus." The other Magi had begun showing great respect to Adam, almost as if he was their superior. This was only natural, after all. In this world, the strong were looked up to. After the youth's display of strength and courage, there was not a single Magus in Stardell that didn't respect him. Seeing that there was even more supply of the explosion potions just when they were about to run out of it, the Magi were ecstatic. They hurriedly carried these chests and started delivering them to the other walls. Right at that moment, the hidden servants returned after scouting all the battlefields. They knelt down before Adam once again and relayed their findings. Hearing them, the youth's lips curled up into a smirk. He stroked his chin and mumbled to himself. "So the rank 2 Magi have moved further away from the city, huh?" In hindsight, that made sense. A battle between rank 2 Magi was sure to have a lot of collateral damage. The enemy didn't want that happening anywhere near the battlefield, especially when it was full of people from their side. Adam then glanced at the 2 spirits and asked solemnly, "And you are 100% sure about this?" The spirits hurriedly nodded their heads in a panic. Adam thought for a while and then stated, "All right, you both can leave." The hidden servants kowtowed repeatedly and then returned to the spirit world, their spectral bodies slowly dissipating into nothingness. Adam looked around and shouted, "Someone get me Magus Elton." The next moment, a gray light flashed and Valerian appeared before the youth. The latter looked at him and asked with a faint smile as well as slight concern, "Val, you sure you want to do this?" The little guy got on his hind legs and adorably clenched his front paws. "Yes, yes, I want to help you, brother. All right." Adam fondly rubbed the young dragon's head. Since the beginning of the war, Valerian kept wanting to join the battle and fight alongside him. However, he was overly protective of the little guy and didn't want him to engage in this bloodbath, but he realized that this was flawed thinking on his part. If he always continued to shelter Valerian, it would only negatively impact the latter. If a mighty dragon was always wrapped in cotton wool, would they still be considered mighty? Thus, he chose to allow the little guy to finally enter the fray. Right at that moment, Elton approached them from the distance, his face riddled with anxiety and urgency. "What is it, Magus Adam? Did you need anything?" The youth glanced at him and smiled amicably. "Yeah, give me your storage ring." What? Elton was flabbergasted. He had been stationed on the northwest wall and had to rush all the way here, thinking it was some kind of emergency. But it turned out that this greedy young man now wanted his storage ring. Adam removed his red star earring and put it on Valerian's ear. At the same time, he began to explain his plan to the middle-aged man. The more Elton heard, the more he was shocked. "Why you want to?" "Yes," Adam nodded. "This is the perfect opportunity to flank these bastards. Moreover, I've confirmed that the rank 2 magi have taken their fights far away from the city, so this plan is very likely to succeed." Elton loudly gulped, his eyes flashing with disbelief. "And it's just going to be you?" Well, Adam glanced at Valerian and rubbed his head. "Me and him." Then he turned his head to look at Elton and stretched out his palm. "Hurry now, I don't have all night." Sure. Elton removed his storage ring from his finger and handed it to Adam in a daze. The youth grabbed it and transferred some of the potions of explosion from this earring into this ring. Also, he made sure that there were sufficient potions inside the earring, which was now in Valerian's possession. Elton glanced at these potions and asked in slight surprise, "These potions look slightly different from the ones you gave us earlier. Are they still explosion potions?" Hee, the youth chuckled. "I guess you could call these version 2. After all the preparations were complete, he glanced at Elton and nodded. "Anyway, make sure to keep the enemy's attention to the front." Elton snapped out of his daze and nodded with a solemn expression. "Understood." Adam and Valerian then got on top of the railing, glancing at the chaotic battlefield before them with solemn expressions. The two then looked at each other and nodded. The next moment, they jumped off the wall and dove into the sea of enemies. Elton hurriedly ran atop the city walls, loudly sending out orders. "Use all the explosion potions you have. Use them now. Attack the enemy with everything you have. Magi, it's now or never." Sensing the gravity of the situation, the expressions of these magi turned extremely serious. They glanced at the remaining enemies on the battlefield and began attacking them with everything in their arsenal. At once, the ferocity of their attacks increased sharply. The battlefield was once again lit up with blinding lights as countless explosions occurred simultaneously on all 5 battlefields. The casualties amongst the enemy forces increased yet again. Seeing such a gruesome scene, the enemy forces didn't wish for anything but to retreat. They had attacked tonight, hoping that the city would easily fall into their hands. However, they suffered one setback after another. Moreover, it didn't help that the rank 2 magi of their army were nowhere near the battlefield. Their morale had hit an all-time low. In wars, morale greatly influenced an army's combat prowess. Now that the enemy's morale had severely weakened, they were very likely to surrender or retreat, and that was exactly where the war was now headed. Meanwhile, amidst this chaotic battlefield, Adam and Valerian stealthily made their way through the horde of enemies and reached the army's rear. They had only chosen to do so because Adam had confirmed that there were no rank 2 magi present on the battlefield. Valerian's topaz eyes flashed with excitement as he thought to himself, "This is war, how fun. I must make my brother proud." Mew, the young dragon crouched low, his muscles coiling like springs. The next moment, Valerian sprang forth in the midst of the enemies with astonishing agility. He moved with a grace that seemed beyond supernatural. Sometimes he would run between a troll's legs, other times he would bolt past an ogre's shoulders. The enemies weren't able to sense the young dragon's presence at all. All they felt was a sudden gust of wind and then nothing. As Valerian ran with a broad grin on his furry face, he deftly dropped small vials of explosion potions from the earring. His movements were precise, weaving through the enemies with uncanny speed. Just when a group of orcs had caught sight of him and were about to catch him, a series of explosions rang out behind him in a straight line. Boom, boom, boom. The enemy forces were already defending against explosions from the front, but now all of a sudden, explosions were going off in the rear as well. To say that they were shocked would be a major understatement. Valerian left confusion and havoc in his wake as he ran past the enemies. His actions were not random, however. He seemed to have a purpose, a plan. The little guy dropped the potions strategically to disrupt enemy formations. Each explosion sent enemies flying. Of course, most of them were already dead by the time they hit the ground. Despite the danger around him, Valerian showed no fear. If anything, he was greatly enjoying it. Mew. Explosions are fun. On the other side of the battlefield, Adam took a more brutish and direct approach compared to Valerian. Instead of going at it covertly, the youth charged through all the enemies with his fists alone. With every swing of his fists, enemies were brutally injured and on the verge of death. Adam didn't forget to throw all the explosion potions behind him as he mauled through the army. Boom, boom, boom. Another line of explosions rang out on the battlefield. However, this was going in the opposite direction of the first line of explosions. Now, the enemy forces were flanked between a layer of explosions from the front that was caused by magi on the city walls and the back. Moreover, these potions that Adam and Valerian were currently using were an enhanced version. The flames produced by these potions would last longer than the regular ones, meaning the enemy forces were now trapped. Just as Adam was ripping through the enemy's defenses and chucking one explosion potion after another, in the near distance, a young orc happened to witness this scene and was incomparably stunned. However, it wasn't Adam's actions that were shocking but his appearance. This human, the orc thought incredulously. Although he doesn't have that scar on his face, I'm sure this is the human that Gorgo had told us to keep an eye on. At the onset of the war, Gorgo had already informed a large number of young orcs to be on the lookout for the human who had killed Curden and the others inside the secret plane. He had already distributed a sketch of Adam's face to the other orcs. The orc looked at the battlefield and saw the number of people that were dying from the explosions. Seeing this, he nervously gulped. Damn it, this battle is as good as lost. He glanced back at Adam, who was slowly approaching his location, and his body shuddered in terror. No, I must escape from this place and inform Gorgo of this human's whereabouts. The orc cast one last glance at his allies. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and escaped into the depths of the murky mountains. Back on the city walls, the magi standing there watched with shock and amazement at the two large walls of flames that were slowly surrounding the enemies. These walls of flames were a result of Adam and Valerian's actions as they went around the battlefield throwing explosion potions. The enemies now had nowhere to go. Seizing this opportunity, Elton raised his sword in the air and screamed at the top of his lungs, "My brave warriors, the time has come." Everyone looked at this middle-aged magus from the Roy family with great anticipation, their blood boiling with strong emotions. Elton's lips curled up into a wide grin, his eyes flashing with deep fighting intent. For Stardell, with that said, he was the first one to jump off the wall and begin slaughtering the enemies. OHHH. The magi jumped down one after the other as they began their assault. It was like the demon inside of them had awakened as they hacked through their enemies. This had turned into a one-sided massacre. The skies above the battlefield were clear. The battle there had already ended at some point. All the enemy flying beasts had been taken care of. Now all that remained were the magi and their flying mounts that were being led by Edward and Aquila. The blue-eyed youth glanced at the two walls of flames that were slowly closing in on each other, about to connect at any moment. Seeing this, he smirked. Hee hee, you madman. Meanwhile, back inside the city, all the enemies had also been dealt with. Lisa stood proud and tall before the corpses of her enemies. She had single-handedly led all the magi inside the city to protect the residents. She turned her head and gazed at the horizon. The night sky was suddenly dyed a shade of orange as the twin moons slowly began to set. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sun was beginning to rise. Seeing that, her lips parted and she muttered with a smile filled with relief, "Dawn." Outside the walls, the vast majority of the enemies had been viciously exterminated by the magi. Only a small portion managed to escape before the wall of flames had completely merged and surrounded them. But that didn't matter. After a gruesome night of slaughter, through many ups and downs, the battle had finally come to an end. But strangely enough, the battlefield was quiet, all the magi searching for a certain person. Suddenly, Elton's gaze landed on a figure in the distance, standing around countless corpses by the grand wall of flames. This figure was wearing a black, tattered robe and a cape that fluttered in the wind behind him, making him look heroic. Moreover, he also wore a black pointy hat which further deepened the aura of gallantry emanating from him. A gray cat could also be seen comfortably sitting on this young man's shoulder, leisurely licking its paw and looking around in a bored manner from time to time. When Elton glanced at this youth, he was deeply moved and involuntarily cried tears of joy. The greatest reason for their victory tonight could be attributed to this person. Despite their rocky first encounter, he was proud to have fought shoulder to shoulder with this young man. Adam could also see Elton looking at him from the distance. Their gazes met, and he nodded his head ever so slightly, a faint smile slowly forming on his lips. Receiving the youth's acknowledgement, Elton couldn't control himself any longer. He clenched his fists tightly and took a deep breath before passionately roaring to the skies, "Brave magi of the Southern Federation." The Battle of Stardell is won. OHHHH. At once the battlefield was filled with the sound of cheers and laughter. As the victorious magi burst into celebration, Adam didn't join them. He walked around the bloody battlefield, stepping over the heaps of corpses and the streams of blood, the reason to collect souls. When the sun rose, the city of Stardell was still standing. Although there had been a lot of casualties, the city remained in the hands of the Allied forces. After the vast majority of the enemies were trapped by the Wall of Flames, they were viciously slaughtered by the Magi. Only a small number managed to retreat toward the Murky Mountains. As for the Rank 2 Magi, they had returned shortly after all the enemies had been dealt with. They were quite shocked to see the outcome of the battle between Rank 1s, to say the least. When they asked around, they learned that there were 4 key players that distinguished themselves in the Battle of Stardell. They were Magus Elton, from the Roy Magus family, whose leadership skills played a very crucial role when fighting the invaders. Then there were Magus Edward and Magus Lisa from the Clover Academy, the former leading the aerial unit to deal with all the enemy flying beasts, and the latter protecting the helpless residents from the enemies that had breached the city. Last but not least, Magus Adam, who had made the single greatest contribution to this battle. Whether it was holding back the enemies while the gates were being repaired, or supplying a large number of explosion potions, it was a general consensus amongst all Rank 1 Magi that Adam was the single greatest factor that helped change the tide of war. The name of Adam Constantine was now even known to all the mortal residents of the city. Out of deep respect and admiration, the citizens had even dubbed him as the hero of Stardell. As the rays of the morning sun shone brightly over the city, the victorious Magi of the Allied forces moved swiftly to clear the remnants of the battle. The once tumultuous clash of swords and spells had resided, replaced by the determination to restore peace and order. The silent battlefield, a place filled with corpses, could also be considered to be a vault of resources. The majority of the corpses belonged to the magical beasts, after all. Their blood and core were important ingredients for herbalists. Moreover, there were even spells that utilized beast body parts as material components. But more importantly, the Magi wanted to clear the bloody battlefield, hoping to find the corpses of their comrades, or at least what remained of them. Brave Magi partook in this war and perished defending these lands. At the very least, they deserved a proper burial. As the Magi cleared the battlefields outside the city walls, the city itself stood defiantly, displaying its firm resilience. The enemy had come in great numbers, hoping to burn this place to the ground. However, they had failed. The streets of Stardell were littered with debris as well as the fallen Magi and residents. Their sacrifice served as a somber reminder of the cost of victory. Residents worked in tandem, clearing the fallen and tending to the wounded. Healers moved from one injured Magus to another, their expressions grim but determined. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, an indication of the gruesome violence that had just taken place. But despite that, the people within the city had expressions of relief and happiness. The cleanup continued for the whole day until the sun had set. When the twin moons rose, the Rank 2 Magi of the Allied forces began to prepare for the next phase of the war, advancing toward the Murky Mountains. The war was far from over. During the night, supplies were restocked, weapons were sharpened, and plans were laid out for the advancement. At least for the most part, they still had to deal with the few corrupted beasts that wandered in the forests. As for the battle between the Rank 2s, although there were casualties on both sides, the enemy forces had more deaths. This also gave the Allied forces a big advantage. However, Stardell was one of the many border strongholds that neighbored the Murky Mountains. And from the reports that were being sent from the other cities, things didn't look very good. Amongst the dozen border strongholds, 4 cities had fallen into the hands of the enemy. The decision that the higher-ups made was that of the cities where Magi came out victorious. Half of them would advance toward the Murky Mountains, while the other half would go to the fallen cities to take it back from enemy hands. Of course, there would still be a few Magi left behind to defend the city. Magi of Stardell were given the orders to advance. After resting for an entire day and night, the Magi were ready to forge ahead. On this day, the surviving residents of Stardell had come out of their houses to send off the brave warriors who protected them in their homes. They had lined up on both sides of the streets, waiting for the Magi to depart. Suddenly, a young man pointed his finger toward the distance. "Look, there they come. Whoa, they're here, our brave warriors, Lord Magi." The residents of Stardell burst into passionate cheers as they saw the procession of Magi coming in from the distance. At the forefront were Rank 2 Magi sitting atop their respective mounts, followed by the Rank 1 Magi who were either walking or riding their familiars. Adam and his team were toward the back of this line. They were quite surprised to see that so many people had come to see them off. After all, it had barely been a day since the battle had ended. But seeing the sincere looks of happiness and gratitude on the faces of these people, the youth couldn't help but smile as he recalled something that happened many years ago. During his first team mission, when he and his team had helped Hand City get rid of the vampire, they also received similar treatment when they left the city. Thinking back to those simple and carefree times, Adam couldn't help but sigh with reminiscence. 5 years gone by in the blink of an eye, huh? Just like back then, Adam and his team had arrived at this city as outsiders, but now they left as heroes. Adam was currently riding Aeneas and leisurely sipping wine, sitting in a lackadaisical manner atop her white, furry back. Meanwhile, Lisa was sitting behind Edward and riding Aquila. It couldn't be helped. After all, it wasn't like the youth could ride Valyrian. If anything, it was usually the other way around, just like right now. The little guy was actually sitting on Aenea's head and smugly waving at the crowd. Also, it helped that Aenea quite liked Adam, or else she wouldn't have allowed him to sit on her back. As for Valyrian, she considered him to be her childhood friend. For as long as she could remember, she, Valyrian, and Aquila had always been together. As the group slowly approached the gate, Adam suddenly heard someone calling him from the crowd. This meek voice was easily drowned by the loud clamor, but Adam was able to easily locate it. He turned his head and saw a pair of kids, a boy and a girl, waving at him from the side of the street. "Lord Magus, down here," the boy called out to him excitedly, but there was also a hint of nervousness in his tone. Oh, Adam raised his eyebrow in surprise. This was the same kid that he had stood up for in the marketplace. He directed Aenea to walk to the side and stop beside the siblings. "You guys are safe." Adam smiled brightly. "That's great." The pair of siblings were initially scared by Aenea's size and how fierce she appeared when she gazed at them, but soon they breathed a sigh of relief when the white fox looked away. "That Lord Magus made sure we were looked after." "Teehee," the little girl giggled adorably. "Oh, you mean Elton." Adam burst into laughter. He recalled how Magus Marcela had mentioned that should anything happen to these kids, then Elton's head would end up on a pike. "Oh ho." Adam asked curiously as he got off Aenea and grabbed the basket. "What's this?" "I ate steamed dumplings," the boy replied nervously. "I made them myself." "I helped too," the little girl chimed in with clenched fists. For some reason, she wasn't as nervous as her elder brother. The boy looked up and saw that Adam had already begun eating the dumplings. He was afraid that the latter wouldn't accept them, but now that he saw Adam eat them with great relish, he was incomparably happy. "Do you like it?" the girl asked excitedly. Of course, Adam munched on the dumplings and replied with a toothy grin. "They're delicious." "Good job, you two." The little girl couldn't help but jump in joy after receiving praise from a mighty Magus. Suddenly, the boy thought of something and hesitated to speak. But in the end, he gathered the courage and asked, My lord, do you think can I also become a Magus just like you?" Adam deeply glanced at the boy with slight surprise. He first asked, "What is your name?" Colin, the boy replied while fidgeting with his fingers and nervously glancing at his feet. "And yours?" "Hee, I'm Lily," the girl replied with great enthusiasm. Adam nodded and then turned back to look at the boy. "Well, Colin," he began, "the way of the Magus is that of hard work, dedication, and learning. Do you have that in you?" Learning." Colin's eyes turned teary. "But my lord, I am not literate. I am only a commoner." "So am I," Adam smiled. Colin and his younger sister Lily were shocked. They had never thought that someone as sophisticated and powerful as Adam would have the background of a commoner. Adam paused for a moment before continuing. "I was once just like you, but I persevered until I made my dream of becoming a Magus into reality. If someone like me can, then what's stopping you?" "So that means I too can become a Magus?" Colin asked with hope, his eyes shining brighter than the stars. "Me too," Lily asked as her jaw dropped to the ground. "Who knows? Maybe you will, maybe you won't." Adam shrugged. Colin's shoulders slouched and he was on the verge of crying. Even Lily couldn't help but feel as if all the happiness had been taken away from her. Suddenly, the siblings felt a gentle hand pat their heads. They looked up and saw Adam warmly smiling at them. "But there is one thing I can tell you for certain," Adam muttered softly. "Magic reveals itself to those who believe." Woe, the siblings were sent into a daze after listening to his words. Lily then clenched her fists and asked with excitement etched all over her face, "So as long as I believe, I too can become a Magus?" Adam found this little girl very adorable. He gently pinched her cheek and chuckled, "Of course you will. We're leaving." Suddenly, Edward called out to him from the distance. Adam looked toward him and saw that the procession of Magi was almost about to exit the city gates. "All right, kids." Adam got back on Aenea and prepared to leave. "It was nice talking to you both." He then glanced at the siblings and nodded with a warm smile. "Perhaps the next time when we meet, you both will have already become Magi. It's a promise." Lily nodded her head vigorously. "I will do my best, my lord." Colin's eyes flashed with determination, his earlier nervousness now nowhere to be seen. "I won't let you down. Then I wish you both good fortune." Adam bid his farewell and slowly departed. Colin and Lily ran after the white fox until they reached the city gates where the rest of the residents had gathered. The siblings deeply ingrained the image of this young Magus with the black pointy hat in their minds. They glanced at Adam's departing back for a long time. Just as he was about to disappear into the forest, Colin brought his hands closer to his mouth and screamed with great conviction, "I will become a Magus just like you." When Adam sensed the unwavering belief in the boy's tone, a faint smile formed on his lips. He slowly raised his hand and waved at the siblings without turning around. Then he disappeared into the murky mountains. The procession of Magi slowly marched toward the depths of the murky mountains. The air was thick with the scent of damp moss and the soft fragrance of wildflowers. The trees in the forest stood tall, casting long shadows across the forest floor. Although quite a lot of magical beasts had already been dealt with in the last battle, the Magi still moved cautiously, alert about any danger that could be lurking in the shadows. Sometimes when the leaves would rustle, a few magi would instantly turn vigilant and brandish their weapons. At other times, when someone would step on a twig, the magi would go on high alert. After all, this was the first time they had ventured into the murky mountains. Since childhood, they were told that the forests here were home to countless dangerous beasts and other magical species, so it made sense that most of the magi would be so cautious of their surroundings. As the procession made their way into the forest, the light filtering through the canopy grew dimmer. Day turned into night, and night turned into day once again. On the second day since they departed from Stardell, they arrived at a large clearing ringed by thick, ancient trees. It seemed as if the branches of these trees were forming a natural protective barrier around this clearing. At the center of this clearing, a large number of people could be seen going about their day. It appeared that they were working in tandem to set up a large-scale camp. "Looks like magi from the other stronghold cities have arrived," Esmond muttered in slight surprise as he gazed at the people in the distance. He didn't expect these people to arrive here so quickly. "But I'm sure there will be more arriving after us," Professor Kimberly replied as she nudged her glasses. "Indeed," Magus Marcela nodded. "Anyhow, let us take our troops down there. They need to recuperate and be in the most optimal shape. Even if there aren't any orcs around this area, there sure are many beasts." The rank 2 magi nodded and then proceeded to lead everyone behind them into the clearing. Suddenly, a magus wearing black robes and a cape, riding a majestic-looking white fox, came toward the front of the line and called out for Esmond, "Boss." Esmond turned around and saw that it was Adam. When he glanced at this youth, his lips involuntarily curled up, displaying a smile full of gratification. The other rank 2 magi were also the same. After all, they had all heard about this young man's feats in the Battle of Stardell. They were very proud of him, to say the least. "What is it, boy?" Esmond asked in a good mood. Adam first glanced at the other magi looking at him and hesitated whether to talk about it now or not, but in the end he did it anyway. "Me and the team are going to go to a secluded spot nearby," he spoke softly. It's for Gauriel." Esmond's expression turned somber. "I understand, I'll come with you as well." "Forgive me, Magus Esmond, but I don't think you can afford to leave right now," Magus Marcela interjected. "We still have a lot of tasks that we need to finish." The red-haired man glanced deeply at Marcela. In the end he sighed. "You're right." He turned back to look at Adam and gestured. "You all go ahead. I'll visit her when I'm free. Don't go too far from the camp," Esmond warned. "I understand." With that said, Adam turned around and returned to the back of the line where Edward, Lisa, and Farrell were waiting for him. In another small clearing about 200 meters away from the expanse where all the other magi had gathered, the air was filled with the melodic chirping of birds and the gentle rustles of the leaves in the breeze. Adam, Edward, and Farrell stood before a tall ash tree and started digging the soft and damp earth beside it. They did not use any magic. Instead, they did everything manually. A little distance away from them, Lisa knelt on the ground with tearful eyes as she gazed at Gauriel's body that was wrapped in a white cotton cloth before her. The elf had been a skilled archer, a trustworthy comrade, and a beloved friend to them. Now she lay silent and unmoving, her face tranquil in death. After a while, Edward walked toward Lisa and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "It's time." Lisa snapped out of her daze as she wiped her tears and nodded. The four of them slowly picked up Lisa's body, their faces marred by overwhelming sorrow. Then they walked toward the ash tree and gently placed her body in the freshly dug grave. Soon after, they took up shovels and began to fill the grave with earth. When the grave was filled, they stood around it, bowing their heads in a moment of silence. While the young men could fairly control their emotions, Lisa had it the worse. She just couldn't stop her tears from flowing. It took Edward a great deal of effort to calm her down. After that, Lisa stepped forward with a small bouquet of wildflowers in her hands. She gently placed the flowers over the grave and muttered softly, "We will remember you." Always, as the group slowly turned around and started heading back one after the other, only Adam stayed behind. Are you okay?" Edward asked in concern. "Want me to wait for you? It's all right." Adam shook his head with a faint smile. "I'll be fine. I just need some time alone. Go take care of Lisa." Edward deeply looked at him and nodded. "All right, don't take too long." With that, he turned around and left. Adam looked at Gauriel's grave with a bitter smile. He sat down before it and took out a gourd of wine and 2 cups from his earring. As he filled both the cups, he muttered lightly, his tone laced with deep sadness. "Where does a mortal go after death? Some say their souls leave their physical bodies and journey to the spirit world. Others say they journey to an unknown place, waiting to be reincarnated. I wonder which one is true." The youth placed a wine cup before her friend's grave. His mouth opened and closed several times. Tears trickled down his face as he whispered, "I'm sorry for robbing you of that chance. I'm sorry." After a while, he wiped his tears and grabbed the other wine cup before making a toast. He glanced at the grave with moist eyes and recited a poem. "In the great cycle of life and death, a small seed takes root with every breath. In nature's cycle, life will always find its way. from seed to a towering tree in the light of the day. But seasons change, and the river of time doesn't wane. The tree withers and turns to a seed, only to rise again. Adam raised his head and glanced at the verdant leaves of the ash tree that were gently fluttering in the breeze. It was just him, the tree, and the grave. Goodbye, my friend. Adam walked back to the large clearing in a daze, his mind a mess. He kept thinking about Gauriel's soul hovering inside the lotus mysterious space in the shape of a small light orb. Moreover, Gauriel's wasn't the only one. There were many other magi who had fought and perished in the war, all their souls stacked up like mementos inside the mysterious lotus. Adam hadn't touched a single one of them. He couldn't bring himself to. These were his comrades. If there really is an afterlife, then what about their souls? The youth thought to himself in grief. Suddenly, he was jolted out of his reverie when he heard the faint sound of commotion coming from the near distance. Unknowingly, he had already reached the place where all the magi had gathered and were setting up camp. Adam stood at the edge of this clearing and gazed at the bustling scene that unfolded before him. The air was buzzing with the sound of hammers and people's voices. After showing his identification token to the magi stationed at the boundary, he slowly made his way down toward the camp, looking around at everything with curious eyes. At the center of the camp stood a large building that would serve as the headquarters for the Allied forces. This was also the place where rank 2 magi would work from whenever they were not directly engaged in battle. Around the headquarters, the embryonic form of a marketplace was slowly beginning to emerge. Many stalls were being set up, each displaying different types of scrolls, artifacts, and potions. Furthermore, this marketplace was countless times bigger than the one in Stardell. The potion stall caught Adam's eyes. The one running this store was none other than that eccentric old geezer whom he had done business with back in Stardell. So you made it out alive, huh? You perverted geezer, the youth lightly chuckled to himself. The magi that had made it out here alive had accumulated quite a lot of contribution points, to say the least, so it was only right that there would be a marketplace set up here as well. And if there was a system of contribution points and a place for transactions being implemented, Adam speculated that there would also be an object that would keep track of the points. He confirmed his speculation when he saw a group of artificers working tirelessly to build a magical scoreboard a little away from the headquarters. Adam only cast a momentary glance at the scoreboard before going around the marketplace, looking for things that he could purchase. As he explored more of the marketplace, he was taken aback to find the speed at which the magi had built everything around here. Although he knew magic was used in the construction, it still came as a surprise to him. Around the marketplace, tents, both big and small, were shooting up like mushrooms after a heavy rainfall. If the duty for the camp's construction was given to mortals, they would never have been this efficient and quick. Adam suddenly had this weird thought. If the roles of magi and mortals were reversed, what would happen to society? He shook his head and got rid of such funny thoughts that would never come to pass. He continued to stroll around the marketplace, hoping to clear his mind. He was in a terrible mood after all. No soul-related artifacts here as well. Adam thought to himself as he stroked his chin, looking around at all the artifact stalls. This wasn't all that surprising, however. After all, even in the memories of the experts, soul-related artifacts were very rare. As the day progressed, the construction of the camp was nearing completion. Most of the tents, which would serve as the Magi's living quarters, had already been erected. The sky started to darken, but on the other hand, the marketplace started to come alive. Magi wandered around the stalls, exchanging goods and stories. Every Magi that was present here had a fascinating tale to tell. The scent of sizzling, grilled meat wafted in the air. All the battlefields had an abundance of beast corpses. Now they had become nourishment for the Magi, survival of the fittest. Adam thought to himself as he approached one such stall. He exchanged his contribution points and purchased a plate of steaming, skewered boar meat. He sat down by the stall and leisurely filled his stomach, glancing at the ambience around him. He sat there all by himself, gazing at the warm light of lanterns and crystal balls that illuminated the camp. At a certain place, he could see a small group of Magi singing and dancing around a campfire. Along with the rustling of the leaves and crackling of the firewood, the sounds of chatter and laughter could also be heard. Seeing that, he faintly smiled. Although there were a lot of sacrifices and losses, the spirit of camaraderie remained. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him and turned his head in that direction. There, he saw a familiar face that caused his expression to darken instantly. Kevin Gracie. Adam deeply frowned. He glanced at the metallic arm on the youth and snorted. So this cockroach is not crippled after all. On the other side, Kevin was looking at Adam with shock etched all over his face. If one looked closely, one could even see fear flashing in the youth's eyes. "What is it, Kevin?" A middle-aged, black-haired man with brown eyes suddenly asked, seeing the youth's peculiar reaction. Father Kevin's fear was instantly replaced by rage as he gritted his teeth and pointed at Adam in the distance. "That's Adam." Kevin's father, Morgan Gracie, turned his head in the direction Kevin was pointing at, and his gaze landed on a black-robed youth, who was leisurely eating from a plate full of meat while derisively glancing at them. Morden was immediately enraged. He still hadn't forgotten how this youth had ruined his son's life. If it wasn't for his elder brother, Oswald, then Kevin would have had to live the rest of his life as a cripple. All of you, come with me, Morden growled as he ordered the other rank 1 magi of the Gracie family around him. Then the group stomped toward the place where Adam was sitting. Adam had a composed expression on his face as he watched the group approach him. Initially, he was shocked to see Kevin here, but then he calmed himself. Not like he could do anything to the latter, and vice versa, while still within the boundaries of the camp. Infighting was frowned upon and also punishable. Morden stood before the youth, his facial expression contorting in fury. You are Adam Constantine. Adam glanced at the middle-aged man and sneered. So what if I am, you bastard? Morden was enraged by the youth's lack of etiquette and his disrespectful behavior. He violently swung his hand and smacked away the meat plate that Adam was holding. Stand up while I'm talking to you, boy, Morden roared angrily, attracting the attention of everyone around. Adam glanced at the plate of food sprawled out on the ground. Then he looked at Morden with cold and indifferent eyes. The next moment, he unleashed his aura that caused the group of magi to shudder in terror. Oi, Adam slowly got to his feet and gazed at Morden with a bloodthirsty look. Do you want me to give you a beating in front of your son? The moment Adam saw this man slapping away the plate of food in his hand, immense anger started to bubble up inside him. He disliked food being wasted. The youth glanced at Morden with cold and indifferent eyes. As he got to his feet, he released his aura at the magi of the Gracie family. The hems of his clothes fluttered intensely as his body started emanating deep bloodlust. For every day since the past 2 months, Adam had been battling the enemies day in and day out. This had resulted in his killing intent becoming so strong that it was enough to suffocate others. The youth's killing intent, bloodlust, determination, and willpower combined to form what was known as aura. Moreover, this subtle field of energy had a hue of crimson in it, indicating the violence and bloodbath the youth had gone through. Adam's aura was like a giant tidal wave that overwhelmed them immediately, especially Morden, who was standing the closest to him. The magi of the Gracie family had this terrifying feeling that they were standing in front of a primal beast and not a human being. Morden couldn't help but involuntarily take a step back, his back drenched in cold sweat. What is this feeling? This kid, is he really only a Mana Foundation magus? However, upon realizing that he had subconsciously cowered in front of Adam, who wasn't even half his age, he was enraged. Moreover, this happened right in front of his son as well as his subordinates. To say that he was embarrassed would be a major understatement. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and took a step forward, forcibly enduring the murderous aura that Adam was radiating. He clenched his fists and roared again, hoping his loud voice would be enough to drown out the embarrassment. What did you just say, you bastard? Are you deaf? Adam took another step forward. Now he was standing less than a foot away from Morden, looking down at him with unbridled killing intent. Morden couldn't help but nervously gulp, his eyes quivering. When he looked into the youth's abyss-like eyes, he saw such a level of indifference that he couldn't help but give birth to feelings of inferiority. If it were any other person, facing such unrestrained killing intent, they would have already drawn their weapons and inadvertently assaulted Adam. However, Morden had experienced a lot in life and could keep his emotions in check, but the same couldn't be said about his subordinates. The moment Adam had taken a step toward Morden, the magi of the Gracie family had already brandished their weapons and aimed them at the youth. You filthy commoner, how dare you display hostility toward Lord Morden? Do you know who we are? Do you wish to die, boy? One after another, the magi of the Gracie family started hurling insults and accusations at the youth. Although they were saying such bold words, their hands were in fact trembling. Adam turned to look at all these magi, and his lips curled up into a cold smirk. Me displaying hostility. He paused for a moment, then sneered, but it is you who is pointing your swords at me. The following moment, the sound of rushed footsteps could be heard, and before they knew it, Kevin and the Gracie family magi were suddenly surrounded by a large group of people. Adam, is there a problem? The crowd parted and Elton slowly made his way toward the youth. Although he was talking to the youth, his cold gaze was set on the people from the Gracie family. Oh, Elton, it's you. Adam waved his hand at the newcomer. The next moment he shrugged, heaving a dramatic sigh. What can I say, my friend? I was eating freshly skewered meat, minding my own business, but suddenly these pests came out of nowhere and started pointing their swords at me. The youth looked up at the sky and muttered in grievance, such injustice in this world. When Morden saw the number of magi that had gathered around them, all looking at him with unkindness, he knew things had gone terribly wrong. Moreover, when he saw the insignia on the cloaks of some of these magi who were standing right beside Adam, he was stunned. Roy family. In the next moment, he thought of another thing that shocked him even more. Did this bastard just say, my friend? The people that had gathered around Adam were all brave magi who had survived the Battle of Stardell. When they saw someone was confronting the youth, naturally they came as quickly as possible to back him. When Elton heard Adam's words, his lips twitched. He had first-hand experience with how the youth could get under someone's skin and at the same time rile the crowd. But it could not be ignored that the magi of the Gracie family were indeed pointing their weapons at Adam. Elton glanced at them coldly. He then observed the insignia on these magi's cloaks and instantly scoffed. So it's the Gracie family. I was wondering who would be so unscrupulous as to point their swords at an ally. Lower your weapons. Morden screamed at his subordinates. Have you all lost your mind? His subordinates sheathed their weapons and immediately knelt on the ground, asking for forgiveness. Elton angrily harumphed at them. He then glanced at Elton and sincerely bowed with his right hand over his chest. It's just a minor squabble, nothing too serious. Please forgive them. The Roy family could be considered a top-tier Magus family in the Southern Federation. They were an existence that not even the Gracie family could compare to. After all, the Roy family had more than one rank 2 magi in their ranks. That is why Morden had to show the utmost respect when dealing with them. Not to mention, this whole mess with Adam was his subordinate's fault to begin with. Elton sneered in contempt. A minor squabble, you say? He was well aware of the Gracie family's reputation. Although they called themselves Magi of the Righteous faction, some of their actions weren't too different from those of the Dark faction. What do you say, Adam? Elton glanced at the youth. Was it a minor squabble? Adam deeply gazed at Morden, who was looking back at him coldly. After a long time, an amicable smile crept up on the youth's lips as he nodded. Of course, this is nothing. He waved his hand nonchalantly. We're in the middle of a war, everyone's quite on edge. I don't blame these guys. This kid Morden intently looked at the youth, slightly stunned by his reply. All right then, there's nothing else to see here. Elton nodded and then started instructing the magi who had gathered to watch the drama. Everyone, get back to your stations. The Gracie family also turned around and started to leave, but suddenly Adam called out to them. Aren't you forgetting something? Morden turned around to look at him. He asked coldly, what do you want? Adam replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world. You ruined my dinner. Do you think meat grows on trees? Compensate me. The Gracie family magi were speechless. Are you serious? Morden asked incredulously. Does it look like I'm joking? Adam flatly replied. In the end, Morden had to buy another plate of skewered meat and hand it to the youth before leaving with Kevin and his subordinates. Adam glanced at Morden's and Kevin's departing backs, his lips slowly curling up into a cold and devious smile. Giving you a taste of life today, only to snatch it away tomorrow. The following day, as the sun gradually rose over the horizon, casting its warm rays over the murky mountains, the fully constructed camp started to buzz with commotion. Excitement and anticipation filled the air as the Magi slowly gathered in front of the headquarters. A grand pavilion had been erected before this building, its banners flapping gently in the morning breeze. In front of this pavilion, a raised platform had been set up where all the rank 2 Magi from the various stronghold cities had already gathered. These mana liquefaction Magi stood proudly on the platform, their auras intimidating and worthy of admiration. Today was the day that the allied forces of the Southern Federation would begin their assault on the orcs. The time for payback had come. However, before that, the higher-ups had decided that there was something that they still needed to do: a formal award ceremony. This was done to ensure that the Magi who had performed valiantly in the prior battles were rewarded. Furthermore, this would also motivate and encourage the other Magi to strive harder. When most of the Magi had already arrived at this location, a hush gradually fell over the crowd, indicating that the ceremony would begin any moment now. Although they were quiet, the eagerness and determination couldn't be hidden on their faces. Seeing that most of the Magi had already gathered, Magus Marcela glanced at the other rank 2 Magi and received their nod of agreement. Then, she stepped forward and stood at the front of the raised platform. She took a deep breath and loudly stated for all to hear, Magi, comrades, and champions of our cause. Today we have gathered here not only to celebrate victory, but to honor those among us who have exemplified the principles of courage, skills, and selflessness in battle. Magus Marcela paused, glancing at the emotional Magi in front of her, before continuing. In the battle to protect our border strongholds, you all have demonstrated unwavering resolve and prowess. It is with great honor and gratitude that I stand before you on behalf of my colleagues to bestow upon you the recognition that you so rightly deserve. OHHH. The Magi erupted in cheers, raising their fists at the skies and showing their excitement. Such a feeling was contagious, and everyone who stood amidst the crowd couldn't help but get goosebumps all over their skins. Adam was the same. Although he was standing with his arms crossed and displaying a stoic expression, his heart was pounding wildly. Magus Marcela sure has a way with words. He smirked. He glanced to his side and saw that Edward was jumping in joy, whereas Lisa was clenching her fists and cheering on. Seeing them, he couldn't help but chuckle. Back on the platform, Magus Marcela continued. Each of these medals, these artifacts, represents a moment of bravery, a triumph of the allied forces, and a testament to your strength. A rank 1 Magus brought out a large wooden plate that was filled with gold medals neatly placed in rows. A few more Magi brought chests that were filled with artifacts. When the Magi saw this, they were even more enthusiastic. To those we honor today, Magus Marcela began, I say, your bravery inspires us to strive for better, and your dedication to protecting our lands fills us with pride. May you continue to shine brightly and guide us to victory. The next moment her back straightened and her face turned solemn. She placed her right hand over her chest and proudly proclaimed, May Mana be with us all. Long live the Federation, long live the Federation, long live the Federation, long live the Federation. The Magi placed their right hands over their chests and continued to chant with great fervor. The atmosphere was electrifying, cheers and applause ringing louder with each passing moment. Following that, the distinguished Magi were called up to the platform, one by one. Naturally, they were awarded by the rank 2 Magi that they served under. From the city of Stardell, 4 Magi were chosen to be rewarded. They were Magus Elton from the Roy family, and Adam and his team from Clover Academy. The former was personally awarded by Magus Marcela, whereas the trio was awarded by their direct superior, Magus Esmond. Hee, I'm proud of you 3, Esmond grinned as he pinned the gold medals to their cloaks. Good job. They turned around and glanced at the crowd who were loudly cheering for them, especially all the Magi from Stardell. Seeing the crowd shower them with praise, the trio couldn't help but feel greatly accomplished. Meanwhile, Valerian, who was sitting on Adam's shoulder, was drooling from the mouth as he reached out for the gold medal pinned to the youth's chest. HMPH, Adam swatted away the little guy's furry paw. Brother, the young dragon's eyes turned tearful. I helped in the war too, where is my gold? I mean medal. Seeing the little guy on the verge of crying, Adam's heart ached, even though he knew that Valerian was just acting. But in the end, he sighed and removed the gold medal, handing it to him. Fine, don't cry. Mayu Valerian first fondly licked the youth's cheek before grabbing the gold medal and starting to bite on it. Somewhere in the crowd, a group of Magi who looked to be in their mid-20s were glancing at Adam in shock. Hey, isn't that the kid, a female Magus with silver hair and cyan eyes, muttered in disbelief. Yeah, that's one of the kids we escorted to Moon City. A burly Magus with a buzz cut replied with a bitter smile. I can't believe this kid has already reached our level. Meanwhile, the third Magus, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes, deeply looked at Adam with envy. His fists involuntarily clenched, but not a word escaped his lips. After a long time, his eyes narrowed and he muttered, Let's go meet him. Upon receiving their rewards, Adam and the couple descended the platform and were making their way toward their respective tents. Now that the ceremony was about to be over, it was time for the Magi to be dispatched. But all of a sudden, a group of Magitwo men and a woman stood right in front of them, blocking their way. I believe your name was Adam. The Magus with blonde hair and blue eyes, who was standing in the middle, spoke with a warm smile. It has been so long since we last met. Anyway, I'm here to congratulate you on your achievement. Initially, Adam frowned, thinking that someone was looking for trouble with them by blocking their way. But the next moment when his gaze fell on the blonde Magus, memories from 5 years ago resurfaced. Adam was greatly surprised to see this person here, Magus Alex. More than 5 years ago, when Adam had left Bihal town and journeyed to Moon City, he and other prospective young Magi had been escorted by a group of mercenaries hired by the Clover Academy. The Magi that led this traveling party were none other than the people who were standing in front of Adam right now. He was stunned when he saw Magus Alex. He didn't expect to see that latter here after all these years, to say the least. What? Alex's lips curled up into a smirk, seeing the youth standing there in a daze. Cat got your tongue. Adam snapped out of his thoughts and shook his head, forcing a smile. Just surprised to see you is all. He glanced at the other two and greeted, How have you all been? It's been 5 years since we last met. The burly Magus with a buzz cut, Ivan, did not reply, nor did the woman named Kelly. They glanced at Adam with indifference. Haha, don't mind them, Alex said with a slight chuckle. They're quite worked up because of the war and whatnot. Adam was about to answer, but all of a sudden Lisa came forward and glanced at Kelly and Ivan in disdain. She asked while glancing at them in contempt, Adam, how do you know these people? They were the ones who escorted me and the other kids to Clover Academy for the entrance exam, replied the youth. I see, Lisa sneered. So that must mean they were already final year students when they took up that mission. If my guess is right, they should have been organ stage or neural stage Magi back then. She paused before speaking again. It's already been 5 years since then, and they still haven't advanced to the mana liquefaction rank. How pitiful, you, Kelly snapped at the insult, glaring at Lisa. Watch your mouth. Lisa muttered in distaste, forgive me if my words stuck a nerve. I was merely trying to deduce the truth. She could feel the blatant hostility that this group of Magi was showing Adam. But for some reason, she couldn't understand why the youth wasn't responding in a similar manner. This was completely unlike him. Thus, she took it upon himself to stand up for her friend. Seeing that things were about to escalate, Alex stepped forward and tried to defuse the situation. Let's all get along, please. We're allies, after all. Kelly deeply glanced at Alex before harumphing and looking away. Lisa glanced at the blonde Magus and simply nodded. Anyway, Adam, I just wanted to congratulate you. Alex looked at the youth and spoke with a warm smile. The next moment, his eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he added, be careful out there. The The forests are filled with danger. Adam replied with a smile, of course, you too. The two groups then walked past each other and went their own way. As soon as Alex's group left, the smile on Adam's face crumbled and was replaced by a frown. What is it, Adam? Edward curiously asked him in a hushed tone. What's up with you and those guys? Adam massaged his temples as he sighed. It's complicated. Complicated how? Lisa asked. Adam then began explaining to them about all that happened during his journey to Moon City all those years ago. After hearing him out, the couple were stunned. You're telling me they intentionally let all those kids die? Lisa asked incredulously. All of this just so they could. Edward's brows turned into a knot, his fists tightening involuntarily. He spat through gritted teeth. How despicable. Adam nodded, not saying a word. To be honest, he too found such acts extremely repulsive. After staying at the academy for 5 years, he had naturally researched about the escort missions that were exclusively made available to the 5th years. The academy had strictly stated that protecting the children took precedence above all else. When Adam learned this, he was quite shocked. If Magus Alex and the other 2 magi wanted to let these children die, there had to be a motive. Hence, after digging deeper into this event and asking the mercenaries from the Crescent Mercenary Company who escorted them to Moon City, Adam was finally able to learn why the magi did what they did. It was so they could take the gold and platinum coins that belonged to the deceased children. Edward and Lisa were both from prominent Magus families, so they never had to bother about financial issues. Although the DeClaire family was in a state of decline, Lisa still had enough money with her to continue her magic studies, albeit she had to live frugally as a result. And as for Adam, he was a herbalist and a pretty good one at that. He had an abundance of customers who would offer him great amounts of money for potions that he brewed. However, for people who didn't come from affluent backgrounds or didn't practice a lucrative profession, it was highly difficult for them to sustain their pursuit of magic. Since time immemorial, learning magic has always been an expensive aspiration. That is why, more often than not, children from simple backgrounds would never be able to embark on this path, even though they had a talent for spell casting. People such as Magus Alex and his team weren't fortunate enough, and thus had to stoop so low to acquire money by hook or by crook. However, that didn't absolve them of the crimes they committed against those innocent children. Moreover, even if these offenses were brought to light, they wouldn't be punished for it. After all, who would want to offend a magus over someone who's already in the grave? This is where Adam's deep sense of loathing came from. He absolutely detested what these magi did all those years back, but at the same time he was also greatly conflicted. Lisa glanced at him and asked, "It's unlike you to behave the way you did back then. Do you owe something to that magus named Alex?" "Oh," Adam helplessly sighed. "In a manner of speaking, yes. Although they were responsible for the deaths of those kids, they were also the reason why the rest of us managed to survive." The youth paused for a moment before continuing, "So I guess you could say I'm indebted to them." "No," Lisa replied solemnly. "You're not. You're alive because of your own efforts. You just so happened to be fortunate to survive that wolf pack long enough for those 3 to step in." "She's right," Edward chimed in. "If it weren't for your persistence, you would have died with the rest of those children as well. Don't think for a moment that you owe anything to those bastards." Adam remained silent, ruminating over his friend's words. "And I get a really bad feeling from them," said Lisa with an uncomfortable expression. "Especially Alex. Although he's smiling on the surface, for some reason he gives me the creeps." Hearing her say this, Adam's eyes narrowed. He was very sensitive to others' emotions despite how hard they tried to hide it, so how could he not tell the deep envy and hatred that Alex was subtly radiating? Adam had a grim expression as he thought to himself, "I'm willing to let bygones be bygones as long as you don't come in my way." The next moment, his dark pupils seemed to momentarily flash with a cold glint. "But if you do." After defending the stronghold border cities, the Allied forces of the Southern Federation advanced into the Murky Mountains and established 3 large camps: Western, Central, and Eastern. Adam and his team, along with the other magi, after having successfully defended Stardell against the invasion of the orcs, had advanced into the Murky Mountains and been garrisoned at the Eastern camp. Tents lined the perimeter, each housing a different unit or a team of magi. Today was already the 2nd day since the magi had arrived here. The camp bustled with activity as they prepared for their missions. All missions were assigned by headquarters. Depending on the severity of the mission, the number of magi in each squad varied. However, the minimum was still 3 magi per squad. At a certain part of the Eastern camp, a group of magi could be seen surrounding a large map laid out on a table, out in the open. They strategized in hushed tones, pointing to various locations on the map and marking them. Scenes such as these played out in most areas of the camp. In other places, people could be seen sharpening their weapons or stocking up on their material components in the marketplace. The sight was both dreadful and awe-inspiring. Magi clad in magical armors slowly left the camp one by one, their faces marred with grim determination. They were in the enemy territory after all. Despite the seriousness of their upcoming missions, there was a sense of excitement bubbling in their hearts. Magi were scholars, but they were also warriors, so how could they not be thrilled while on the battlefield? In front of Adam's tent, the trio had just gone over the battle plan. They were given orders by the headquarters to clean up a small group of corrupt magical beasts in the vicinity of the camp. Since the danger level was low, their squad consisted of them alone. Are we clear on our roles for this mission? Lisa rolled up the map as she asked Adam and Edward. She was the best at implementing strategies, so the duty of coming up with a battle plan was given to her. All clear. Adam gave a thumbs up. Understood. Edward nodded. Suddenly he thought of something and chuckled. By the way, where's Farrell? I met him last night. Adam replied. He's joined the members of his clan for the upcoming missions. I see. As the trio finished their preparations and were about to set out, someone enthusiastically called out to them from the distance. Adam, Eddie, Lisa, hahaha, there you are. The trio turned in the direction of the voice and were greatly surprised to see who it was. Adam and Eddie were incomparably happy to see this person. Johnny. Adam laughed out loud and gave a warm hug to the burly young man. Haha, when did you arrive? Jonathan patted Adam's back and grinned. We arrived late last night. So I couldn't get to see you guys, but here I am. He then glanced at Edward and chuckled, heh. Eddie, come give me a hug, you bastard. Edward laughed in joy and hugged the youth. After Adam, Jonathan was his closest friend. After all, they had practically grown up together at the academy, so when he saw him here, he heaved a sigh of relief. I'm glad to see you're safe, John. The blue-eyed youth smiled. After Jonathan had greeted Lisa as well, she looked around and asked curiously, where's Felicia? Is she not with you? Hearing his fiancée's name, Jonathan's expression turned downcast. His lips opened and closed several times. There were many things he wished to say, but in the end he could only sigh in grief. She didn't make it. The trio's hearts were gripped by fear and anxiety, instantly thinking of the worst possible outcome. Adam grabbed the burly youth's shoulder and intensely rocked him back and forth. What the hell are you saying? She died. What? Jonathan was flabbergasted. No, she's not dead. What the hell? She's just heavily injured and had to stay back in the border stronghold. Adam was speechless, and so were Edward and Lisa. After a long time, Adam gritted his teeth and started beating Jonathan. You crazy bastard. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? Ack. Jonathan tried to get away but saw that Edward and Lisa had blocked his way and were looking at him angrily. After a minute or so, Adam dusted his hands and harumphed, stupid bastard, don't scare us like that. Ugh, Jonathan grimaced in pain as he consumed the healing potion that Adam had just given him. You heartless dog, always beating me for no reason. Ha, Adam glared at him. No reason. Do you want another beating? The friends bickered back and forth before soon leaving the camp, each heading for their own missions. In the shadow of the ominous rainforests within the murky mountains, a large camp sprawled across the rugged terrain. This camp, however, did not belong to the Allied forces. It was filled with the brutish figures of orcs, trolls, and ogres, the former being the vast majority. Tents made of beast hides dotted this humongous camp. The atmosphere was tense and foreboding. Just like the Allied forces were preparing for war, these creatures were too. The sound of gruff voices and clanging metals filled the air as small groups of orcs mixed in with ogres and trolls slowly left the camp to hunt for the enemies. In a certain part of the camp, a lone, lanky figure sat before a large, smoldering campfire. The fire illuminated the visage of this orc. His face was smeared with red and white war paint. He had a grim expression on his face as he stared at the fire in a daze. Suddenly, the screech of a bird was heard from up above. The orc raised his head and saw a falcon descending toward him. A messenger bird. Gorgo frowned. He stretched his hand, and a few moments later, the gray falcon perched on his forearm and started to gracefully pick at its feathers. Gorgo first gently patted the bird, then grabbed the small, rolled parchment paper tied to its feet. Then the falcon flew away, leaving the orc to unfurl the paper and start reading its contents. The orc's expression gradually twisted in rage as he read the letter. So Adam has been spotted. However, the next moment he frowned, but he seems to be all the way on the eastern side of the mountains. Gorgo then crumbled the piece of paper and tossed it into the fire. It doesn't matter. It's going to take me a couple of months to reach the eastern camp, but so what? He turned around and made his way into the depths of the camp, his expression contorting in anger and hatred. You will pay for what you did. I swear it, the war with the enemy raged on as the days turned into weeks. Compared to the battles that had taken place before, when the Allied forces had to defend the border cities, the battles now were more like skirmishes. Small squads of magi fought against the combined force of orcs, trolls, and ogres. However, if there was one thing that had gotten more intense, that would be the presence of magical beasts. There was an abundance of these corrupted beasts within the jungles of the murky mountains. They posed a great threat to the Allied forces, thus the headquarters of the three main camps focused a lot of manpower toward fighting them. As for the orcs and the rest, their camps were situated further in the depths of this sinister mountain range. Most of the enemy forces were patiently waiting for the day of the decisive battle, sharpening their weapons, whereas the Allied forces were facing one setback after another. Not only had they lost 4 cities to the enemies, but now they even had to enter the Murky Mountains and first deal with the threat of the corrupted beasts, not to mention taking back the cities that they had lost. Moreover, there were quite a number of enemies that had slipped past the defenses and had ventured further into the heart of the Southern Federation. The Allied forces had to deal with them as well. All in all, things didn't look good for them. The only silver lining was that the Allied forces had the number on their side, but if one took the magical beasts that had been corrupted by the orcs into account, then the size of the 2 armies balanced out, more or less. Night had fallen, and the twin moons cast a soft glow over the eastern camp. A small number of magi could be seen guarding the perimeter of the camp, while majority of the magi were inside their living quarters, resting after a day of gruesome and bloody battle. Although they were resting, they would be ready at a moment's notice in case of any emergency. Lisa tried her best to fall asleep, however. The shadows of her thoughts made it difficult for her to do so. She struggled deeply to find solace in her slumber, but she couldn't. Her eyelids trembled and she clutched at the bed sheet from time to time. She was perspiring heavily, the bedding already soaked in sweat. The atmosphere inside her tent was stifling, haunted by the silhouette of her past failure. She was having a nightmare, the same nightmare that wouldn't let her sleep ever since that fateful day. It was a cycle of relentless torment, not only on the battlefield but also in her sleep. In her dream, she saw Gauriel fall from the city wall, her cry for help echoing in her ears. Lisa reached out to grab her hand, but no matter how much she tried, she always failed. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open and she abruptly sat up on the bed. She gasped for air, her body trembling. She looked around to see that she was still inside her tent. Another one, she smiled bitterly and buried her face in her palms. The guilt weighed heavily on her heart. Unable to bear the suffocation inside her tent any longer, she decided to get some fresh air. She changed into a comfortable pair of clothes and wrapped herself in a thick woolen cloak. It was quite chilly outside at this time of the year, after all. Lisa emerged from the tent and looked around at the camp. It was lit up by the warm glow of the oil lanterns. A few magi could be seen patrolling through the camp. She raised her head and glanced at Selene and Luna for a while. The twin moons illuminated her pale face, highlighting the dark circles under her eyes. The following moment, she chose a random direction and started walking, hoping to clear her mind. The camp was a maze of dimly lit paths. Occasionally, she could hear the sound of snoring from a few tents. Lisa walked around aimlessly, her footsteps silent and her mind wandering about. The twin moons cast an ethereal glow over the camp, however. She alone seemed detached from it all. A long time later, she found herself arriving at the edge of the camp. What she saw there took her by surprise. She could see the outline of the mountains looming in the distance, but this wasn't what surprised her. It was a lone figure, wearing comfortable black robes that gently fluttered in the cool wind, standing before an easel and gracefully painting on a white canvas. "Adam," Lisa softly muttered in surprise, slowly making her way toward her friend. As she drew closer, she saw that Adam was painting the scenery laid before him: the murky mountains, the trees, the clouds, the night sky, and finally the twin moons. What she found really shocking was that he wasn't using any colors from a palette. Instead, he seemed to be gathering the mana from the surroundings at the tip of his paintbrush and materializing the desired colors. This truly astounded her. Transforming mana into colors and using it to paint, this was simply unheard of. Yet, amidst her shock, she slowly found herself calming down as she glanced at the painting. Something about the painting was very soothing to her soul. And before she knew it, she found herself standing beside Adam and gazing at the painting in a daze, her mind feeling relaxed by the moment. Suddenly, she was jolted out of her thoughts when Adam asked her gently, "Gauriel still visiting you in your dreams?" Lisa was speechless. She hadn't even mentioned this to Edward, so she couldn't understand how Adam would find out. "How did you know?" Adam glanced at her and smiled sadly, "Because she visits me in mine too." Lisa was about to speak when all of a sudden the painting on the canvas started to dissipate. It was more like the colors were leaving the canvas and melding back into the atmosphere. "What's happening to the painting?" she asked with a dumbfounded look. Never had she seen something so strange like this. Adam glanced at the painting turning back into small motes of mana. His lips parted and he said slowly, "To the mind that is still, the whole universe surrenders." Lisa turned to look at him and asked in confusion, "What are you trying to say?" Adam looked into the distance and smiled. In acceptance of the natural order of things, one finds peace amidst the ups and downs of life. The reason why Adam and Lisa felt guilty about the death of Gauriel was because they both blamed themselves for it. Lisa believed that she could have saved the elf from the troll had she been stronger. Adam, on the other hand, blamed himself for robbing Gauriel of the chance of going to the afterlife. Now he didn't know if the White Lotus had destroyed the elf's conscience and absorbed only the pure spiritual power. He knew nothing about the concept of the afterlife, nor did he know anything about the soul. He didn't even know everything about the Lotus yet, but not knowing is what made it countless times worse for the youth. Lisa glanced at him and spoke with tearful eyes. "You're saying accepting Gauriel's death will help me find peace?" Adam simply nodded. But how can I accept it so easily? Lisa lowered her head, pearls of tears falling from her eyes and dropping to the ground. It was I who was responsible for her death after all. I will never be able to forgive myself. Listen to me, Adam gently said. You mustn't bear this burden alone. Gauriel's journey has ended, but it wasn't your doing. Blaming yourself serves no purpose. The youth spoke sincerely. Perhaps he was also talking to himself as he comforted Lisa. Allow yourself to grieve, but don't let guilt consume you. He paused for a moment before adding, Gauriel. She wouldn't want that. Lisa stayed silent for a long time. Then she wiped her tears and asked her friend, that thing you said about acceptance of the natural order of things. Have you accepted Gauriel's death yet? Adam smiled bitterly. No, I haven't, but I'm trying. Afterwards, silence fell over them as they gazed into the distance, each wrestling with their own thoughts. Suddenly, Lisa spoke wryly. I used to always think that having great talent would make me a great magus, but over time I've realized that wasn't true. Adam glanced at her silently, patiently waiting for her to continue. Despite having an grade aptitude for spellcasting, why is it that I feel so useless? Lisa added as she tightly clenched her fists. In our past missions, I was always the one holding you and Eddie down, and then this thing that happened with Gauriel. She started crying once again and buried her face in her palms. I just don't know what to do anymore. Seeing her struggling so hard with her own shortcomings, Adam felt helpless. He didn't know how to console her. He would always leave such matters to Edward, but seeing that his friend wasn't there, he had to do it himself. He stretched his hand, wanting to gently pat Lisa, but he suddenly paused and withdrew his hand. No, she's a headstrong girl. She'd only feel that I'm patronizing her. Damn it, what do I do? Even back in Stardell, Lisa began. While you both were valiantly fighting enemies outside, I was cowering within the walls. I'm just sick and tired of always feeling weak and helpless. Adam sighed deeply, shaking his head. Yes, you were inside the city walls, but you weren't cowering in fear. In fact, one could argue that what you did was more important than what we did outside the walls, and that is saving the innocent people of the city. He could understand why she would feel so weak and helpless. He could completely understand it. It was because she had always been in the company of two monstrous talents. Adam had the advantage of having memories and experiences of the Magi that could be considered as top powerhouses even in the entire universe. This made him take fewer detours in his path as a magus. Not to mention, one of the two abilities that he had received from Valerian had increased his mana reserves significantly, technically making his aptitude not any different from Lisa's. As for Edward, he was a being that was loved by mana. Nothing else needed to be said. So how could Lisa not feel useless when she was always around these two? This was one of the reasons why Adam had given her a fairly superior mana extraction technique. In some ways, it was even greater than the one he had given to Edward. Do you remember the mana extraction technique I gave you? He asked. Lisa glanced at her with red eyes. She wiped her tears and asked back, you mean the woodland convergence? Adam nodded. You're still practicing it, yes. Lisa nodded. She had realized the immense value of this mana extraction technique. She would be a fool to not practice it. The youth had always wondered just where Adam had gotten his hands on such an impeccable technique, despite the latter saying that he had gotten it from the Soaring River secret plane. Why do you ask? You must have already realized that the woodland convergence specializes in wood and poison, right? Adam asked. Lisa simply nodded. This technique was quite suitable for her who had a natural disposition toward the element of wood. Moreover, the element of poison also fell under this category. Good, Adam replied with a confident smile. As long as you continue to diligently practice the woodland convergence, you will grow up to become a terrifyingly powerful magus. It is a slow process, but it will take you far down your path as a magus. Adam recalled the memories of that expert from whom he had gotten this technique. This woodland convergence is a top-tier technique that makes the user nigh invincible. They have such great regenerative skills that they're almost impossible to kill. Moreover, this technique also grants its user a long lifespan. However, he didn't mention this to Lisa, thinking she would get even more suspicious about the origins of this technique. Don't mention it, Adam smiled back. That's what friends are for. A few days later, within a large tent that belonged to the members of the Gracie family, Morden and Kevin were sitting on comfortable chairs and glancing at three magi who were kneeling before them. Morden looked at the young man in the middle and asked with an amused smirk, you said your name was Alex. Alex raised his head and respectfully replied, yes, Lord Gracie. Morden stroked his chin with a playful smile. My men tell me that your group had an altercation with Adam. Is that correct? Alex hesitated to speak. No, it wasn't an altercation, my lord. It was just... I'll cut to the chase, Morden interrupted him. The next moment his eyes narrowed and he muttered coldly, I want you and your team to kill Adam. Alex's eyes widened in disbelief. My lord, what do you... This time it was Kevin who interrupted him. He spoke with sheer hatred. Kill Adam and his whole team. We will reward you with whatever you desire, potions, artifacts, spells, you name it. Everything will be yours if you finish the job. Alex as well as Ivan and Kelly were overcome by greed at the mention of resources that would help them in their paths as magi. Suddenly, Alex thought of something and asked nervously, "But all missions are released from the headquarters. What are the chances of my team and Adams?" He didn't finish his sentence, but Morden and Kevin understood the underlying meaning. The former chuckled coldly, "Let me worry about that, and as for you lot," Morden's eyes gleamed with a cold light, a terrifying killing intent gushing out from him. "Bring me Adam's head." As the battle with the enemy forces continued, the casualties on both sides started to slowly accumulate. Although there were many deaths among the Allied forces, the death toll on the enemy's side was significantly higher. On this day, a middle-aged man wearing regal robes exited the headquarters situated at the center of the eastern camp. He walked with his hands behind his back and condescendingly gazed at everyone walking by. He had a head full of black hair that was graying at the temples. Furthermore, he sported a thin mustache and a goatee that gave him a sophisticated and dignified appearance. Whenever the magi in the camp passed him by, they would stop in their tracks and respectfully bow toward this man. He was a rank 2 magi after all. The man slowly made his way toward a certain part of the camp. He walked at a leisurely pace and soon arrived at one of the tents belonging to the Gracie family. Upon entering, his gaze fell on Morden and Kevin, who were anxiously pacing around the room. He stood at the entrance of the tent and slightly coughed, making his presence known. The moment Kevin saw this newcomer, his eyes lit up in anticipation. "Teacher." He walked toward the man and sincerely bowed with his hand placed on his chest. "Welcome back." Morden too respectfully bowed toward the man. Then he asked eagerly, "Lord Hemingway, about that thing we mentioned." Professor Hemingway first gave a nod of acknowledgement to his apprentice, Kevin. Then he glanced at Morden and confirmed, "It is done." Morden couldn't help but grin. "My lord, when do they leave?" "It should be sometime this week." Kevin grumbled, his eyes flashing with impatience. "Why not today?" Professor Hemingway looked at him with a frown. "Kevin, do you know how difficult it is to covertly arrange for 2 different teams to go on a dangerous mission together?" Kevin lowered his head in shame. "I apologize, I misspoke." Professor Hemingway's gaze softened a little as he patted the youth's shoulder. "Once that nuisance is dealt with, your mind will become clearer. Then you can focus wholeheartedly on your path of magic." "You're right, teacher." Kevin nodded. Ever since he had been defeated and crippled by Adam, he wasn't able to focus on practicing mindfulness. As a result, his magic studies had stagnated. The art of mindfulness required a magus to clear their minds and attune themselves to the abundant mana in the surroundings. But every time Kevin closed his eyes, he was haunted by the visions of Adam looking down on him with an evil smile. So under such conditions, how could he practice mindfulness? At this point, Adam's existence had become a mental obstacle to the youth, until and unless he saw Adam's lifeless head, he wouldn't be at ease. Professor Hemingway turned to look at Morden and asked, "This magus that you have chosen for the task, Alex, what do you plan to do with him afterward?" Hearing about Alex, Morden couldn't help but feel amused. "Initially, I had planned to deal with him after he brought me Adam's head, but the kid was smart enough to establish a mana contract with me." Mana contract was a binding agreement that made sure that neither party reneged on the terms stipulated in the contract. The contract between Morden and Alex stated that after the latter had dealt with Adam, he would be rewarded by the former. Moreover, the contract also guaranteed that Alex wasn't discarded after completing the task. However, there were still ways to overcome this contract. Professor Hemingway chuckled with raised eyebrows. "Ho-ho, do you want me to deal with the contract? Although it's a slight drag, it is worth it." Professor Hemingway nodded, his eyes narrowing. "I see." Although he said that, inwardly he had already resolved to kill Alex and his team after all this was over. He did not want any loose ends. He paused for a moment before adding, "I've made enough arrangements such that the outcome of that task doesn't lead back to Oswald or me." Both Morden and Kevin humbly bowed. The only reason why Professor Hemingway would go so far was because Kevin was his student. Moreover, he also shared a deep friendship with the patriarch of the Gracie family, Oswald Gracie. The man nodded and then turned around to leave. "Make sure that Alex's team is sufficiently prepared." With that said, he exited the tent. Kevin and Morden glanced at each other, the former displaying anxiousness while the latter's face was brimming with confidence. "Father, will they succeed?" "HMPH, Morden scoffed, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry, I still have an extra rank 2 scroll given to me by your uncle. I'll give it to Alex just to be on the safer side." But Kevin clenched his fists tightly. "I used a rank 2 fireball scroll on Adam the last time we fought. He still managed to survive, and that dragon." Silence. Morden's eyes turned cold and he viciously interrupted his son. "Your delusions still haven't stopped, have they? Speak of it no more, it truly angers me." Kevin lowered his head, his heart full of grievance. "Damn it, why won't you believe me? Do you think I'm crazy?" Morden clasped the youth's shoulder and said, "The times are different now. We're in the middle of a war. It's going to be much easier for Alex to kill Adam and his team, especially considering that the latter will be backstabbed by him." "I understand, Father," Kevin replied after a long moment of silence. Morden nodded. Now, focus on your team missions and just wait for the good news to arrive by the end of the week. A week later, Lisa could be seen walking out of the headquarters with a grim expression on her face. She had gone to turn in the report of the mission that she and her team had just finished. At the same time, she also wanted to get the details of her next mission. She was holding onto a rolled parchment paper which contained details about her next mission and making her way toward her living quarters. After a series of twists and turns through the maze-like camp, she finally entered her tent, and her gaze fell on Edward and Adam, who were busy drinking wine. There were bloody injuries all over their bodies that had been bandaged by white straps of linen. Yet, they enjoyed Adam's personally brewed wine with great fervor. A gourd of wine was needed to wash away all the bloodbath. This statement was once said by Adam. Of course, he was already drunk at the time. "We've got bad news," said Lisa. Edward glanced at her, his face flushed red from slight intoxication. "What is it?" "Our next mission," Lisa began. "We have been teamed up with Alex's squad." At the mention of this, Adam's heart sank. This cannot be a coincidence. Waves of suspicions washed over his mind the moment Adam learned that they had been teamed up with Alex and his squad. It had been less than a month since their last squabble, and now they had been banded together by headquarters, almost as if the universe wanted the two squads to reconcile with one another. However, Adam's suspicious nature would never allow him to think that. The moment he heard this news from Lisa, he immediately willed the Lotus to clear all the intoxication clouding his mind. Yes, a legendary artifact being used as a hangover medicine. If the experts who fought over the Lotus many years ago saw this scene, they wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. The latter, most likely. Adam got to his feet and started pacing around the tent, stroking his chin. "A month ago, we met Alex and his team. Then we got into a quarrel, but it wasn't too big of a deal. Except for the envy and hatred Alex was subconsciously releasing, I didn't feel any killing intent from him. Our differences aren't that big that he would try to kill me, unless..." The youth paused in his footsteps, the expression on his face becoming solemn by the second. "Is someone behind him? But it would take a rank 2 magus to meddle with the system already put in place and have Alex's team join mine. Wait a minute, rank 2 magus. Could it be?" Adam's eyes narrowed and a terrifying foreboding feeling welled up in his heart. If a rank 2 magus was really scheming from the shadows, then it didn't bode well for him. After all, he was still nowhere near strong enough to deal with such an existence. He started pacing around the room once again and resumed his thoughts. "The only rank 2 magus whom I've offended are Professor Hemingway and the patriarch of the Gracie family, and the common point between these two is..." "Kevin Gracie, hee, you bastard, so you finally made your move, huh, Kevin?" Adam chuckled coldly, a dangerous light flashing through his abyss-like pupils. After he had confronted Kevin and his father, Morden Gracie, he was wondering when they would take action. But to think that they would even get a rank 2 magus involved was out of his expectations. "What is it, Adam?" Seeing him pace around the room in thought, Lisa didn't dare to disturb him earlier. But when she heard the name of the person whom she loathed with all her heart, she couldn't help but ask about it. Meanwhile, Edward, who was struggling to sober up, was also looking at Adam with a solemn expression. Adam glanced at his friends and helplessly sighed. "Things are looking bad, really bad." He then went on to explain his speculations. After hearing him out, Edward and Lisa were shocked out of their minds. But killing an ally is punishable by death. Edward had a dumbfounded look on his face. "Do they not know that?" Adam sneered. "So what if it is? Those bastards probably have their ways to do this without getting caught. I even believe that those despicable Gracie scums are planning to deal with Alex and his squad too after all this is over." "No, but these are just your speculations, right?" Lisa gulped nervously. "Yes," Adam nodded, "but they shouldn't be far from the truth." A long period of silence ensued within the tent. Then Lisa glanced at Adam, her eyes flashing with determination and ruthlessness. "So what do? We kill them, of course." Adam coldly smiled. He then glanced at Lisa and asked, "You've been visiting the headquarters all this while. What's the situation with the rank 2 magi there? Do you have any idea?" "The vast majority of them have been stationed further north, dealing with the orc forces," said Lisa with a serious expression. "Only a handful have been stationed at the camp for any emergencies." "And where is the location of our next mission?" asked Adam. "Down south." I see. Adam nodded. "That greatly diminishes the chances of any rank 2 directly interfering with our mission. If you're worried about the Gracie Patriarch and Professor Hemingway, then you can rest assured," Lisa began. "They've been stationed near the camps of the orcs." "Where did you hear that?" Adam asked with raised eyebrows. "I overheard some magi from the Gracie family talking about it a few days ago." "That does ease my heart a little." Adam stroked his chin, mumbling to himself. "But we still can't be completely sure. He could easily deal with a rank 1 magus or even a group of them for that matter. But a rank 2 magus was a large variable. After all, no matter how much an ant schemed or used its strength, it would never be able to defeat an elephant. Such was the gap between a mana foundation magus and a mana liquefaction magus. After thinking for a long time, Adam began to lay out his plan. "All right, so here's what we're gonna do. The following day, the sun had just risen, casting its radiant rays over the murky mountains. After having planned for most of the night, Adam and his team slowly made their way out of their living quarters and headed toward the camp's southern exit. Upon reaching the gate, they noticed that Alex's team was already waiting for them there. When Alex's gaze landed on them, he waved his hand and called out enthusiastically, "Guys, here." Adam smiled brightly as he approached the blond young man. He extended his hand out for a handshake and sincerely said, "Magus Alex, this must be fate. Who would have thought that we would one day team up and fight the orcs together?" Alex was slightly taken aback by the youth's exuberance, thinking to himself, no, this is good. Indeed, Alex shook his hand and spoke with a reminiscent tone. "It feels like only yesterday I was escorting you to the academy, and now we're already fighting side by side." He patted the youth's shoulder and spoke with pride. "I'm proud of the progress you've made, Adam. If it wasn't for you and your team, me and the other kids wouldn't even have made it to the academy," Adam replied modestly. As the two chatted with each other in a jovial mood, Lisa approached Kelly with a flat expression. Alex and Ivan glanced at the two ladies, thinking they would get into a quarrel again, but they were surprised by what happened next. Lisa placed her hand over her chest and bowed. "I apologize for my rude behavior that day, Magus Kelly. I sincerely hope that we can put that aside and work together for this mission." Kelly was taken aback. All this while she had been thinking how to get in Lisa's good graces, but she never would have thought that the latter would take the initiative instead. After a brief moment of surprise, she smiled warmly. "You were only trying to defend your friend. I can respect that." She then shook her hand and nodded. "Let's get along." Alex breathed a sigh of relief and asked everyone with a genuine smile, "Now that we've got that out of the way, shall we go and hunt some beasts?" "Yes, boss." Adam's team nodded solemnly. The way they responded had now made it clear to everyone that Alex would be the one to lead this mission. Hearing them call him boss, Alex laughed heartily. "All right, let us depart." The two teams then slowly made their way out of the eastern camp. On the surface, they displayed warmth and friendliness. However, the two groups had already started plotting how to get rid of the other. As the group of magi ventured deeper into the forest, the sky overhead grew darker. The clouds swirled and churned with a gloomy energy. Rainfalls during winter were scarce in the southern part of the Ulier continent. The air grew heavy and oppressive, a prelude to the storm that was on the horizon. Soon enough, the first droplets of rain began to fall, slow at first, but quickly becoming strong, splashing against the leaves of the towering trees. The rainfall intensified in a very short time, turning into a torrential downpour. The group of magi stopped, their robes damp from the heavy rain. Even though they took shelter under a large tree, it barely made a difference. "This rainfall is going to make things quite difficult for us." Adam gazed through the canopy and spoke with a grim expression. The sudden change in the weather would heavily alter the terrain, making it difficult for the magi to fight the beasts, but it will also mask our scents. Alex glanced at the raven-haired youth with a smile. "There's always a silver lining, Adam." "Well, that's true." Adam shrugged. "So what do we do now, boss? Wait out the rain or advance?" Alex glanced around at where they currently were with a solemn expression. After a while of pondering, he advised, "Let's slowly make our way in the direction of our objective, but our priority should not be to engage with the enemy, but to find a suitable spot for camp." Everyone nodded in agreement. This was a fair judgment on Alex's part, who knew when the rain would stop. If that was the case, they were better off finding a high ground and setting up camp. There, they could wait out the rain. If the rainfall did recede earlier than expected, then they would go after the enemy. Edward chimed in, "Boss, I know of a relatively safer place around this part. It's on a high ground as well. Maybe we can go in that direction." Alex hesitated. It would be better if he chose the place for the camp that would make it easier for his team to kill Adam and the rest earlier than he had planned. But at the same time, he also wanted to appease the other team and lower their guards. Thus, in the end, he nodded. "Very well, Edward, lead the way." The two groups then made their way in a certain direction, being led by Edward. Adam, who was situated at the rear of the group, coldly glanced at Alex's back, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this rain's gonna make it difficult for us." The next moment, his lips curled up into a faint smile. "But it's going to make things difficult for you too." After 2 days of continuous heavy rainfall, the weather had finally improved, albeit slightly. Lightning danced across the sky, illuminating the dark clouds with an eerie light. The group of magi had set up camp inside the large tree. For the last 2 days, they had only been dealing with the feral beasts that approached this tree, looking for shelter. Other than that, they hadn't ventured further away from the camp. The rainfall had made it extremely difficult for them to do so anyway. Alex stood at the entrance of the camp, somewhere near the center of the tree trunk, and took a look around. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, its guttural growl echoing through the forest. The blond youth couldn't help but gulp involuntarily, the hair on the back of his neck standing on end every time he heard the violent call of the storm. "I believe we can head out now," said Alex, stretching out his arm and watching the drizzle lightly fall on his palm. The weather had improved significantly in the last few days. Furthermore, looking at the clouds beginning to clear up in the sky, it seemed that the rain would stop soon. We aren't that far from our destination, are we?" Ivan the burly magus came forward and asked. Alex nodded. "It will take us 2 hours at most to arrive at the wolf den, considering how difficult it would be to traverse the muddy terrain." Kelly glanced at the blonde young man and smirked. "We can deal with the pests and return to camp by sunset if we hurry." Alex deeply glanced at Kelly and then nodded with a chuckle. "True, I'm sick of living out here in the wilderness." He then glanced at Adam and his team, who were busy packing their stuff. Staying together for the last 2 days, he was able to build a healthy rapport with them, slowly lowering their guard. The young man warmly smiled. "All right, guys, let us depart now. If all goes well, we can enjoy the warmth of our tents back at the eastern camp by nightfall. Whatever you say, boss." Edward replied with a toothy grin, whereas Adam and Lisa also nodded in agreement. "Good," Alex nodded. "Let's head out." With that said, he leaped off the tree, Ivan and Kelly following after him. Meanwhile, Adam, Edward, and Lisa glanced at each other and nodded with solemn expressions before leaving as well. As the group slowly made their way to the wolf den, their robes had once again become damp from the drizzle, making it difficult for them to traverse. Of course, they could still use magic to warm themselves up or dry their clothes, but right now they were in enemy territory. Every bit of mana was precious. The air was thick with the scent of moist foliage, and the sounds of unseen creatures could be heard in the distance, making the group of magi alert and on edge. Every step they took was treacherous, the ground was slippery with mud, and every now and then, tangled roots would seemingly reach out to them, trying to make them trip over. Above them, the canopy of the forest formed a dense and clammy roof, blocking out much of the already dim rays of the early morning sun that had filtered through the nimbus clouds. They ran with great caution, constantly on the lookout for any beasts that might suddenly attack them. As they ran past the trees, they could see luminescent fungi growing on the trunks, casting a spooky glow that illuminated their surroundings. Finally, after what seemed like forever, the group could hear the distant roar of a waterfall. The wolf den that they were ordered to clear was situated in the vicinity of this waterfall. Knowing that they were about to reach their destination any moment now, both groups thought of the exact same thing. "We will use the wolf pack to kill you." After all, who knew what contingencies the other party had? So both came up with the same plan to use a third party's strength to get rid of the other party. But this plan of theirs was never meant to see the light of the day. When they reached the wolf den, which was situated right beside the waterfall, they saw that it was empty. Both parties were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, to say the least. After investigating the surrounding area, they finally understood the reason. Lisa crouched on the ground and touched the soil. She then turned her head to glance at the waterfall and confirmed the heavy rainfall must have caused this place to flood. The wolf pack has migrated to another region. Alex and his team stood there in a daze, having realized that their plan had gone up in smoke. However, that didn't mean they didn't have a backup plan. Thinking of that, Alex came forward and smiled. "We can't return empty-handed now, can we?" Adam and his team glanced at each other and then shook their heads. "There's another wolf den that I know of," Alex began. "It isn't far from here. How about we?" But before he could even finish, the ground started to suddenly tremble, sending shockwaves through the muddy terrain. At first, the group of magi were unsure of the origin of this sudden disturbance. However, when the trembling became intense as the seconds ticked by, they finally located where it was coming from. The group simultaneously turned around, looking in the direction they had just come out from. The trees there were viciously uprooted when suddenly a colossal mammoth emerged from within the forest. Roar! This towering creature stood at over 7 meters tall, its fur matted with mud and rain. It had 4 tusks that gleamed with a sharp and cold light. The mammoth's crimson eyes blazed with insanity and bloodlust as it let out a deafening trumpet that echoed through the surroundings. When Adam's gaze fell on this titanic beast, his heart immediately sank. Iron Mammoth. The Iron Mammoth was a rank 1 beast whose defense capabilities were considered to be top tier amongst beasts of the same rank. This beast was the single greatest reason why there had been so many casualties during the Battle of Stardell a few months ago. Although at the time, the mammoth hadn't directly killed anyone. It had, however, managed to break through the sturdy gates of Stardell, resulting in the enemy forces breaking into the city and massacring countless mortal residents and magi alike. The Iron Mammoth's defenses were so strong that despite being bombarded by dozens of magi stationed at the city wall, it still managed to break through the city's defenses. Now, the same type of beast had appeared in front of Adam and the rest. To say that they were shocked out of their minds would be a major understatement. Not having expected this sudden outcome, both teams had momentarily frozen in fear. Looking at the mammoth's crimson eyes that oozed with sinister intent, they didn't know what to do as horror slowly gripped every inch of their bodies. If even dozens of magi couldn't stop this beast in Stardell, how could this group of 6? This dangerous monstrosity was a force to be reckoned with. Alex glanced at the Iron Mammoth, his body trembling in sheer terror. His first thought was to immediately escape this place. But when he recalled the mana contract he had signed with Morden, he couldn't help but drown in a dilemma. No, this is a great opportunity, he screamed inwardly. The lure of all the resources he would acquire from killing Adam and his team had begun to slowly cloud his judgment. For him, who had to scrounge for every little thing to get to where he was today, the offer made by Morden was something he simply couldn't refuse. He glanced at his teammates, Ivan and Kelly, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. If I play my cards right, it is possible. As long as I make it out alive, that's all that matters. As soon as he came to this decision, he roared, "Don't fear. We can still take this beast down. Everyone must do as I say." Forget Adam and his team. Even Ivan and Kelly were looking at him as if he had gone insane. Ivan screamed at him in a fit of anger, "Alex, what are you saying? We can't defeat that thing." Kelly, who had already lost all the will to fight, panicked intensely. "There's no way I'm staying here. My life is more important than killing those." Knowing what a grave mistake she was about to make, she instantly shut her mouth. She secretively glanced at Adam and his team and realized that their entire attention was on the mammoth. Breathing a sigh of relief, she turned back around and glared at Alex. "We're leaving." Suddenly, Adam appeared amidst them like a specter, causing the three of them to be stunned and instinctively be on guard. But the next moment, he screamed heroically, "Boss is right. If we work together, we can kill this beast." Nothing is impossible. With that said, he roared to the skies and aimed his hands at the iron mammoth. Rank 1 spell, Magic Missiles. At once, 3 orbs of pure mana materialized from the bright magic circle in front of the youth's hand and shot toward the humongous beast. The passionate way in which Adam had roared and attacked made one feel like his spells would obliterate mountains and separate the seas. Everyone watched with dumbfounded expressions as the magic missiles flew toward the mammoth, and then phew, the magic missiles all landed accurately on the beast's head, but there was not even a scratch on it. All it did was manage to burn some of the fur growing on its head. Alex and his team, Edward and Lisa, Iron Mammoth, an awkward silence descended on the battlefield. Only the sound of the light rain falling on the ground could be heard. Then Alex erupted in unbridled fury. "You bastard, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Adam looked at him innocently. "Be boss, I'm just trying to help." Alex was so enraged that he wanted to slap this youth to death. But before anything like that could even happen, the Iron Mammoth let out a furious trumpet and rushed in their direction. Adam hurriedly glanced at the mammoth and panicked. Oh no. Meanwhile, Kelly and Ivan also watched in fear as the mammoth approached them. Their hopes of escaping this place had now been completely eliminated. Now they could only grit their teeth and fight. Adam appeared nervous on the surface, but inwardly he sneered, "Want to escape? Not a chance." The Iron Mammoth's charge was like the force of nature unleashed. Its massive form thundered toward the group of magi with frightening speed. The ground trembled beneath the magi's feet as they struggled to come to terms with what just occurred. At first, Alex's team panicked, their faces pale as snow. But as the mammoth drew closer, their panic was replaced by determination and level-headedness born from years of battle experience. Alex cast a hateful glance at Adam before instructing Ivan and Kelly, Formation B. "Boss, what about me and my team?" Adam asked nervously. "You three will draw the beast's attention." Alex spat through gritted teeth. "Hurry, fight it at close quarter while my team casts spells from long distance." "But it's very dangerous to fight the Iron Mammoth at close," Adam tried to protest but was viciously interrupted by Alex. "Just do as I say," the blonde magus screamed angrily. "Or do you want to die?" Adam gritted his teeth with great hesitation before finally relenting. "All right, boss, I'll trust you on this." With that said, he hurriedly made his way toward Edward and Lisa, instructing them, "Let's go. We must draw the beast's attention while boss team deals with it from afar." Inwardly, he sent a mental transmission through Mind Whisper. "Follow my lead. Do exactly as I say." Edward and Lisa had grim expressions on their faces, but in the end, they chose to trust Adam. The three then rushed toward the incoming beast. They circled it and started attacking it with all their might. The Iron Mammoth, now instead of charging toward Alex's team, stopped in its tracks and started to deal with Adam and his team. Seeing this, Alex's lips curled up into a cold smile. He sent a mental transmission to Ivan and Kelly, instructing them, "Cast long-range spells for now. But after damaging the beast a little, start aiming your spells at those bastards. We'll escape while the mammoth kills them. We'll come back later to grab their corpses." Ivan and Kelly nodded with solemn expressions. The next moment, the three of them unleashed a barrage of spells at the mammoth with deadly accuracy. The teamwork between the two squads was flawless despite having never worked together before. Everything seemed to be going just as Alex planned, but the next moment, something so bizarre happened that it caused his jaws to drop to the ground. Roar! The Iron Mammoth roared in boundless fury and swung its trunk at lightning speed, striking at Adam, Edward, and Lisa in quick succession. Such quick movement speed was not possible for a beast the size of this mammoth, yet it happened nonetheless. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they were flung in 3 different directions. They listlessly fell to the ground, their bodies bloodied and bruised. Alex was flabbergasted, and so were Ivan and Kelly. What? What the hell? As Adam landed on the ground, spurting blood from his mouth, He couldn't help but curse inwardly as he felt his ribs crack. Damn it, that didn't go quite as planned. While he, Edward, and Lisa were battling the iron mammoth at close quarters, he cast Dingy Illusion at the last moment to make it appear that the beast had struck its trunk 3 times to attack them. However, the truth was the beast had only struck Adam, and not the other 2. The iron mammoth didn't excel in speed, but in defense. Edward and Lisa had only pretended to be injured and jumped back miserably, but Adam had ended up really getting injured. His entire focus was on ensuring that the illusion of his friends getting hit by the beast's trunk was flawless. This led to him being severely bruised instead. It was a rank 1 spell, after all. The illusion could only take place within a 5x5 feet area. He was still far from casting large-scale illusions and fooling everyone, allies and enemies alike. But this injury wasn't something that he could not deal with. He had been through worse. The youth secretively glanced at Edward and Lisa, who were motionlessly lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Heh, you sure can act, you bastards. Meanwhile, the iron mammoth was completely flabbergasted, glancing at the 3 of them in utter confusion. It must have been thinking to himself that he had only struck 1 human, so why did 3 fall down? As for Alex and his team, they were completely and utterly speechless. Only a moment ago, things seemed to be going so smoothly. Everything was going according to plan. But at the last moment, this behemoth of a beast seemed to have channeled the spirit of its ancestors and erupted with deadly speed, striking Adam and his team away in quick succession. What the hell? How is that even possible? Did the beast suddenly advance? How is it so quick? But they didn't have too long to think about this when suddenly the iron mammoth glanced at them with its bloodshot eyes. Thinking that it had already dealt with Adam and his team, the beast recklessly charged in Alex's direction. Not good. Alex's expression turned solemn. Get into the pyramid formation. Quick. Soon, Ivan and Kelly got into position with serious looks and started battling the beast at close quarters. Now they could have chosen to flee instead of fighting, but that would have been a very bad idea for a couple of reasons. The forest terrain had been heavily altered after the heavy rainfall. This would drastically impede their movement. Moreover, the commotion caused by the mammoth chasing them would surely draw the attention of other beasts, making their situation even worse. Earlier, they still had slight hopes of escaping from the mammoth, while Adam and his team were dealing with it. But now, since they were the ones dealing with it directly, they simply couldn't leave, not without severely injuring the beast at the very least. The air was thick with the sound of intense battle as Alex's group desperately fought the massive mammoth. Although they were fighting a losing battle, they stood their ground, for if they stopped fighting, only death awaited them. Adam, quit fooling around. Alex screamed in fury. I know you can hear me. Adam, who was lying flat on the ground, lightly clicked his tongue in annoyance, thinking to himself, I guess that was all the time I could buy, but it's fine. I've already achieved my objective. The youth grimaced in agony and struggled to get to his feet. He glanced at Alex and his team with a pained expression. Be boss. Hang in there. Adam lowered his head, hiding the cold smile blooming on his face. The tables had turned. Adam, Edward, and Lisa hurriedly took their positions at a safe distance and started to cast long-range spells, effectively easing the situation that Alex and his team had found themselves in. While the 2 squads were cooperating and fighting the mammoth, Edward and Lisa had found plenty of chances of killing Alex and his team. However, Adam had instructed them not to. There was still a magical mechanism that Adam was highly on guard against. Until and unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't wish to kill Alex and his team with his own hands, or have his friends directly kill them. Although he wasn't sure if this mechanism would be found in Alex and the rest, he didn't wish to risk it. However, this didn't prevent him from making it difficult for Alex and his team. Every now and then, he would cast spells that would lead to the other squad getting severely injured by the mammoth instead of actually helping them. Of course, all Adam could do was, sincerely, apologize and continue to help out. There were also times when Alex tried to bring the mammoth over to Adam's side or even Edward's or Lisa's sides, trying to switch battle positions. But during those times, Adam would once again make certain, honest mistakes that would make things difficult for the other squad yet again, forcing them to remain in their positions. The battle was intense and grueling. The mammoth's sheer size and nigh impenetrable defense made it a formidable enemy. Alex and his team were heavily injured, cuts and bruises marring their bodies, whereas Adam and his team were greatly exhausted. Their mana reserves were depleted from casting spells for so long. As the conclusion of the battle drew closer, Adam's expression turned grim. Must I really kill them with my own hands? He really didn't want to. For if he did, and if that mechanism that he was so vigilant about really was on Alex or his team, he would have to face harsh consequences. Suddenly his eyes flashed with slight disappointment as he saw an opening that Alex and his team were about to capitalize on. Moreover, it would be too late to make one of his honest mistakes again. I guess it can't be helped, I'll look for other ways to have you killed. Finally, after close to an hour of combat, Alex and Kelly cast a joint spell and immobilized the iron mammoth to the ground. Ivan roared as he gathered mana in his hands. He ran up the mammoth's trunk and snapped two of its tusks with his bare hands. Then he leaped toward the beast's head and stabbed the broken tusk straight through its eye sockets. The iron mammoth crashed to the ground immediately after, its vital signs slowly disappearing, until finally it perished. The jungle suddenly turned silent. Only the sound of the waterfall could be heard. Alex's team fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Adam and his team were also drained, however. Their situation was slightly better than the former. Looking at Alex's unguarded back, Adam's eyes gleamed with viciousness. But the next moment he clenched his fists and calmed himself down. No, I must be patient. I need to find other ways to indirectly kill him. Adam then put up a friendly appearance and jogged toward the mammoth's corpse with a wide grin on his face. We finally did it, boss. Alex hatefully glared at him, wanting to tear the rank 2 magic scroll that Morden had given him and use it on Adam this very instance. He slowly got to his feet and spat through gritted teeth. Piss off. Adam had an aggrieved expression on his face. Boss, why are you acting this way? I think we did a pretty good job. Shut your mouth, Alex roared. He then glanced at Ivan and Kelly and hurriedly instructed, let's take all the loot we can. The fight earlier caused a lot of commotion. There might be other beasts on their way. However, he didn't even get to finish the words he was about to say when the ground started trembling once again, causing everyone's hearts to be gripped by fear and anxiety. Adam expanded his sphere of resonance to the maximum, his senses finally picking up the cause of this sudden disturbance. The youth's dark pupils dilated, his expression turning frighteningly grim. It's too late. The group of magi stood beside the cascading waterfall, their attention suddenly drawn to the deep and foreboding rumbling beneath their feet. What's happening? Don't tell me. Ivan and Kelly, who were busy looting the corpse of the iron mammoth, suddenly stopped in their tracks and glanced at Alex with expressions filled with terror. Meanwhile, Alex was staring deep into the forest where he could see shadows of unseen creatures slowly making their way toward the clearing where he and the rest stood. His greatest fear had come true. The fight earlier had caused a lot of commotion, attracting the attention of the nearby beasts. Alex and his group were in a very precarious situation at the moment. They had just finished a gruesome battle with the iron mammoth and were in terrible shape. There was no way they could fight another battle now. The ground beneath the forest floor trembled, sending ripples through the nearby pond. Meanwhile, the group of magi exchanged wary glances, sensing the approaching presence of something massive. Out of everyone present, Adam was the first one to have identified the looming danger. His body shuddered in terror at the size of the horde that was approaching. For the first time in a long time, genuine fear flashed through his eyes. His mind worked in overdrive and his pupils darted around at great speeds, looking for ways to get out of this dangerous predicament. He had to be quick on his feet. Time was of the essence. There's no way we'll be able to fight head-on with this massive beast horde. Running away is also not an option. The size of this horde is simply too big. Adam then glanced at Edward and Lisa, who were frozen in their spots, gazing into the forest in fear. Damn it, only if Ania and Aquila were here. Edward and Lisa's familiars had been heavily injured in the past battles. Hence, they were recovering from their injuries back in the eastern camp. If their familiars were here, then it would have been far easier for them to escape this place. Adam's eyes darted around once again, looking around for clues. Panic slowly began to creep inside his heart as the clutches of death slowly closed in on him. Think, there has to be a way, there must. Suddenly, his thoughts came to an abrupt halt when his gaze landed on the enormous corpse of the iron mammoth. His eyes flashed with brilliance as a plan slowly began to form in his mind. Then he turned his head and gazed at Alex and his teammates, his eyes gleaming with a ruthless glint. The next moment he made his move. From the beginning, when Adam identified the beast horde in the distance, till now, no more than 2 seconds had passed. The youth's thought process was so quick that everything around him seemed to be passing in slow motion. Fatty, cut open the mammoth's abdomen and take out the innards. Now, he roared as he made his way toward Alex's team. Lisa, lend me a hand. Not only Edward and Lisa, but everyone snapped out of their stupor when they heard Adam's voice. His tone carried a sense of urgency that they'd never felt before. Adam's action carried a terrifying viciousness as he approached Ivan, who was the closest to him. The burly magus instinctively swung his hand at Adam, not having expected the youth to suddenly attack him. However, Adam effortlessly dodged the attack. He grabbed Ivan's wrist with his left hand and launched his right hand and delivered 2 chops back-to-back at lightning speed, his hand turning into a shadowy blur. 1 shot to the armpit, 1 shot to the neck. Instantly, Ivan's eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Lisa also managed to gain an upper hand and knocked out Kelly. Adam turned his head around and glanced at Alex, his eyes flashing with sinister intent. However, Alex had already managed to cast a spell in the time it took Adam and Lisa to take down his teammates. Rank 1 spell, Mold Earth. The next moment, 2 thick and sturdy earthen walls were erected from the ground, preventing Adam from approaching. You bastard! Alex roared at the top of his lungs as he turned around and fled, killing your allies. I'll report this to the higher-ups. You're done for, you hear me. You're finished. With that said, he cast another spell that caused green-colored winds to swirl around his feet. Following that, his movement speed increased by several folds and he disappeared into the forest. Adam's eyes narrowed and his lips formed a sneer. Report this to the high-ups. That's only if you make it out alive. He then turned back around and saw that Edward had already cut open the mammoth's abdomen and was in the process of taking out all the inner organs. Then he glanced at the edge of the clearing, his expression turning somber. The youth rushed toward the mammoth's corpse and helped Edward take out all of its innards. After having made enough space inside the corpse for the three of them to enter, he urgently instructed, "You guys get in." Now, Edward and Lisa glanced at each other with slight hesitation, but the next moment they resolved themselves and finally entered the mammoth's large corpse. Meanwhile, Adam grabbed the unconscious bodies of Ivan and Kelly and followed after his friends in a hurry. After he crawled inside the corpse, he used the two unconscious bodies to barricade the large cut on the mammoth's abdomen. Right when all the preparations were over, a massive wolf pack emerged from the forest. Howl, their fur was a shade of dark, perfectly blending in with the forest backdrop. Each wolf was larger than a natural wolf. Their eyes gleamed with a crimson light as they dashed toward the giant mammoth corpse by the waterfall. The size of this wolf pack was enormous. Adam, through his sphere of resonance, had estimated that this pack alone consisted of more than 150 wolves. They were drawn by the large commotion here, hoping to find enough prey to feed on. However, all they saw was a single corpse. But seeing the size of this corpse, they began to drool and immediately pounced on it. Ivan and Kelly, who were unconscious all this while, suddenly woke up in agonizing pain when they felt their flesh being gnawed at. When they opened their eyes in horror, they saw half of their body was inside a dark place, while the other half was sticking out into the light, being chewed on by ferocious wolves. They instantly panicked when they realized the situation they were in. Under this inhumane pain, they were about to scream, but suddenly a pair of hands viciously covered their mouths from behind. Adam, who was hiding right behind them, applied pressure into his palms and broke Ivan and Kelly's jaws, making sure that the two didn't produce a single sound. The youth's eyes flashed with boundless rage and killing intent, as he thought to himself, quietly die in the jaws of the wolves. Just like how those kids did 5 years ago. Inside the humongous corpse of the iron mammoth, Adam, Edward, and Lisa huddled together, their faces grim and pale. When they had set out from the camp 2 days ago, they never would have thought that they would have to hide inside a beast's decaying carcass to survive. Life was full of twists and turns, and more often than not, things rarely went according to one's plans. Inside the corpse, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of death and rot, making it difficult for the trio to breathe. It was completely dark, except for the dim light that seeped in from time to time through the deep cut on the mammoth's abdomen. Lisa's body shuddered every time she heard the sound of flesh ripping and bones crunching as the pack of ferocious wolves tore through the mammoth from the outside. She glanced at Edward, who had a solemn expression on his face. He was tightly gripping his spear, waiting for the unfortunate moment the wolves outside finally spotted them and made their way in. Meanwhile, Adam was holding onto the bodies of Ivan and Kelly, using them to bulwark the entrance of the corpse. The two magi had already perished at some point, having died in one of the most gruesome ways imaginable. However, Adam felt no remorse whatsoever. You reap what you sow, he thought indifferently. Inside the mammoth's corpse, the atmosphere was extremely claustrophobic. The trio were surrounded by bloody, slimy flesh, the walls of the corpse and the rib cage pressing them from all sides. Suddenly, Adam slowly turned around and glanced at Lisa and Edward. Their gazes met and he nodded, assuring them that everything was going to be all right. Edward and Lisa, strangely enough, felt that everything would indeed turn out to be all right. They stared at the broad back of their friend who was guarding the entrance of the mammoth's corpse. Involuntarily, their shoulders relaxed and the anxiety in their eyes was slowly replaced by firm resolve. They gradually became calm and composed despite all the blood and gore around them. As the sands of time continued to fall, the trio's nerves stretched to a breaking point. The walls of flesh around them were becoming thinner. If this continued, the wolves would have finally spotted them. They knew that their survival depended on them remaining hidden until the wolves had their fill and moved on. They could only hope that the wolves left before they became visible to them. Knowing that the decisive moment was soon arriving, Adam's eyes narrowed, his pupils flashing with determination. He let go of the corpses of Ivan and Kelly he was holding onto and started to weave hand signs at a slow pace, making sure to not produce any sound. First, he cast Mind Whisper and sent a mental transmission to Edward and Lisa, giving them a heads up. No matter what happens, don't move even an inch. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the couple solemnly nodded. They even held their breaths, not willing to take any risks. Their lives depended on it after all. Following that, Adam cast 3 spells one after the other. Rank 1 spell, Dingy Illusion. Rank 1 spell, Disguise. Rank 1 spell, Distort. The area around the 3 young magi slowly twisted until they gradually disappeared. A few moments later, the pack of wolves had ravenously eaten through most of the flesh and had now made their way to the entrails. Here, they saw nothing but rotten inner organs that were giving off a pungent odor. Dozens of wolves scrutinized the insides of the mammoth with bloodthirsty looks, searching for something edible. After what seemed like forever, the pack of corrupted beasts realized that there was nothing else that they could feed on. All they could see were bones, flesh, and organs inside the mammoth's corpse. Soon, the wolves started to turn around one by one and gradually left after they confirmed that nothing else was left of the mammoth that they could eat. Silence descended in the area once again, with only the sound of the waterfall coming from beside the clearing. After confirming that there were no beasts in the vicinity of the corpse, Adam deactivated his spells. A small area inside the mammoth's corpse here, whatever was left of it, twisted once again. The next moment, the air rippled, and the silhouettes of 3 people started to form until finally, the trio came into view once again. The 3 were drenched in blood, pieces of flesh, and organs still stuck to their bodies. Their breathing was heavy as they looked around, their eyes flashing with a mixture of fear, shock, and relief. We survived. Edward had an incredulous expression on his face, still unable to believe what had just transpired. I thought we were really going to die, Lisa muttered softly, fear lingering in her eyes. Adam turned around and glanced at them, his lips forming a faint smile. No matter how difficult it gets, there is always a way out. The trio emerged from the confines of the carcass, gazing at the sudden brightness outside. The dark, nimbus clouds at some point had disappeared, giving way for the sun to shine brightly upon the lands. As they stepped foot on the soft, mossy ground, the group looked around in caution, their eyes scanning the forest for any potential danger. To their relief, the pack of wolves from earlier was now nowhere to be seen. The trio exchanged weary smiles, their nervous expressions slowly fading away as they realized that they were safe. For now, that is. Adam's expression gradually turned solemn as he recalled Alex's parting words. He glanced at his friends and spoke grimly, "We have to go after Alex." Edward and Lisa's expressions darkened when they realized that there was still another nuisance to deal with. The latter suddenly asked with slight hesitation, "Do you think he could have still made it out?" "We can't be sure." Edward shook his head. Adam turned his head and deeply gazed at the direction that Alex had escaped in. Only one way to find out. The trio cautiously moved through the forest, their senses alert for any approaching magical beasts. At the same time, they also investigated for any clues that might lead them to Alex. After the heavy rainfall had ceased, it had left behind a carpet full of wet leaves on the forest floor, as well as the long-lasting earthy scent that continued to linger in the air. Scattered rays of sunlight passed through the thick canopy, casting mottled light on the ground beneath. As the trio slowly followed the faint trail left behind by Alex, they listened to the sounds of nature coming from all around them. Birds chirped on the trees, and small animals rustled in the underbush. This primal woodland was alive with the buzzing of insects and the occasional distant cries of magical beasts. Every so often, the trio would come across a clearing, pausing to scan around for any potential threats. Even though they were rushing to catch up to Alex, they still had to be wary of the immediate threat's magical beasts. After the long and gruesome battle just a while ago, they were already running low on mana. Moreover, the dreadful ordeal they had to go through where they hid inside the mammoth's carcass had left them mentally drained. Thus, whenever they came across a magical beast or a group of them, they chose to hide and avoid it instead of engaging. "We don't have anything related to Alex, do we?" Lisa asked as she crouched on the forest floor, trying to search for the trail that had once again gone missing. Both Adam and Edward shook their heads helplessly. Who would have thought that things would end up like this? If either of them knew that they would have to chase Alex, then they would have already left their mark on him to make it easier to cast divination spells later. After a brief period of silence, Adam spoke with a solemn expression. "There's no helping it. We need to pick up pace and make our way in the direction of the eastern camp. But what if he's taken a different route?" asked Edward. Adam remained silent. After a while of pondering, he weaved hand signs and subsequently cast a spell. The space behind him distorted, the colors in that area gradually melting away. Then a small portal barely visible to the eye was formed. Rank 1 spell, Hidden Servant. From the portal, 4 spirits clad in ragged, hooded, shadowy robes came out and knelt before Adam. To Edward and Lisa, these spirits were invisible, however, to Adam they weren't. The youth instructed them, "Each of you pick up a different direction that leads north and look for this person." Following that, he cast another spell. Rank 1 spell, Memory Strand. Adam pulled out 4 ethereal strings from his mind, each containing a memory related to Alex's appearance. Then with a wave of his hand, he pushed these strings toward the 4 spirits. The spirits accepted the memory strands and very soon learned about the appearance of the person they had to search for. The next moment, they each chose different directions and rushed to fulfill the order given by their master. "All right, that should make things easier for us." Adam nodded. He then glanced in the direction that neither of the spirits had taken. "We'll go this way." The trio then sped in that direction without wasting another moment. A few hours later, of the 4 spirits that Adam had sent out, one returned. The spirit knelt on the ground before the youth and obediently relayed its findings. Listening to the spirit's report, Adam's eyes lit up. Then he weaved another series of hand signs and canceled the spell. The spirit in front of him, as well as the other 3 that were still searching for Alex, returned to the spirit world shortly after. What is it? What did it say? Edward and Lisa anxiously asked. Adam glanced at them and muttered with a cold smile, Alex has been found. The next moment, his expression turned solemn. But we need to make haste. The spirit said that he was on the verge of death. We need to hurry and finish him off. As the trio started rushing in Alex's direction, Lisa couldn't help but ask, if Alex is on the verge of death, why didn't that spirit just kill him off? Because it couldn't, replied Adam with a frown. What do you mean? Edward asked in confusion. We'll find out soon enough. The trio traversed through the forest for another couple of hours before finally arriving at Alex's location. When they arrived here, they were shocked. What happened here? Lisa blurted out in disbelief. The surrounding area was filled with dozens of corpses of all kinds of beasts, but that's not what surprised her. It was the layer of ice and snow that permeated across the forest floor. It was as if a powerful, deadly blizzard had just blown past this place, freezing everything in its wake. Adam felt the mana signature radiating from this small area of ice, his eyes narrowing. Rank 2 spell. No wonder the spirit didn't dare to come here, Lisa exclaimed. Edward's eyes widened. Don't tell me did a rank 2 magus fight here. Adam shook his head, his gaze falling on a familiar person lying motionlessly in the distance. If my speculations are right, then this is the work of a rank 2 magic scroll. The couple glanced at Alex, whose body was mostly covered in ice. Putting 2 and 2 together, Lisa surmised, could it be that Alex used the magic scroll to deal with all these beasts? Thinking of this, Edward nervously gulped. If he had used that scroll on us instead. There's no use thinking of the past now, said Adam. That bastard is still drawing breath. We need to think of a way to end him. Alex's chest was heaving up and down ever so slightly as he desperately struggled to breathe. It seemed that he was already grievously injured by the beasts earlier and was forced to use the magic scroll in order to survive. Now, he was in a precarious situation where if he wasn't given proper medical attention, he would die. Just as Adam was thinking of ways to get rid of the incapacitated Alex, he saw a group of magi walking in their direction from the opposite side. It seemed that they were also drawn by this small area of ice and were now walking toward Alex after noticing his condition from afar. Damn it, Adam cursed under his breath and bolted toward Alex. I must kill him now. Now that another group of magi from the allied forces had appeared, they would surely help out Alex by feeding him potions and nursing him back to good health. But how could Adam allow that? If Alex were to return to the eastern camp, then he was sure to tell the higher-ups about what had transpired earlier with Ivan and Kelly. Then, not only him, but even Edward and Lisa would be sent to their deaths for the crime of killing an ally. And about the magical mechanism that Adam had been so vigilant against all this while, there was no time to worry about that. He had to take a gamble. As soon as Adam arrived beside the heavily injured Alex, he knelt down beside him and started sobbing loudly, Boss, how could this happen? Please, please, don't leave me. He then embraced Alex's bloodied and partly frozen body and viciously started choking his throat, making sure to hide this vile action from the other group of magi who were approaching. As Adam's grip around Alex's neck tightened, squeezing the life out of him, he continued to wail in anguish. Boss, please don't die. After Alex had decided to abandon his teammates and flee when the large-scale wolf pack arrived, he had to go through countless other types of beasts to survive. Perhaps choosing to flee was a bad decision on his part. However, if he had stayed back, then he would have surely died at the hands of Adam. Thus, he chose the option that gave him the greatest chance of survival. And as it turned out, the choice that he had made was indeed the correct one. Despite having to fight countless beasts single-handedly, and even utilizing the rank 2 magic scroll that Morden had given him, he had managed to survive, albeit barely. His body was riddled with ghastly injuries, however. He hadn't died from blood loss yet because the vast majority of his wounds were frozen. Tearing the magic scroll had not just helped him take care of the beasts, but also injured him because he couldn't properly control the power of a rank 2 spell. After he had been incapacitated from using the magic scroll, he barely managed to shoot an emergency flare into the sky, hoping that one of the magi from the allied forces nearby would notice it and rush toward him. He had to make this gamble. Either the magical beasts would notice the signal and kill him, or his allies would see it and save him. But the last thing he expected was Adam to arrive before either did. Boss, how could this happen? Please don't leave me. As soon as Alex heard this accursed voice, his heart immediately sank. He knew he was done for. The injuries on his body were so bad that he couldn't even move his fingers, let alone fight back. Not to mention, his mana had already been depleted. He was quite literally a fish on a chopping board. Damn it, am I really going to die here? He thought to himself in rage and horror. But the next moment he thought of something very peculiar. Why is he addressing me in such a manner, though? Could it be? His eyes widened as he thought of the possibility of another group of magi being nearby, causing Adam to act this way. For a moment, Alex's eyes flashed with hope. He was about to scream for help, but before he could, Adam had already arrived and knelt down beside him. The next moment, the youth viciously grabbed his throat, preventing him from calling out for help. "Boss, please don't die." Alex could see that although Adam's voice was sincere and full of pain, his eyes were flashing with an extremely ruthless glint. The grip on his neck continued to tighten as Adam sobbed incessantly. "Boss, boss, why did it have to come to this? Why did you have to sacrifice yourself? It should have been me." Alex's pupils gradually rolled over as he struggled to breathe. He was already severely injured to begin with, and now with Adam squeezing the remaining life out of him, he wouldn't be able to survive for long. The other group of magi, consisting of humans and elves, hurriedly rushed toward Adam and Alex. When they saw the area covered in snow and ice, the hairs on the back of their necks stood on end. They instantly realized that this was a result of a powerful spell and that a terrifying battle had taken place here. "Hey, what the hell happened here?" The lead magus, a middle-aged human, slowly approached Adam, asking in an alarming voice. However, before he could take another step forward, Edward appeared before him and stopped him. He shook his head and spoke with sadness. "Please let my friend grieve. We've just lost a precious member of our squad." Lisa also approached this group of magi and spoke with a tearful expression. "Why, yes, I humbly request you to give Adam some privacy. He was very close to boss." The group of magi gazed at Edward and Lisa's expressions. Then they glanced at Adam, who was kneeling down beside Alex and crying out loud like there was no tomorrow. Seeing such a scene, they couldn't help but sigh. "I understand," said the middle-aged man. "This war has taken far too much from us." Edward and Lisa lowered their heads with melancholic expressions. As soon as they saw Adam behaving strangely while kneeling beside Alex, they immediately understood what was going on. After all, with this new group of magi suddenly arriving, there was no way Adam would be able to openly kill Alex. So while he killed Alex, Edward and Lisa prevented the group of magi from coming closer, lest they realized that something fishy was going on. While the couple interacted with the group of magi, telling the latter about what they had gone through earlier, Adam continued to bawl while mercilessly squeezing Alex's throat. Although pearls of tears trickled down his face, his eyes were cold and indifferent. He looked Alex straight in the eye until the latter had finally stopped breathing. Despite that, Adam didn't undo his grip around the man's throat. First, he shifted his consciousness to the mysterious space inside the White Lotus. He hovered before the boundary of this space, his expression grim. Finally, a new orb of light materialized in this space. When Adam glanced at the soul that gave him a very familiar feeling, he breathed a sigh of relief. He's finally dead. After confirming this, he opened his eyes back in the outside world, his grip around Alex's neck slowly loosening. However, there was still a pensive expression on his face as he waited for the magical mechanism to activate. Is it going to come out? He thought in apprehension. However, after waiting for more than a minute, he saw that nothing happened. Realizing this, he glanced at Alex's cold and lifeless face, his lips forming a sneer. "Heh, looks like those Gracie scums didn't think too highly of you." The next moment, he willed it in his mind, and Alex's corpse was sucked into his storage earring. Adam then got to his feet, his shoulders slouched. He turned around and glanced at Edward and Lisa with a listless expression. "Boss has passed away." The couple's lips twitched when they saw how sincere Adam's expression was. The tears were so real that they thought he was genuinely crying. Adam stumbled his way toward the new group of magi. He glanced at the middle-aged magus who seemed to be the leader of this group and softly muttered, "I'm going to survive this war and bury boss back in Moon City." The middle-aged magus sighed. He placed a hand on Adam's shoulder and comforted him. "Stay strong, young man." Adam nodded and then slowly walked away, Edward and Lisa following behind him. After the trio had made enough distance, Adam's grieving expression was quickly replaced by relief. He turned around and winked at the couple. It all worked out in the end. The sun slowly dipped below the horizon. Its warm rays stretched through the dense canopy of the forest, painting the sky in a shade of orange and red. The leaves of the trees bathed in this light, gently fluttering in the cool breeze. In the depths of the forest, the eastern camp set up by the magi of the allied forces had come alive once again. As the sun slowly set, countless lanterns and glowing crystal balls lit up one after the other, lighting up the camp. Campfires were set up at various places, and the magi, dressed in robes of all colors, sat around the fire, their face illuminated by the light. Some were in deep conversation, talking about arcane studies, while others spoke about their experiences while going out on missions earlier today. The large camp was slowly beginning to fill up with the gradual inflow of people as the sun finally set. Apart from the ones that had gone on long-term missions, most magi would return daily by sunset. After all, it got very dangerous to traverse outside the camp during nighttime. Inside the camp, the atmosphere was thick with tension, mingling with the scent of firewood and the aroma of herbal potions. Although the magi resting in the camp bore expressions of grim determination, there was also a sense of camaraderie to be found. This bond of unity was what helped them get through the vicious cycle of blood and steel. At a certain part of the camp, a young man, who seemed to be around 20 years old, was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of his tent. He had long brown hair that hung down to his shoulders and bright blue eyes. Judging from the clothes he was wearing, it was certain that he came from an affluent background. Over the silk robes with beautiful golden embroidery, the young man wore a cloak that had the insignia of the Gracie family. This person was none other than Kevin. It had been more than 2 days since Alex and his squad had left with Adam for the mission, but till now there had been no news from him. As time continued to pass by, Kevin grew more and more anxious. The outcome of Alex's mission meant a great deal to him. If he succeeded in getting rid of Adam, then it would be perfect. However, if Alex failed, then Kevin didn't know what he would do. He would never get a better opportunity than this war. Even if he did, he was not sure if he would succeed. And until and unless he had confirmed that Adam was dead, he would never be able to peacefully advance in his path as a magus. Damn it, Kevin cursed under his breath as he kept walking back and forth in front of his tent's entrance. Could it be he failed? This possibility suddenly crossed his mind like it did several times in the past few days. However, he hurriedly shook his head. No, that is very unlikely. I've already told him everything I know about Adam. All his spells, techniques, skill sets, everything. Father's also given him the magic scroll containing the rank 2 spell, Death Frost. If that bastard fails despite all this. No, think positive. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly approached him from behind, looking at him in amusement. Even after standing near him for a couple of minutes already, Kevin didn't sense his presence at all. It was only when this person lightly coughed that Kevin snapped out of his daze. He hurriedly turned around and glanced at this figure, and when he did, his face instantly darkened. When Kevin glanced at the black, pointy hat that this person was wearing, his body shuddered and fear flashed in his eyes. This black, pointy hat and the person wearing it had become the source of nightmares for Kevin. It had got to such a point that every time he would come across a magus who was wearing a pointy hat, his heart would skip a beat. "You look surprised to see me," Adam spoke with a faint smile as he uncorked his wine gourd and took a swig from it. The strong scent wafting from the gourd assaulted Kevin's nostrils, jolting him out of his shock. He subconsciously took a step back and pointed his trembling finger at the raven-haired youth. Why you? How are you alive?" he stuttered. Oh, Adam raised his eyebrow and muttered playfully, "You say that as if you were sure that I wouldn't return from my mission this time." He slowly walked toward Kevin, his lips curling up into a mocking smile. "Could it be that you ordered Alex to kill me?" Kevin's body froze when he realized the blunder he had just made. He screamed in his heart, "What's wrong with me? How could I slip up so badly? No, I can still salvage this, I can still." But when he glanced at Adam's deep, abyss-like pupils that seemed to be swirling with an otherworldly light, his thoughts gradually came to a standstill. The following moment, Adam's bewitching voice entered his ears. "Poor Kevin, look at how useless you are." Adam slowly walked in circles around the brown-haired youth, leisurely drinking wine from the gourd. "You hired so many magi to work for you inside the secret plane. You even had a fireball scroll with you. But despite all that, you failed to kill me." Adam's words became entrancing the more he spoke. "Now you got Alex and his team to work for you. Not to mention, you gave him a rank 2 spell scroll this time as well." The youth took a step closer to Kevin and muttered coldly, "Yet here we are." All Kevin could do was quietly listen. His thoughts were a mess, and so were his emotions. He could feel anger slowly bubbling inside him, but strangely enough, he found himself incapable of acting on it. It was as if everything around him had disappeared, and all that remained was the spellbinding voice of the person he hated the most. "You make others do your bidding while you cower inside the walls. Despite being showered with resources since birth, you couldn't even catch up to my shadow. Your own fiancé left you for someone else, and you couldn't even do anything about it. Tell me, Kevin, can you still call yourself a man?" The voice grew deeper and deeper as Kevin found himself floating in black emptiness. He tried to cover his ears, but the voice continued to ring inside his head. He wanted to call for help, but he was unable to. He wanted to scream, but he was unable to. He could only listen as unbridled rage grew inside him with each passing second. "Perhaps you're not a man. Maybe you're a eunuch. No, even eunuchs have balls. But you're just spineless trash." Kevin's eyes turned bloodshot in fury. He gritted his teeth so hard that his gums started to bleed. He couldn't take it anymore. He just couldn't. Adam's voice entered his ears one last time. "Come fight me yourself." "You crippled weakling." "Gah!" Kevin roared to the skies and swung his fist. "I'll kill you right now, you bastard." But his attack ended up hitting nothing but empty air. He then lost his balance and miserably fell to the ground. The youth looked around and saw that Adam was nowhere to be seen. The magi standing nearby were giving him strange looks, wondering if he had gone mad. What's happening?" Kevin wiped the sweat from his forehead with his trembling hand. "Am I dreaming?" But the words that continued to ring inside his head reaffirmed that it was not a dream. "You're not a man, spineless trash, crippled weakling." Kevin's eyes gleamed with anger and madness as he spat through gritted teeth. "Fine, I'll kill you myself." Inside a dimly lit tent, Adam sat cross-legged on his bed, practicing a session of mindfulness. A barely visible mana vortex swirled around him as he extracted the energy into his body. His expression was tranquil and his shoulders were relaxed. The youth's breathing was so calm and stable that if one didn't observe closely enough, they would assume that he wasn't respiring. The mana from the 5 fundamental elements entered his body as he continued to revolve the 5 elemental codex. After the 5 fused into one, they traversed through the mana channels that Adam had worked so painstakingly hard to establish. Mana channels had mostly been established throughout his body. All that was missing was to connect these channels together. And said point of connection was situated in the abdomen region. This was the final hurdle that Adam had to overcome. After all, his spirit sea had long since been formed. The moment he was able to connect the mana channels inside his body would be the moment he advanced to the next rank. However, this was easier said than done. Since time immemorial, there have been countless people who were not able to cross this first major hurdle. Then they would forever be stuck at rank 1 and pass away with the passing of time. In many ways, the mana liquefaction rank was considered to be the rank where a person truly became a magus. In the previous rank mana, Foundation were considered to be apprentices who had just started learning the way of magic. Moreover, the spells that a mana Foundation magus had access to could be considered mere cantrips when compared to the spells from rank 2 and beyond. The transition from mana Foundation to mana liquefaction was a transformative process, both physically and spiritually. It required the magus to meticulously study and diligently practice mindfulness. As one neared the completion of mana channels, they became highly sensitive to the flow of mana not only within their body but also outside. Traditionally, when one is about to break through to rank 2, they go through a long period of fasting and purification. This was done in order to cleanse their body and mind. This purification process symbolized the shedding of old ways and becoming a newer version of oneself. After going through this purification process, the magus would then begin to connect the mana channels in their body. This process was extremely arduous, and the single greatest factor that determined one's success rate was the amount of mana reserves one had. The process of connecting the mana channels had to be done in one go. If the magus didn't have enough mana, then they would not succeed. That is why only highly talented magi succeeded in this endeavor. People who were born with D and F grade talents would seldom be able to cross this threshold, but if they came across a fortuitous opportunity, then that was a different matter altogether. After a long period of practicing mindfulness, Adam slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shining with a brilliant light. He exhaled a breath of air and lowered his head, glancing at his abdomen region. Once the mana channels are established and connected, mana will pass through these channels and accumulate in the area between my 2 kidneys, said the youth as he involuntarily touched his stomach. The groundwork for the mana core is already laid out during the mana liquefaction rank. Adam paused for a moment before shaking his head and continuing, "No, to be precise, it is already laid out since mana Foundation." Thinking of the well-thought-out process that the ancient magi had created, the youth couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "The profundities of the way of magic are truly fascinating," he muttered with a faint smile. "I wonder how many trial and error and countless other tribulations the magi of old had to go through to establish this system." Adam was truly in awe when he thought about the step-by-step process that a magus had to go through when they advanced in ranks. The ancient magi, revered for their wisdom and mastery over mana, were instrumental in establishing the principles in the way of magic that future generations of magi would follow. They had devoted their lives to understanding the nature of mana and its relationship to the universe around them. As a result, future generations of magi were able to reap the benefits of their wisdom and efforts. Magi of the current generation continued to study the ancient texts, refined the techniques of old, and expanded their understanding of magic, building upon the legacy of those who came before them. Realizing this, he got up from his bed and stood straight. He took a deep breath and placed his right hand over his chest. Then he sincerely bowed toward the stars. "I shall carry on your legacy with honor and respect." He raised his head and smiled faintly. For some strange reason, he felt that the spirits of these ancient magi were patting him on the shoulder, showering him with their blessings. The next moment, he started walking around his tent, stroking his chin. But with the advancement to mana liquefaction, I don't necessarily have to do it the traditional way. Ever since he came in contact with the philosophy of the way, he found certain magi customs to be unsophisticated. This came in as no surprise to him, though. The philosophy of the way was something that the magi studied when they reached very high ranks. It was not something that could be easily comprehensible by budding magi. Instead of crudely connecting the mana channels inside my body, I should focus on the harmonious flow of mana instead, the youth mumbled. The analytical study of magic consisted of research and knowledge of mana. whereas the philosophical study of magic consisted of understanding oneself and one's place in the universe. This was the path of inner discovery. This was the path of outer harmony. This was the way. As the youth lost himself in the profundities of the way, a subtle transformation took place, and the aura around him changed. It was as if he had become one with the world. It was as if the universe was whispering arcane secrets into his ears. His eyes flashed with understanding as he slowly muttered, "Magic was never about control or domination, but rather about living in harmony with the world and the mana that permeated it." Adam's lips curled up into a faint smile as he surprisingly received some insights about his path ahead. "I see. I now know what I must do."